This year's Awakening Day at Haiqing High School coincides with the once-in-a-century peak of the spiritual tide. Since the Great Silence era, the eruptions of spiritual energy have followed a pattern. Roughly every 100 years a peak in the spiritual tide appears. During these few years, the levels of all awakened individuals will generally rise by 1 or 2 tiers. This is what people call peak awakening of the spirit tide. In every era, almost all true prodigies emerge during such peak awakenings. For Haiqing, this year is the second year of the peak awakening cycle. The probability of high-level awakeners appearing in the previous year far exceeded that of ordinary years, so this year has become the one everyone anticipates the most. Even a small city like Haiqing has drawn representatives from many factions across society. Almost all of them have come to fight over talent. At this moment, the field is packed a dense sea of people. Over 1,000 senior students stand in class formations, faces taut with nerves and anxiety. Peak awakening already grants far greater advantages than any other era. If one still cannot awaken a decent ability, now one might as well go find a wall to crash into. On the podium, the principal is personally gripping the awakening steel. Several academic directors stand on either side, their expressions even more tense than those of the students. Representatives of all major forces are watching. Each year's peak awakening is crucial. The more prodigies an academy produces, the higher its status in society. The students from the first few classes step up one after another, most awakening at grade B with the occasional grade A or grade S. In the past, this would already have been a great surprise, but during a peak awakening it can only be called a decent start that still needs polishing. Class 5 Lin Bai. When the name is called, hardly anyone bothers to look up. Lin Bai steps out from the rear of the line, tall and lanky, his school uniform washed so many times it has faded to white. His footsteps make scarcely a sound as he walks with his head lowered, his face obscured from view. Who's that? No idea. That one, the guy in class 5 who always sleeps in the last row. The whispers quickly die away because Lin Bai has already reached the steel. On the way, he was far less calm inside than he appeared on the surface. He had memories from the moment he was reborn into this body, yet after he turned 3, everything grew blurry and then vanished altogether. Only in the past 2 years did those memories slowly begin to resurface. Through them, he came to understand that the strength of this world had nearly reached its zenith. Spiritual energy had been revived here for 2,000 years. 2,000 years ago, the Great Silence era had already lasted for 3 millennia. A global energy crisis and ecological collapse had driven human civilization into a deep abyss. At that very moment, spiritual energy surged up from the depths of the earth and swept across the world. Thus began the first year of the era of spiritual revival following the Great Silence. 500 years later, the Great Planar Tide arrived. The concentration of spiritual energy reached a critical point, and the barriers between spaces began to melt. Across the globe, planar gates leading to secondary realms appeared. The powerhouses of Blue Star marched and fought their way through, turning nearly all these realms into the resources of Blue Star. When Lin Bai finished reading this history, he was completely stunned. With this multiverse template, humanity was without a doubt the absolute overlord. To think that after being reborn, he had actually become a citizen of a great power. Putting away his chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai now stood before the principal. He drew in a deep breath. He did possess a golden cheat ability, but it came with significant pitfalls. The Hextech Rune System. Lin Bai knew this thing all too well. Precisely because he was so familiar with it, he felt deeply uneasy. Just like in the game, everything depended on luck. It was a mode infused with roguelike elements. If your luck was poor and every rune you drew was trash, you would simply explode and fail. But this was no game where you could simply start another round after a bad draw. This was Lin Bai's 17 years of life. So even though he had stored up many chances to draw runes, he had not used a single one. Anyone familiar with Hextech knows that constructing a system has always been about runes working in concert with a hero's innate traits. Lin Bai's current plan was to first see what ability he awakened, then match it with Hextech runes as perfectly as possible. Student, look here. The principal's voice pulled Lin Bai back to reality. He raised his hand on reflex, and the moment his fingertips brushed the surface of the steel, a muffled boom seemed to echo. The sunlight over the field dimmed all at once. Everyone instinctively looked up. The blazing sun that had shown just a heartbeat before now seemed veiled by something. Its light abruptly weakened. Even the wind fell still, and the surroundings sank into a strange silence. From the base of the steely light began to surge upward layer by layer. Grade C, then Grade B, then Grade A, and it did not stop there. The smile on the principal's face froze, then a hint of wild joy surfaced in his eyes. Was it finally coming? The purple then shifted into the golden hue of Grade S. Grade S had appeared. While everyone was still lost in shock, that golden light began rapidly changing toward crimson. The instant the red flared fully to life, every mind on the field went blank. Grade SS. Red. At least SS, maybe even SSS. No one knew who shouted first, but the sports field instantly boiled over. The academic directors stood with their mouths slightly agape. The principal forced himself to remain calm, his gaze locked firmly on Lin Bai. Yet the true anomaly was only just beginning. Lin Bai still stood before the steely, his hand pressed against it. His head hung low so that no one could see his expression. Then 7 figures stepped out from within his shadow. The first emerged with his chin lifted and eyelids half lowered. With a trace of disdain, he swept his gaze over everyone's heads and let out a soft chuckle. Heh! Next came the second. His eyes stared unblinkingly first at the awakening steel in front of the principal, then darted to the watch on the principal's wrist, and finally slid to the silver necklace on the neck of the girl beside him. The scene was chillingly bizarre. Only his eyeballs moved while his head remained rigid like someone who had starved for 10 days. Mine, all mine. The third figure stepped out, fists clenched, glaring at the chaotic crowd, veins bulging on his forehead. Stand the hell still, all of you. His sudden roar made the students below shudder involuntarily. The fourth figure came out and simply plopped down on the ground, yawning before closing his eyes and incredibly falling sound asleep right then and there. The fifth stepped forth and locked his gaze onto the first. His expression twisted for an instant, his eyes bristling with spikes. Arrogance, why were you the first one out? Every word seemed bitten out through clenched teeth. Why you? Why? The one called arrogance curled his lips. Trash. All right enough arguing, the sixth figure said as he stepped out, a gentle smile on his face. So gentle it sent chills crawling over the skin. The seventh and last figure emerged without saying a word. Compared with the others, he was thinner, his cheekbones faintly visible. He instinctively rubbed his stomach. Only then did the onlookers realize that though the 7 appeared different at first glance, a closer look revealed that their fundamental features were all those of Lin Bai. The 7 of them looked more like 7 distinct versions of Lin Bai. At that moment, they surrounded the true Lin Bai at the center. The sports field fell utterly silent, one could have heard a pin drop. At last the principal's voice rang out, tinged with disbelief. Lin Bai, SS-level ability 7, Sins Incarnation. Only then did Lin Bai's true body finally raise his head, his eyes already brimming with wild joy. He had never imagined that his awakened ability would be this one. In this moment, he was surrounded by 7 figures as though encircled by 7 mirrors. In each mirror, a different version of himself gazed back at him, each with a completely different way of looking at him. Forcing down the surging excitement in his heart, Lin Bai spoke softly, disperse. Suddenly 7 different kinds of laughter rang out. Though they laughed in unison, each laugh was distinctly different, and then the figures vanished. Only then did heated discussions erupt from below. Damn, SS shrank. Yesterday the highest was only shrank. He's getting a direct admission. I never thought I'd live to see an SS rank ability appear. Everyone, what exactly is the 7 Sins body? Why have I never heard of it? Is it even stronger than those SS rank abilities in the elemental branch? The 7 Sins body belongs to the special branch among the 5 major systems. An SS rank in the special branch is truly rare. It seemed that among those present few really knew much about the 7 Sins body. The principal frowned and thought. Every SS rank ability in history was extraordinarily famous, yet this 7 Sins body seemed to possess no great renown. By now someone had already begun searching for information. In the audience, a student in white secretly held a phone in one hand. When he saw the information on the screen, the corner of his mouth curled up in a silent smirk. Ha, the 7 Sins body. 7 clones that can cultivate simultaneously and feed all gains back to the main body. In battle, they can also merge into the main body to achieve an exponential amplification of power. Everyone subconsciously turned their gaze toward him. With all eyes converging on him, he seemed somewhat satisfied, then abruptly shifted his tone. However, the 7 clones require 7 times the cultivation resources. A faint, unreadable expression surfaced on his face. In truth, this is a useless ability. As far as I know, Lin Bai's family is just an ordinary household. For a regular family, it's already difficult to support even a rank ability user, let alone an SS rank, multiplied by 7. Lin Bai is finished. Only now did the crowd recognize him as Zhongyu from Class 5, the same class as Lin Bai, who had awakened a mere crank ability. On ordinary days that would be considered decent, but in the context of the Ling Feng awakening, it was firmly at the bottom. Zhongyu wore a peculiar smile, oblivious to the strange looks the people around him were giving. Someone kindly patted his shoulder. Bro, are you not fully awake yet? For Lin Bai's family, these resources are astronomical figures. But for those great powers, is an SS rank really not worth cultivating? Or do you think those forces would give up an SS rank talent just because of a lack of resources? As he spoke, a hint of pity crept onto his face. He had already seen through the imbalance in the other's heart. If this can be counted as a flaw, the 7 Sins body would never have been classified as SS rank. Do you take those predecessors for fools? Zhongyu's expression instantly turned ugly, and the people around them suddenly looked as though they had seen the light. Indeed, compared to the premise of SS rank, the issue of resources no longer counted as a real drawback. In this era, many forces could easily afford such expenditures. Only now did the principal recall the details regarding the Seven Sins body. His gaze toward Lin Bai burned with fervor. He immediately called the dean of students over to preside over the rest of the awakenings, then took Lin Bai by the arm and led him to the back. Well then, student. The principal rubbed his hands together like a buzzing fly. Is there any university you'd particularly like to attend? A thoughtful look appeared in Lin Bai's eyes. At present, there were many universities within Longhua, with 6 top academies standing above the rest. Beichen, Qingnong, Yunji, Jiuqiao, Xinglan, Yuanxi. These 6 top academies were located in the 6 major regions of Longhua. Yet until now, Lin Bai had only focused on his own ability and had not really considered such matters. I'm sorry, Principal, I still need some time to think about it. With an SS rank, he was guaranteed direct admission to any of the 6 top academies. All Lin Bai needed to consider was simply which one suited him best. Hearing this, a faint smile surfaced on the principal's face as he pondered inwardly. A little fox waiting for the highest offer. Still, this was a good thing. Who would not wish for their student to secure the greatest possible resources? Very well, I understand. I'll help you turn down all their offers for now. All right. Lin Bai's thoughts had long since drifted away, oh, he could no longer wait to begin his experiments. Principal, I'd like to test my ability. May I borrow a cultivation chamber? Of course. It's over there. Just go right in. Your access level has already been upgraded. Lin Bai nodded. Thank you, Principal. With that, he headed toward the cultivation chamber. Just then, the sky was suddenly shrouded in shadow, and exclamations rose from the awakening platform behind him. His heart stirred. It seemed another high-rank ability had just awakened. But that was not what he needed to pay attention to. Right now, he only wanted to verify the idea in his heart. He soon entered the cultivation chamber. After finding a place to sit, Lin Bai closed his eyes. System. A panel visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Hextech Rune System. Hero Template Draw 01. The host can, through system quests and his own growth, obtain chances to draw Hextech runes and hero templates. Note: draws may yield rune fragments, silver, gold, or prismatic enhanced runes. Shop. The interface was very simple, with the shop icon still grayed out. Lin Bai took a deep breath. The system had arrived together with him, yet no matter how he had called out before, it had remained silent. Until last year, when it finally issued its first quests. One task after another was completed, and he had obtained several rewards to draw Hextech runes. However, there was only a single hero template draw. This was precisely why Lin Bai had never dared to use it lightly. The existence of Hextech runes allowed certain heroes to easily break through their own limits. The most classic examples were the 2.1 billion stack Emperor Ruatian and the 10.0 Reaper Patriarch, among others. Thus, a good hero template would endlessly raise his upper limit, so he treated this with extreme caution. Now that his ability had awakened, his thoughts began to stir once more. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Bai focused his mind. The expression on his face faded away, replaced by a sudden wave of drowsiness. His features slackened slightly. Sloth. Forcing back the urge to sleep, Lin Bai activated his single chance to draw a hero template. System: draw a hero template. In an instant, images of more than 100 heroes flared into existence before his eyes, then began to spin. Lin Bai's heart tensed into a tight knot. Let's begin. I'd be thrilled with someone like Ryze Set or Master E. If not, any hero that can infinitely stack will do as well. Lin Bai had long since decided if he treated this world as a game with infinite time, then those stacking-type heroes would become the most terrifying existences of all. The wheel before his eyes spun faster and faster until it finally condensed into a single face-down card. Gulp. Lin Bai swallowed hard, then tapped to flip it over. That must be me. Lin Bai exclaimed, nearly jumping up. Armstrong. This hero is renowned in the game. The classic phrase, "Your mom see you tomorrow," is famously uttered by him. This meme broke the internet in his previous life, but few know that this hero is a fierce warrior with simple, yet brutal skills, even earning the nickname ex-husband. Lin Bai looks forward to this hero because he possesses a terrifying growth-type skill. Although not as powerful as those with astronomical stats, it is still very formidable. Charging Punch. When attacked, it accumulates heroic spirit value, which can be converted into a shield upon activation, and the center of this strike deals true damage. True damage. The most prestigious type of damage in the game. It ignores resistance. The reason it can grow infinitely is due to the existence of the Heart of Steel equipment, allowing health to grow without limit. The enhancement of this strike is based on the hero's health and attack boosts, and the values are quite high, especially since there are no mode-specific nerfs here. Once it takes shape, I will make a pact with the immortals and strike you down with a single punch. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Bai's expression turned serious. The key moment was about to arrive. He concentrated his thoughts and began to switch back to his original form. Just as he was about to switch, the system unexpectedly popped up. Detected a clone with the same origin as the host hero template extraction has changed hero template extraction 17. Please equip the hero template to the clone. What the heck? Not equipping for now. Lin Bai swore, unable to hold back a laugh. It will definitely work. He felt excited, while also contemplating more ideas. The opportunity for hero extraction was gone, and next up was the Hextech Enhancement Rune extraction. During this time, he had saved up for 8 draws. When he saw the introduction of the enhancement rune shards, he knew that rune extraction wouldn't be so simple. Taking a deep breath, he decisively chose to draw. 3 silver cards appeared before his eyes: attack, shard, spell power, shard, health, shard. Lin Bai's mouth twitched. Indeed, the system had also placed the enhancement shards into the Hextech pool. However, he was puzzled that the attack shard had no specific value, indicating that the system could not quantify the world structure. This meant that the already chaotic pool would be polluted by numerous shards. But acquiring drawing opportunities wasn't too difficult. He still had 7 draws left. After some thought, Lin Bai chose the attack shard, but just as he finished selecting, the system prompted him. Detected host clone, please match shards to the clone. Lin Bai was stunned, then ecstatic. It could indeed work. In that moment, several paths of imperial routes flashed through his mind. First, allocate it to gluttony. The next moment, the scene before him vanished, and Lin Bai, suppressing his excitement, trembled slightly. If Hextech abilities could be freely allocated to each clone, the previous issue of pool pollution would be resolved. He could completely assign 7 complete systems to the 7 major clones. As for his original self, he could use those incompatible runes, since if he didn't select after drawing, he wouldn't be able to draw again. As for battle, the power of the 7 sins lies in the fact that the original can become any clone in an instant or gather all 7 major clones together. At this moment, Lin Bai already had a rough idea. The Armstrong template should be quite suitable for gluttony. The personalities of the 7 sins correspond to pride, greed, wrath, sloth, envy, gluttony, and lust. They are original sins themselves, with only one extreme personality, which is why when he switches to sloth, he experiences a strong sense of drowsiness and an urge to do nothing. Thus, the action patterns and styles of the 7 major clones will differ, and Lin Bai must try to align them with the... For instance, sloth is suitable for complete automation. With that, there were no more concerns. Lin Bai directly initiated the subsequent draws. But it seems that Armstrong's one-time luck has been exhausted. Attack shard, attack speed shard, health shard, attack, shard, strength shard. All 6 draws resulted in silver attribute shards. Lin Bai directly allocated them all to gluttony. All in. Just all in. For the 7th draw, Lin Bai's eyes were bloodshot, not holding back, and directly clicked to draw. 3 silver cards appeared before him, but they were face down. Lin Bai's pupils shrank. Here it comes. Enhancement rune. With a heart full of excitement, he flipped them over, and sure enough, the first rune was Fire Fox. Fire Fox summons 3 fox fires to attack the nearest enemy every 7 seconds, while providing a 40 gradual movement speed reduction. Each fox fire deals adaptive damage with multiple hits on the same target, causing damage decay. The second one is Ice Cold. Ice Cold, your slowing effects can additionally reduce the target's movement speed by 100 points. The third one brought the greatest surprise to Lin Bai. Physical to magic converts additional attack power at a 1:1 ratio. 67 converts to spell power and gains an additional 15 spell power. Lin Bai's breath quickened upon seeing this. Physical to magic, although a silver rune, is the most crucial rune for Ryze, known as the power root of the Ryze Emperor. As long as the power root for physical to magic is gathered along with the life root, and the Goliath Giant or the Mad Scientist combined with some percentage equipment and attribute shards, Ryze's attributes will ascend and break the code limit. This is the origin of the Ryze Emperor. For Lin Bai, there are no bad cards. As long as he has enough time, he can draw them out, making him destined to become an emperor. However, he wondered if there were any restrictions in this world, and whether the Ryze Emperor could truly achieve the left foot stepping on the right foot. But even if it doesn't work, a pseudo-emperor is still a terrifying existence. At this moment for Lin Bai, the physical to magic root is more crucial than the overflow rune that best suits Ryze. He decisively took the physical to magic rune, but he struggled with who to assign it to. He already had an idea for Wrath, as this type of character who fights at the slightest disagreement is undoubtedly a combat enthusiast. The most fitting for him would be the Hextechs that combine both physical and magical skills. Stacking sustainability allows for continuous battle, and as long as he keeps fighting, he will keep growing stronger. Isn't that another Imperial route? Sloth is likely to be automated. Giving him overly powerful Hextechs might not yield effective results due to his nature. As for the others, Lin Bai still had no clear idea. While pondering, he spoke up. System allocate physical to magic to pride. In Lin Bai's eyes, besides his original self, everyone else is just ants, and this innate pride is how it... Lin Bai was still worried that he might be eliminated if he wasn't careful, so enhancing his strength was extremely important. In addition, Lin Bai had another thought in his mind. After the allocation was completed, he suppressed his anxious feelings and asked, System: will the Hextech runes that have appeared before not appear again? This was the most crucial point. In the past games, the Hextech choices that had appeared would not show up in the subsequent selections. The system's response ignited his excitement. No. With the answer in hand, Lin Bai finally got up. The path was already set. The next step was to enhance his strength, draw hero templates, and Hextech. As he entered the training room, the awakening outside was also nearing its end. In the entire Haiqing High School, aside from him being the only SSS level, the next highest were merely a few S levels. One was Shadow type, one was Ice type, and there were several others of Elemental and Enhancement types. This was already a very good achievement for Haiqing, which in previous years had only reached the highest A grade. At this time, all factions had already started to move, almost all seeking information about Lin Bai, but they were all humorously sent back by the principal. All sides could only curse the old fox inwardly, but there was nothing they could do. A genius of this level was extremely rare, even above the awakening of the Spirit Peak. The various universities were absolutely willing to spare no effort to compete. In a small city like Haiqing, even an S level was headline news, let alone someone with SS level abilities. The news of the 7 deadly sins body quickly spread out. After Lin Bai returned home, he began searching for complete information regarding the 7 deadly sins body. In this world, Lin Bai's father lost contact when he was 3 years old while exploring the world, and it was his mother. His mother was a supermarket cashier, earning just enough to make a living, sometimes even struggling a bit. Currently, his mother had not yet finished work, and he searched online, finding very little information about the 7 deadly sins body. The 7 deadly sins body was considered an extremely rare SS level ability, and there had not been any powerful users before, resulting in a lack of documentation. In desperation, Lin Bai could only settle for second best and look for training resources. They were right about one thing: the cultivation of the 7 deadly sins body was indeed extremely resource intensive. The cultivation levels in Blue Star range from 1st to 9th tier: perception, awakening, control, manifestation, resonance, synchronization, domain source transformation, and beyond limits. The level of abilities determined their upper limits and the battle power at their current realm. The breakthrough method relied on basic meditation and various resources, with the most crucial being dimensional tempering, which was currently the most mainstream cultivation method in Blue Star. Dimensional tempering could utilize the special spiritual energy environment of subdimensions to catalyze the evolution of one's abilities, but this was only available to those in the 4th tier of manifestation. Moreover, the wealth consumed by dimensional tempering was terrifying, a privilege for the wealthy. Currently, those like Lin Bai, who had just awakened, had not even reached the perception stage, merely being somewhat different from ordinary people. However, at present, the attribute fragments were allocated to the gluttony body, and Lin Bai could feel the presence of spiritual energy and abilities. There was no doubt it was the perception stage. In terms of cultivation resources, there were indeed many posts, and Lin Bai quickly found one that had just been created today. It detailed how to obtain various cultivation resources and how to break through quickly. After briefly reading the post, Lin Bai found that it had a tailored feel for him. The author started with very basic information, which normally wouldn't be mentioned by anyone. Lin Bai glanced at the poster's name. The unspoken hello. It was quite strange, but it was well written. Lin Bai silently liked the post and continued reading. From the post, it was clear that for commoners, the easiest cultivation resources to obtain were indeed within the academy. Those with good talent could rely on their abilities to negotiate when competing for people among the various universities. Under this information, Lin Bai also saw a special note. If you are an advanced ability user severely lacking resources, you can consider Yunji Academy in Magic City. He read every word and fell into contemplation. While wondering if this was some kind of advertisement, he instinctively checked the differences between Yunji Academy and other academies. After checking, he had already made his decision. It was simple. Yunji Academy was the wealthiest among the 6 universities. Each of the 6 universities had its own style, and Yunji Academy's style was simply being rich with abundant resources. Now he could be sure it wasn't an advertisement, and Lin Bai felt a stir in his heart before continuing to read. While he was researching cultivation resources, the heads of the various universities in Haiqing had already begun to recruiting talents. Was also a reserve program. These geniuses, as long as they didn't fall, could become major figures, making it worth their investment. Yunji Academy Admissions Department. A piece of news disrupted the tranquility here. SS level special ability 7 Deadly Sins has appeared in Haiqing. The duty researcher was momentarily stunned and then stood up abruptly. SS level. His voice echoed in the empty monitoring room. Haiqing High School, a small place, has produced a golden dragon. Before he could finish his sentence, the monitoring room's door was pushed open. The head of admissions, Wang Qi, stood at the door, his hair still messy, clearly having rushed over from the adjacent break room. He took a deep breath and said, "Pull up the files." 3 minutes later, all of Lin Bai's information was projected onto the main control panel. Student ID LB0213 name Lin Bai gender male age 17 awakening level SSS awakening ability 7 deadly. Sins notes the ability manifests as summoning 7 identical avatars, each with independent personalities seemingly corresponding to the 7 deadly Sins archetypes. The ability's fluctuations are abnormal, suggesting priority contact. 7 deadly Sins. Wang Qi frowned slightly, very rare. Yes, I pulled the information. There has yet to be a 9th-tier powerhouse with this kind of ability. The duty researcher retrieved the monitoring data from that time. Moreover, at the moment of awakening, the energy fluctuations were divided into 7 bands with completely different frequencies. Each avatar possesses independent conscious reactions, so it should not be a simple copy. I boldly predict it is 7 independent existences. Wang Qi fell silent for a few seconds before picking up the communicator. Connect me to the Hextech action team. At the same time, similar events were happening in the monitoring rooms of the other 5 academies. SS level had already exceeded the authority of those mentors heading to Hextech, and nearly everyone simultaneously chose to report to their respective academies. However, Yunji Academy acted the fastest. In this world dominated by Awakeners, Yunji Academy's intelligence network covered 90% of high schools nationwide. The action team is awaiting a response on what resources to use for recruitment. The assistant reported from the side. At the same time, we have obtained surveillance permissions within a 5-kilometer radius of Hextech High School and located the target's position. He is in an old residential building near Hextech No. 1 middle school, which should be his residence. Wang Qi nodded, seemingly ready, pondering what resources to use to win him over. However, resources. Wang Qi chuckled. What they lacked the least in Yunji was resources. Coincidentally, this ability also consumes a lot of resources. 7 avatars, the 7 deadly Sins. He suddenly recalled a record of an SS-level awakened one from Yunji Academy, whose ability was all things returned to one capable of controlling 1,000 avatars simultaneously, each with independent consciousness. Now that senior was one of the highest commanders in the military. Lin Bai's 7 Sins body only had 7, but was equally classified as an SS-level ability. It seems that there should be a significant difference between the two. The 7 avatars correspond to the 7 deadly Sins, indicating that his ability is not merely a matter of quantity, but also of quality. Pride, greed, wrath, sloth, envy, lust, gluttony. Each one is a primal driving force of human nature. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qi suddenly said, "Also notify the action team not to make direct contact upon arrival. First observe, then assess. An SS level awakened, especially one with this type of ability, may have an unstable mindset." Understood. Additionally, Wang Qi glanced at the red-marked point on the map. Investigate his family situation, what his parents do, their economic conditions, and if there are any points we can use to our advantage. The assistant paused for a moment, but quickly nodded. Genius, especially SS-level geniuses, cannot be swayed by sincerity alone. You need to know what he lacks. If he lacks money, give him money. If he lacks respect, give him respect. If he lacks recognition, give him recognition. If he lacks nothing, create a gap. This is the first law derived from the millennium-long enrollment history of Yunji Academy. He sat down again and began to flip through Lin Bai's detailed file. Upon arrival, pay attention to the manner of contact. This child's pride may be strong, so do not let him feel we are patronizing him. Understood. Also pull up his mother's work schedule and send someone to the supermarket where she works to buy something. Not too much, just normal consumption to establish an unconscious connection first. Less than 6 hours after the awakening ended, the first uninvited guests arrived at the Tsihu community where Lin Bai lived. The community where Lin Bai lived was an old one without a doorbell. When the knocking sound rang, he was cooking instant noodle. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man in a deep blue suit, his hair neatly combed, holding a briefcase. Lin Bai. The middle-aged man slightly bowed. I am Zhou Mingyuan, the deputy director of the admissions office of Beichen Academy in the imperial capital. I apologize for the sudden visit. May I take a few minutes of your time? Before Lin Bai could respond, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A woman in a dark red jacket hurried up, her short hair neat, her eyes narrowing when she saw the man in the blue suit. Director Zhou is quite fast. She then turned to Lin Bai, her smile more sincere than Zhou Mingyuan's. Lin, I am Chun Ruashi, the direct admissions officer of the Awakened Academy at Jiuqiao Academy. We won't waste time with pleasantries. I am here to inform you that Jiuqiao Academy is willing to offer you a full scholarship, a living stipend of 500,000 per year, a private apartment, and unlimited resources for ability training. Director Chun. Zhou Mingyuan maintained his smile, not surprised by the other party's appearance as they were old rivals. Beichen Academy offers double the amount. 1 million. Chun Ruashi raised an eyebrow. No. Zhou Mingyuan looked at Lin Bai. 2 million in living stipend, an independent villa-style dormitory, and 5 million as a starting budget for special research on abilities with mentors of your choice, including our academy's SS-level Professor Chu Tianhua. The mention of this name caused Chun Ruashi to fall silent for a moment. Chu Tianqua, one of the top SS level awakened in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone. A voice came from the bottom of the hallway. The two looked down. A young man was slowly walking up. Yunji Academy Shenyi. Both their expressions darkened. Yunji Academy was notorious for poaching students directly using resources to entice them. Before coming, they had also learned about the existence of the Seven Sins body, and naturally knew the other party was in dire need of resources, making the possibility of leaning towards Yunji quite high, but they were unwilling to let them go. After a moment of thought, Zhou Mingyuan regained his smile. I'm afraid you are late this time. We just arrived and haven't finished talking. Not finishing is better. Shenyi walked to the door smiling at Lin Bai, because the prices you offered are not what he wants. Lin Bai remained silent. He stood behind the door holding a bowl of instant noodles. He indeed leaned towards Yunji Academy, but with so many people present, it was just the right time to negotiate conditions. Then tell me, what do I want? Shenyi looked at him and suddenly smiled. You haven't figured it out yet, but you definitely know that money and houses do not match your worth. The hallway fell silent for a moment. Zhou Mingyuan's smile stiffened for an instant, and Chun Ruashi raised her eyebrows. Lin Bai glanced at Shenyi and nodded. Come in. The living room was small, making them feel somewhat cramped inside. Zhou Mingyuan cleared his throat and planned to reorganize his attack. Lin, I know you may feel that these conditions such as money and housing are too mundane. But you must understand the growth of an awakened one, especially an SS-level awakened, cannot be separated from resources. Beichen Academy has the largest ability library in the country, the most comprehensive training system, and Chu Tianqua. Shenyi finished for him. You all always use this to attract students, but who knows how many disciples Mentor Chu has. Director Zhou, should we talk about this? Zhou Mingyuan's expression changed. Now Lin Bai felt more assured. Chun Ruashi felt a headache coming on. Shenyi was completely extraordinary, as she didn't know how he ended up assigned to a small city like Haiqing. She hurriedly spoke. Lin Zhouqiao Academy does not engage in such practices. We do not attack our peers. We only speak of ourselves. Jukio's funding for ability research is the highest in the country. We have the best laboratories and the youngest team of mentors. Your ability, the Seven Sins body, is extremely rare, even among SS levels, with the strongest recorded awakened being only at 6th-tier harmonization. If we can research together, we can explore the path ahead together. Research. Lin Bai raised his head. Chun Ruashi was taken aback. Am I going to be a guinea pig? Lin Bai asked in confusion. Not a guinea pig. Chun Ruashi hurriedly explained. It's a collaboration. Your ability is unprecedented and has great research value. Lin Bai remained silent, merely shaking his head. His path had long been determined. Seeing this, Chun Ruashi shook her head regretfully. Lin Bai finished the last bite of his instant noodles, placed his chopsticks on the bowl, and looked around the room. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Lin Bai got up to open it, and 3 people stood outside. Hello, Lin Bai. I am Luo Changhe from Qingnong Academy. I am Lu Ming from Xinglan Academy. I am Su Wantong from Yuanqi Academy. After the 3 introduced themselves, Lin Bai welcomed them inside, and then sat down. However, before everyone could even settle down, Lin Bai spoke directly. I choose Yuanqi Academy. The living room fell silent, and everyone was momentarily stunned, instinctively exchanging glances. Wait. Zhou Mingyuan's expression changed. Lin, we can negotiate better terms. No need to listen. Lin Bai took another bite of noodles. The Seven Sins Physique lacks resources. I choose Yuanqi. Why, oi? Su Wantong exclaimed anxiously. You haven't even heard our terms. Shin Yes' eyes twitched, sensing that something was amiss. The others from the other academies were also anxious. Who chooses without listening to the terms? The next moment, Lin Bai spoke, looking at Shenyi. I choose Yuanqi, but I have a condition. The others from the other academies were also anxious. Who chooses without listening to the terms? The next moment, Lin Bai spoke, looking at Shenyi. The atmosphere in the living room became tense. Shenyi thought to himself, what the hell? This kid actually has him on the grill. Other people negotiating terms for him. These were all old foxes who roughly knew the bottom line of Yuanqi. Even if they weren't clear, a slight comparison would show they needed to propose a price that their own school couldn't meet, so they could explain it back. This move is too cunning. What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned. It means quite simply. Lin Bai set down his noodles. I choose Yuanqi, but I want the best deal. And the best deal is not something I can decide alone. It must come from all 6 of you together. He proposes terms for you 5 to evaluate. If you feel he hasn't offered enough and think he is shortchanging me, you can speak up and increase the offer. Until all 5 of you are satisfied that the price is indeed worthy of an SS level awakened, I will sign the enrollment agreement with Yuanqi. Silence. A long lingering silence. At this moment, everyone understood and looked at Lin Bai with newfound respect. The operation from the other side was hardly like that of a 17-year-old student, but one couldn't deny that this move was indeed clever. Moreover, judging by his thirst for resources, he must have some confidence in his Seven Sins physique. After a moment, Su Wantong smiled, genuinely finding Lin Bai quite interesting. Are you saying that you want us 5 to help you negotiate with Yunji? Lin Bai nodded, speaking earnestly. Right now I have nothing, but my 7 Sins Physique is in dire need of resources, so what I can do is secure more resources under the same conditions. For that, the only thing I can offer you is to pledge my future. Once I grow stronger, the 5 of you from the major academies can seek my cooperation. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will consider it first. He looked at them, his expression serious, not like someone joking. If you believe I can grow, then invest. If not, Lin Bai laid everything on the table. Relying on himself to negotiate would absolutely not reach the bottom line of Yunji. The living room fell quiet again, and everyone clearly felt a stir of interest. The main reason was the goodwill of a future SS level awakened. Although he said it was merely a priority consideration, it counted as a small favor. However, they wouldn't have to pay any price. This was the most crucial point. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wantong suddenly felt a jolt. She realized that unbeknownst to her, everyone present had been led by Lin Bai. What shocked her the most was that she truly didn't feel any resentment. Lin Bai was merely optimizing his resource utilization. Xinyi had nothing to say. Instead of resenting Lin Bai for his manipulative tactics, he felt only admiration. With Lin Bai operating this way, the few of them had no choice but to raise the price. As for lowering it, that was impossible. They couldn't explain that back. After all, they needed to let other academies know that Xinyi had acquired an SS level awakened at a low price, and their superiors would definitely not let them off. As for what Lin Bai himself chose, sorry, no one would listen. Lin Bai's move was a blatant strategy. Shin Ruashi took a deep breath and turned to Xinyi. Team leader Shin, your opponent is quite formidable. Xinyi remained silent, merely watching Lin Bai with even greater admiration in his eyes. You kid, although we are destined to suffer a loss today, I truly admire you. Xinyi straightened up, his expression serious. Then let's discuss this further. He looked at the other 5. Everyone, you are all here to vie for talent. Now that the choice has been made to go to Yunji, but the terms are up to you, so don't hold back. Yunji can still afford it. He smiled, and there was a sense of excitement akin to a gambler before revealing cards. Everyone cursed internally, calling him a moneybags, and then began to think. Let's start. Zhou Mingyuan was the first to speak. Beichen Academy can offer a recommendation. Before coming, our bottom line is that Beichen Academy can issue you a special recommendation letter personally signed by Professor Chu Tianhua. This letter holds S-level security clearance in all government agencies of the Dragon Nation. If you wish to engage with the authorities in the future, this letter can help you avoid most of the approval processes. He nodded toward Xinyi. Can Yunji Academy offer this? Shin Yi shook his head. Then add this. Lin Bai's lips curled into a smile. To obtain substantial resources early on without the strength to fight for them, he could only let his future self foot the bill. At this moment, Shin Ruashi immediately added, Zhouqiao Academy can provide data encryption services for abilities. Your 7 Sins Physique is exceptionally rare, and you know this year marks the awakening at Lingfeng, so a normal SS level price is still below this one. However, the data value for the 7 Sins Physique is immeasurable. Zhouqiao can establish a completely independent data file for you that is not monitored by any institution. Including all data from the day of awakening, every training record and ability growth in the future will be controlled entirely by you. Zhouqiao will only provide technical support without retaining any copies. Shen Ye's face began to show signs of discomfort. He naturally understood the rarity of the 7 Sins Physique, but these guys were truly not holding back in their offers. Count it. Lu Ming observed Shen Ye's pained expression and smirked. Actually, after the first 2 offers, what Shen Yi provided should have exceeded your expectations, so we from Xinglan won't interfere. However, the favor of an SS level awakened one is still quite valuable. Don't let it slip easily next time. Xinglan can give your mother something. Lin Bai's expression changed slightly. His mother worked as a cashier in a supermarket, earning 2,800 a month, often working night shifts during peak hours, extremely busy. Lu Ming's tone became serious. Xinglan Academy has a branch in Haiqing that needs a logistics supervisor. No degree or experience required, with an annual salary of 500,000, 40 hours a week, and the highest standard of social insurance and housing fund. If your mother is willing, she can start next week. He looked at Lin Bai earnestly. What I need you to understand is that this is not charity. The position has always been vacant. We just haven't found the right person, and your mother has been a cashier for 20 years, more than capable of handling logistics. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. The others had already started cursing. Indeed, none of these guys were simple. If I can't find you, how can I not find your family? Simply tying up Lin Bai's mother, and are you afraid of not keeping in touch later? Lin Bai nodded slightly. This condition was truly hard to refuse. He earnestly said to Lu Ming, thank you. Lu Ming waved his hand. Don't thank me. Thank yourself for being worth that price. Remember, in this era, having value is the key to survival. Zhao Wumyan was the 4th. The prices offered by several admission mentors were all the lowest that their respective academies could provide, continuously raising Lin Bai's value. Moreover, each item was something that money couldn't buy. After finishing, everyone looked toward Xinyi. Xinyi remained silent for a long time, then shook his head with a smile. "You little brat." Then he pulled out 4 items from his pocket, placing them one by one on the table. The first was a silver key. The key to this level training ground. The entire incoming class of Yunji has only 5 keys available, with no monitoring inside, and no one will disturb you. The second was a black card. 0 account with a monthly limit of 1 million Longwa coins. The third was a small metal badge, silver with cloud patterns. Yun badge. Since the establishment of Yunji Academy, even SS level individuals have rarely obtained it. With this, you will not be bound by any rules within the academy. Of course, aside from the laws of Longwa, your ability data cannot be accessed by anyone without your written consent. He pushed the 3 items forward and picked up the 4th. Spirit Source Liquid, a small gadget. An ability catalyzing medium specifically for SS level awakened ones. This bottle can elevate you to the peak of the sensing stage within a month. Xinyi placed the bottle on the table alongside the other 3 items, then looked at the other 5 people. Yunji Academy offers these. Everyone, do you think it's enough? Zhou Mingyuan was the first to nod, and Shin Ruashi quickly responded, issuing the Yun badge, without confirmed combat power, is indeed a significant investment. The remaining few also nodded in agreement. All 5 voted in favor. A smile finally appeared on Shun Ye's face as he stood up and extended his hand. "Lin Bai, welcome to Yunji Academy." Lin Bai shook hands with him, and then looked at the others. "I will remember today's event. In the future, regardless of which academy needs my help, as long as it does not violate my principles, I will consider it first." Zhou Mingyuan smiled. "I will remember that." Zhu Jiao remembers. Lu Ming stood up and stretched. "Xinglan remembers too. But seriously, your move was too ruthless. You really calculated this well." Lin Bai chuckled. He couldn't help it. The 7 Sins body truly lacked resources. He immediately took out his phone to exchange contact information with everyone. Then a few people left, and only Lin Bai and Shun Yi were left in the living room. Shin Yi put his hands in his pockets, watching Lin Bai put the items on the table into his pockets one by one. "Who taught you this trick today? You gained more than just these. You also obtained friendships with several other academies." "No one taught me." Lin Bai carefully placed the Spirit Source Liquid away, looked up. "It was taught by the 7 guys in my body." "How so?" Lin Bai smiled. "Today the 7 of them surprisingly reached a consensus." "Haha, you little brat, you're really interesting. Let's meet at school. Here's some information about the 7 Sins body. Take a look yourself. I'll leave first." "Okay." After sending Shin Yi off, Lin Bai finally let out a gentle breath. After today's operations, he had secured some initial resources. As for the 7 guys inside his body, that was obviously a lie. He hadn't officially entered the sensing stage yet, so he naturally couldn't perceive their existence. However, before leaving, Shin Yi also gave him the highest level meditation method of the academy, which is a standard for SS level awakened ones and does not count towards the admission criteria. After reading some information about the 7 Sins body, it was indeed not available online. This is also one of the academy's foundations. After finishing reading, he immediately couldn't wait to use the meditation method given by Shin Yi. Almost at the moment of use, Lin Bai sensed the power of SS level. A normal person would need at least a few hours to perceive the flow of spiritual energy in their body. Yet he could sense it instantly. At that moment, a noisy voice rang out in his mind. "Shut up, you bunch of you. Damn it, I'll chop you to death. I'm so hungry. I'm exhausted. Going to sleep first. Damn it. Why did the arrogance come out first? I'm not willing. Let me out, let me out. We should ask for more. Empty their coffers." He. Lin Bai directly covered his head. These were obviously his 7 avatars. "Be quiet," he snapped, and indeed they quieted down considerably, but still voices kept coming out. What the information said was correct. The avatars absolutely obey the main Bodhi's will, but this isn't. So Lin Bai began to enter a meditative state according to the meditation method, and at that moment the sounds of the 7 avatars gradually faded away. When he woke up, he saw that it was already noon the next day. On the table there was a covered meal. It seemed his mother Chen Xiuying had returned, but did not disturb him while he was meditating. Although Chen Xiuying was an ordinary person, she still knew some basic information about awakened ones. After Lin Bai came out of the restroom, he casually heated up the meal and ate to his fill. During the days of awakening, it was a rest day for everyone except for the students who needed to awaken. Lin Bai initially thought that the following days would be peaceful, allowing him to quickly advance to the peak of the sensing stage, but unexpectedly the system that had been silent finally sent a message. Task: acquire a spatial spirit essence 1. Reward: Hex Extraction 1. Special task: breakthrough to awakening stage. Reward: Hero Template Extraction. The essence of the plane, a precious commodity that can only be produced in lower planes, is the key to breaking through bottlenecks. He had previously completed several tasks and summarized the rules of the system. Tasks: they do not appear out of thin air, but are released when he comes into contact with related elements. Moreover, this time there are 2 tasks. Why? Lin Bai was somewhat puzzled. He shouldn't have been able to access the plane recently. These 2 tasks were clearly linked. After obtaining the essence of the plane along with the spiritual source liquid provided by Shun Yi, the second task was essentially a freebie. And since he was directly admitted to Yunji, he no longer needed to take the college entrance examination. How could he come into contact with the plane? Wait a minute. Lin Bai's heart stirred, and he took out his phone, which already showed over 99 notifications. An SS level awakened in a small place like Haiching is definitely headline news. Many people were trying to get closer to him. Lin Bai searched for the class group, and it was mostly discussing his SS level 7 Sin body ability. Lin Bai, brother Bai, have you been directly admitted? Which academy are you planning to attend? Brother Bai has taken off. The group was mostly filled with congratulations, and when Lin Bai glanced through, he noticed that there were indeed some. Lin Bai's mouth twitched. This was probably due to jealousy. What they were talking about was nothing more than resource issues. However, they were directly refuted without leave. There are always those who think they understand better than others. You are better than those predecessors who categorized abilities. Come, enter the Hall of Heroes, and let the seniors clear your ranking. You understand this ability better than the predecessors, and yet dismiss it. That's laughable. How come no one noticed he was a genius before? The 7 Sin body does consume resources, but if the corresponding resources cannot be converted into combat power, isn't the 7 Sin body at most its level? There are always those who think they are superior to the human predecessors, but didn't they see that the 6 major academies are coming to snatch people? Are the 6 major academies fools? A long message was mostly talking about disparaging the 7 Sin body. Lin Bai smirked. Indeed, once social status rises, great scholars will debate for him. As he continued to scroll, he finally saw the class teacher's message addressing everyone. All members, the college entrance examination is approaching, and the academy has prepared a wilderness world training for everyone. Those interested can come to me to register. This is the last thing the academy can do for you. Lin Bai's heart stirred. Indeed, the tasks given by the system cannot appear out of thin air. They are mostly based on one's life trajectory. Clearly, this so-called wilderness world must contain the essence of the plane. After looking down, he found that everyone except him had signed up. World resources are the most mainstream resources in Blue Star. Within the world of planes, refining spiritual energy is exceptionally efficient. The more powerful the world, the better the effects of refining. These planes are not as vast as Blue Star, and do not have as many cultivators, thus both the world rules and spiritual energy sensing are extremely simple. In addition, there are some pure worlds, such as the elemental realm, which tailor-made experiences for awakened individuals. Therefore, a faction's strength can also be gauged by the number of planes it controls. Haiching High School's planes are officially allocated with 5 planes. This wilderness world is the most basic one, already entirely controlled by the academy, making it quite safe. People were not surprised that Lin Bai did not sign up. This trip to the wilderness world was to enhance strength, but he had already been directly admitted, and the resources of the 6 major academies were much better than this. However, when Lin Bai tagged the class teacher to sign up in the group, everyone was momentarily stunned. What the hell is Brother Bai coming to? Brother Bai is looking for a team. Isn't an SS level ability a dimensionality reduction strike? It's not that exaggerated. In the early stages, everyone has similar strength. Lin Bai replied in the group, if it can enhance strength, why not go? Yunji hasn't started school yet. Yunji. Brother Bai is going to Yunji. I admire that Yunji is also my target, but I just don't know if I can get in. Lin Bai's information about going to Yunji spread in the group, and most were words of blessing and envy. On this side, Lin Bai also put his phone aside. Since he decided to go to the wilderness world, he naturally needed to prepare well. The academy can provide standard weapons and equipment, but he wanted to bring survival supplies. Of course, if he had money, he could also get better equipment himself. The academy wouldn't stop him. The world entrance is within the academy. When Lin Bai arrived, the building containing the entrance was already densely packed with people. Lin Bai noticed many unfamiliar faces. By listening to their conversations, he realized that some people from nearby private schools had also arrived. It seemed that there had been some high-level discussions planning to enter the wilderness world together. The class teacher had previously mentioned that they could explore freely or form teams, so during this waiting stage, many people were still eager to form teams. This time the awakening was at Lingfeng, and there were quite a few A-level abilities in Haiching, with nearly 10th level as well. When everyone couldn't find Lin Bai, these 10th level individuals became the focus of the crowd. Lin Bai was very low-key at this moment, keeping his head down in the crowd, and not many people noticed him. The place was filled with student shouts akin to a bustling market. Is anyone coming? The battle priest is ready. We need a tall support. Lin Bai silently found a spot to stand. The calls from these people oddly reminded him of his past life plan. However, that said, reality is quite similar to games. As long as it's combat, one cannot escape the classic combination of battle priest and triangle. There's a reason it really works well. Lin Bai had no friends since his memories started fading after he turned 3, Past life memories always appeared in fragments in his dreams. This also led to a somewhat muddled life for him growing up. To outsiders, Lin Bai appeared rather dull. "Sai, why hasn't Lin Bai come? I wanted to find him to hitch a ride." "Not just Lin Bai, I noticed only 9 levels have come. That shadow type hasn't shown up." "Are you talking about that special level shadow type?" "This guy didn't expect that. She actually awakened such an ability." "What's so surprising?" "She has always been taciturn, doesn't socialize, and walks like a ghost. I think her awakening of the shadow type is quite normal." "I heard the shadow type is quite strong." The discussions around him slightly caught Lin Bai's attention. The shadow type is indeed very strong, ranking among the top in its level with mobility maxed out. A slight enhancement in damage methods will yield extraordinary results. Perhaps they, like Lin Bai, are exempted and do not plan to participate. Indeed, the Academy did not give them much time to form teams, and soon, under the guidance of the Academy mentors, they opened the World Gate. This was the first time Lin Bai saw the World Gate after the awakening of his memories. As its name suggests, it was an enormous door. Standing 10 meters tall, as a mentor from the enhancement department pushed it open, a slowly rotating azure vortex appeared behind the door before everyone's eyes. Next to the door were 2 armories filled with a dazzling array of cold weapons. As for firearms, while they were not forbidden, they were prohibited by the Academy. Although they were useful in the early stages, they could cause students to miss the best training times and potentially lead to dependency, leaving them helpless when firearms were no longer available later. Some students were already selecting weapons. When Lin Bai approached, he glanced around, but did not choose any weapons. He only picked a peculiar small device. The mentor at the armory, wanting to ask more questions, smiled upon seeing Lin Bai's face and said, "Student Lin, are you sure you don't want a weapon?" "No thanks, I'm training one of my avatars, and I don't need a weapon for this path." "All right then, take this." In relation to Lin Bai's psychic energy, the mentor did not inquire further and handed him a small sphere. "This is a psychic shield. It will bounce back when hit by a fatal attack and also transmit information. Everyone needs to carry one." "Okay." Lin Bai accepted it, but at that moment, everyone finally noticed his presence. When ordinary people first see a celebrity, they are momentarily stunned. Currently, Lin Bai's status might even surpass that of a celebrity in their eyes. So while they were in shock, he had already stepped into the World Gate. "Wow, Lin Bai is here too. Did he go in? Is this the SSS rank? I want one too." The voices behind him faded away, and a disorienting sensation of time and space washed over him. As his consciousness blurred for a moment, when he reappeared, he was already within a large camp. Along with him, there were many students from Hextech High School, the wild world of Hextech. They had arrived. Here no one would guide them. The Academy had long provided guidance on cultivation methods. It was best to utilize their abilities to battle here, as the refining effects were exceptional. Of course, one could also directly meditate, but the effects would be significantly inferior. Within the camp, some people responsible for supplies could be seen. They were all ordinary individuals, as supply work in such a world was also a job. At this moment, many were shouting and rushing out to prepare for battle. Lin Bai took a moment to confirm. It was indeed near a large forest in the wild world, as indicated by the Academy's information. The wild world, as the name suggests, is a place where only beasts exist, devoid of civilization. It was highly similar to Blue Star, but could not give rise to civilization, and there were few beasts that could absorb psychic energy. It was filled with uncivilized beasts, perfectly suited for the new students' training. As Lin Bai walked out of the camp, he checked the system. The avatar he had drawn earlier, the armored avatar, had not yet been equipped. Since he was preparing for battle, it was essential to equip it onto the avatar. Considering the 7 avatars, Lin Bai pondered for a moment and decided to equip the armored avatar onto the gluttony avatar. The reason for this choice was based on Lin Bai's speculation. In the game center, the healing effect had appeared with a duong sound. What about in reality? The system already had a shop, where it was obvious that what was sold would be equipment. But how would the equipment manifest in reality? Thus, he speculated on some possibilities, especially recalling the entry of the Heart of Iron, devouring. So he decisively assigned it to gluttony. The might of the 7 sins was not merely due to 7-fold energy. Each of the 7 avatars had its unique characteristics. After distributing the powers, Lin Bai took a deep breath and switched to gluttony. In an instant, an insatiable hunger swept over him, and Lin Bai gritted his teeth against the hunger. When he looked at the system panel, he indeed found an added hero template. On the template, there were 5 black icons, 3 of which had plus signs. Adding skill points, Lin Bai was quite familiar with this. He promptly invested points into the devastating punch. In an instant, he seemed to gain some clarity in his mind, and he immediately switched back to his original self. Damn, this gluttony avatar was simply unbearable. The feeling of hunger nearly drove him insane. No wonder gluttony usually appeared a bit deranged. With that thought, Lin Bai decided it was best to cut back on switching avatars. So he looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then whispered, "Gluttony, come out." In the next second, a figure identical to Lin Bai emerged from behind him. Upon closer inspection, his face was slightly sunken, resembling someone who hadn't eaten for a long time. I'm starving. I'm starving. Lin Bai took a moment to assess him. The other's eyes were filled with restraint. Clearly, if it weren't for Lin Bai's presence, he would have rushed off to find food. How do you feel? Lin Bai asked. What feeling could I have? All I feel is hunger. I'm not the original you. Are you still asleep? Lin Bai's expression darkened as he recalled that they were essentially the original Sins separated from himself. Although they inherited his personality, the aspect they represented would be magnified infinitely. What about the skills? Skills. I feel my left fist has high damage and my right fist has high damage. That's right, go ahead, your training will depend on you. Also look for the spatial essence, take this with you. Gluttony accepted the small device Lin Bai gave him, nodded slightly. To be honest, I don't really want to eat raw food either. After saying that, he turned and dashed into the distant forest while Lin Bai found a nearby spot to sit down. It's ridiculous. Why is the 7 Sins considered SSS rank despite its evident flaws? Isn't it because the other advantages are so significant that they completely overshadow the drawbacks? In terms of cultivation, the original self was not needed at all. The battle experience and enhancements from the avatar would be seamlessly shared upon return. Moreover, avatars could die, they just had a cost for resurrection. While Lin Bai rested, Gluttony had already plunged into the cold forest. Currently, Gluttony was undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 avatars. All the attribute fragments Lin Bai had drawn earlier had been given entirely to Gluttony. What Gluttony said was no mere words. He truly had high damage with his left fist and high damage with. In the wild world, it was indeed a paradise for beasts. Just as Gluttony entered the forest, he sensed a pair of emerald green eyes watching him. Then 2, 3, 5 wolves. They had surrounded him without him noticing, but when they looked at Gluttony, it felt as if their gaze turned even greener. The lead wolf was briefly puzzled, but Gluttony had already charged forward. A punch was thrown with an open palm. In an instant, the leading wolf sidestepped to evade it, while Baoshi's punch slammed into a tree, leaving a massive dent. Immediately after, 4 wolves pounced, their sharp fangs sinking into Baoshi's shoulders, belly, and waist. Baoshi was instantly drenched in blood, yet a layer of red light shimmered on his skin. In the forest apart from Baoshi, there were also several students from Hextech. After all, it was a rare opportunity to enter this world. How could they waste it on meditation? At this moment, a 5-member team was surrounding a massive tiger. The creature was quite large, standing nearly 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder, crouched low and intently watching the 5 students from a distance. The 3 boys and 2 girls, clearly facing this for the first time, were somewhat nervous. The next moment, boom, a muffled sound echoed, seemingly not far away. The giant tiger, initially about to attack, unexpectedly turned and fled at the sound. Animals have much sharper instincts than humans, and that sound instilled in it an overwhelming sense of terror. What just happened? What a loud noise. Did someone bring a grenade? The group exchanged glances, ultimately settling their sights on the boy in the lead. He was the leader of the team, possessing an rank wind-type ability named Zhang Yan. I don't know either, but now that the prey has escaped, should we go take a look? It could be a big target. Zhang Yan said, his face showing a hint of excitement. The others nodded in agreement. All right, I'll head forward a bit, you all stay back a little. If something feels off, I can run first. The team elongated their formation with Zhang Yan leading the way while the remaining 4 hung back. The forest's terrain was complex, but Zhang Yan could sense the flow of the wind, quickly locating the source of the earlier sound. However, as he approached, he was stunned. After passing through a thicket, he found that all the trees and underbrush in a nearly 5-meter-wide fan-shaped area had been violently uprooted and lay scattered on the ground. On the ground, there was a charred pit filled with a multitude of bones. How little time had passed since they noticed the commotion. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. Zhang Yan was somewhat dazed. His teammates, seeing him frozen in place, quickly came over, and upon realizing the situation, were all left speechless. Could this be the work of some monster? A bespectacled girl in the team said, holding her sword sheath with trembling hands. 2 don't know. Meanwhile, a strange occurrence unfolded in the forest. Many students engaged in battles with beasts would hear a loud bang, and upon arriving at the scene would often find only a pile of bones and a charred pit. This left many students feeling anxious. When the first person could no longer bear it and returned to the camp to report to the instructors were equally bewildered. What kind of giant monsters? What kind of man-eating tribe? How have we been here for so many years without encountering such absurdities? Could these beasts have secretly evolved without our knowledge? Students, stay calm down. Gu Hong hurriedly reassured the several girls who were on the verge of tears. We have already explored the wild world. There are no creatures above the mastery level, and all awakened creatures are under control. He glanced at his phone, noticing that all awakened creatures were on the other side. Think again, what could it be at? The girls exchanged sniffles, recalling the enormous skeleton they had just seen, and couldn't help but tremble. Finally, one person weakly pulled out her phone saying, "Teacher, I took a picture." "A picture? That's fine. I've been guarding here for 4 years, and I've never seen any monsters. I want to see it today. What the hell is this?" Guhong, initially confident, stared at the massive skeleton of a tiger at the peak of the sensing level, his eyes nearly popping out. Then his expression grew serious. "Students, you should go rest first." After arranging a few people, he checked the students' shield activation statuses and found that no one had activated it yet. He let out a slight sigh of relief and then sent a message to the gatekeeper before rushing into the forest. On the way, he noticed many students fleeing with lingering fear. What was going on? Guhong's heart grew heavier. If some special creature had truly appeared, the situation could become dire. This might be an invasion from another realm. On the current blue star, people referred to it as the main plane, with those other planes existing as its attachments. However, there were also some powerful planes capable of forcibly entering these realms. Therefore, he needed to get to the bottom of this. At this moment, a team of 3 students approached. Guhong quickly stopped them. "Did you come out after hearing the loud noise?" "Teacher, there's a ghost." "What? There really is a ghost?" Seeing the few students who were somewhat breaking down, Guhong was taken aback. "How did it turn into a ghost again?" "You all go back first or I'll take a look." Guhong felt a weight in his heart and began searching deeper into the forest. Boom. Baoshi's punch shattered the enormous leopard's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. Baosher wiped the blood from his face, revealing his eyes, then took out something Lin Bai had given him and aimed it at the leopard's corpse. With a few crackling sounds, a massive fireball appeared, engulfing the leopard. In just half a minute, the smell of cooked meat wafted through the air, and Baosher immediately shut off the device and lunged at it. Despite Baosher resembling an ordinary human, this leopard, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, was reduced to nothing but a skeleton in a mere 2.5 minutes. After finishing the last bite, Baosher rose, his stomach growling. "So hungry." "Huh." Just after muttering to himself, Baosher crouched low, bending his knees, concentrating all his power in his legs, and instantly surged forward. His blood-soaked fist was about to smash into a tree ahead when it was suddenly blocked by a hand. Guhong stared in shock at the bloodstained Baosher, saying, "Student, you." He stammered for a while, but couldn't articulate his thoughts. Upon realizing Baosher was human, he glanced at him with a forlorn expression, then loosened his fist and ran off to the side. "So hungry." Guhong's face went blank. In that moment, he seemed to understand something. Just then, a deafening roar erupted, but immediately after, Baosher in the distance suddenly accelerated. When Guhong snapped back to reality, a tremendous explosion echoed. He hurried over, finding a massive tiger collapsed on the ground, lifeless. Then he saw Baosher skillfully pull out that fireball device, the fiery orb enveloping the tiger. Guhong's expression darkened, and then he saw the gluttony pounce the tiger's massive body, visibly vanishing in an instant. The case is solved. Haunting and monsters, it turns out there was a student. However, he glanced at the gluttony covered in thick blood, his mouth twitching. Is this really a student? Not a monster? After pondering for a moment, Guhong asked, "Classmate, which class are you from?" He desperately tried to recall, but found no such bizarre abilities at Hextech High School. Let alone Hextech, it wasn't even in the textbooks. The gluttony completely ignored him and only glanced at him after finishing. "Class 5. Class 5. Guhong was even more puzzled. "What is your name?" "Gluttony." "Gluttony, wait. Are you Lin Bai's avatar?" However, at this moment, the gluttony was no longer interested in talking to him, as it was hungry again. Watching its retreating figure, Guhong's shock was unmistakable. Gluttony is indeed one of the 7 sins, and its performance was exceptionally fitting. A normal person couldn't consume such a large tiger. But isn't this strength a bit exaggerated? It has only been a few days since awakening. That tiger had already reached the peak of the sensing stage, yet it was killed with a single punch. The most terrifying part is that this is just one of the avatars of the 7 sins. What about the others? Pride, wrath, lust, and so on. This is serious. They weren't wrong. This is even more monstrous than a monster. Guhong muttered to himself. After confirming it was a misunderstanding, he quickly returned to the camp to reassure everyone. After all, it is not good for the students to be in a state of panic and afraid to go out and fight. The academy still hopes that the students can improve their strength and achieve good results in the college entrance examination. This year, with the awakening of the spirit peak, the enrollment standards of various universities will also be raised. The academy is doing its utmost to enhance their strength. Hurrying back with Guhong's mastery of the sensing stage, he quickly reached the camp. When he arrived, he found many students gathering together, clearly shaken. Evidently, these students were frightened by the gluttony in the forest. Did you all see it? What on earth was that? It felt like a wild man. No, it was a demon. A monster. Many were pale, and most of them had just encountered the gluttony. Only a few, like Zhang Yan and others, directly saw the skeleton and the black pit on the ground. The instructor went to check. Let's wait for the result. Returning to the camp offered them much reassurance, and everyone gradually calmed down, beginning to recall what they had just seen and heard. They only quieted down when Gu Hong returned. "Everyone please calm down." Gu Hong's voice rang out, mixed with a hint of spiritual energy to ensure everyone could hear clearly. "The instructor has confirmed that this was an accident. What you saw was one of our classmates, but his ability is rather unique." Even with Gu Hong's confirmation, the overwhelming shock of witnessing it firsthand still made it hard for them to let go. Someone uncertainly asked, "Is it really human?" "It doesn't feel like it. If it were human, that person would have to be very strong, but our class Awakener isn't." Everyone murmured, their concerns still etched on their faces. Gu Hong shook his head slightly. "It's one of Lin Bai's avatars from the Seven Sins." The Gluttony's battle was unhidden. Many had witnessed it, and Gu Hong had no intention of hiding it. Upon hearing it was an SS-class avatar of the Seven Sins, everyone instantly fell silent. It seemed to make sense if it was SS-class. However, among the students, one person looked grave. His name was Zheng Shiyun, an class ability user specializing in lightning. He had previously encountered the Gluttony, and the other party had definitely reached the peak of the sensing stage. He as in class was considered a genius, yet he had only just begun to use his abilities. Is the gap really that wide? No, it's absolutely not just a large gap. His brother awakened as SS class last year during the Spirit Peak Awakening, specially recruited to Beijing University. But even his brother at that stage was definitely not this monstrous. Zheng Shuyun wore a serious expression. It seems someone in Haiqing is about to transform into a dragon. At this time, everyone stabilized their emotions under Gu Hong's reassurance, but Gu Hong only mentioned it was Lin Bai's ability and did not elaborate further. Soon people began to enter the forest again one by one. Before long, night fell. Darkness is not favorable for battle, especially for these inexperienced students. Lin Bai called Gluttony back. Upon seeing the blood-soaked figure resembling a wild man, he was stunned. "What did you do?" "I ate," Gluttony said nonchalantly, rolling its eyes at Lin Bai, as if questioning why he would ask such a thing. Lin Bai's expression darkened. He was startled when he saw Gluttony drenched in blood with only the eyes, mouth, and nose visible through the blood. If other students saw this, wouldn't they be scared to death? Lin Bai shook his head. Merging with the Gluttony avatar brought him some enlightenment. To his surprise, the Gluttony's strength had already reached the peak of the sensing stage. Indeed, the world refinement effect is remarkable. Coupled with Gluttony's frenzied devouring and his own enhancements, it would be strange if it didn't soar. With Gluttony's combat experience, he could release the other avatars to fight and enhance their strength tomorrow. For now, he would return to the camp to rest. By the time he returned to the camp, it was already dark. The academy had set up special tents for them to use, and Lin Bai found an unoccupied one to slip into. Inside the tent, Lin Bai began to ponder the task given by the system. The spatial spirit marrow, which Gluttony had also noticed yesterday, showed no signs of appearing. The spatial spirit marrow is extremely rich in spiritual energy, making it easy to detect nearby. There was no other option but to send out all 7 avatars to search tomorrow. The next day, Lin Bai still found a secluded spot and released all 7 avatars at once. Then he let all 7 of them out. 7 boys identical to him appeared simultaneously on the grayish-white wasteland. Although they looked similar, one could distinctly feel the differences at first glance. Before Lin Bai could examine them closely, the world became lively. "Are we going to fight?" As soon as the first avatar appeared, his brows slightly raised, hands in pockets, chin lifted, scanning the distant forest. After sharing Gluttony's combat experience, he already knew what was inside. Do these trash even qualify for me to intervene? It was clearly pride, and Lin Bai instantly understood. Trash can still refine spiritual energy. The second avatar had already crouched down, picking up a stone from the ground and weighing it in his hand. Although these beasts are low-level, they are indeed a good choice for tempering spiritual energy, and it's rare for the world to be open for free, so this time counts. Can you stop calculating everything based on profit? The third avatar appeared, arms crossed, staring at Greed with a look of impatience, as if something displeasing was on his mind, the veins on his forehead already bulging. "If we're tempering, then let's just do it. What do you understand? The bodies of these beasts are also valuable. Many worlds are specifically dedicated to providing ingredients." Greed didn't even look up, his eyes shining with excitement. "I don't care if you waste it. If you don't fight, I'll take care of it all by myself." Rage had already clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. If Lin Bai hadn't spoken, yet he would have charged into the forest. "Fight, fight, fight, all you think about is fighting." The fourth avatar rolled his eyes, sat down with legs stretched out, leaned back, and lay flat. "Just call me when you're done fighting. I'm going to take a nap." The fifth avatar emerged and fixed his gaze firmly on Arrogance. "Why is it always him who speaks first? Why can he pick and choose? As if he were so noble. I want to speak first too. Go ahead, who's stopping you?" Arrogance snorted coldly. "You already spoke just now." Jealousy's voice suddenly rose. "You always speak first, taking the spotlight." "Damn it, taking the spotlight. I'm just stating facts. These beasts truly don't deserve it." "Oh, it's so noisy. The sixth avatar appeared, interrupting them. He sat cross-legged nearby, resting his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched the arguing individuals. Don't stop, keep going. Arrogance, hold that expression a little longer, or jealousy, your face is all red, how cute. Shut up. Arrogance and jealousy turned their heads simultaneously. Lust not only did not shut up, but laughed even more joyfully. His gaze slowly slid from Arrogance's face to Jealousy's, then to Rage's iron blue face. Gluttony came out without saying a word, moving to Lin Bai's side, looking at him with eager eyes. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on, and could only take out a compressed energy bar from his pocket. Gluttony tore it open eagerly, and at that moment, everyone turned to look. Where did you get that? Greed. Lin Bai gave it to me. Gluttony said, matter-of-factly, breaking off a piece and stuffing it into his mouth. What is this? That's a compressed ration eaten before battle. Gluttony took another bite, cheeks puffed out, speaking indistinctly. I'm hungry. How can I fight if I'm not full? Lust laughed. When are you not hungry? I'm very hungry right now. Gluttony said seriously, do you all want some? Lin Bai has more. I don't want any. Arrogance turned away. Give it to me. Greed glanced over, somewhat tempted. Hand it over. Rage snatched the energy bar, tore open the packaging, and took a big bite, chewing loudly. That's mine. Enough. Lin Bai's voice came from the side. Gluttony looked at his energy bar with grievance, but did not try to reclaim it. The 7 avatars turned their heads simultaneously. The real Lin Bai stood 10 steps away, seeing his avatars, feeling quite a headache. The avatars were formed from 7 extreme emotions within him, and once they emerged, they magnified infinitely. Arrogance crossed his arms, no longer paying attention to the other avatars. Humph, what's there to argue about? He was the one who first said the monsters were unworthy. Greed's gaze turned to the forest, his desires uncontainable. He was the one who first yelled at me, and you were the one who wanted to sell them. Rage's voice was the loudest, relying solely on shouting to speak. I'm just stating facts. Arrogance said lightly. You say that every time. Jealousy's voice sharpened again. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Bai felt a headache. Arrogance, rage, jealousy, and greed were definitely the loudest, while laziness could be ignored and gluttony was just a foodie. As for lust, he seemed to be a jester. Lin Bai also began to understand the general personalities of a few avatars. I didn't bring you here to argue. All of you go improve your strength. Improve what? Arrogance turned his head. Those useless creatures, how could they possibly improve my strength? Lin Bai shook his head. The world tempering is different. You will act separately, and there are other students nearby, so try to avoid conflicts with them. The 7 avatars were each more extreme than the last, making it difficult to interact with others. Rage's eyes lit up. Are there people? That's just perfect. Don't cause trouble. Lin Bai repeated, seriously, tempering is one thing, but don't conflict with other students from the academy. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving these 7 guys behind. The 7 looked at each other. He said not to cause trouble. Did you all hear that? I heard it. Arrogance spoke coldly. Greed had unknowingly run to the side to study the moss. Then we won't cause trouble. Rage clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. Is it okay if I beat these beasts? Can you not clench your fists while saying that? My hands itch. You say your hands itch every day. Enough, enough, all of you disperse. Gluttony stood up and patted his backside. I'm going to find something to eat. I don't care about tempering or not, I'm mainly hungry. Weren't you just eating an energy bar? That was a snack, not a meal. Gluttony said as he walked deeper into the woods, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Arrogance snorted coldly and walked in another direction, while several others each found their own way to leave. Only laziness struggled to rise, the last one to depart. In the southeastern direction of the forest by a broad valley, 5 students wearing uniforms from Hextech Academy were surrounding a gray wolf. This gray wolf was larger than an ordinary gray wolf, its strength likely matching the peak of the perception stage. The 5 worked together quite harmoniously, with 2 melee boys in front taking the brunt of fire element, Awaken behind dealing damage, and a petite girl responsible for holding it back. The remaining 1 looked for opportunities from the side, but they were not having an easy time. This gray wolf was different from ordinary wolves with tough skin and thick flesh. The physique of the perception stage meant that the melee attacks left only a white mark, and the ranged fireballs hitting it only made it stagger slightly. Damn it, why is this thing so tough? The boy in front yelled as the gray wolf swatted him away, crashing into the stones by the creek, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hold on, he'll find its weakness soon. The student on the side shouted, his eyes intently focused on the gray wolf's movements. The gray wolf let out a low growl, suddenly accelerating towards the student, holding it back. Everyone's faces changed slightly. The student holding it back was moving very slowly and hadn't reacted yet. In the next second, the gray wolf stopped. Everyone was stunned. A student dressed in the same Hextech Academy uniform was seen, one hand piercing into the throat of the gray wolf, holding it in place. The gray wolf flailed its legs wildly in the air, its tail thrashing frantically, and in the next moment the boy's arm suddenly exerted force. Crack. Is this thing valuable? The boy spoke amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. The 5 students from Haiqing Academy exchanged glances. Who? Who are you? The leading student stammered, feeling that the other person's face seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall. Greed. Greed stated his name. We ask you, is it valuable? The Academy doesn't recycle these beasts. A student answered instinctively. Greed's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his hand, cursing his bad luck under his breath. The 5 students from Haiqing Academy stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief, for the gray wolf had already breathed its last. Are you from Haiqing? Why does that name sound so strange? Wait. Original Sin. You are Lin Bai. The leading student exclaimed. Greed turned and walked away, showing no intention of responding to them. These people held no value. The leader was only in a level, and dealing with them was merely a waste of time. Is this the 7 Sins body? Can one crush a peak awareness gray wolf right after awakening? The 5 students fell silent. Greed said without looking back, is the peak awareness that strong? The crowd fell silent, and after he had walked a distance away, someone whispered, what kind of monster has the Academy produced? Meanwhile, on a sun-dappled gentle slope, 3 girls dressed in uniforms from the neighboring Academy of Haiqing were resting seated around a flat stone, drinking water and eating dry rations. They had just finished a tough battle, their combat suits still stained with beast blood. Mysterious, what good things do you think we'll encounter this time? A short-haired girl asked. Don't think too much, just finishing the refinement safely would be good enough. The girl's friend opened the water bottle and took a sip. We just awakened, enhancing our strength is the most critical. Her words halted as she saw a figure emerge from the woods. Dressed in the uniform of the neighboring academy, the boy walked with a unique gait. Unlike their tense group, he seemed to take a leisurely stroll. He noticed them, stopped, and tilted his head. The 3 girls were momentarily stunned. His eyes sparkled. Good afternoon. He spoke softly, his voice carrying a natural warmth. You. Hello. The short-haired girl instinctively replied, not even knowing why she stammered in front of him. A gaze filled with desire slowly slid over their faces, savoring them carefully. Yet this gaze did not make the girls uncomfortable at all, for it was sincere, as if he were admiring some kind of art. Are you from the neighboring academy? Yes. The leading girl set down her water bottle, furrowing her brows. Are you from Haiqing Academy? I'm a new student. Did you just have a fight? The gaze of desire fell on the bloodstains on them. The leading girl looked down at her clothes, noticing a faint wound on the outer side of her left arm, which she had just now realized. It's a minor injury, it's nothing. A minor injury is still an injury. Desire pulled out a small roll of bandages from his pocket and tossed it over. Take care of it, it won't be pretty if it gets infected. The senior caught the bandage, stunned for a moment. Pretty. Scars from wounds don't look good, Desire said with a smile, then turned to leave. The girls were left somewhat dazed by his inexplicable behavior and only snapped back to reality after he had walked far away. Wait. The short-haired girl called out to him, what's your name? Desire paused, turning to glance at her. Lin Bai. He smiled a very warm smile. Your teamwork was really good, especially you. When you commanded, you had a great presence, it looked good. After saying this, he turned and walked away, leisurely disappearing into the woods. The 3 girls stood in place, silent for a long time before suddenly regaining their senses. Mysterious. The short-haired girl whispered, why do I feel he's so strange? At this moment, the leading girl also came back to her senses, her face filled with a peculiar expression. In the wilderness, a person comes over, says you look good, then gives you a roll of bandages and leaves. Isn't that absurd? Yet the strange thing was they did not sense anything unusual earlier. Instead, it felt quite natural. Only after he left did they come back to their senses. The girls shook their heads, feeling a bit confused. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, who was resting elsewhere, suddenly remembered something and opened his backpack. It seems I didn't give them the bandages, huh? Where's my bandage? Rubbing his head, Lin Bai couldn't recall when he lost it, but decided to let it go. The power of the 7 Sins body is not merely a 7-fold cultivation speed. Each of the 7 avatars possesses its own unique abilities. For instance, gluttony can recover or enhance through consumption. Others also have corresponding means. This forest posed no threat to them. Meanwhile, in a part of the woods, Pride stood in the center of an open area, hands clasped behind his back, expressionless, as he watched a group of academy students engaged in battle. About a dozen Greyman wolves of varying sizes surrounded these students. There were 6 students who had formed a defensive formation, but were clearly struggling. The cooperation of the Greyman wolves was exceedingly coordinated, with feigned attacks, restraints, and others striking at opportunities. In the distance, one that appeared to be the leader was observing and commanding. Damn it, this pack of beasts has tactics. A boy shouted as a Greyman wolf crashed into his psionic shield, causing it to crack. Pride observed everything without moving. Finally, one Greyman wolf noticed him. It broke free from the encirclement, lowering its body as it approached Pride, emitting a low growl from its throat. Pride glanced at it. The Greyman wolf suddenly froze. Its forelegs seemed to be nailed to the ground, its entire body rigid. In its eyes, the figure of Pride seemed to transform into a terrifying beast. The instincts of the wild told it that directly attacking this person could lead to a gruesome end. Pride noticed its hesitation and shifted his gaze to the lead wolf. The lead wolf also took notice of him, its two eerie green eyes glowing in the dark, letting out a low growl. Being the lead wolf, it must possess great ferocity. It sensed something was off about Pride, but the dignity of being the alpha compelled it not to retreat. Moreover, the human before it showed no strong psionic fluctuations. The alpha wolf muscles tensed to the limit, decisively charged forward. The lead wolf's action instantly drew the attention of the other wild wolves, and a chorus of howls echoed out. The besieged team also noticed the arrogance outside. At this moment, the lead wolf running swiftly increased its speed, and the distance between the two sides grew closer, the arrogance in its gaze growing colder. In the next moment, the arrogance suddenly leaned to the side as a wild wolf narrowly leaped past it, and at that instant the lead wolf pounced. The opponent stood over a meter tall, no different from an ordinary tiger, and such a pounce was not something an ordinary person could withstand. However, the arrogance faced this coordinated attack without panic, slightly tilting its head to evade the lead wolf's bite, then delivering a precise uppercut to its throat. The impact surged directly into its skull, and the arrogance withdrew using the force. This moment was incredibly quick, so fast that the onlookers only saw the lead wolf lunge forward, then miss, entirely collapsing to the ground and never rising again. In its own world, the arrogance was the absolute superior, and everything else appeared riddled with flaws. The wild wolves were able to intuitively sense danger because the arrogance had long since seen through their weaknesses. At this moment, the arrogance shook its hand, a flicker of dark light flashing in its eyes. Lowly beasts dare to strike at me. In that instant, not only the remaining wild wolves, but also the students of the academy were stunned. The wild wolves bared their teeth and tucked their tails, slowly retreating, while the students who had escaped the encirclement collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. "Get lost!" The arrogance shouted coldly, causing the wild wolves to whimper and flee. At this moment, the arrogance also turned around, preparing to leave. "Wait!" A student stood up. "Who are you?" But to the arrogance, these people were not worthy of a response. Thus, all that the crowd saw was a departing silhouette. On this day, all the students could clearly feel that the fiercer beasts in the forest had noticeably decreased. Many also saw powerful students appear, leaving everyone in a daze. Before long, news spread through the forest like the wind. Someone summarized the news slightly and discovered that it seemed Lin Bai had fully utilized the powers of the seven sins body, and those they encountered all bore some shadow of the seven sins. And the results of encountering these original sins against the wild beasts were the same. Crushing victory. When the news reached the camp, no one believed it. Each of the seven avatars was at the peak of the sensing stage, and to have such combat power right after awakening. Who would believe it? But as more and more eyewitness accounts were compiled, everyone fell silent. This seven sins body may be even more terrifying than we imagined. To rank among the top-tier abilities is indeed no small feat. While the camp debated Lin Bai's matters, Lin Bai was still outside. At this moment, 6 of the 7 avatars had returned, with only the lazy one missing. Initially thought to be due to its nature, it turned out that the last one to return, the lazy one, brought back information about the world's spirit essence. Lin Bai was a bit dazed after hearing it. "I finished off a tiger and was about to rest when I rolled down the mountain while sleeping, and as a result, I sensed the information about the world's spirit essence." "So simple, eh?" Lin Bai asked uncertainly. Unlike the lazy one, the others had all been searching. What else? The lazy one yawned, making Lin Bai scrutinize it with some doubt. Could it be that the lazy one had hidden attributes? Such as luck, perhaps. However, since there was news, they could not continue to wait. The more people knew about this, the worse. With a thought, Lin Bai immediately sent the other avatars to rush there. "Let's go." When Lin Bai reached the location mentioned by the lazy one, he was somewhat dazed. "Wait, you could find this place." The lazy one scratched its head. "I don't know." The lazy one found a place with the aura of world spirit essence deep within the canyon, where several layers of naturally formed stone drapes intertwined, completely concealing the entrance. Lin Bai quickly arrived at that spot. Greed was crouched between the stone drapes, its hands pressed against the rock wall, its pupils swirling with dark golden light, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy inch by inch. "There's no reaction from any world spirit essence." Greed retracted its hands, disbelief in its tone. "My sensing range has already expanded to the maximum, and this place is as clean as if it had been licked by gluttony. Even though I'm hungry, I wouldn't eat stones." Gluttony scratched its head. Fury kicked a nearby stone pillar. "I've been here before, and I turned the ground over. Not even a beast cub was spared. You say there's world spirit essence here?" Lin Bai stood before the stone drapes, looking up at the overlapping natural barrier where the lazy one had fallen. The gaps between the stone drapes were narrow enough for only an arm to fit through, and the darkness within was so profound that even Greed's senses could not reach the bottom. Lin Bai entered the Lazy One's perspective, recalling slightly. At that time, the Lazy One was sleeping in a natural hollow on the cliff above the canyon. That spot was dozens of meters off the ground, a protruding rock platform covered in vines completely invisible from below. How the Lazy One climbed up was no longer important. What mattered was that it curled up in the most comfortable position on that platform, leaning against the rock wall facing the canyon, and then fell asleep. After sleeping for about 10 minutes, it turned over. Coincidentally, the outermost layer of that rocky platform had a loose shale that had long lost its support due to years of weathering. When the Lazy One turned over, its right hand just happened to press on that shale, and the entire rock fragment shattered, causing its body to lose balance and tumble down from the 40-meter-high cliff. During the fall, it crashed through several layers of vines, eventually landing in an extremely dense thicket of thorns at the base of the cliff. Coincidentally, beneath the thorns was a thick layer of humus, and below the humus was a hollow which was the entrance to the current location. What left Lin Bai utterly speechless was that the Lazy One had no idea about any of this. During the fall, it woke up for just a few seconds, muttering, "Don't make noise," and then fell back asleep. Seeing this, he was shocked. With such height and impact, even if he had already awakened, the Lazy One could not possibly act as if nothing had happened. Yet ironically, it was incredibly lucky to have so many buffers. The world spirit essence is the source liquid that remains from the beginning of the heavens and earth. The voice of arrogance called down from the cliff top, snapping Lin Bai back to reality, where he stood above, arms crossed. From here, the few of them could not see its face. Theoretically, it should be hidden deep within this type of terrain, but there's something strange here. Why do you speak from such a high position? Jealousy glared fiercely at him, its eyes already red. It seems he just climbed up from that side. The Lazy One pointed at a small path on the side. The arrogant expression slightly changed. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Bai made a gesture for silence. All right, let's first obtain the spiritual essence of the dimension. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Although the original Sins were extreme, they absolutely obeyed Lin Bai's words. Lazy, lead the way. Lin Bai and the other avatars failed to sense the aura. Only Lazy could perceive it, though he was still unaware of the situation. Lazy yawned upon hearing this, stood up from the ground, and turned into a highly concealed recess at the side of the stone curtain. The recess was completely covered by vines and a layer of moss, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary rock wall. Lazy reached out to part the vines, revealing a narrow crack deep within the recess. Looking through, the cracks slanted down at a 70-degree angle, unfathomably deep, with an opening just wide enough for a person. Lazy reached out to part the vines, revealing a narrow crack deep within the recess. Looking through, the cracks slanted down at a 70-degree angle, unfathomably deep, with an opening just wide enough for a person. The group slid down the inclined rock wall, passing several forks in the path, with Lazy showing no hesitation at any of them. Soon the crack came to an end. At the end was a natural cave with a layer of fine sediment on the ground, and in the center of the sediment, there was a naturally formed depression. The depression held a pool of liquid. The liquid was milky white and emitted an extremely faint glow. The surface tension was so great that without any contact, the liquid surface was as calm as a mirror. At this moment, everyone sensed the rich aroma of the spiritual essence of the dimension. The several avatars were rendered speechless. It didn't matter who among the 7 Sins found it. The only one they couldn't accept was Lazy, being the one to discover it. Yet the spiritual essence was presented right before their eyes. Lin Bai ignored their thoughts and immediately approached the depression, crouching down to take out a sealing bottle from his bosom, filling it. He glanced back at Lazy. Lazy was leaning against the cave wall, fast asleep. After guiding the way, he stood for about 10 seconds before sliding down against the rock wall, his head tilting with drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. How can he fall asleep at such an important moment? A furious voice gritted out. Lin Bai tightened the lid of the sealing bottle, and at that moment the system panel automatically popped up before his eyes. Task: acquires spiritual essence of the dimension 1 completed. Received hex extract 1. Would you like to proceed with the extraction? Lin Bai suddenly looked contemplative. He glanced at the sleeping Lazy, then stood up and walked in front of him, patting it. No response. He patted twice more. Lazy rolled over, turning his back to Lin Bai. Lin Bai couldn't help but smile in anger. He grabbed Lazy by the collar and lifted him up. Laz's body hung limply in his grasp, his eyes barely opening a slit, looking dazedly at Lin Bai, then at the pool of spiritual essence, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh, can I go back to sleep now? The furious fist clenched tightly. Lin Bai, with a head full of black lines, rubbed Lazy vigorously before finally putting away all the avatars. System extract hex. In the next second, the system panel flickered before him, followed closely by 3 golden pages appearing. Lin Bai's eyes lit up, but his expression fell upon seeing the specific information. The good news was that he got gold, the bad news was that it was fragments. Attack power fragment, attack speed fragment, health fragment. Looking at the 3 fragments, Lin Bai glanced at his hands, feeling that rubbing lazy might really have some effect, but it also seemed somewhat useless. He had thought lazy would have incredible luck, that as the main body he would at least gain something, but it seemed he didn't succeed. However, the golden fragments were indeed very useful. After some thought, Lin Bai chose to place the fragments on Gluttony. Gluttony was undoubtedly the top combat power now. When the time came, he would take the blood tank route, and the golden health would considerably enhance his abilities. As the fragments were given to Gluttony, Lin Bai suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Gluttony, who was already at the peak of perception, unexpectedly leaped to the awakening stage with the aid of the fragments. Lin Bai felt a stir in his heart, and hurriedly looked at the system, but there was no response. It seemed that the task's judgment depended on him. He couldn't exploit bugs like before. However, looking at the spiritual essence of the dimension in his hand with this item, he could break through to the awakening stage tonight. It seemed there was a certain connection between tasks. Perhaps this kind of strength task was a gift. Lin Bai thought he understood. Previously there should have been only 1 hero template in the system's judgment, but now the cap had directly increased by 7. This task might even be a temporary release. While pondering, he carefully tucked the sealing bottle close, dusted off his clothes, and began to climb up the inclined crack. At the end of the crack was still that layer of vines. Lin Bai reached out to part them, and the light from outside flooded in, causing him to instinctively squint. Then he stopped. Outside the vines, on the patch of ground obscured by the stone curtain, stood 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in the standardized combat uniforms of North Song Academy in Haicheng. The sight of these individuals made Lin Bai's pupils constrict slightly. For within the powers of the 7 sins, greed trembled lightly in the depths of his consciousness. That was greed's perception ability. After the avatars returned to their places, the residual echoes of that perception lingered in Lin Bai's awareness. Greed had previously swept through the entire canyon with his perception, and Lin Bai decisively switched to the original sin of greed. Sure enough, these 5 people were not within the range of greed's prior perception. They did not walk in from outside the canyon. Either they employed some method to shield their perception, but for now it didn't matter which one it was, because the way they looked at Lin Bai was quite peculiar. At the forefront was a young man with a buzz-cut, robust in stature with rugged features and an unabashedly overbearing gaze. He stood not far outside the vines, his hand already raised, seemingly preparing to part the vines and enter. Their gazes met, and the buzz-cut youth's movement paused momentarily. Then his gaze crossed over Lin Bai's shoulder, looking at the deep crack behind him. Deep within the crack, the lingering aura of the spiritual essence was still wafting out. The buzz-cut youth's nose twitched. After the spiritual essence was taken away, the source liquid would briefly emit a faint aroma akin to the scent of resin released when aged wood is sawn, undetectable to ordinary people, but if a perceiver at the perception stage or above was close enough, they could catch it. And now the buzz-cut youth detected it. Instantly his expression changed. Someone arrived before us. As he spoke, his gaze fell back on Lin Bai, scanning him from head to toe. Noticing the fluctuations of spiritual energy at the perception stage, the young man, with a buzz cut, curled his lips slightly, revealing a smile. Perception stage, interesting. It must be someone from Haicheng High School. Behind him, a tall and thin man with glasses took a half step forward. Although he lowered his voice, Lin Bai, Brother Hui, there is residual energy from the spatial spirit essence in the rift, and the concentration is very high. It should have been taken less than 10 minutes ago. The young man called Brother Hui did not turn around, his gaze fixed on Lin Bai with a slightly cold expression. How much could emit such an aura? Judging by the residual concentration, it must be at least over 1 liter. Brother Hugh's eyelids twitched. Spatial spirit essence is incredibly precious and is considered a treasure among the major factions, virtually priceless and rare in the market. They had come this time through connections made by people above, allowing Haicheng Academy to agree to let students from other academies enter. If they couldn't obtain the item, they would have no way to explain when they returned. Moreover, it wasn't necessarily safe here, so Brother Hui got straight to the point and had no intention of wasting words with Lin Bai. Hand over the item. The spatial spirit essence is not something you can take. Hand it over now, and you can leave. Lin Bai stood at the entrance of the rift, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His powerful and greedy perception quickly revealed the strength of several individuals. Seeing that he remained silent, the glasses-wearing thin man beside Brother Hui spoke up again, this time lowering his voice even further. Brother Hui, it has been instructed not to cause unnecessary trouble. The wild spatial realm is the territory of Haicheng Academy, and our current identities are students. It would be bad if things escalated. I know, Brother Hui replied, coldly, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous. He took a step forward, positioning himself to block Lin Bai's escape route. At the same time, the other 3, who had remained silent, quietly spread out. They cut off the possibility of Lin Bai fleeing deeper into the canyon from 3 positions, while the last girl circled around to the cliff above the vines, sealing off his overhead escape. Within seconds, the 5 of them formed a loose encirclement. Their movements were practiced, and they coordinated seamlessly, exchanging no unnecessary words. Such tactical proficiency was not something students should possess. Lin Bai's heart tightened. Who are you? You can't be students of the academy, right? Brother Hui had no intention of replying. As several people prepared to take action nearby, he raised a hand to stop them. His icy gaze reassessed Lin Bai. You are at the perception stage now, right? Seeing 5 unknown individuals blocking the entrance, he remained calm and even tried to assess our identities. Brother Hugh's form tensed, slightly spiritual energy circulating within him poised to strike. You possess something on you. A trump card for survival or someone backing you. Brother Hui fixed his gaze on him, taking another step forward, his foot pressing down on the gravelly ground, awakening fluctuations of spiritual power that spread from him. But I don't care who you are if you don't hand it over today. How the world is fraught with risks. In the next second, the spiritual energy fluctuations from the other 4 individuals all surged forth. It was at that moment that Lin Bai's greedy and powerful perception instantly sensed the strength of these individuals. The leading Brother Hui and the bespectacled man were both at the awakening stage. The others were at the peak of the perception stage. They'll say this one last time. Hand over the spatial spirit essence, and you can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. And if I refuse... Brother Hui looked at him suddenly, smiling, his expression devoid of any pretense of kindness. Then you won't be able to leave? Attack. Since Lin Bai clearly did not intend to hand it over, they saw no reason to waste time talking and promptly chose to take action. The leading Brother Hui and the glasses-wearing man's spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly intensified. A dark red glow flickered across Brother Hugh's body, and soon fine cracks began to form on the floor beneath his feet. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes, abruptly switching to the most powerful state of gluttony, and charged forward. In that instant, Lin Bai's aura leaped to the awakening stage, and the burst of speed left everyone momentarily stunned. Lin Bai's target was one of the boys at the perception stage. At that moment, the opponent had just begun to react, wanting to dodge. However, the strength of Lin Bai's gluttony avatar, enhanced by the fragments, was far beyond what he could withstand. Lin Bai crashed into the opponent, whose body bent like a shrimp, uncontrollably flying backwards and colliding with a rock, instantly losing consciousness. A gap appeared in the encirclement, and several people's expressions changed. Brother Hui shouted angrily, "Don't even think about escaping." Yet contrary to his expectations, Lin Bai did not flee, but instead stopped in place, reaching to scratch his wrist. Who said I was escaping? A cryptic smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bai's mouth, and the person he had replaced was precisely at the edge of the encirclement, beyond which lay a cave. The glasses-wearing man felt a chill in his heart. This position seemed to vaguely suggest that Lin Bai was about to encircle them. As he pondered, a gray light flickered in his pupils, and the others began to emanate fluctuations of spiritual energy as well. At this moment, Lin Bai, noticing that there were only 2 individuals at the awakening stage among them, grew increasingly audacious. In a headwind, I remain silent, but if you give me a tailwind, I will surely strike back fiercely. I am a relatively merciful person. Before I take action, let me ask, were you just trying to kill me? As he spoke, Lin Bai, in his gluttony state, allocated a skill point for the wrist skill, and the awakening stage gluttony was now able to allocate points. Brother Hugh's gaze turned unfriendly. You don't need to know that much. Attack. In the next second, the gray light in the glasses-wearing man's eyes suddenly accelerated, and Lin Bai felt his body suddenly grow heavy. Immediately after, Brother Hui charged forward, delivering a punch to Lin Bai's chest, and the violent impact caused Lin Bai's shirt to burst apart. Lin Bai let out a muffled groan, and the remaining 2 also closed in. One of them knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against the ground. The moment his palm made contact, Lin Bai immediately sensed an invisible force acting upon him. At this moment, Lin Bai realized that even making a move seemed exceedingly difficult. The remaining girl let out a low shout, "Wind ring." The vines automatically parted to the sides beneath her feet, and a ring of airflow detached from her wrist, forming a transparent wind ring with a diameter of 2 meters around her body. The edge of the wind ring sliced through the vine, leaves severing them soundlessly. With the wind ring, the girl descended from the sky, spinning as she flung it towards Lin Bai's neck. However, the scene of directly severing Lin Bai's neck did not unfold as expected. Instead, there was only a red mark on his neck. Strangely, with their attack, a layer of red glow also appeared on Lin Bai. The others were somewhat puzzled. Why, under their full force assault, did Lin Bai suffer no injuries, while that companion was knocked out with a single hit? Hui Guest's gaze grew heavy as he unleashed a flurry of punches, constantly shaking Lin Bai. In the distance, the bespectacled man noticed that his fallen companion had not gotten up for a long time, immediately sensing something was amiss. Be careful, this kid is not right, we still don't know his abilities. As he spoke, Lin Bai looked at Hui Gu and the girl before him. I am waiting for the value of heroism, what are you waiting? As he spoke, the red glow surrounding Lin Bai had become extremely intense, to the point where arcs of electricity were visibly crackling. The others looked at this scene with uncertainty, but in the next second Lin Bai had already reached out and pulled Hui Ge and the girl directly in front of him. The two felt a powerful force acting upon them, rendering their bodies uncontrollable as they were drawn closer. As Lin Bai's figure magnified before them, Hui Ge's pupils suddenly constricted. Before them, Lin Bai had already lowered his stance, gathering strength in his right fist as the eerie red glow coalesced around him. Then with a push of his right leg against the ground, twisting his waist, he unleashed a powerful straight punch that surged through the air. At that moment, the two felt as if their legs were filled with lead, making it difficult to move, and they could only watch as this punch was thrown. A massive force erupted suddenly, affecting the bespectacled man not far away and the boy pressing his hand against the ground. The two were sent flying alongside Hui Ge and the girl, crashing violently into the stone wall behind them. The tremendous impact caused the stone wall to explode, sending countless fragments raining down and burying them. The green light surrounding Lin Bai shimmered, and his injuries began to visibly heal. He looked down at his torn shirt where fine cracks had already appeared, blood seeping out continuously, and there were also wounds on his neck. The pain made him furrow his brow, but as the green light flowed, the discomfort gradually transformed into a warm sensation. Lin Bai immediately understood. This was clearly the effect of the passive skill battlefield heroics from his ability. However, he felt a stirring in his heart and switched back to his main body. Sure enough, his injuries completely vanished. Aside from the torn clothing, there was not a single trace of injury on his skin, and even the pain had dissipated. The injuries suffered by the glutton have nothing to do with me, Lin Bai. Lin Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The 7 deadly sins body truly deserved its SS level ability, and just this characteristic alone was already invincible. The switch between avatars was a mere thought away. Lin Bai could easily switch before an attack landed. In a sense, he practically had 7 lives. At that point, he could pair it with the Berserker armor, allowing the avatar to absorb damage, then switch back after the cooldown, letting it recover on its own. In an instant, numerous crafty strategies flashed through Lin Bai's mind. However, he collected his thoughts and looked at the rubble before him, as well as the boy behind him who was unconscious. These people clearly intended to kill him, and at this moment Lin Bai had no thoughts of mercy. Those who kill must be killed. It's that simple. Everyone must pay for their actions. Lin Bai's gaze turned cold as he summoned the avatar of greed. Incoming. Greed appeared, brimming with excitement. As one of the original sins, he held no mercy in his eyes, only the desire for wealth. He first glanced at a pile of rubble in the distance, then looked back at the person lying on the ground. 5 people, right? Yes, I've recalled that their abilities are not low. 2 ranks, 2 ranks, and 1 rank in the mental system. There should be some good stuff. Greed's smile grew even more excited. While speaking, he had already walked away from Lin Bai and approached the unconscious boy. Greed crouched beside him, not rushing to act, but first observing his breathing frequency and the residual concentration of spiritual energy. So what do you want to ask? Lin Bai pondered for a moment. Ask about their origins. Greed nodded, and then swiftly slapped down the stinging pain, instantly waking the boy. He instinctively tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, but Greed decisively twisted his wrist. A crisp sound of bone cracking followed, and the boy let out a scream. Off. Greed calmly waited for him to finish screaming before smiling and asking your name. Fangzhua, the boy said, his forehead drenched in cold sweat as he stared intensely at Greed, instinctively trying to back away. At that moment, he finally collected information from his surroundings. The other team members had long since disappeared, and the cave entrance had been reduced to a pile of rubble. His face turned pale as he caught sight of Lin Bai not far away. Looking again at Greed, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Bai, his expression changed drastically. Which 7 deadly sins body of Lin Bai are you? Greed expressionlessly broke one of his fingers coldly, saying, do not speak until I ask you a question. The intense pain caused him to scream again, but in the next second, he watched in terror as Greed placed a perfectly intact finger before him. Scream, and it counts 2. Crack. Fangzhua's eyes widened in terror, staring fixedly at Greed, as if he were facing a demon. At that moment, his psychological defenses completely crumbled. Greed seized the opportunity to continue questioning. Who do you belong to? Fangzhua, who had broken down psychologically, spoke, without reservation, spilling all the information like a broken bean. It's the extinguishing flame. With the extinguishing flame. We partnered with the academy, this time disguising ourselves as students to come in. Our goal is the plain spiritual essence. Greed turned to Lin Bai and nodded slightly. Lin Bai pondered for a moment. The extinguishing flame. This organization seemed to be a roving band of raiders, like a pack of carrion wolves on the wasteland. Their operational principle was non-production, they only plundered. They believed that all resources in the world should belong to the strong, representing a purely destructive force. He did not expect to encounter them here. However, their intelligence was quite impressive. They were aware of the information regarding the plane's spiritual essence, which even the Academy did not know, and he only learned about it through the system. How many of you are still here? None. Just the 5 of us. Then it's fine. Lin Bai nodded slightly, also signaling Greed. Greed immediately understood, twisting the boy's neck with a snap. Fang Zhu's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground. Greed had already acted. He first unbuckled the tactical belt and drew it out, then flipped it over. Inside the belt's hidden pouch were 2 sealed vials of reagent labeled with numbers, but no names. Greed opened one of the vials and smelled at his brow, furrowing slightly before sealing it back and tucking it into his sleeve. Within the belt's compartment were a few paper bills. Although they weren't of high denomination, Greed carefully examined the anti-counterfeiting watermark against the light before folding and stowing them away. Lin Bai looked at this scene in silence. Whenever it involved something of value, the greedy actions seemed to carry a certain sacredness. After Greed thoroughly searched Fang Zhu, stripping him of all valuable possessions, it finally made its way to the rock wall. This side was far more brutal. Currently, Gluttony was the strongest avatar, possessing 7 silver attribute fragments along with 1 golden one. Among these fragments were 3 attack fragments, 1 dual attribute power fragment, and 3 life value fragments. The golden one was a life value fragment, and the enhancement from its explosive punches happened to be both attack power and life value. As this strike was unleashed, Lin Bai himself was unaware of its immense power, but judging by the fact that the life traces of the 4 had completely vanished, it must have been extraordinary. Currently these 4 had been crushed beneath the rubble, bloodied and mangled. Yet Greed paid no heed to that, its eyes filled with excitement as it rushed over to start digging. This time it took a bit longer. The sky had not yet darkened and Lin Bai patiently waited. Before long, Greed finished its task, its hands drenched in blood, yet wearing a look of satisfaction that appeared quite eerie. Lin Bai hastily instructed it to leave the items behind and directly recalled the avatar. The haul this time was actually not much. These individuals had been on a secret mission and carried very few items. Aside from some money, the rest were cultivation resources. However, it was only enough for a day or 2 of use, not much at all. After securing the items, Lin Bai glanced at the torn fabric of his clothing, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to remove it, discarding it here. Although Fang Zhu stated that there were no more of their people around, no one could be sure whether others might be sent here. If there truly was someone, given the other party's understanding of Brother Hu's abilities, they might deduce from the damage to his clothing that he had fought with Brother Hui. Currently, he appeared to be full of potential, and facing these obviously malevolent forces required caution. Moreover, the scene here had to be cleaned up. In the next moment, 7 avatars appeared simultaneously. Time to work. Lin Bai directly sent one avatar back to the camp to fetch some clothes for him, and after changing returned to the camp for the night. In the following days, most of the time was spent in battle, while Lin Bai also began to pay attention to the individuals from the ashes, even specifically instructing Lust to hide in that valley to see if there were any suspicious characters. Unfortunately, what he saw were all ordinary students. It seemed that the people from ashes had truly only come with the few of them, as Fang Zhu had said. Before long, the day of the trials end arrived. The students who completed the trial wore expressions of fatigue that were hard to conceal, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly they had gained a lot from this trial. After all, it was a world-enhanced experience, and many had significantly improved their strength, making the excitement from this power boost impossible to hide. At this moment, Lin Bai blended in among the students. These days the students were not on vacation, but rather engaged in battles, and many looked quite disheveled. Lin Bai was no exception. His face was somewhat grimy, and with his head lowered in the crowd, few noticed him. This was intentional on his part. He was currently in a state of greed, and his awareness had already spread out. Even now, he found it hard to believe that only a handful of people from ashes had entered from above. He had researched the precious item known as the world's spirit essence, and with an organization like Ashes being predatory in nature, it was unlikely they would send just a few small fries. Thus, he continued to observe. The best time to observe was when they were leaving. What was the state of the students at this time? They had just awakened, beginning their first strength enhancement, their first battle. In these few days, everyone had experienced growth, and the excitement was absolutely overwhelming. Indeed, as Lin Bai observed, the joy and excitement on the faces of the students were hard to contain. At this moment, even if the people from ashes disguised themselves well, they could still be detected under Greed's perception. Within half an hour of waiting for the world gate to open, Lin Bai noticed that 4 individuals had expressions that were quite unnatural. Those from ashes were not first-time awakeners, and naturally found it difficult to feign such expressions. Soon the world gate opened, and the crowd of students departed together. Lin Bai squinted as he left this untamed world with them. After exiting, he found a place to release Greed, and chose one of the individuals to follow. The other avatars remained within as Lin Bai wanted to send them out, but their strength did not permit it. This time tracking was essential, and sending out the most perceptive Greed was the safest option. After arranging everything, he took a taxi back. On the other side, Greed followed the person to the eastern side of the square. This was the shadowy edge of the equipment training area, where the individual found someone tending to training equipment, seemingly wanting to rent some gear. The individual was a man in his 30s. Dressed in the gray work uniform of the Baitsong Academy Logistics Department, he squatted next to a row of strength testing devices, apparently performing maintenance. Greed glanced at the current time, narrowing its eyes slightly. It was perfectly normal for a logistics staff member to deliver and maintain training equipment during the evening. Had it not been for the person it was following encountering this individual immediately, Greed would not have entertained any other thoughts. However, it was rather unusual that the person had come directly here. While pondering, Greed cautiously extended its perception threads. The moment they touched the individual, Lin Bai sensed an extremely faint feedback. Very strange. His spiritual power had been suppressed to a level that Greed's perception could hardly penetrate. Greed's perception threads circled completely around the person's body, capturing only a layer of extremely smooth spiritual power shell. Hidden forces. Have I found a big fish? Lin Bai's heart stirred. The inability to detect was not due to Greed's insufficient ability, but rather the high level of the other party's suppression techniques. Moreover, the individual's breathing frequency was off. While he seemed to be maintaining equipment from this angle, coupled with his hidden forces, he could easily eavesdrop on the entire square. A logistics staff member listening in on the teleportation square. Greed retracted its perception, subtly continuing to move forward. Greed then followed the person closely. The individual dressed in gray work attire pushed a somewhat worn equipment cart through the vast campus of Baitsong Academy, following a very reasonable route. Yet it was this very reasonableness that made Greed's eyes shine brighter. Normal logistics personnel would not be this diligent. Slacking off was the norm. More critically, his spiritual power disguise was still actively functioning. At this point, Greed could lock onto the individual, completely abandoning the earlier target. In the end, Greed crouched behind a bush on the outskirts of an abandoned training ground. The person pushed a cart through the iron gate of the abandoned training ground. Once inside, it became difficult to hide, and with no one else around, Greed could only wait. At the same time, he maximized his perception and faintly heard some voices. In the records of the teleportation square from this afternoon, there are no matches for the target characteristics. 5 members of the advanced team have been confirmed dead, and the recovery of the spatial spiritual marrow has... Greed's pupils constricted slightly. Was this person reporting information? Were there superiors involved? It seemed there was something terrifying on the other side. Greed's pupils turned dark golden as they slightly shifted in the shadow of the bushes. He instinctively summarized this person's spiritual power disguise and some observed habits, integrating them into his perception. It was at this moment that his perception was triggered, and it was not the logistics personnel, it was a third person. Greed suddenly turned around, but it was already too late. A hand reached out from behind, 5 fingers precisely gripping his nape. 3 fingers pressed against his carotid sinus with extreme precision, freezing Greed in place. Then Greed realized his feet were off the ground. He was being lifted. In the next moment, he was pulled from behind the bushes to the low wall on the side of the abandoned training ground, the entire process silent. Immediately afterward, Greed felt his back hit the low wall. He raised his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a hand. The fingers were long with distinct knuckles, and the nails were trimmed short without any adornments. A beautiful hand adorned with a very thin silver bracelet on the wrist. Greed's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breath became heavy. This bracelet was extraordinary. With his current experience, he couldn't discern what it was, but the original sin within him was screaming wildly. This also caused Greed, who was fixated on the bracelet, to miss the towering peak above the amber eyes, the long black hair, and the stunning face. What is this? Greed stared intensely at the bracelet, his eyes locked on it. The other person's other hand raised the index finger placed before their lips, signaling for silence. With narrowed eyes, their gaze crossed over the low wall, landing on the logistics personnel inside the iron gate of the abandoned training ground, who was still reporting. At this moment, Greed's mind was locked in. Noticing the other person observing that individual, he instinctively sensed the spiritual energy of the person in front of him. The result left him astounded. There was an extremely unique texture in the fluctuations of the other person's spiritual power, like a density formed through countless temperings. Such a person could have killed Greed in that brief moment. But she did not, allowing Greed's thoughts, influenced by the original sin, to settle down. On the other side of the abandoned training ground, the logistics personnel's report had concluded. At this time, Greed only heard the last sentence from the other. Understood. Evacuate immediately. Rendezvous at midnight tonight. After speaking, he took off the gray work uniform, revealing a plain, deep brown inner garment without any markings. Following this, the logistics personnel pushed the cart away from the abandoned training ground. It was only after the other had left that Greed began to observe the woman in front of him. She was very beautiful. If it were lust, he surely would be unable to move. This was Greed's first thought, but he was Greed, he had no interest in such things, and could not entertain the possibility of being unable to move. Of course that bracelet was an exception. The woman's amber eyes scanned Greed from top to bottom. Have you just awakened? Greed discreetly withdrew his gaze from her bracelet and nodded slightly. No need to be nervous. If I wanted to take action against you, you would have already died the moment I lifted you from behind the bushes. My name is Shun Luoyu from the Night Owl team of Yunji Academy. Night Owl team. Greed's pupils displayed a hint of confusion, but the other did not pursue this topic further. The person you were tracking, codenamed Grey Falcon, is an external information agent of the Incineration faction, specializing in infiltration and preliminary reconnaissance. His true strength is at the peak of the mastery stage, disguised as being in the perception stage, having lurked in Baitsong Academy for at least 4 months. At this point, Shin Luyu's voice took on a slight tone of doubt. His spiritual power disguise is a special technique of the Incineration faction. You should not have detected any abnormalities. Looking at the strange boy before her, how could someone at the peak of the perception stage dare to track such a figure? Moreover, he had not been discovered. It seemed this kid's perception was quite sharp. He could only approach silently, while the other was focused on Grey Falcon. If in a normal state, Shin Luoyu was not fully confident of approaching without being detected. It was precisely for this reason that Greed piqued her interest. Could it be a rare reconnaissance ability? If so, perhaps he could be recruited exceptionally into Yunji Academy, as the Night Owl team greatly needed such talent. Seeing Greed remain silent, Shin Luoyu continued, "Why were you tracking him?" "Because he seemed off." Upon hearing this, Shin Luoyu shook her head slightly. "Do not track carelessly if your strength is lacking. The moment you released your perception thread at the teleportation square there, people had already detected it. It was just that your perception technique was so unique that those in the shadows were uncertain of how much they had been discovered, so they did not act immediately." Greed, upon hearing this, felt no fear. Instead, his brows furrowed. "Are you deceiving me?" "I have no need to deceive you. Oh, I just looked for the director, and the other person just left." Shin Luoyu crossed her arms, the grandeur accentuated, but Greed's gaze remained on that bracelet. The rules of the Incineration faction are to eliminate any exposure. Grey Falcon will be abandoned after you tracked him. Our conversation just now was also a trap. Greed's heart shook. He had indeed just considered returning to discuss the rendezvous point with Lin Bai. "Why did you save me? If they are so cautious, then the director you arranged might also seem like an anomaly in their eyes." Greed questioned in confusion. "In other words, you might have been exposed too." Shin Luoyu smiled helplessly. "I can't sacrifice you for the mission, can I?" After speaking, she stretched lazily. "Grey Falcon cannot be used anymore. Oh, just find a way to handle the follow-up. Although the Incineration faction is troublesome, the threat is not that great. Right now I am mainly interested in you. Grey Falcon himself did not detect you, but those behind him are at a higher level. With your peak perception stage spiritual energy, achieving this right after awakening is no small feat. This is no simple matter." As she said this, she leaned slightly forward, almost unable to see the other person's face from the greedy angle on the ground. "What is your special ability?" Greed remained silent, still unable to confirm Shin Luoyu's identity. If she were part of some dark force, it would be bad to expose Lin Bai. He was merely a split body. If he died, he would simply revive within Lin Bai. Thus he said nothing. Seeing this, Shun Luoyu sighed softly, straightened up, and then pulled out a small mirror from somewhere, touching. "I don't look like a bad person either. Forget it, just come with me." It was only when Greed followed her to the principal's office at Hextech Academy that he believed Shun Luoyu's identity. "Lin Bai. Oh, this is your senior. What a coincidence." "Senior?" Shun Luoyu looked a bit puzzled. The principal immediately introduced. "He is the only holder of the SS-level special ability 7 Deadly Sins in our academy this year, Lin Bai." This truly shocked Shun Luoyu. SS-level 7 Deadly Sins. Did that guy Shinyi get it so quickly? But his expression didn't seem like someone who succeeded. Recalling Shun Ye's tearful expression, Shin Luoyu felt a bit dazed, as she had thought it was taken by another academy. Yes, Lin Bai is a good student. He worked hard at school, and since his family conditions are poor, he even took on odd jobs after class. He is also well-behaved and filial. Greed looked at the principal, who was rambling about his merits, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is this the true form? Isn't the true form just a dead pig that eats and sleeps all day? At this moment, Shin Luoyu also came back to her senses and suddenly spoke. "Wait." The principal stopped, looking at her in confusion, while Shin Luoyu turned to Greed. "You're not the true form, are you?" She only knew some basics about the 7 deadly sins, but from the earlier performance, he was definitely not the true form. At this time, Greed had nothing to hide. It was as if he had been brought in front of the parents. "I am Greed," he said honestly. Hearing this, Shin Luyu's face darkened. "I knew it. I knew that my charm could never compare to a bracelet." The principal upon hearing this looked at Greed with suspicion, but when Greed was not influenced by the original sin, he was actually quite similar to Lin Bai. Among the 7 original sins, only wrath, sloth, and gluttony had the most noticeable differences from the true form under normal circumstances. The principal was startled. He didn't understand why Shin Liuyu changed so drastically upon discovering Lin Bai's split identity. Hastily trying to smooth things over, he said, the 7 deadly sins are quite special. Each split body is independent, and this is also Lin Bai himself. Please don't be angry, Lin Bai is truly a good child. Seeing that he was about to continue, Shin Liuyu waved her hand to stop him. I'm not angry. After confirming that my charm is fine, Shin Liu's expression was still a bit complex. This is just one of the 7 split bodies, yet it has such abilities. SS level indeed feels like it's on another level. The 7 original sins are actually quite similar, they just emphasize different aspects. One can foresee that if Greed is like this, the other original sins won't be far behind. This left Shin Liuyu, whose ability level was only S, feeling a bit defeated. However, she quickly adjusted. After all, this batch of geniuses had awakened their spiritual peaks, and she just had bad luck. If she were born 2 years later, she would surely be SS level 2. Moreover, the ability level was merely a stepping stone. She had seen too many geniuses in the academy. High ability levels often didn't mean much in practical combat. Don't you see that even though we are not at the peak of humanity, now there have been dozens of awakenings at the spiritual peaks, yet only a few have truly become renowned. Among them, how many geniuses have faded into obscurity? Soon Shin Liuyu adjusted her mindset to match her actual broad-mindedness. Suddenly she thought of this year's new students at Yunji. As it was the year of the spiritual peak awakening, needless to say, there were many prodigies in the new student cohort. While pondering, her gaze fell on Lin Bai. This kid seemed a bit different. How many days has he been awakened? He dares to follow someone from the destruction. Cough, cough. Shin Liuyu lightly coughed. You don't need to worry about that person. I will investigate thoroughly this time. By the way, principal, it seems the target of the destruction is the spirit essence from the wild world. Have you discovered anything? The principal, upon hearing this, scratched his few yet still standing hairs. What spirit essence could there be in the wild world? That level can't even reach that. How could they possibly produce spirit essence? Upon hearing this, Shin Liuyu's expression became slightly serious. There should be some. The destruction group has sharp noses, so when you go back, strengthen your patrols. Understood. Greed saw that they were finishing their conversation. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll just slip away. Shin Liuyu turned her gaze towards him, revealing a smile that she believed was amicable. However, in the eyes of Greed and the principal, it appeared as if she had some ulterior motive. Cough, cough. Lin Bai, right? No, you should now be called Junior. Shin Liuyu said with a smile. Did you know? Talents of your level can choose their mentors independently within the academy. I wonder if you have any thoughts on this. Greed instinctively pointed at himself, meeting her gaze, and then blinked. Choice. I am a split body. Asking me is useless. Principal. Shin Liuyu. One must admit it is no wonder that an SS level special ability, even the split body, has such a person. Now the two realized that the split bodies of the 7 deadly sins are extremely independent. One could even consider them as Lin Bai himself, but the corresponding original sin would cause their personality to lean more towards that sin. On a deeper level, it's unclear regarding desires and such, but based on current performances, this is indeed the case. Seeing that she couldn't get any results, Shin Liuyu could only let Greed go. On the other side, Lin Bai also returned home. As soon as he got back, he heard the sizzling sound of oil in the Mom, he called out, placing his backpack in his room. Chun Xiaoying poked her head out from the kitchen, still holding it. She wore the dark blue work uniform from the supermarket, her hair tied back with a black rubber band, and a few strands stuck to her forehead. The smell of oil and smoke still lingered on her face, and there were several deep lines at the corners of her eyes like many ordinary women. You still know to come back. Chun Xiaoying smiled as she spoke. Wash your hands, the meal will be ready soon. Today the supermarket had a special on ribbon fish, it's the real deal, and I brought back a whole one. Lin Bai walked into the kitchen where Chun Xiaoying, with her back to him, was placing the ribbon fish sections into the Mom. No one has come to look for you while I've been out these past few days, right? Chun Xiaoying said without turning her head. Someone from Yunji Academy came by once. A man with the surname Shin drove over, blocking half the alley downstairs. Aunt Wong next door leaned on the window for a long time, asking if you got into some trouble. What did he say? Just said you went out for training and told me not to worry. Chun Xiaoying put the lid on the pot. He even left a phone number saying to call him directly if there's anything. I asked him what you were training for, and he said it was professional training and abilities, which I don't quite understand. Hearing this, Lin Bai finally felt relieved. Chun Xiaoying had struggled for most of her life, and Lin Bai's father was also an ability user, though just an ordinary one, who perished early during world exploration. Chun Xiaoying took most of her life to accept this fact, and lived a life of an ordinary person. At this moment Lin Bai was still somewhat afraid of those people coming to disturb her. It's just practice on how to use my abilities. There hasn't been any danger during my training at the academy these past few days. Chen Xiuying responded with an, "Oh," and turned to check the pot. "Then go take a shower, you smell of sweat. Put your dirty clothes in the basin and I'll wash them later." "No need to wash, Mom. Our family is rich now. The living expenses from the academy are quite a lot, totaling millions. We'll buy a washing machine then." Chen Xiuying was silent for a moment before speaking. "You can't spend this money recklessly. You need to save it to buy a house in the future." She rambled on. "Now the housing prices in Haicheng have risen to over 10,000 per square meter, and when your dad bought this place it was just over 4,000. Chen Xiuying did not witness the events of the Awakening Day. The internet says that while ability users are powerful, they are also very dangerous and need to fight in various worlds. As a mother, she hoped for her child's safety and wished for him to excel in life. That day she was working at the supermarket when Aunt Wang next door called her saying that Lin Bai had caused quite a commotion at school, and even the sky changed color. It was all over the internet. But now that Lin Bai has awakened and seems quite formidable, her feelings during this period have been quite complex. She didn't know about other places, but in the supermarket employees who worked quickly and efficiently were often assigned more tasks. Lin Bai noticed her inner turmoil. "Mom, it's fine. I'm very capable now, and my ability is quite special. I have 7 lives." Chen Xiuying took a deep breath, waved her hand to stop him from continuing, and smiled. "It's all right. I've already come to terms with it. Your dad passed away early, but back then he was also full of passion, wanting to become a powerful ability user. I won't stop you, but no matter what you must survive." Lin Bai nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Mom. Even if the world is destroyed, I will survive." Chen Xiuying smiled, causing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes to move. "All right, let's eat first." Lin Bai helped her bring out the dishes, washed a few bowls, and then sat down after serving her food. "Xiao Bai, I need to tell you something." "Moi." Lin Bai looked up in confusion. "Your Aunt Li, the one from the fresh produce section of our supermarket, you know her daughter, right? She is a year younger than you and studies nursing at the Haicheng Health School. This girl is quite pretty and she comes to work part-time during breaks. I've seen her as she's about shoulder height to you." Lin Bai paused for a moment while picking up vegetables. "Mom, I'm only 17. What's wrong with being 17? You can date first. It's not like you have to get married right away." Aunt Li said her daughter doesn't have a boyfriend and that she quite likes honest and straightforward boys. "You see, now that you've awakened your abilities, you will definitely be busy in the future, so while you're still in Haicheng, settle your personal matters first." Lin Bai put down his chopsticks, his pupils shaking. "Is she urging me to marry, even while being reincarnated?" "Mom, I need to go to school now, to Yunji Academy, not staying in Haicheng. But you can still talk nowadays with video calls and all. It's not like you can't see each other." Chen Xiuying took a bite of rice. "Your dad and I were only 19 when we made our commitment, and he had just awakened not long before that. I'm not rushing you to get married. Oh, I just think it's good to have someone by your side." She continued to ramble. "You ability users are always exploring the world and fighting. What if something happens to you out there and there's not even anyone to hand you a glass of water?" Lin Bai realized that Chen Xiuying was saying these things out of fear that he might disappear like his father. When his dad left, he was only 3 years old, just at the time when his memories began to be sealed. After that, Chen Xiuying was alone, standing at the cash register in the supermarket all day, and when she got back, she still had to cook for him. No one knew how Chen Xiuying managed to endure during that time, but Lin Bai knew she was very remarkable. "Mom," Lin Bai said softly, "I won't come to harm." Chen Xiuying replied with an placing a piece of fish in his bowl. "Eat while it's hot, it will smell fishy when it gets cold." The two remained silent for a while, and then Chen Xiuying suddenly asked, "Does Yunji Academy arrange partners?" Lin Bai choked for a moment and coughed twice. Chen Xiuying watched him cough, her lips twitching, as she stood up to pour him a glass of water. "Xiao Bai, I'm checking my phone now. The requirements for girls nowadays are quite high. If you meet someone suitable, you should start dating first. Our family's conditions aren't great. Even though you have the support of the academy, now it's not from our family, and there are no free lunches in this world. Girls of your age still have a strong yearning for love." At this point, Chen Xiuying's gaze seemed to drift far away. "You have this talent, and I've seen it." Lin Bai didn't dare to respond, only lowering his head to eat. "Once you graduate in the future, it will be harder to find someone. Those girls online are often looking for a level or S-level boyfriends. I've heard those abilities are extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai looked at her with a strange expression. "Mom, don't you know about my abilities?" Chen Xiuying's expression changed slightly at his words. "I'm not talking about you, Xiao Bai. Don't feel discouraged. Just let those people online say what they want." Hearing this, Lin Bai's curiosity was piqued. "Mom, what have you seen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiuying's panic became more evident. Lin Bai immediately sensed something was off, and when Chen Xiuying was not paying attention, he snatched her phone. He swiftly opened a certain app. SS-level abilities are not all very strong. Some are actually quite useless, especially the 5th type. You must watch until the end. 7 Sins Body, the ability that consumes the most resources. The practical effect does not match the SSS level. When Lin Bai read the first post, his expression darkened instantly. Clicking into the account's profile, he scanned its videos and viewer statistics, and immediately understood. This was clearly a clickbait account. Ordinary women like Chun Xiaoying were precisely the demographic most vulnerable to such manipulative content, especially someone like her widowed early, raising Lin Bai alone. A profile tailor-made for exploitation. Lin Bai knew exactly why these accounts operated this way, nothing more, nothing less than virality. The recent Lingfeng Awakening had birthed an SSS-tier hetero ability cultivator, but no sensational hook rivaled the irony of an SSS-tier ability turning out to be waste tier. Envy resides in every heart who wouldn't savor deep down the fall of a prodigy. Yet not all were gullible. Lin Bai pulled out his phone and searched. The results were starkly different. Why does anyone claim the 7 Sins Body is useless? Are there still so many cognitively impaired people in this era? Can a useless ability possibly rank SS tier? Yunji what? Insufficient resources? Let us introduce you to Yunji Academy, the institution where 7 Sins Body cultivators enroll. Lin Bai's choice of Yunji is unequivocally optimal. A quick search revealed that news of his enrollment had already gone viral, apparently orchestrated by Yunji's official channels. This was unsurprising. The major academies engaged in annual rivalry over which recruited the most prodigies, a time-honored tradition. Lin Bai promptly selected a balanced, authoritative review video for his mother to watch. Mom, look, your son isn't just a genius. He's the genius. I've told you 100 times to stop watching those clickbait accounts. Chun Xiaoying watched skeptically. What he says sounds right, but also somehow wrong. Why would Yunji Academy allocate so many resources to you? Lin Bai's face fell. Because Yunji is extravagantly wealthy. Seeing her lingering confusion, he sighed inwardly. She hadn't absorbed a word. Clickbait accounts mastered the art of attention grabbing. They fed audiences precisely what they craved. Years of exposure had left Chun Xiaoying deeply conditioned. It would take time to unlearn. Taking a slow, steadying breath, he said, Mom, rest assured. My hetero ability stands among the absolute pinnacles of this era. Your son is second to none. Chun Xiaoying took a bite of fish, then lifted her gaze with quiet gravity. You still don't have a girlfriend. Lin Bai's smile froze. He inhaled deeply, centering himself. Mom, it doesn't work that way. I possess the SS-tier 7 Sins Body, a rare specialization, 7 distinct avatars, each unique. Sigh, I wonder if I'll live to see your wedding day. Lin Bai fell silent, utterly speechless, utterly paralyzed. His mother had given birth to him at 26. She was barely in her 40s. And in this era of spiritual energy resurgence, ordinary lifespans now stretched to roughly 100 years. They'd barely begun. Realizing this, Lin Bai stopped talking. He feared cementing the notion into her mind. Outside, dusk deepened. After finishing his bowl, he rose and served himself another. Once dinner ended, Lin Bai seized the chore of clearing the table. Only afterward did he retrieve the black card Yunji had given him. Mom, the funds in that account. You may withdraw as you wish. I won't take it, Chun Xiaoying replied, scrolling on her phone from the sofa. You manage your own money. I only ask one thing. What is it? Don't go astray. I've seen too many turn corrupt once wealth came their way. The old Joe from the grain and oil section at the supermarket used to be honest. After his relocation compensation, he changed wives twice. Lin Bai poked his head out from the kitchen. Old Joe. Him. Listen closely. You must never follow his path. Fine. Also, Chun Xiaoying looked at him earnestly. Next time you come home, tell me in advance. I'll buy groceries. While you were away, I ate instant noodles. That bit of meat in the fridge. I didn't touch it. Not until you returned so I could cook it for you. Lin Bai sighed helplessly. Mom, that life is behind us. You need to adapt. But Chun Xiaoying resumed her gentle litany. It's different now. You're earning well, but what about later? We must prepare for the future. Oh, and your Aunt Lee's daughter. Would you like to see her photo? I haven't. Mom, I'm still young. I'm nowhere near that stage yet. All right. No photos, no photos. In the days leading up to term commencement, Lin Bai maintained disciplined cultivation, his routine steady and unbroken. Meanwhile, the Jinhui mission proceeded under Shun Liuyu's supervision. Its specifics remained undisclosed to Lin Bai. Over this month-long interval, Lin Bai discerned the system's task activation logic tasks triggered only upon personal action or proximity to specific conditions. During this period of homebound cultivation, no tasks activated, except the hero selection quest, which now presented him with a dilemma. The avatar limit stood firm at 7, yet the hero pool contained over 100 candidates. A pressing question arose: what if, after exhausting all 7 selections, none proved suitable? This uncertainty sparked a new hypothesis, one requiring empirical validation. Lin Bai had ascended to the Awaken Tier 1 week after completing his trial. The system quest concluded then, but he delayed initiating hero selection until today. System: initiate hero template selection. At a Fengshui fortified site, Lin Bai drew a deep breath and commenced his second draw. Before him, the images of over 100 heroes blurred and spun. He held his breath. Among heroes, those capable of stacking effects were undoubtedly supreme. Even those lacking direct growth potential, if they offered crowd control or scalable power, remained viable. The whirling images coalesced into a single radiant figure. The day the broken blade is reforged, the night shall return. A cool, composed, feminine voice resonated within his mind. Lin Bai paused, his expression shifting through layers of surprise, recognition, and quiet complexity. Riven, famed for fluid, dazzling combat and explosive burst damage. Across the top lane meta, her level 6 Ignite combo was universally unanswerable. Yet her ceiling was finite. By real-world standards, she was fundamentally a mid-game hero. Still, she would suffice. Lin Bai quickly reconciled the disparity. Riven's template offered seamless early-to-mid transition, ideal for bridging current gaps. Now came the critical decision: which avatar would receive this template. Pride and Wrath already had designated roles. After brief deliberation, Lin Bai assigned Riven's template to Envy. Leveraging resources provided by Yunji Academy, Lin Bai had elevated all 7 avatars to the Awaken tier. With Envy's ascension, her eyes finally ceased burning crimson. Thereafter, Lin Bai contemplated Envy's developmental trajectory, how best to cultivate her unique strength. Though Riven lacked infinitely scalable abilities, her Hexcore framework contained mechanisms expressly designed for progressive enhancement. That is the Dragon combination. With the Palm Slap and the Shrinking Engine, as long as one does not die, the attack power can keep stacking. Coincidentally, the cooldown and movement speed provided by the Shrinking Engine are exactly what Riven loves, plus the Endless Hunger equipment. At that time, the higher the attack, the higher the cooldown. However, currently Lin Bai hasn't seen any signs of an opening in the equipment store and can only wait. After finishing with the hero, Lin Bai also packed his things and prepared to head to Yunji Academy. Chen Xiuying specially took a day off to escort him to the station. While Lin Bai was packing, Chen Xiuying came to the living room holding a box. When Lin Bai came out and saw the somewhat vintage box, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Chen Xiuying opened it, revealing a bracelet inside. It was entirely silver-white, engraved with fine patterns that resembled entwined lotus vines. This bracelet had very distinct fine lines with clear traces of handmade work. Some areas were polished smooth, while others retained the sharp edges of the carving knife. Lin Bai took a glance and curiously asked, "What is this?" Chen Xiuying placed the bracelet on the table and pushed. "It was left by your grandmother." A hint of nostalgia flashed across Chen Xiuying's face as she lightly touched the bracelet with her finger. "Your grandmother brought it from her hometown and said it was made by an old silversmith, and there was only this one. Before she passed, she gave it to me, saying to keep it for when you have a daughter-in-law to pass it on to her." Lin Bai looked at the bracelet, his expression helpless. "Mom, I'm only 17. I know." Chen Xiuying pushed the bracelet a little closer to him. "It's not for you to give to someone right now. Later, when you find a girl you like and feel she is the one, you can give this to her." Saying this, her voice lowered slightly. "Your grandmother said, when she gave it to your father, that this bracelet isn't worth much, just a token of thought. But it has been passed down for several generations. Don't let it break." Lin Bai reached out to take the bracelet. The texture was cool to the touch, and he squinted to see the 2 small characters engraved on the inner side, resembling peace. "Your grandmother said it protects the wearer to be safe and sound. When your father passed, this bracelet was with me, and I didn't let him wear it. Later, I thought if I had let him wear it back then, would it have made a difference?" She didn't finish her sentence and waved her hand. "All right, enough of this. Keep it safe, don't lose it. Although silver isn't worth much, not even thieves would look at it. Once lost, it's gone forever." Lin Bai clenched the bracelet in his palm, nodding vigorously, then carefully placed it in the zippered pocket inside his backpack. "I've kept it safe." Chen Xiuying nodded. "Then let's go, or we'll miss the bus." It had started to drizzle downstairs, and neither of them had an umbrella. As they exited the community gate, they arrived at the bus stop. Standing beneath the sign, the steamer from the breakfast stall next to them was puffing out white steam, and the man selling buns was stacking a new steamer of buns when he saw Chen Xiuying and called out, "Sister Chen, sending your child off so early?" "Yes, sending him to school." "Where did he get accepted?" The man paused his actions, skillfully preparing 2 buns. "North to some Yun something academy." "Yunji," Lin Bai added with a smile. "Right, Yunji. Wow, this is quite impressive. Yunji is a top-tier institution. Xiao Bai is going to make it big. Just an ordinary student." Lin Bai smiled. Seeing this, the man didn't ask further and handed over the buns. "Here, take it to eat on the way, no charge." Chen Xiuying pushed it away, but he insisted on shoving them into her hands. She accepted them, thanked him, and turned to hand them to Lin Bai. "Take it." Soon the bus turned the corner from down the road, and Lin Bai picked up his bag, glancing at Chen Xiuying. "Mom, I'm leaving." Chen Xiuying stood on the platform. "Call me when you arrive." "Okay." Lin Bai nodded, slightly, boarded the bus, and found a seat by the window. The bus started. He turned to look out the window. Chun Xiaoying was still standing on the platform, raindrops falling on her hair and the shoulder of her clothes soaked through. She stood there waving at Lin Bai. Lin Bai waved back. Lin Bai took the train to Yunji Academy, having reserved a window seat in advance. After boarding, Lin Bai was about to take out his phone to inform Chen Xiaoying, but unexpectedly, she had already sent a message. Don't forget the bracelet, give it to someone suitable. When you find her, don't be reluctant. Lin Bai had seen the family tree. There hadn't been any powerful supernatural beings among his ancestors. While he was studying after sending the message, Lin Bai shook his head and chuckled, then took out the bracelet from his bag and examined it closely. It was indeed a very ordinary silver bracelet, nothing like an ancient treasure. Lin Bai had seen the family tree. There hadn't been any powerful supernatural beings among his ancestors. While he was studying the bracelet, another figure appeared beside him. That bracelet is quite pretty. A voice came from the side. Lin Bai turned his head upon hearing it. It was a girl standing in the aisle holding a white suitcase, trying to lift it onto the luggage rack. She looked to be about the same age as Lin Bai, with a low ponytail, wearing a light gray sweatshirt with her sleeves rolled up to her elbows and no adornments on her wrists. Her face was small, her eyes bright, and she wore round-framed glasses on her nose. Her features were quite delicate, and Lin Bai found himself somewhat captivated. She was tilting her head to look at the bracelet in Lin Bai's hand, her expression casual, as if greeting a familiar person. "Excuse me," she said, pointing to the seat next to Lin Bai. "Could you help me with my suitcase? I can't quite reach it." Lin Bai placed the bracelet on the small table, stood up, and lifted her suitcase onto the luggage rack with one hand. The girl sat down, then her gaze fell back onto the silver bracelet. Such handmade patterns are rare nowadays. My grandmother has a similar one made of jade, but it broke later. After she finished speaking, she added, "My name is Lin Jiangyin. You're also going to Yunji Academy, right?" Lin Bai glanced at her. "How did you know?" Lin Jiangyin took out a train ticket from her sweatshirt pocket and waved it in front of him. The ticket had the destination printed on it, Magic City. "At this hour, in this direction, at your age, those heading to Zhongzhou are basically going to Yunji." "Indeed." Lin Bai nodded slightly. This train was indeed headed towards Yunji. Lin Jiangyin smiled, her eyes crinkling. "When she did, my dad says I'm restless, always wanting to see everything." She looked at the bracelet in Lin Bai's hand, her tone becoming a bit more casual. "So that bracelet, is it a family heirloom?" Lin Bai turned the bracelet over to show her the engraved characters on the inner side. "It's my grandmother's, passed down to my mom, and then my mom asked me to keep it." "Are you asking me to give this to my future girlfriend?" Lin Jiangyin asked directly. Lin Bai was taken aback. "How do you know again?" "I guessed. This kind of thing is usually for that purpose, and besides, your expression when you looked at the bracelet just now wasn't the kind you'd have for something of your own." Lin Bai didn't respond, putting the bracelet back into his backpack. Seeing this, Lin Jiangyin didn't ask further, and the two fell silent for a moment. Soon the train started moving, and as it passed through a tunnel, the silhouettes of the two were perfectly reflected on the window. Lin Bai glanced at the reflection in the window, and Lin Jiangyin was also looking. Their gazes met on the glass for a moment, and Lin Jiangyin smiled before averting her gaze. "What's your ability?" Lin Bai thought for a moment, and casually said, "It's something like a clone." "Oh." Lin Jiangyin nodded, not probing further into what it was. "I have an S-level ability called Heavenly Listening." "Heavenly Listening?" "Yes, it's related to hearing. I can hear sounds from far away, and can also distinguish very subtle sounds." "That's pretty impressive. If it's S-level, it should be a special recruitment, right? You seem to know quite a bit about it. The admissions officer has been to my house." At this, Lin Jiangyin became interested. "Which ones?" "The ones who came to my house were Yunji and Qingnong Jiuhua." "6 of them." Lin Jiangyin exclaimed. "You're that S-level Lin Bai, right?" This time Lin Bai was stunned. "I shouldn't be that famous, right? How could that be? You're the only S-level, and moreover, it's a special type. There has been a lot of discussion about your ability online. I checked this year, most of the S-level awakenings are enhancement or elemental types. Your special type is quite rare. And the 7 Sins body is a rare existence among special types, and it's being hyped a lot online." As soon as the topic of abilities came up, Lin Jiangyin spoke animatedly. "Have you seen the Academy forum? There are several new S-level students creating buzz." "Creating buzz? What kind of buzz?" Lin Bai asked in confusion. "Aren't they just bored?" "Oh, the Academy is like a small society. Our resources need to be fought for, especially with a wealthy place like Yunji. Many students' resources are enough to make outside powers envious. At that time, there will be a ranking competition for enrollment, which also determines the allocation of resources. But it still depends on strength. Ooh, what's the use of creating buzz?" Lin Bai still didn't understand. If they created buzz now and lost later, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Lin Jiangyin gestured passionately as she spoke. "That kind of competition is a ring battle, and the support from the audience can have a huge impact. Also, the more famous you are, those without much power will be noticed by major forces. And some people are descendants of major forces, so they will start scouting for potential candidates. After graduation, they can become their support. Lin Bai nodded, somewhat understanding. If it was a ring competition, then it wasn't unreasonable for the other party to do so. Forming small groups was indeed something those second-generation heirs would do. However, this had nothing to do with him. He alone was enough to form an army. What do you plan to do? At this moment, Lin Jiangyin asked him. What to do? Lin Bai shrugged. I can barely manage my 7 clones. How can I form a small group? Oh, that's true. Lin Jiangyin nodded, somewhat understanding, then her expression turned sour. I really envy you, who have strong combat abilities. My ability seems to be just a support type. Lin Bai glanced at her and asked, have you been listening all along? Not really, I just can't turn it off. Lin Jiangyin tapped her ear with her finger. After awakening this heavenly listening, my ears have never had. No matter the distance or size, all those sounds flood into my head. In the first few days, I couldn't sleep at all. Even the ticking of the neighbor's clock was crystal clear to me. What happened later? Later, the academy staff came and taught me a method to focus on a single sound, and the others would automatically blur out. That's why I keep looking for things to do and topics to talk about. I see. Lin Bai nodded slightly. For example, right now I can hear someone in front watching short videos, and the volume is quite low. But I can hear that background music. Your phone in your pocket vibrated just now. Oh, you didn't feel it, but I heard it. Lin Bai instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The screen indeed showed a notification, a reminder message from Yunji Academy. What's the range of your ability? Currently, I can clearly hear specific content within about 500 meters. Beyond that, I can only tell if there is sound, but I can't distinguish what it is. The academy staff said this range will gradually expand with training, but to be honest, I'm not sure what use this ability has. You think it's useless? It's useless for fighting. Lin Jiangyin rolled up her sleeves and gestured. I tried it on the day I awakened. I used all my strength to listen to a bottle. I could shatter the bottle, but that little power is not enough against wild beasts. And my physical quality is average. In a fight, I'd just get taken out instantly. She smiled after saying that. Although her smile was still bright, Lin Bai could see a hint of self-deprecation in it. S-level sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just a high-precision listening device. My parents are quite happy saying their daughter can become a scout in the future. But I think scouts need to be fast too. I get out of breath just running 800 meters. Lin Bai looked at her, frowning in thought. Lin Jiangyin felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and adjusted her glasses. What's wrong? You just said that you could shatter a bottle using all your strength to listen. Yes, but that power is really small, and the distance is very close. Isn't it better to just smash the bottle? What's the point of that? Lin Bai was silent for a few seconds before saying, do you know what the essence of sound is? Lin Jiangyin was taken aback. Sound waves? Sound waves are mechanical waves that propagate through a medium. The higher the frequency, the greater the energy. Infrasound can penetrate buildings and ultrasound can cut through metal. Lin Bai looked at her with a serious expression. Your ability is called heavenly listening, not a wind-following ear. If it's just hearing far or finely, that's called enhanced hearing. But as we all know, no ability at the S level is simple. You just said you can shatter a bottle with sound, which indicates that the essence of your ability is not mere hearing, but the manipulation of sound waves. Lin Jianjian's expression changed as she put away her smile and listened earnestly. You can hear sounds from afar, because you can receive faint sound waves. As for distinguishing subtle differences, it's because your perceptual accuracy is extraordinarily high, and the fact that you can shatter a bottle with sound means you can actually emit strong sound waves yourself. Receiving and emitting are two sides of the same coin. Saying this, Lin Bai picked up his water cup from the table, unscrewed the lid, and flicked the cup's wall with his finger, producing a light sound. You heard that sound. If I amplify this frequency 10,000 times, the cup will shatter. If I adjust the frequency to a specific value, the glass of the entire train car will resonate and shatter simultaneously. He put down the cup, his expression serious, as he said, you just need to find the right frequency. Lin Jiangyin stared at the cup for a few seconds before lifting her gaze to Lin Bai. Do you study physics? No. Then how do you know all this? Isn't it basic? Lin Bai tilted his head, puzzled. Lin Jiangyin fell into deep thought, her fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. After a moment, she spoke. People from the academy have told me similar things, but not as specifically as you have. They said I should tap into my potential, which sounds right, but I just don't know how to start. She looked at Lin Bai, her eyes reflecting a different expression than before. So where do you think I should start? Lin Bai leaned back in his chair, contemplating for a moment. First, don't think about how to fight. Start by categorizing the sounds you hear. What frequency corresponds to what sound? Build your own database. For example, is the sound of tempered glass breaking high frequency or low frequency? What is the range of a human heartbeat? Once you memorize all these, you'll know what frequency to use against what target. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bai recalled arrogance. Moreover, you have another advantage. You can hear your opponent's weaknesses. Every person has vulnerabilities in their body. You don't need to find them yourself. You can hear them with your ears. Once you detect it, simply direct the sound at that spot, and that's enough. Lin Jiangyin remained silent for a long time after hearing this. When she looked at Lin Bai again, her gaze carried a hint of regarding him as a monster. Just Lin Bai's insights made her feel that his strength was likely on a different level than other SS class. Lost in thought, she took out a piece of chocolate and said, "I'll give you half." Lin Bai glanced at the chocolate and replied, "Thank you." "No, I should be thanking you." Lin Jiangyin stuffed the chocolate into her mouth, speaking with her mouth full. "Before I came to Yunji, my mom told me not to think of myself as special when I got to school. There are plenty of SS class people. I thought to myself that I didn't consider myself special. Oh, in fact, I felt quite useless. But now hearing you say this, it seems I'm not so useless after all." She swallowed the chocolate and looked at Lin Bai with a serious expression. "Your way of thinking is quite different from others." "How is it different?" "Typically after I explain my abilities, people either say, 'Wow, that's impressive,' or 'Then you really are useless.' You're the first person to listen and then tell me how to use it and where to apply it." The more she spoke, the more Lin Jianjian's eyes lit up. This different perspective on problems is precisely what sets you apart from others. "Maybe I have too many avatars." Lin Bai felt nothing particular about it. Throughout the journey, the two chatted about many things and exchanged contact information. Lin Bai found that Lin Jiangyin was quite easy to get along with. Her appearance could undoubtedly be described as school beauty level, yet she did not exude an aloof, distant air. Moreover, from previous details, it was evident that she was quite open-minded. The situation with Tian Ting and the Seven Sins was similar. Both were powerful abilities that the public did not know much about. Even though Lin, by being SS class, faced some rumors, Lin Jiangyin naturally had her share. Lin Jiangyin was quite talkative, and they chatted the entire way. Through Lin Jianjian's sharing, Lin Bai downloaded the Yunji app. Many of the details she shared during their conversation were information he had seen on that official website. Inside there were several major sections, and the most noteworthy was the Academy Forum. At this moment, several posts were pinned at the top due to their high popularity. The first post was about the top 10 beauties of the new students. The popularity of this post surpassed even that of the top 10 experts among the new students, indicating that beautiful women have always been the primary focus. Lin Bai, of course, had no interest in this, so he clicked on the second post. Unfortunately, he accidentally slipped and clicked on the beauty post. To his surprise, it was all blank. All 10 slots were waiting to be filled. The new students haven't finished reporting yet, so they definitely can't be evaluated now. Lin Jiangyin, who was beside him, laughed at this scene. "Oh." Lin Bai returned with a bit of disappointment, and then clicked on the second hottest post. At this moment, Lin Jiangyin leaned over. This post is about the top 10 experts among the new students. Many factions are likely to have powerful ability users, which has to do with bloodlines. Currently, everyone listed here are the younger generations from family businesses and the like. Lin Bai scanned through the list. Ji Xuanyuan SS class ability, Emperor's Sword Soul. Bai Wuyo SS class ability, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Li Qingga SS class ability, Solaria. Jiang Yutian SS class ability, Solar True Flame. Jiang Yin SS class ability. Lin Bai examined the list closely, and all the top abilities were SS class. "Is this the value of the Lingfeng Awakening?" Lin Jiangyin, puzzled, spoke up. "You aren't on this list. Logically, a special type ability should be enough." Hearing this, Lin Bai looked again, and aside from the top 3, the rest were elemental abilities. "Maybe they don't have," Lin Bai casually mentioned, but Lin Jiangyin looked thoughtful. "I noticed that this list is full of the younger generations from those families. It's likely for creating momentum." "Creating momentum?" "Yes." Lin Jiangyin nodded seriously. "These younger generations from families will become the leading figures of their clans, so they naturally need helpers." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai understood. The best time to find future helpers is at this moment, when everyone is just awakening. Moreover, it is the year of the Lingfeng Awakening, with geniuses emerging one after another. These people naturally want to gather those wild talents. However, when awakening high-level abilities, who doesn't have a bit of arrogance and wants to forge their own path? At this time, approaching them directly to recruit usually yields mediocre results. But sending peers as classmates, or even as friends fighting side by side, is an entirely different concept. This move is truly remarkable. From the moment he enrolled, Lin Bai could already sense the aura of conflict. The purpose of this selection is clear, but is to allow these second-generation talents to shine and attract even more gifted individuals amidst the competition. Are all the SS-level individuals listed here? After reading the list, Lin Bai asked. This list not only includes the top 10 selections, but the rankings beyond that up to 15 are S-level abilities, and Lin Bai just happens to be in the 15th position. Yes, 15 SS-level abilities. This year's awakening at Lingfeng is truly astonishing. As Lin Jiangyin spoke, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Bai. In her eyes, Lin Bai would undoubtedly have a place on the future world stage. Not to mention his unique insights into abilities, his combat prowess was likely on a different level compared to others. Lin Bai, however, was not thinking too much about that. His choice of Yunji was simply due to its abundant resources. As for attracting talents and finding like-minded friends, such social considerations were not on his agenda. The relationship between his 7 clones was already giving him a headache. Right now, Lin Bai just wanted to quickly draw a layered hex deck and heroes to send his clones out. But speaking of which, what they are doing is actually tacitly approved by the Academy. Lin Bai perked up at this. The Academy actually encourages students to compete with one another. Only through competition can there be progress. The Academy League will be nationwide. Who doesn't want to vie for the top position? Lin Jiangyin seemed to know quite a bit about these academies. Compared to other academies, Yunji's foundation is a bit weaker, and others often refer to it as a nouveau riche. As far as I know, in recent years the Academy has been eager to shed this label, so they are willing to spend money. This year with the Awakening at Lingfeng, the higher-ups have even issued military orders to definitely drop this title. Lin Bai's heart stirred as if he thought of something, so Lin Jiangyin looked at him with a hint of a smile. Why compete? Without resources, who would bother to fight? Understood. Lin Bai nodded seriously. Lin Bai and the others took the high-speed train directly. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the speed was faster, and they arrived in just over 2 hours. The high-speed train station was bustling with people. Many parents brought their children here, and the Academy had set up a reception point in the square. Dozens of flags were waving in the wind, embroidered with ancient patterns, and several gilded characters. Yunji Academy. Beneath the flags, dozens of students in uniform were busy. The boys were helping the new students carry their luggage, while the girls formed a beautiful landscape. They wore Yunji Academy's summer uniforms with a moon-white base embroidered with light silver cloud patterns and a sky-blue ribbon tied around their waists, accentuating their slender figures. The skirts reached their knees, revealing well-proportioned and smooth calf lines complemented by mid-heeled shoes of the same color. Most importantly, these girls welcoming newcomers were all stunningly beautiful. Passers-by couldn't help but slow down. It's not that they hadn't seen beautiful women before, but such a spectacle they had truly never witnessed. My goodness, which school's welcome event is this? A middle-aged man dragged his suitcase, his gaze almost glued to the reception point, while his wife beside him pinched him with a blank expression. Yunji Academy. The man winced in pain, but couldn't help turning back. Is it really Yunji Academy? As one of the 6 major academies, those who could enter Yunji were all top talents from various provinces. Ahead, several girls were arranged in a fan shape. The one in the center was tall, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, her features exquisite, as if she had stepped out of a painting, yet her expression carried a hint of aloofness. She simply stood there quietly, holding a sign that read New Student Reception of Yunji Academy, and had already attracted more than half of the gazes. Her name is Su Qinyue, a second-year student at Yunji Academy, reportedly ranking 5th in comprehensive scores upon admission, and is now recognized as one of the Academy's beauties. While ordinary people were captivated by her beauty, the newly awakened students around her felt a sense of pressure the moment they stepped out of the station. The oppressive presence of a high-level individual. This senior sister was not an ordinary flower vase. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. A newly arrived student whispered, only to be pulled back sharply by a companion. Don't just look at her, feel her spiritual energy fluctuations. At least she is at the peak of the manifestation stage. The manifestation stage. For most freshly awakened high school students, that was an unattainable realm. To Su Qianyu's left, a short-haired girl was enthusiastically greeting passing new students. Her features were not as refined as Su Qianyu's, but she was lively. With her arched brows and round cheeks, she smiled to reveal 2 little tiger teeth, making her extremely cute. Classmate, are you a new student at Yunji? Come sign in here first, and get your badge and dorm key. Seniors will help you carry your luggage. Her voice was crisp and bright, carrying a natural warmth that made people instinctively want to approach. This girl's name is Tangguo, a second-year student at Yunji, specializing in support. Besides her, the other girls also had their own stunning qualities. Just this picturesque scene nearly caused a traffic jam in the square. Lin Bai and Lin Jiangyin had just arrived at the square, and after a short walk they dispersed. When Lin Bai took out his phone, Lin Jianjian's message had already arrived. So many people. Let's check in first, and we'll gather later. Okay. Lin Bai responded, then headed towards the reception point with his suitcase. Several academies were set up here, and with Yunji's strong presence besides the new students checking in, many people were simply there to admire the beauties. It took Lin Bai quite a while to finally squeeze to the reception point of Yunji Academy. He was greeted by a girl named Ji Fu. Though her looks couldn't quite match the school beauty level of Su Qinyue, she was still quite close, and her smile was very gentle. Classmate, what is your name? They'll give you your badge and keys first. Lin Bai. As soon as Lin Bai's name was mentioned, the senior sisters who were receiving new students instinctively turned to look. Lin Bai. Is he that Lin Bai? As part of the new student reception group, they naturally knew which students to expect. From the list on the Academy's website, some young members of prominent families were definitely coming to the Academy. In this case, by glancing down the list after examining the comprehensive information, one could roughly tell who were the new students from other provinces coming on their own. Among them, the ordinary Lin Bai was at the top. An SS-level ability, though ranked 15th, it also depended on who he was being compared to. Everyone's gaze was drawn over. An SS-level individual is unlike any other. Even in the current awakening of the spirit peaks, such a being remains a rarity. Beside her, Su Qianyu's eyes were fixated on Lin Bai. To be honest, this kind of welcoming should not have been her responsibility. However, she received news from the admissions office about an SS-level supernatural being and some special SSS and S-level individuals prompting her to come. Last year, she failed to compete at the start of school. This time, she had to seize the opportunity. As she contemplated, Su Qianyu brushed her hair and revealed a small smile. Classmate. However, her movement suddenly froze in midair because Lin Bai was intently listening to Ji Fu as she spoke, seemingly oblivious to her presence. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Bai had already picked up his suitcase and walked toward the car. Ji Fu quick-witted gestured to a senior sister beside her to take her place and hastily stepped forward. They'll help you carry your luggage. I am a manifestation-level practitioner, and I have great strength. Her clear voice instantly petrified those around her. No way. Did the differential treatment have to be so blatant? People cried out in their hearts. A man carrying a suitcase in front of Lin Bai clearly heard the sound of his own heart breaking. Although the senior sister's smile had been gentle, there was always an air of keeping others at bay. Yet now facing Lin Bai, she seemed almost eager to be glued to him. Lin Bai was also taken aback and instinctively tightened his grip on his suitcase. No need, senior sister, really. I am in my awakening phase. One suitcase is no problem at all. Lin Bai, let go of that suitcase. This is a prime opportunity. In his mind, the 7 deadly sins which Lin Bai had subconsciously suppressed suddenly became strikingly clear. Lin Bai's expression darkened. What was this guy doing stirring up trouble? Let me out. I've even thought of a name for my child. At this point, Lin Bai absolutely could not let go. All his avatars were wearing his own disguise. Yet when Ji Fu heard Lin Bai was in the awakening phase, her eyes brightened, and those around them looked over with keen interest. The awakening phase. How long has it been since the awakening began? He actually reached the awakening phase already. Truly a prodigy of SS level. Just as Ji Fu grew more enthusiastic, a voice suddenly carried over from a distance. Lin Bai, over here. Beside her was a tall boy helping her carry a suitcase. The boy initially showed signs of impatience upon hearing Lin Jiangyin call out, but his expression brightened upon hearing Lin Bai's name. He then made eye contact with Su Qianyue in the distance, and they exchanged knowing nods. Seeing this, Ji Fu smiled and said, so you two know each other. Then let Qingxian take you to the academy. The two quickly joined together, and the boy beside Lin Jiangyin, Meng Qingshuan, said with a smile, hello junior, and Meng Qingshuan, a sophomore. Oh, am Lin Bai. Lin Bai nodded slightly, making eye contact with Lin Jiangyin, who was making subtle gestures. Lin Bai roughly understood her meaning. It was evident that the phase of competing for people had begun as soon as they arrived in Modu. The competition was. Meng Qingxian drove the two of them directly. Along the way, it was just as Lin Bai expected. He was there to compete for people. Although he didn't say it outright, he kept hinting at his family, while introducing the various resources of the world. Lin Bai picked up on something. The Meng family, where Meng Qingxian belonged, was a vassal family of the Su family, which was considered one of the prominent families in Modu, holding many high-level world resources. The academy matters were glossed over in just a few sentences, focusing instead on those world resources, and after finishing that, he would seamlessly transition to mentioning his own family. Throughout the journey, Lin Bai remained unresponsive. Instead, Lin Jiangyin seemed somewhat intrigued, then exchanged contact information with Meng Qingxian. At this point, Lin Bai couldn't refuse either, so he added his contact as well. This outcome pleased Meng Qingshuan, who dropped the two of them off at the dormitory entrance. Modu Academy is located in the eastern suburbs and covers a vast area. A level and above supernatural beings are all in the villa area. This is a privilege and the first lesson of the academy. Meng Qingxian said with a smile, privileges have always been reserved for the strong. This is also the academy's principle. In the future, including academy resources, everything will be divided based on strength. The two nodded earnestly. Meng Qingxian had achieved his goal, and after a few pleasantries he left. Lin Jiangyin glanced at the dormitory number. I'm over here, you two seem to be over there. Whom are you really considering those families? Lin Bai asked. Lin Jiangyin revealed a sly smile. For us commoners, aside from joining the military, the best choice is to join a family, but the military takes on world battles, which is very dangerous. Of course I won't choose casually. This is called waiting for the right price. In that case, I wish you smooth sailing. Lin Jiangyin paused for a moment. Aren't you planning to join a family? Not planning till I still have to deal with 7 avatars. Lin Bai shrugged as joining a family was not his path. Seeing this, Lin Jiangyin didn't say much more. The two were merely acquaintances, some questions were not for her to ask. Then I'm leaving a contact me if you have time. Sure. After parting ways, Lin Bai glanced at the location of his dormitory and dragged his suitcase over. The academy said the dormitory was a two-person room. When Lin Bai arrived, his roommate had not yet come. The dormitory was large, over 100 square meters, and elegantly decorated, every detail exuding the wealth of Yunji. After finding a room to settle his belongings, Lin Bai finally had time to look into the academy's information and subsequent matters. The welcome conference was the day after tomorrow, while tomorrow was for the class meetings. When Ji-Fu handed him the school badge and dorm key, she also included the group chat for their class. Lin Bai lay back on the sofa and prepared to join the class group chat. At that moment, Lin Jiangyin sent a message. You've been used as a stepping stone. Lin Bai. Before he could ask, Lin Jiangyin sent a link. Is an SS-level supernatural being truly that powerful? I find it hard to believe. Lin Bai opened the letter and saw that it was a challenge from a freshman named Zhu Hongyi. The content was somewhat juvenile and Lin Bai glanced over it, but Zhu Hongyi, whether he was truly foolish or just a bit naive, had directly written his ability level on the challenge letter. Zhu Hongyi's ability is S-level sound system, explosive sound piercing cloud. He can compress sound into a highly penetrating sound cone that can pierce through metal and stone, and he can instantly create devastating sound explosion shockwaves. Sound-based attack. Lin Bai expressionlessly closed the challenge letter and then replied to Lin Jiangyin, born. This Zhu Hongyi's family status here is quite high and his sound system ability is considered formidable among peers. However, with the awakening this time, his family expects him to achieve S level, so he must be eager to prove himself. Lin Bai glanced at the comments below the challenge letter, which were mostly mocking. There was no shortage of people eager for excitement, and some of Zhu Hongyi's followers had already begun to attack Lin Bai. These people were very active, and since Lin Bai had few supporters, the comments were overwhelmingly one-sided. Damn, does he think I'm a soft persimmon? Let me at him. He'll take him down with one punch. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead, oblivious to the fact that the inner demons had started to stir. The reaction of wrath was the most pronounced among them, while others also showed some emotions. As inner demons, they were relatively pure. If wrath were to take over, there would be no need to wait for the agreed-upon day. At that moment, a message from Lin Jiangyin brought his thoughts back. So are you going to accept? Lin Bai pondered for a moment. Let me think about it. Think about it. Lin Jiangyin didn't think too much and replied, all right, I'll wait for your news. After saying that, she stopped sending messages while Lin Bai was deep in thought, rubbing his chin. Based on previous experience, this should count as some kind of event which should trigger a system task, but since he saw the challenge letter, the system had remained silent. Could there be an issue? What issue? Let me at him. He'll smash him with one punch. Lin Bai instinctively leaned back. This kind of challenge letter was the most obvious provocation. Compared to other personas, wrath was the most intolerant. Lin Bai exerted some effort to suppress the restless wrath, and then a thought struck him. He glanced at his forum account and changed his alias. The initial names on the forum were all students' names, but nicknames could be modified. Lin Bai clicked to change it and entered 4 characters. Here I come. After completing these, he immediately clicked on Zhu Hongyi's challenge letter and replied below. Here I come, I accept the challenge. The next second, the system's voice arrived on cue. Task: defeat Zhu Hongyi. Reward: Hex reward, chance 1. Just as I thought. Lin Bai's eyes brightened. His reply was quickly drowned out, as besides Lin Bai there were many other Lin Bais mixed in supporting him in the fight. It was obvious that these were all there to stir up trouble. What they were doing was creating a false impression that Lin Bai had already accepted the challenge, making it difficult for him to back down. Zhu Hongyi noticed this as well, but didn't care. In his view, Lin Bai would definitely accept. All young people are passionate, right? Especially when challenged by someone who had just been ranked lower than him. If he didn't accept, how would he navigate the academy? However, if Lin Bai thought that his S-level ability could crush Zhu Hongyi's explosive sound-piercing cloud, then his fate would be quite miserable. S-level overcoming ranks is not impossible. Zhu Hongyi smirked. All he had to do was wait for the time to come and defeat Lin Bai, making it clear to everyone that S-level wasn't necessarily stronger than S-level. At this moment, the heat of Zhu Hongyi's post was still rising. About 2 hours after Lin Bai's reply, the heat surged again. Lin Bai's alias was exposed. Someone precisely identified Lin Bai's alias among a crowd of impersonators. Although he hadn't hidden it, finding it so quickly still caught him off guard. Lin Bai accepted. While the first battle of the new semester. Is this the opening battle? Can Lin Bai handle it? He'll be knocked down, or what fighting power does a 7 Sins body have in the early stages? As the post exploded within the academy, the information management office. I say, isn't this a bit unfair? Several instructors were at their respective posts, and the same screen appeared on their computers. Zhu Hongyi's challenge letter. New students, a bit of vitality isn't a problem, and besides, Lin Bai replied himself. You're really something, directly exposing Lin Bai's alias. You don't understand, Zhu Hongyi is creating momentum. Although I don't know why Lin Bai chose to keep a low profile, the outcome of this battle is tied to the momentum they created. If Lin Bai wins without prior momentum, he will lose a lot later. We're encouraging competition among students, but this competition should also be based on fairness. You're thinking too much. The one speaking shook his head with a smile. Zhu Hongyi had been building momentum for this battle from the start. If he won, this momentum would become his advantage. However, if Lin Bai wins, the gains might not be as significant because to the public he would appear as if he had suddenly emerged without prior notice. Since he decided to fight, he should have stepped into the public eye earlier. Lin Jiangyin also saw Lin Bai's acceptance message and frantically typed on her phone. "Inin, do you know this Lin Bai?" A voice came from beside her, belonging to a girl whose looks were no less than Lin Jianjian's. However, the two had different styles. This girl's demeanor was more like that of a refined lady, and her voice was soft and gentle. "I guess you could say that," Lin Jiangyin replied without turning her head. "Qinchin, you have to help me. These people are all saying Zhu Hongyi is guaranteed to win." "What a joke. I think he won last 2 rounds against Lin Bai." "Well, it's a bit helpless," Wen Shun said, taking out her latest model smartphone with a pink case. "Zhu Hongyi, as an S-level ability user from a big family, actually has a pretty good chance of winning. The main issue is that everyone knows a bit about Lin Bai's 7 Sins body now, and this ability is more inclined towards auxiliary growth in the early stages. In terms of actual combat power, Lin Jiangyin rolled her eyes. 7 Lin Bais could gang up and beat him to death." Wen Shun felt helpless, but didn't say much more. It was indeed like that in the perception stage, but once it reached the awakening stage, it wouldn't be the same. She was well aware that Zhu Hongyi had already reached the awakening stage. One could only say that Zhu Hongyi did know how to pick his opponents. Any SS-level ability user on the list wasn't someone he could casually provoke. The next day, it was soon time for Zhu Hongyi's designated challenge. The academy had a dedicated combat arena for students, and Zhu Hongyi chose venue number 9, as the ones before it were mostly occupied. With more than an hour until the agreed time, the 9th venue, comparable in size to a soccer field and capable of accommodating thousands, was nearly full. In addition to the freshmen, there were also many sophomores and juniors. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, his heart began to race with excitement. He initially thought it would be an ordinary battle challenge, but he never expected it to attract so many spectators. It seems the preliminary hype was not in vain. He had poured a month's allowance into this event. It was worth it. In reality, apart from his efforts, part of the reason was that this was the first battle of the new students. One of the participants possessed an unassigned SS-level ability, and many people came to see just how powerful this 7 Sins body really was. After all, it is an SS-level ability, and one that has hardly been seen in recent years. Among the new students, half of those listed earlier by Lin Jiangyin had come. Previously, Su Qianyu and several other girls who were responsible for receiving passengers were also present, sitting in a relatively good position, while the boys nearby were visibly excited. "Who do you think will win?" Ji Fu quietly asked Su Qianyu. "On paper, Zhu Hongyi should have the advantage," Su Qianyu replied without hesitation. "The Zhu family's foundation is solid, and Zhu Hongyi is not to be underestimated. They even placed bets privately as should we join in. 1-5 with Lin Bai at 5, Ji Fu was somewhat surprised. "So high?" Meng Qingxian nodded. "After all, they all know Zhu Hongyi, but not Lin Bai. I still have 20,000, help me bet on Lin Bai." Meng Qingxian was taken aback. "Are you sure?" Ji Fu chuckled. "You know what they say, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Even if I'm out of money, Qinyu can still support me." Su Qianyu shot her a glare. "What if you lose?" "If I win, I'll treat you to tasting." "Yeah, right." As time passed, it was almost time for Zhu Hongyi's duel, but Lin Bai had yet to appear. The fight venue, the size of a football field, had a towering dome with spotlights illuminating the octagonal iron cage, making the area blindingly white. At this moment, the stands were packed with people, and as time went on, even more spectators arrived, with students squeezing into the aisles. The hype for this battle was immense. Even though the time had not yet arrived, Zhu Hongyi could no longer wait and had come to the center of the arena. He had his hands in his pockets and his chin slightly raised. Zhu Hongyi was tall and had sharp facial features. The genes of a prominent family were indeed impressive. Looking at the excited crowd in the stands filled with students from various grades, he even noticed several teachers who had rescheduled classes to watch the fight. Zhu Hongyi knew he had to win this battle in a spectacular manner. Surrounding the venue were 4 giant holographic projection screens, which were currently broadcasting the central area from 4 angles. Zhu Hongyi's handsome and flamboyant face was magnified to over 10 meters high, occupying everyone's field of vision. However, as time passed, Lin Bai still did not show up, which made Zhu Hongyi somewhat impatient. He glanced at the audience, took a deep breath, and spoke up. "Dear seniors and teachers, my name is Zhu Hongyi." His voice echoed throughout the venue, amplified by the sound system. S-level sound-based ability, explosive sound, piercing cloud. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and the smile on his face deepened. To be honest, I came here today to see just how exaggerated the legendary SS level 7 Sins body really is. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted. Some cheered, some booed, and some frowned. Zhu Hongyi's provocation was unapologetic and could even be described as brazen. This caused some to furrow their brows while others cheered wildly. Some felt he was too arrogant while others believed it was justified. Lin Bai. Zhu Hongyi no longer looked at the audience. His gaze was fixed on the entrance passage on the north side of the venue, his voice suddenly rising a few notches. Don't keep me waiting too long, my patience isn't very good. As he said this, he revealed a bit of his power. Zhu Hongyi's voice, enhanced by his ability, transformed into an invisible shockwave that rolled along the ground, causing the metal door at the entrance to tremble and buzz. This display instantly silenced the entire venue. Zhu Hongyi truly had something to show. Time passed second by second in the quiet. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhu Hongyi's smile gradually faded, replaced by impatience. He raised his right hand again, and this time a visible sound wave sphere formed in his palm. The air trembled violently in his hand. If you don't come out soon, I'll blow up your entrance passage. Zhu Hongyi spoke calmly. In the stillness, Zhu Hongyi, sensitive to sounds, heard a faint gulping noise. Others did not hear it, and were puzzled, but when a shadow appeared in the light, they all saw it. From the passage, Lin Bai stepped out slowly, in such a hurry to seek death. His tone was filled with a strong hint of gunpowder. Zhu Hongyi's brow furrowed sharply, and the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers after a brief silence. This was the kind of direct confrontation that had the most appeal. They were glad they came. At this moment, everyone began to scrutinize Lin Bai closely. Dressed in a black hoodie, his slightly messy black hair peeked out, with a few strands obscuring half of his face. He kept his head down, his hands buried in the pockets of his hoodie. His facial features were actually quite handsome, and his eyes were even captivating. Many girls found it hard to look away at first glance, feeling that Lin Bai became increasingly attractive the longer. Zhu Hongyi was also observing him, but from the perspective of an enemy. Despite issuing a challenge and openly looking down on him, those were just tactics. When truly facing him, he would not underestimate anyone, let alone against an opponent who was the 7 Sins body. As Lin Bai stepped onto the arena, Zhu Hongyi's expression grew serious. You've arrived. I'm here, Lin Bai replied, his previously relaxed demeanor turning serious upon hearing these words. Let's get started. Wait a minute, Lin Bai paused. This isn't how the script is written. Aren't you supposed to say I shouldn't have come? What do you mean I shouldn't have come? If you don't show up, who am I supposed to fight? Zhu Hongyi was somewhat bewildered, faintly sensing he had missed something. Lin Bai shook his head. Forget it, let's just start. The moment his voice fell, a shadow appeared on the stage, one hand raised high before coming down. Quite Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Before coming, he had researched this technique. It seemed to be a method of a shadow-type expert from the academy, known as the arena judge. Its purpose is to supervise and protect the students. After all, battles involving supernatural beings can easily lead to fatalities. At this moment, his entire demeanor suddenly changed. A visible ripple radiated outward from him, scattering the dust on the ground in a circular pattern. He compressed the sound energy accumulated in his chest all at once, further compressing it, until a cluster of high-frequency blue and white light points flickered deep in his throat. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, and at this moment the expressions of the surrounding audience became serious. Huh! A furious shout erupted. Accompanying this was a barely visible conical wave that shot from his mouth, measuring only the thickness of a fist, moving so fast that it left a white shockwave trail in the air. Wherever the sound cone passed, the air emitted a piercing shriek of being torn apart. The power was so great that even the concrete floor was plowed into a scorched trench by the residual wave. The students in the front row instinctively covered their ears. The sound cone headed straight towards Lin Bai at the other end of the arena. At the moment of impact, blinding white light and a deafening explosion erupted simultaneously, with a gray-white mushroom-shaped dust cloud rising from the point where the sound cone struck. The shockwave swept across, carrying debris in all directions, and the audience screamed in waves, with a few unsteady students falling back into their seats. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many began to doubt whether this was the awakening stage. Only the students from prominent families remained calm. The use of supernatural abilities is not merely superficial. The Zhu Hongyi before them clearly used a special skill from his family, able to maximize the explosive sound to unleash such immense power at this stage. Many who saw him execute this move shook their heads and stood up. They all understood that this move from the awakening stage would definitely be hard to block, even for their SS level abilities, which would require targeted defense. But what shocked everyone even more was that Zhu Hongyi, extremely composed, clenched his fists and unleashed 3 successive sound cones with force. They formed a triangular formation, sealing off all possible escape angles for Lin Bai. Each sound wave that left his mouth caused the ground beneath him to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. The series of violent explosions silenced the entire fighting arena. Many people were stunned. The swirling smoke and dust echoed with the residual waves of Zhu Hongyi's sound cone. Everyone's vision was completely blocked by the gray-white dust curtain. Some in the audience craned their necks, while others held their breath wanting to know what had happened to Lin Bai. "Are you done making a scene?" In this suffocating silence, Lin Bai's voice emerged, and the dust curtain suddenly collapsed at its center. It was as if a massive void was forcefully blasted out by a power erupting from within. A fist penetrated through the center of the smoke and dust, and where the fist passed, visible waves of energy exploded outward in a circular fashion, instantly clearing the entire dust cloud. Only then did the crowd see clearly that Lin Bai stood in place, his right arm extended, maintaining a punching posture. The crowd instinctively looked towards Zhu Hongyi. At this moment, Zhu Hongyi seemed to be struck by a terrifying shockwave. He wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. At this moment, the space around Zhu Hongyi darkened without warning. A shadow as dark as ink silently rose from the ground, wrapping around him like a billowing cloak. In the shadow, a pair of emotionless gray-white eyes vaguely emerged. The deliberate punch shot straight through the shadow, creating a violent shockwave. Then a voice devoid of any warmth rang in Zhu Hongyi's ear, echoing directly in the minds of every. "Fatal attack has triggered shadow protection. Challenger Zhu Hongyi failure." The referee of the arena. The next moment, the entire fighting arena erupted in chaos. "What the hell?" He blasted the referee out of the ring. "I heard that the referee only triggers when a fatal injury that cannot be resisted is determined. The referee's true form is at the domain level, right? It can't be misjudged. If that punch hit me, wouldn't I be covered in bruises?" Those talented individuals who had already stood up now looked filled with shock. Even they couldn't see clearly what had just happened with that punch. At this moment, as the dust settled, Lin Bai bore no injuries. Zhu Hongyi lay on the shattered ground, his chest rising and falling violently, staring blankly at the ceiling. He hadn't managed to block a single move. If this news got out, what would his family think? What would his life in the academy be like from now on? In the future? His chaotic thoughts exploded simultaneously, but in the next moment his mind went blank. Because after Lin Bai patted his clothes, he said nothing and walked away. This scene was even more ironic for him. His opponent seemed to have never taken him seriously. At this moment, the fighting arena was in complete chaos. Su Qianyu and the others had expressions full of shock, and Ji Fu couldn't help but ask, "Did you see clearly?" It seems like he used something similar to a fist wave, but it was much more powerful than a regular fist wave. Meng Qingxian had watched the whole process, but even now he was somewhat uncertain. Su Qianyu's pupils contracted. Is this a supernatural ability? Or a physical technique? Skill? The information about the Seven Sins team is quite limited. They had no clue about Lin Bai's deliberate punch just now. That punch directly triggered the referee. Its power is difficult to gauge. Meng Qingxian thought deeper. Everyone knew that if that punch hit Zhu Hongyi, it could be fatal, but no one knew its upper limit of power. Because the referee's judgment is based on the strength of the attacked. In other words, even if the attacked is an ordinary person, a large rock falling could trigger it. But based on Zhu Hongyi's strength, one could infer to some extent that the power of that punch had definitely reached the level of the mastery stage. New students, the start of school mastery stage. These three phrases together gave them a surreal feeling. "This is serious now," Ji Fu murmured. "Those who can reach SSS level are indeed prodigies." Zhu Hongyi really hit a wall this time. Besides them, there were actually a few SS level new students who had come to watch the battle. At this moment, they all frowned. After considering from a different angle, they realized that facing an attack of this level, they seemed to have no good countermeasures. The most troublesome thing was that due to the previous dust obstruction, they didn't even know whether it was a major move or a simple attack. They hadn't even seen Lin Bai's move. Zhu Hongyi was fine. Why make such a big commotion? It was completely a loud noise with little impact. Lin Bai had come out unscathed. The crowd was in shock, completely unaware that Lin Bai had slipped away. Moreover, it wasn't even his true self that had come. At this moment, everyone finally realized. They had all been stunned by that punch earlier and hadn't noticed that this blow had nothing to do with the Seven Sins ability at all. This discovery caused the previously quiet combat arena to erupt, and the internal network of the academy exploded as well. A punch. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the Seven Sins ability could create 7 avatars? No way did he defeat them without even using an avatar. I said before the fight that Zhu Hongyi couldn't win. They called me crazy, and now that the results are in, they say the earth is round, and I was right. I'm truly impressed. Indeed, it is difficult for an S level to provoke an SS level. That said, if the base level 7 Sins is like this, what about the others? The others. The result of this battle spread rapidly, and even those SS level ability users who weren't present at the scene saw it. As for those at the scene, after watching, no one was able to relax their expressions. Because with a little comparison, they realized that Lin Bai's 7 Sins seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. They themselves tried to imagine switching places, and realized they couldn't replicate such a powerful attack. No matter how you put it, it required mastery to achieve. Why could Lin Bai unleash such a simple punch? Moreover, there was another question. They were very concerned about this move had no characteristics of the Seven Sins ability, which was their most significant point of interest. The younger generation of major families in the Demon City had their own little circles, and a chat group that had been quiet suddenly became lively. Naturally, the focus was on this battle. They had already discussed quite a bit, but someone shared a link that reignited the group's enthusiasm. Unreliable analysis. Could it be that Lin Bai only sent an avatar? When everyone saw this post, they all felt a chill. Currently, this post was highly popular, second only to Zhu Hongyi's challenge. Upon opening it, most of the content was analysis regarding Lin Bai. First, the analysis suggested that it was an avatar that came not his true self. I checked the information, and each avatar of the Seven Sins is independent, only biased in terms of personality. This means that when Lin Bai released his avatar in front of us, we might not even recognize it. However, I boldly deduced that the avatar that came this time is the gluttony avatar. Image this is the trash can in the entrance passage. Inside there were a lot of food packaging, which I feel is quite obvious. After that, the crowd stopped paying much attention and instead began chatting in the group. What do you think? If it really is just the gluttony avatar, then this guy shouldn't be underestimated. This battle has completely exploded. No one expected Zhu Hongyi to end with such a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, the instigator Lin Bai wasn't thinking much about it. After receiving the task reward, he decisively began to draw. Unfortunately, he didn't draw a rune, but the fragment was golden, which could be considered a consolation prize. Lin Bai looked at the draw results. The golden fragment was for attack power, dual resistance, and health. After some thought, he decisively chose attack power and then allocated it to jealousy. Jealousy was currently using Riven's template, which makes attack power and cooldown the two most critical attributes. Currently, while gluttony was very powerful, it was actually the enemy's ignorance of the mechanism of the armored skill's intent value that allowed such attacks. In reality, the armored skill's charged punch was quite easy to dodge. Once the opponent figured out this point, they could effortlessly evade the charged punch. That's why Lin Bai planned to cultivate jealousy further. Riven is known for her agility and high burst damage, so when facing opponents gluttony can't handle, sending jealousy into battle would be perfect. This phase is called comprehensive development. At this moment, all 7 avatars were training in the dormitory. After arranging them, Lin Bai directly went upstairs to sleep. However, it must be said that Yunji Academy was indeed wealthy. Just entering the academy, Lin Bai could perceive that the concentration of spiritual energy here was several levels higher than outside. Looking at the academy's information, he discovered that this was a special method of the academy similar to a man-made gathering spirit array, and the consumption involved was not something ordinary forces could support. The place where Lin Bai was staying, although called a dormitory, was actually a series of small 2-story buildings scattered on the mountainside, with white walls and gray tiles, and each building spaced at least 30 meters apart. After all, this was a place for ability users to live, and no one knew which new student might have a nightmare at midnight and blow up the entire building. As for Lin Bai's building, a wooden sign hung at the entrance with 2 names written on it: Lin Bai and Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was Lin Bai's roommate, but a day had passed, and Lin Bai had yet to see him. Just as Lin Bai was deep into his training, Tang Xiao arrived. The dormitory door was unlocked, and he hesitated at the entrance, first listening closely. After training, he was no longer an ordinary person and could hear sounds inside like the rhythm of breathing. Someone was in there. He initially intended to knock, but on second thought this was already his dormitory and knocking would be odd. So he rubbed his hand on his pants and gently pushed the door open. To the right of the entrance was a shoe cabinet which already had a pair of black combat boots inside the soles, stained with some grass clippings presumably worn earlier that morning. Tang Xiao took a glance, took off his shoes, and neatly placed them beside. The living room was spacious with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the bamboo forest on the back mountain. This kind of scenery was something he had only seen on television before. However, Tang Xiao had no time to appreciate this. His first glance was at the few people in the middle of the living room. 7 young boys were sitting cross-legged on the floor, their backs turned to him, surrounded by faint streams of air. These individuals had nearly identical silhouettes, and this scene caused his brain to temporarily malfunction. He quickly regained his composure, and noticing that they were in training, Tang Xiao instinctively quieted his breathing. Moreover, he made a very strange motion, standing still at the entrance. He stood at the door barefoot, one hand dragging a suitcase, the other holding a bulging canvas bag, motionless as he stared at the figures in training. "You can come in. Why are you waiting out here?" Lin Bai came down from the second floor, speaking with some confusion. Tang Xiao looked at Lin Bai at the stairs, then at the 7 figures in the distance who were training, looking confusedly at Lin Bai, and then at those 7 figures. He lowered his voice and said, "Aren't they training?" Tang Xiao tried to keep his voice down, and Lin Bai realized that he truly did not want to disturb him. This piqued Lin Bai's interest in his roommate, whom he was meeting for the first time. It's nothing there, all my avatars a bit of noise, doesn't matter. Avatars. Tang Xiao was a bit shocked as he still knew too little about abilities. Lin Bai quickly walked down the stairs wanting to help him fetch something, but Tang Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can manage. Seeing that Lin Bai's hurried movements did not disturb the 7 avatars, he became less cautious. Lin Bai curiously observed him. The suitcase looked very ordinary, and so was his attire, and as for that canvas bag, it was even less remarkable. With just a glance, Lin Bai could tell that the other party was also from a common background. Moreover, judging by his conditions, he probably had it worse than Lin Bai. If I don't come down, are you planning to stand there forever? Lin Bai asked curiously. Tang Xiao scratched his head. Standing for a while is fine, but disturbing others' cultivation is not good. What the heck? Lin Bai suddenly felt as if he were some kind of villain. He could sense that Tang Xiao would actually do that. Tang Xiao placed his suitcase down, and then set down the canvas bag. Lin Bai took a look and saw the words Huafeng Fertilizer printed on the canvas bag, which seemed to have been washed many times. The letters faded. Tang Xiao noticed his gaze paused for a moment and explained somewhat awkwardly. It's not fertilizer, it's a local specialty my mom asked me to bring. The bag has been washed. Local specialty. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Let me see. He opened the bag, revealing several neatly stacked plastic jars inside. The labels on the jars had been torn off, and they contained a dark brown sauce that was hard to identify. This is made by my mom. Tang Xiao took the jars out one by one and placed them on the coffee table. This one is pickled radish spicy. This one is sour green beans good with rice. This one. He picked up the innermost jar. This is loquat syrup. She said it helps soothe the throat for ability users during cultivation. He placed the loquat syrup on top. Soothe the throat. This is just marketing. Lin Bai watched Tang Xiao occasionally checking his expression and forcefully swallowed the sarcasm that was on the tip of his tongue. Then he glanced at the row of jars and back at him. Did your mom ask you to bring these? Yeah, Tang Xiao scratched his head. She said roommates are also a kind of fate, so I shouldn't come empty-handed. Lin Bai's gaze fell on Tang Xiao's hands. He seemed to always have a somewhat awkward demeanor. To be honest, he didn't like this type of person as they often struggled internally. Since entering, Tang Xiao had been observing his expressions and seeing the avatars cultivating. He was thinking of waiting until the cultivation was over. His every movement exuded a cautious and timid aura. Lin Bai understood this type of person too well. An internally conflicted personality. It was also the type he detested the most in his past life. But the other party also had his strengths. Lin Bai noticed that when Tang Xiao took out the local specialties, there was no sign of inferiority or embarrassment on his face. For young people of this age, especially those with an internally conflicted personality, the root cause often stemmed from insecurity. However, when he took out those local products, his expression was natural, as if in his view these were not something to be ashamed. In an instant, Lin Bai had summed him up quite well. He then patted Tang Xiao's shoulder. Come on, buddy, no need. He pulled him over and pointed upstairs. I live in the room on the left, the room on the right is yours. Tang Xiao was somewhat dazed by this sudden change, but upon seeing that there was no impatience on Lin Bai's face, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the canvas bag again. By the way, have you eaten? I brought this. He rummaged through the canvas bag and pulled out a plastic bag containing several steamed buns. At this, Lin Bai could see that the other party's face turned slightly red. Tang Xiao was also stunned, then remembered that he was currently in Magic City. But Lin Bai didn't let him feel awkward. He curiously asked, did you buy these at the train station? No, Tang Xiao paused. My mom steamed them in the morning. I took the earliest train, so. They're a bit cold. He added, but I brought pickled vegetables. Lin Bai looked at him for a moment. Pickled vegetables are good stuff. Then he walked over, took a bun from the bag, and took a bite directly. Heating them up makes them taste better. Tang Xiao felt a bit guilty. No need. Lin Bai chewed on the cold bun, leaning against the sofa. Where are you from? Nan County. Never heard of it. It's a small place. Tang Xiao also took a bun. It's over 2,000 kilometers away and I had to change trains 5 times. Lin Bai fell silent, and after a while he asked him, how did you get here? By train. I know it's by train, I mean from the train station to here. By bus. Huh. The academy has shuttles, where's the bus? Yunjia doesn't lack this kind of money. Tang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and then said, I walked to the bus station, waited for an hour, and found out there was no bus. Later I asked a cleaning lady, and she said there's no bus here. And then, oi. Then I walked over. Lin Bai's eyes widened. How long did it take? Not long. Not long is how long. Tang Xiao thought for a moment. It's over 30 kilometers from the train station to here. I walked slowly, so it took me over 4 hours. Lin Bai glanced at him. It was the noon of late September, and the outdoor temperature was over 30 degrees. He had dragged a suitcase with a broken wheel for such a long time. What innate bull or horse sacred body? Lin Bai did not ask further. He swallowed the last bite of the bun and patted the crumbs off his hands. There will be a test after reporting tomorrow, and do you know that? I know. What level are you? Tang Xiao pressed his lips together looking as if he did not want to answer, but they said I was registered as C. Registered as C. Lin Bai repeated, then shook his head. Impossible. Clevel can't come here, and it's even more impossible to live with me. Yeah, I was C when I was tested before. Speaking of this, Tang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. The Academy mentor said my ability is quite special, so I just need to follow the Academy's arrangements. Lin Bai nodded knowingly. It seemed that his roommate was not simple. He had thought about the situation regarding the other party's abilities before. Although Lin Bai hated class divisions, he had to admit that when he awakened at SSS level, he had already transcended the ordinary class. Therefore, the Academy would not arrange for ordinary students to share a dormitory with him. The two chatted for a while, then Tang Xiao stood up and said, "I'll go tidy up first." Lin Bai nodded slightly, watching his retreating figure. Tang Xiao walked lightly as if afraid of stepping on something. He seemed exceedingly sensitive. He reached the doorway, set down his suitcase, and glanced back at the living room. As he entered the room with his luggage, the living room fell silent. Lin Bai leaned against the sofa, gazing at the row of jars on the coffee table. The loquat syrup was on top, the lid tightly screwed on with a small piece of neatly cut plastic wrap pressed against the ceiling ring. The mundane essence of this jar was overwhelming. He reached out to pick it up and turned it over. At the bottom of the jar was a note scribbled in a crooked ballpoint pen. 3 times a day, 1 spoon each time, take with warm water, avoid cold food. I've left some buns for you in the second shelf of the fridge, enough for 3 days. Mom. Lin Bai sighed softly, placing the note back and returning the jar to its original spot. The Academy provided support for students like them, ensuring that at least their families wouldn't become a burden. Currently, Tang Xiao was still in this situation, and it was evident that his mother was of the same type as Chen Xiao. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. Fundamentally his roommate was a decent person, but his character might need gradual adjustment in the future. Tang Xiao busied himself in the room, organizing his things, until evening before coming down. The training of his 7 avatars had never ceased, and upon seeing him, Lin Bai yawned and said, "Are you heading to eat?" Huh. Tang Xiao was taken aback. "Are we eating?" He instinctively wanted to decline, but Lin Bai had already stood up and approached, giving him no chance to say more. "Come on, let's check the cafeteria." The cafeteria of Yunji Academy was built on a flat area halfway up the mountain, with a full glass wall facing the misty peaks. It was said that this design was decided by the previous dean. Eating while gazing at the mountains would lift one's spirits, and with good spirits one would eat well, and if one ate well, their performance would improve. Leaving aside how this formula was established at this moment, Tang Xiao could not focus on the mountains. He stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, staring at the electronic screen displaying today's menu, his expression solemn. Braised pork ribs, 28 yuan. Steamed base, 35 yuan. Garlic, broccoli, 12 yuan. Braised pork with preserved vegetables, 25 yuan. The following lines had even pricier options, and he dared not look further down. "Let's go." Lin Bai came up from behind and patted his shoulder. "Oh," Tang Xiao replied as he moved his feet, calculating quickly in his mind. Breakfast consisted of 4 steamed buns and a pack of pickled vegetables. The money saved was just enough for 2 servings of vegetarian dishes plus rice. If he also ate vegetarian for dinner, he could save another meal before the class placement test tomorrow. Tuition was fully waived, but living expenses weren't covered. He had given all his money to his mother. The family remitted funds once a month, and after deducting daily necessities and occasional material costs, little remained. He calculated earnestly. Even as Lin Bai had walked several steps away, he had barely moved. "Tang Xiao, coming." He ultimately ordered a serving of garlic broccoli and a bowl of rice. As he carried his tray to find a seat, he noticed Lin Bai had already settled by the window with 3 dishes spread out on the table, a mix of meat and vegetables. Tang Xiao sat opposite him, arranging his own portion. "Is this all you're eating?" Lin Bai glanced at his tray. The prices for meals at the Academy were actually reasonable, considering they were in the magic capital, and the Academy also provided sufficient privileges for students like them. Money was not an issue. Most importantly, at this stage of awakening, they were actually in need of energy. "But Tang Xiao, I'm not hungry." Lin Bai shot him a glance and nudged his plate of braised pork ribs towards the center of the table. Tang Xiao was taken aback, not moving his chopsticks. Just then Lin Bai pulled out a small jar from his backpack. Inside was dark brown pickled radish, and as the lid was twisted open, a burst of spicy, yet slightly sour aroma surged out, cutting through the uniform scent of cafeteria food like a dark horse. Tang Xiao was stunned. "Why did you bring this? Aren't you giving it to me to eat?" Lin Bai placed a piece of pickled radish on his rice, took a bite, and was momentarily surprised. "I must say it's quite appetizing." Lin Bai was speaking the truth. In this regard, Tang Xiao's mother truly had a knack. Tang Xiao opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately just lowered his head to eat a bite of rice. He wanted to say it was meant for your usual meals, not for you to bring to the cafeteria. But he also felt Lin Bai was right. Whatever was given to someone was their business on how to eat it. However, that jar was too conspicuous, it should not be here. While eating, Tang Xiao instinctively glanced around. The cafeteria was not crowded, as the new student orientation day had not officially begun, and the few tables occupied were by those who had arrived early. Most people were focused on their meals, and no one noticed them. He breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because of the pickled radish, Lin Bai's appetite had noticeably increased today. After glancing at the dishes ordered, Lin Bai stood up and said, "I'll go get some more." Without waiting for Tang Xiao to respond, he walked away. Seeing this, Tang Xiao could only lower his head and silently eat. However, not long after, a voice rang out. "Hey, what's this?" Tang Xiao looked up. 3 people at the neighboring table had turned to look over at them. The speaker was the boy in the middle, wearing a black training tank top, his physique clearly that of someone who had spent years on the training ground. Beside him sat a boy and a girl, both dressed impeccably. "What is this?" The boy in the black tank stood up holding his tray and approached to look down at the jar on the table, his expression exaggerated. "Pickled radish. No way, bro, with dozens of dishes in the cafeteria you don't eat those, and you bring pickled radish instead." The girl beside him also looked over, not speaking, but the corner of her mouth curved slightly. The other boy laughed directly. "It actually smells good, just doesn't look appealing." Tang Xiao tightened his grip on his chop. "This was made at home," Tang Xiao said in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but some people were still paying attention. Everyone was an ability user and heard him clearly. The boy in the black tank looked at him, while Tang Xiao's left hand was under the table, gripping the knee of his pants, his knuckles turning white. "You made this?" The boy in the black tank had a hint of amusement on his face. "No, it was my mom." "Oh, your mom?" The boy in the black tank elongated his tone, filled with disdain. "That's nice, showing filial piety, but bro, once you're at the Ability Academy, you have to eat the Academy's food. Bringing this stuff doesn't help much." After he finished speaking, the boy next to him added, "Aren't you thinking about saving money before even starting your training? You're a college entrance exam student, right?" Saying this now gives it a sharp edge. To put it bluntly, this place is not where people like you should come. At this moment, the boy in the black vest also revealed a meaningful smile, no longer concealing it. Currently within the academy, there are many second-generation forces, and everyone is looking for opportunities to stand out. Even before the freshman ranking battle has begun, everyone is already eager. Everyone understands the importance of first impressions. Previously, Zhu Hongyi had intended to step on Lin Bai to gain fame, while Wang Ci's method is to establish a strong and domineering persona. As for how to establish it, it was quite a coincidence that he encountered such a person right after arriving at the cafeteria. Tang Xiao opened his mouth. What could he say? The thing he is least skilled at in his life is arguing with others. Since childhood, whatever others said, he just listened, unsure of how to retort. He feared that if he spoke up, he might say something harsh, offend someone, and bring trouble to his family. He was used to thinking through a sentence multiple times in his mind before saying it, and by the time he was ready, the opportunity had already passed. So he kept quiet. Tang Xiao placed his chopsticks on the tray, reached for the jar, intending to put it away. Once it was put away, this matter would be over. But his hand was held down. "What are you doing?" Tang Xiao looked up to see Lin Bai frowning as he pressed down on his hand, instinctively whispering, "I'm putting it away. Your mother specially made you the radish slices." Lin Bai did not release his grip, looking at him intently, asking word by word, "Why would you want to put it away? And it's really delicious." Tang Xiao was stunned. He couldn't answer. Indeed, why would he want to put it away? He didn't steal or grab anything, and it was packed in the jar his mother had washed for a long time. Why would he want to put it away after carrying it on the earliest train for so long? But he still wanted to put it away because he was used to it. He was accustomed to taking a step back, avoiding trouble, saying sorry first, and then saying it was fine in such situations. The two things he has taken most seriously in his life are honing his abilities and not causing trouble for others. At this moment, Wang, so wearing a black vest, said again, all right, just eat it. After the class division test, your buddy here will probably only be able to go to logistics. The radish slices she made are spicy." Lin Bai released his grip on Tang Xiao's hand, picked up the jar, and grabbed a piece, then looked up at the boy in the black vest, as if casually saying, "Have you ever had the radish slices from Nanha? If you haven't, it's better to say less. It's quite embarrassing." Wang Ci's expression changed. "What did you say?" "I said you've never had it." Lin Bai put down his chopsticks, his expression turning much colder. He was half a head taller than the other, and when he stood up, his aura made Wang Su instinctively take half a step back. "You despise something you've never had, like a 3-year-old child. Didn't your mother teach you? Or did she teach you, but it didn't help?" This remark drew the attention of several tables around them in the cafeteria. Wang Ci's face turned crimson. The girl next to him stopped laughing, looking at Lin Bai thoughtfully. The boy who had helped him earlier stood up, wanting to say something, but when met with Lin Bai's gaze, he swallowed his words. "What level are you?" Wang Su suddenly asked through gritted teeth. "Level? That's laughable," Lin Bai sneered. "I'm quite curious about people like you. If you want to pick a fight, and can't, do you need to resort to levels? If you can't match levels, do you have to bring up backgrounds? At this point Lin Bai leaned forward, the distance between them almost face to face. Lin Bai spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Isn't it boring? If you want to establish your authority, just show your real strength. Do you want me to accompany you to the fighting arena? Wang Ci's complexion changed, and at this moment he was indeed a bit intimidated by Lin Bai's aura. But in reality Lin Bai wasn't trying to intimidate him. After arriving at Yunji, he had seen the most new students trying to showcase themselves like courting. This is indeed the style of modern academies. It's not unusual to cultivate a team. But the problem is the way these people showcase themselves seems to be through picking on soft persimmons. Moreover, both instances had been about him. No matter how much Lin Bai didn't want to pay attention, he still felt a bit nauseated. The surrounding crowd didn't catch what Lin Bai said, but they saw Wang Ci's complexion flickering, seemingly genuinely frightened. Fighting arena? Isn't it just a fighting arena? As Wang Su was stunned, the boy next to him was also carefully observing Lin Bai. When he shouted fighting arena, a flash of lightning crossed his mind. He hurriedly pulled Wang Su. Wang good. Wang Su was interrupted, and the momentum he had just built up instantly dissipated. However, when he turned around and saw that the one stopping him was his lackey, that instinct of fearing the strong and bullying the weak immediately took over. What are you doing? Wang good. The lackey gestured frantically. Lin Bai. He is that Lin Bai, the one with the 7 sins body. Wang Ci's eyes widened instantly. The anger that had spread halfway across his face froze in place. At that moment Lin Bai behind him seemed to transform into some indescribable monster. He was an S-rank ability user, and with a decent background, he considered himself part of the upper echelon in the academy. But Lin Bai, he was the one who had killed S-rank Zhu Hongyi with a single punch. Currently, he was the most prominent presence among the new students. Going to the fighting arena wasn't that just delivering himself as a meal. He would only end up more embarrassed. He had kicked an iron plate. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind, but years of bullying and arrogance made it hard for him to react appropriately to what to do now. Get lost. Only after Lin Bai's one word did he feel as if he had been granted a great pardon. Choosing the former between embarrassment and further embarrassment, he left the cafeteria without looking back, leaving his meal untouched. Lin Bai returned to his seat as if he had chased away a few flies and even added a few more dishes. At this moment, the surrounding crowd hadn't expected the change to come so quickly, but as someone whispered, everyone's gaze towards Lin Bai began to turn to astonishment. At this time, the radish slices still lay on the white rice. Tang Xiao instinctively lowered his head to take a bite. It was spicy, but today it seemed to have some other flavor beyond just spiciness. He glanced at Lin Bai, who was bowing his head to eat as if what had just happened was not worth his concern. Lin Bai. Tang Xiao suddenly spoke. Just now. You didn't have to help me. What did I help with? Lin Bai did not raise his head. I just thought the radish slices were indeed delicious. Tang Xiao stared at him for a long time, then reached out with his chopsticks to grab a piece of the dish Lin Bai had added. Tang Xiao said nothing, merely lowering her head further, as if she wanted to bury herself in her bowl of rice. Lin Bai chuckled lightly, but did not say more. There are always those who bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems to have become a logic of social operation. In addition to them, there are also those who are determined to form cliques, which is another mainstream inevitability. However, his current identity is merely a point in the future. There will certainly be others who, like Zhu Hongyi, will seek to step on him to reach their own goals. The strength he currently displays is quite impressive, but human nature is inherently base. Some confident individuals feel that a punch is weak as long as it hasn't landed on them. Lin Bai knew without looking that it wouldn't be long before someone would stir. If everyone came at once, would he still have fun? He had to think of a permanent solution. As Lin Bai pondered while eating, he had to admit that the side dish Tang Xiao brought was truly delicious. When he returned to the dormitory, Lin Bai suddenly realized that he originally intended to find a permanent solution. How did he inexplicably end up back in the dorm? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai decided to look for Shen Yi. He opened his phone, edited a message, and the other party quickly replied. Pimp, a challenge. That's a good thing. The more challenges, as long as you keep winning, isn't your reputation going to rise effortlessly? Pimp, many people would love such treatment, but don't have it. Pimp, want it. Bystander, it's troublesome. Oh, don't you know that fame is a double-edged sword? Pimp, oh, the academy is different. The academy benefits from your fame. Pimp, look at others. They're going crazy, just trying to get famous, willing to do anything for it while you're doing just fine. Pimp, perfect. Lin Bai glanced at the other party's quick reply, noting the typos, and could almost see them fidgeting behind their phone. Pimp, I'm serious. Having someone challenge you is actually a good thing. Bystander, is there a way to be famous without anyone daring to challenge me? Pimp, what kind of joke is this? Unless your strength is so overwhelming that they wouldn't even dare to entertain the thought of challenging you. Bystander, good idea. Deep Knight was directly clueless. He looked at his phone with suspicion, thinking of Lin Bai, and suddenly felt a headache. This kid doesn't have some crazy idea again, does he? He had seen Zhu Hongyi's challenge, and to be honest, Lin Bai's strength was indeed astonishing. At that moment he knew that the huge price he paid was entirely worth it. But to truly reach the level he mentioned, this amount of strength might not be enough. Other SS-level individuals are no pushovers either. On the other side, Lin Bai was already ignoring him, focusing on the upcoming days. Tomorrow is the new student classification assembly. After the academy's welcome, the classes will also be divided, and there will be a new student ranking battle. This is a great opportunity. Just as Lin Bai thought of this, the system task suddenly appeared. Task: participate in the ranking battle to obtain a ranking. Reward: first place, unlock them all. Second place, receive 1 hero extraction template. Third place, receive 1 hex extract. Note: if you obtain a higher tier ranking, all lower tier rewards will be distributed. Lin Bai was taken aback. This was actually a reward that combined 3 stages. As long as he secured the championship, he could not only unlock them all, but also have 2 extraction chances. He had never seen the system so generous. There was no choice. The rewards he offered were just too enticing, and the rewards from the ranking battle itself were also quite substantial. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai calmed down and began to think about the ranking battle. The biggest opponents were undoubtedly those SS-level prodigies. He had fully experienced the strength of the 7 Sins body. The other SS-level individuals wouldn't be far off either. However, now with the support of hex fragments and skills, Lin Bai felt somewhat confident. Moreover, with the 2 hero templates, Jealousy and Gluttony, he could also create combo techniques, which would basically allow him to secure a quick kill, provided he could ensure Gluttony absorbed enough damage to accumulate the rage value. At this moment, Lin Bai had already begun to contemplate various strategies in his mind, while the Academy's online community was focused on the events of the next day. Time quickly passed to the next day. Lin Bai and Tang Xiao woke up early, completed their grooming, and followed the guidance to the assembly venue. Yunji Academy was wealthy and extravagant. Naturally, the venue was not small. By the time they arrived, many people had already gathered. The square was impressively grand, with a dome formed by 99 stars. The central square where new students gathered was surrounded by 12 streams of spiritual energy, each leading to a star. To be honest, Lin Bai felt a small shock upon arriving from this place. He could vaguely see a glimpse of Yunji Academy's wealth. This grand formation was clearly not simple, and he could feel the spiritual energy growing denser here. At this moment, the new students lined up according to their enrollment numbers, but no one could remain calm. An elderly man whom Lin Bai did not recognize stepped forward and spoke for a long time before finally beginning to classify the students. On the canopy of spiritual energy above, names began to float one by one. Each time a name appeared, a corresponding light stream would illuminate with a starry brilliance, guiding the person beneath their assigned star. 3 sectors and 4 symbols, 12 palaces. A new student standing in front of Lin Bai and Tang Xiao whispered to his companion. The Ziwei, Taiwei, and Tianshi sectors are for core students, the 4 symbols are for higher tier students, and the 12 palaces are for ordinary students. Those who can enter the 3 sectors will never have to worry about training resources in the future. Lin Bai felt a stirring in his heart, while the nearby Tang Xiao tensed up. His lips turned pale, and his fingers kept rubbing against the sleeve of his uniform. Lin Gu, his voice was soft, carrying a hint of cautious probing. Do you think I can enter the 4 symbols? Lin Bai turned his head to look at him. Tang Xiao quickly added, forget it, the 12 palaces are also quite good. My dad said that just entering Yunji Academy is already a stroke of good fortune. It doesn't matter where I get assigned. While he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the canopy, his eyes filled with a glimmer of anticipation. Lin Bai smiled. Tang Xiao was completely oblivious to his own abilities. Stabilized in the 3 sectors. Tang Xiao was taken aback, then smiled wryly. You don't know my score from the entrance assessment. No need to know. Tang Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, though his clenched fists relaxed a bit. At this moment, the speed of the names appearing on the canopy suddenly slowed. Everyone realized that the list for the 3 sectors was about to be announced. First to be announced was the Tianshi sector, consisting of 108 people. With each name read, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd, because those whose names were announced were at least of great abilities. Tang Xiao's name did not appear, and his hands began to rub his sleeves again. Taiwei sector, 72 people. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense as names were called one by one. Only those who displayed clear grade or above combat power or talent during the entrance assessment could enter the Taiwei courtyard. At this level, the boundary between ordinary talents and top talents had become distinctly apparent. Tang Xiao's face turned paler with each name that was skipped, his shoulders shrinking inward a little more each time. He himself was unclear about his own talent. His initial test score was quite low, yet the Academy's mentor insisted on recruiting him. Forget it. After a moment, he began to comfort himself. The 12 palaces were also quite good. Truly, just being able to enter was already a great achievement. Until the Taiwei had finished reading, his name still wasn't called. And in the end, there were only 36 people in the Ziwei courtyard. This was the true core of Yunji Academy for each cohort, the sharp blade exploring the world. To enter Ziwei courtyard, one must have at least peak grade abilities. This cohort was especially terrifying with 15 SS grade talents alone. Under the awakening of Lingfeng, the number of geniuses was simply overwhelming. The names of the Ziwei courtyard began to appear on the sky, with each one that showed up the crowd in the square gasped in astonishment. The first name Ji Xuan Yuan SS grade ability Emperor's Sword Soul. The second Bai Wuyo SS grade ability 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The third Li Qingga SS grade ability Soul Ode. All the names that preceded were of SS grade existence. With each SS grade announced, an uproar erupted among the crowd. 15 SSSs, each one a monster renowned far and wide. The appearance of these names left the newcomers stunned into numbness. There were only 36 spots in the Ziwei courtyard, with 15 occupied by SS grade talents. The remaining 21 spots had to be fought for among thousands of S-grade and S-grade geniuses. As the spots decreased one by one, Lin Bai's name finally appeared among them. Lin Bai was not surprised. Rather, the uproar that followed his name was much louder than before. After all, he was the only one among the numerous SSSs who had actually made a move. The subsequent names were all S-grade with not a single S-grade left. Soon it reached the 30 mark. The 34th was Zhou Sun S-grade ability Oblivion Eye. The 35th was Tang Xiao S-grade ability Mirror Artisan. When he heard his name, Tang Xiao was completely stunned. Me? Am I sharing a name? But my ability seems to. While Tang Xiao questioned himself, the guiding starlight from the dome had already descended upon him. In that moment, Tang Xiao could almost feel the intense gaze of many upon him. Compared to others, the name Tang Xiao was virtually unheard of, and the ability of Mirror Artisan seemed to be equally obscure. Whispers immediately broke out. Mirror Artisan? What is that? Who is Tang Xiao? Which family is he from? I've never heard of him. Several S-grades couldn't even enter the Ziwei courtyard. Is this cohort really that terrifying? The value of the Lingfeng awakening is still on the rise. As the crowd gasped, the division for the 4 symbols and 12 palaces began, with beams of starlight falling to connect with the students on the field. Until the last person of the 12 palaces was connected, Lin Bai suddenly felt a haze enveloping the surrounding space. The sensation of spatial distortion vanished in an instant, and by the time Lin Bai reacted, the positions of the students next to him had already changed. He glanced around. The students beside him were noticeably inferior in aura compared to before. It's done. Lin Bai thought to himself, oh, clearly this was the academy showing off its capabilities. Just then others were also scrutinizing him. Compared to Lin Bai's aimless observations, these people seemed familiar with one another, and nearly all their gazes were focused on Lin Bai. The first gaze Lin Bai met was from a tall young man not far away, with black hair tied back, sharp features, and an aura that exuded a solemn majesty without anger. The other party made no unnecessary movements. Merely standing there gave off a remarkably sharp feeling. This person was like a sword, and a king's sword at that. Lin Bai quickly arrived at this conclusion from his first impression. At this moment, the other party surprisingly nodded slightly at him, and Lin Bai instinctively nodded back. It was at this moment that another tall youth appeared with long white hair cascading down to his waist, his beauty almost ethereal. His eyes were quite special, seemingly featuring 6 tiny light wheels slowly rotating, overlapping, and nested. At that moment, those eyes were curiously fixed on Lin Bai, scanning him up and down, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. 7 Sin Body. Interesting. Lin Bai smirked slightly. It was then he noticed that everyone around him was mostly standing in pairs or groups, while he stood there alone. Not far away, Tang Xiao stood like a wooden stake, even deliberately lowering his breathing. His gaze dared not rest on anyone, just staring straight at the ground before him. At that moment, he could feel his stark incongruity with those around him, whether in clothing or aura. Tang Xiao felt like a swan among ugly ducklings. Tang Xiao, Lin Bai called out helplessly. Off. Tang Xiao jumped in surprise. Stand up straight. You are now a member of the Ziwei courtyard. Tang Xiao was taken aback, then reflexively straightened his chest. However, within 2 seconds of standing tall, he was shot a glance by a nearby boy. The intensity of that gaze was frighteningly high, a palpable sensation. Tang Xiao even felt as if his skin might burn, and he quickly shrank back. That gaze did not linger on Tang Xiao for long, quickly shifting to Lin Bai. He stood there, arms crossed over his chest, his spiritual energy pulsating like flames. You're the one who crippled Zhu Hongyi with a single punch. Lin Bai looked at him. Oh, generally people like this would introduce themselves if not given any attention. Sure enough, the other party opened his mouth the next second. Jiang Yutian, Sunfire of True Flame. Quantity is irrelevant, burn as much as you have. Jiang Yutian grinned his smile, holding the most straightforward provocation. If we meet in the ranking battle, I won't hold back. Lin Bai laughed indifferently. We're all SS grade, what's the point of boasting? Jiang Yushin's smile stiffened for a moment. He squinted, and a flicker of golden-red flames danced in his pupils before he burst into hearty laughter. You've got guts. He'll remember you. The others merely stood by themselves, never participating in any exchanges throughout. At this time, as the class divisions were completed, a voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The class divisions are set, but this is not the end. The sky above the venue swirled once more, and a gigantic star map transformed into a densely packed competition chart revealing all the upcoming matches. Random matching, real combat, confrontation, victory points system, ranked by points. The voice was steady and powerful. During the competition, the only thing you need to do is win. No matter which fighting arena you stand in, as long as you keep winning, you can stand atop everyone else's heads. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly tensed. In the subsequent ranking battles, they would all become opponents. Jiang Yutian cracked his knuckles, the joints making a series of crisp sounds, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Lin Bai. Lin Bai's attention was already focused on the ranking battle, making the preceding words seem rather insignificant. Tang Xiao quietly asked Lin Bai beside him, "Brother Lin, do you think that if our people from Zawayuan lose to those from Taiwuyuan in the ranking battle, will we have to give up our positions?" Before Lin Bai could respond, a voice came from the side. "The class rankings have been decided. Even if you lose, you won't be switched out. However, after the semester ends, if you lose in the ranking battle, you will be replaced." The voice was pleasant to hear, and it gave a remarkably comfortable feeling, as if it could reach deep into the soul. Lin Bai looked over, and saw a young girl, slender in figure with long hair cascading down to her waist, a serene expression, clear eyes, and an aura so tranquil it resembled a deep pool. Meeting Lin Bai's gaze, the girl smiled. "The freshman ranking battle is divided by potential, not by combat. However, the ranking battle is rather special. Resources and class divisions are calculated separately. To put it simply, if the students from the 12 palaces secure the first place, they will receive more resources than those from Zawayuan." Tang Xiao nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. "Thank you, you are really nice." "No need to mention it," the girl. Lin Bai also understood. The rules of Yunji Academy seemed quite peculiar, but once understood they were simple. Strength is paramount. It seems the so-called preferential treatment for geniuses only applies during the class division process, based on potential. Class division respects your potential, but if you fail to realize that potential later on, you will also be replaced. Lin Bai silently shook his head. Soon the speech on stage came to an end, and at that moment the symbols of the 3 courtyards for symbols and 12 palaces all lit up with starlight above each class. "The class mentor is here," the girl beside him spoke. The mark above the Zawayuan classroom was the first to illuminate, a dark golden light, shining as the mark hovered in the air, slowly rotating, causing the flow of spiritual energy on the circular platform to slow down slightly. Jiang Yutian looked up at the mark, his expression serious, his pupils slightly constricting. A mentor at the peak level of synchronization has come. As far as he knew, there were no more than 10 mentors at the synchronization level in the entire academy. Not to mention that this one was at the peak, and was here to lead the freshman class, which was extremely rare in the history of Yunji Academy. Having a mentor means that your training time will be reduced, and not everyone has the time to come. The next moment the light suddenly collapsed inward, and then burst forth. The dark golden light spread out like flowing water, coalescing into a human figure at the center of the Zawayuan circular platform. As the light dissipated, a tall young woman stood there, her demeanor proud, her figure also striking, standing with her hands behind her back, looking down at the 36 new students from Zawayuan. She appeared quite young, looking no older than 30, dressed in a form-fitting black combat outfit, over which she wore a white coat adorned with a circle of dark golden star patterns. What impressed people the most was her ink blue hair, casually tied at the shoulder with a few strands falling over her forehead, accentuating her sharp brow and eyes. Her amber eyes scanned across the crowd, not skipping over anyone. Tang Xiao stood rigid beside Lin Bai, feeling as if the gaze of the female mentor lingered on him for a moment. In that moment he felt as though his entire being was seen through, from his ability level to his tense mindset. "All stand straight." Lin Bai's voice was low, only audible to Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao shivered all over, reflexively straightening his back. The female mentor's gaze just happened to retract at this moment. She slightly nodded, and then spoke. "My name is Yishuang. My voice carries M at the synchronization level, and I am the class mentor for this term at Zawayuan. You can call me Teacher Yi, or simply my name. I don't mind the title." Yishuang spoke succinctly, and everyone from Zawayuan listened quietly. Even Jiang Yutian, who seemed rebellious at first glance, made no sound at this moment. "Before discussing important matters, let me say something unpleasant." Yishuang took her hands from behind her back, letting them hang by her sides. Zawayuan consists of the top 36 individuals of each term at Yunji Academy. Your selection here indicates that your ability ratings and potential assessments have met the standards, but this is just the beginning. At this point her gaze fell on a few individuals in the front. I know many of you come from well-connected backgrounds, but I can tell you that your so-called connections mean nothing in my eyes. If you think you can rely on your connections to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. As she said this, Yi Shuang's expression was serious. Don't think you can. First, my background is not any worse than yours. Second, a strange aura emanated from Yi Shuang. I have personally witnessed an A-level ability user sacrificing their life to take down a beast of a higher level during world exploration, and I have seen an SS-level genius so frightened that they couldn't even unleash their abilities. Your current ratings are just superficial. Only those who survive have the right to discuss strength and weakness. Jiang Yushin's brows twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. So, 7 days after the ranking battle ends, I will reassign each of your positions in my class based on your actual performances in the ranking battle. This statement was like a stone thrown into calm waters, creating silent ripples among the Zawayuan crowd. Among the 36 new students, a few people's expressions changed slightly, especially those ranked lower with relatively lower ability ratings. They had worked hard to get into Zawayuan, but Yi Shuang immediately told them that she would treat them differently. Tang Xiao's throat moved as he swallowed hard. His heart raced, and his mind automatically began generating various catastrophic scenarios. In the first round of the ranking battle, he faced Jiang Yutian and was defeated in a single blow, with teacher Yi designating him as the bottom of the class on the spot, while everyone mocked him online for being an S-level waste. Tang Xiao. Lin Bai's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of helplessness. Tang Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that his palms had already been dug into with several red marks from his nails. Don't frighten yourself while listening to others speak. Tang Xiao opened his mouth slightly, but only managed a muffled "no." Yi Shuang's tone shifted subtly, more formal now. Next, I'll outline the curriculum system of Zawayuan. She slid one hand into the pocket of her white lab coat, posture loosening just slightly, yet her commanding presence remained utterly undiminished. Yunji Academy's instructional framework is simply divided into morning and afternoon modules. Mornings are dedicated to structured theoretical instruction led by your assigned mentor, in this case myself, conducted in Zawayuan's exclusive classroom. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of her lips as she spoke. The theoretical curriculum covers spiritual energy theory, ability architecture, world taxonomy, tactical simulation, battlefield psychology, and more. My classes tolerate no tardiness, no early departures, no wandering attention, and the consequences, you'd rather not know. Silence fell across the hall. Yi Shuang's smile looked deeply ominous. Jiang Yutian could no longer hold back. In a low, subdued voice he asked, "In the afternoons?" Yi Shuang glanced at him, not perturbed by the interruption. Afternoons are open for elective practical courses. All faculty members, regardless of class assignment or seniority, offer hands-on instruction in the afternoons. You may freely select any instructor's course based on your ability type, combat style, cultivation path, and other considerations, provided they consent to accept you. At these words, no one flinched. At their level, instructors competed fiercely for students. No one feared being left without options. Yi Shuang seemed to sense this unspoken assumption. Her voice deepened slightly. But remember, the crux of free selection lies precisely in those 5 words: the instructor must consent. Do not presume your S-rank status grants automatic privilege. Every faculty member at Yunji Academy reserves the right to reject any student's application, regardless of ability rank or standing. Should an instructor deem you incompatible or find your combat philosophy fundamentally at odds with his own, he may refuse you outright. And her gaze swept slowly across the assembly, laden with quiet implication. When enrollment exceeds capacity for a given instructor's course, he alone determines the selection criteria, be it first served live combat assessment, or even whim. Perhaps he selects 3 names on a lark. Your task is to ensure you're among those chosen. Fascinating. So we're expected to seek out the strongest mentors and beg for apprenticeship. Ridiculous. We're all coveted talents. Yi Shuang's eyes settled upon the speakers. Bai Wuyo. The youth's smile stiffened ever so slightly. The 6-fold cycle reincarnation ability is exceptionally powerful, Yi Shuang remarked, tone neutral. Yet your ability evaluation report bears a note: insufficient control precision, high risk of friendly fire incidents in live combat. A faint smile touched her lips. I recommend attending Luo Changhai's afternoon lectures. His theory of psychic fragmentation offers direct, actionable refinement for precise manipulation of reincarnative abilities. Bai Wuyo's smile vanished entirely. He bowed slightly. Thank you, Teacher Yi, for your guidance. There is one further rule for elective courses: each student may enroll in no more than 2 practical sessions per afternoon, 1 session per session with a half-session break between them. All selections will be synced to the Academy intranet, visible to me and your assigned mentors. I advise against fixating on a single instructor. Experiment with diverse pedagogical styles and you discover the path most aligned with your essence. She withdrew a device from her lab coat pocket and tapped it deliberately. Before them, a vast holographic screen shimmered into existence, projected from the dark gold insignia on the dais, listing every faculty member names, ranks, specialties, and afternoon availability. Full instructor profiles and enrollment portals are now live. Registration opens tonight at 8 o'clock. First come first served applies only if the instructor consents. Your week 1 schedule must be submitted by tomorrow at 6 a.m. Late submissions will be randomly assigned by me. She slipped the device away and lifted her gaze once more toward the 36 freshmen. Any questions? Ask them now. I do not offer post-class individual consultations. That is the refuge of the timid. A pause. Then several hands shot up simultaneously. Jiang Yutian's voice boomed loudest. Even his raised hand was a shout. Teacher Yi, when is your practical course held? I'm enrolling. Yi Shuang regarded him coolly. Tuesdays and Thursdays afternoons. 6 slots. First come first. But as I said, the prerequisite is my consent. Jiang Yutian, before entering my class, attend spirit barrier defense. No matter how fiercely your solar flare ignition burns, if your mental fortitude remains paper-thin, even a novice psychic could turn you into a sleeper agent. Jiang Yutian's face flushed crimson, but he offered no retort, lowering his hand in silence. Beside him, Tang Xiao felt 2 opposing currents wrenching at his resolve. One whispered if Jiang Yutian was rebuffed in S rank, like you should stay silent. The other countered, yet she just said rankings are mere abstractions. A rank adepts can be formidable indeed. His hand rose, then retreated. Lin Bai sighed softly. Ask if you wish to know. Silence yields no answers. Tang Xiao clenched his jaw and thrust his hand high. Yi Shuang's gaze fixed upon him. Speak. Teacher Yi. His voice trembled. My ability is Mirror Artisan. The evaluation report states its ceiling is low, its offensive capacity weak. I wish to ask, whose courses should I select to overcome this limitation? The moment he finished, his heart hammered violently, threatening to burst from his throat. He had never spoken so many words at once before such an audience, especially standing shoulder to shoulder with SS rank prodigies. Yi Shuang studied him, then repeated his question slowly. The ceiling of Mirror Artisan is low. Who told you that? Tang Xiao froze. Its offensive power is modest, she conceded, her gaze shifting briefly to Lin Bai. But ceiling and offensive output are unrelated. You were assigned to Zai Yuan. That fact alone speaks volumes. Do not diminish yourself. Tang Xiao's breath caught. He sensed profound weight behind her words, something elusive yet resonant. As for whose courses to choose, attend Su Qin's Thursday afternoon seminar, Practical Reverse Analysis of Abilities. It will serve. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Li Qingge tilted her head toward Tang Xiao, thoughtful. Mirror Artisan. So that's why you were selected. Yet the Academy assigned a Mirror Artisan to the 7 Sins body. As the questions continued one after another, Yi Shuang's answers remained crisp and decisive, each one precisely targeting the crux of the inquiries. She showed no particular respect for the formidable SSS prodigies with powerful backgrounds, nor did she treat the lower-ranked students with any hint of disdain. She treated everyone's questions equally, but only Lin Bai did not raise his hand. Lin Bai had already found his path. His goal was clear: to level up quickly and accumulate combat experience. The mentor he sought was only one with rich practical experience. He had no interest in ideas or factions concerning the utilization of abilities. Yi Shuang seemed to have noticed this peculiar student. After a brief glance, she paid him no further attention. Among the crowd, there were always some individuals trying to stand out to attract attention. As the last student's question was answered, Yi Shuang clapped her hands. That's it for today. Remember my words regarding course selection: don't hang yourself on one tree and don't take your rating too seriously. Her gaze swept across the room. The course schedule must be submitted before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The consequences of being late are yours to bear. She turned around the hem of her white coat, drawing a neat arc. Oh, by the way, during the ranking battle, my practical class will be open as usual. If you want to prove yourself, you can come to my class. After saying this, the dark golden mark on her body glowed again, and starlight enveloped her form like flowing water. She vanished in the light, as if she had never existed. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and then Jiang Yutian was the first to speak, his voice filled with unhidden excitement. What she meant by that last sentence is that if you perform well in the ranking battle, you can join her practical class. Someone rubbed their fists and grinned. Then I must get in. Li Qingge stood quietly, deep in thought, as he watched Yi Shuang disappear. Lin Gu. Tang Xiao's voice cautiously drifted over from the side. Why didn't you ask a question just now? Lin Bai withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the edge. There's nothing to ask. I have already found my path. Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned, confused, but still quickened his pace to catch up. In fact, a few students nearby couldn't take it anymore. Even the top-ranked Ji Xinyuan and second-ranked Bai Wuyo had been called upon. Only Lin Bai stood out. So bold. Such gallantry in the heavens. There's nothing left to ask TSK. A sarcastic voice came, but Lin Bai paid it little mind. Oh, what he truly lacked was practical experience. Moreover, it was the kind of instinct for battle cultivated in life and death struggles. This kind of experience could help him find the optimal solution in various environments and quickly integrate various skills and hero templates. Lin Bai was confident that his future stats would crush everything, but before that he still needed to hone his skills. The two of them left one after the other, leaving many eyes on them. Around 7 in the evening, Lin Gu, the floor is warm. Tang Xiao's voice was filled with astonishment. It's heated flooring. Lin Bai sat down on the sofa, took out his phone, and began browsing the academy's intranet. Tang Xiao stood at the door for quite a while before walking in. If my parents knew I was living in a place like this, he murmured, suddenly swallowing the second half of his sentence. Tang Xiao lowered his head, burying his face in his palms, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Bai did not look at him, continuing to scroll through his phone. Tang Xiao, course selection is at 8 tonight. Who are you planning to choose? Tang Xiao, as if waking from a dream, quickly took out his phone. He had been immersed in the shock of class assignments and dormitories, not yet able to look at the detailed content of the course selection system. He opened the academy's intranet, and the list of mentors unfolded densely with detailed information on each mentor's page: ability type, combat history, teaching direction, course time, and course quotas. So many. Tang Xiao felt dizzy, his fingers swiping across the screen for a long time before suddenly remembering the mentor Yi Shuang mentioned in the meeting. Lin Gu, teacher Yi said I should attend the class of the Xian level mentor Su Qin on reverse analysis of abilities. Let me check her page. He found Su Qin's page and clicked in to read a few lines, his eyes lighting up. Su Qin's ability was level kaleidoscope, proficient in reverse dismantling target abilities from their structure. Her class had 12 slots, and the selection rule stated first come first served. That's the one. Tang Xiao's voice rarely carried a hint of decisiveness as he bookmarked Su Qin's page, then instinctively asked, Lin Gu, who are you choosing? Lin Bai was looking at another page. When Tang Xiao saw what was on the screen, he was taken aback. It was the page of a mentor who had reached the domain level, but the name was very unfamiliar. The domain level represented the most elite teaching resources at Yunji Academy. Reaching this level meant being a formidable figure among humanity, and their time was extremely precious. Only institutions like Yunji Academy would have mentors of this caliber. However, Yi Shuang had not mentioned this name during the class assignment meeting, and no one in the freshman group had discussed this person. The mentor's name on the page read Chu Hanjing. Chu Hanjing. When Tang Xiao pronounced this name, he had no mental image of who it referred to. Lin Gu, who is this? How come I've never heard of them? Didn't the village just get internet? Lin Bai turned the phone back around. Tang Xiao shook his head in confusion. He really didn't pay much attention to forums, especially those discussing practical teaching posts. His previous anxieties were focused solely on whether he could enter the 4 symbols without any thought to studying mentors. Lin Bai did not explain further, but directly handed the phone to him. Tang Xiao took it, reading through Chu Hanjing's page from start to finish. Halfway through, his brows furrowed, and by the end his expression changed from confusion to deep concern. Chu Hanjing, domain level mentor, ability SS level, 1000 mechanisms, combat. Teaching direction, extreme practical simulation, course time Monday to Friday, all afternoon, slots quota limited to 1 student per session. Tang Xiao scrolled down and saw more detailed content, and his pupils dilated slightly. The course description for Chu Hanjing was simple, yet every word carried an unusual significance. This course does not provide written teaching, does not conduct theoretical analysis of abilities, and does not set basic training. Each session only enrolls 1 student for no less than 6 hours of unknown practical simulation. During the simulation, the mentor will construct a truly realistic battlefield environment using the ability 1000 mechanisms, combat, and the student must complete designated tactical objectives under extreme conditions. Special note, the practical intensity of this course is above S level. Students with a mental barrier below a level are not advised to enroll. The safety of students during the course is the sole responsibility of the mentor, and the Academy's medical team will not bear any responsibility for injuries incurred during the course. After reading the last line, Tang Xiao felt a chill in his fingers. This disclaimer is actually here. He looked up at Lin Bai, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Gu, this course only accepts 1 person each time, and the intensity is above S level. The Academy's medical team doesn't care. What kind of person is this? What kind of mentor of this caliber would offer such a course? Lin Bai leaned back against the sofa and said, Chu Hanjing is from the Yunji Academy's mobilization. Prior to this, he was in the tactical command department on the front lines of the Demon Realm. Tang Xiao gasped. The Demon Realm. That is the real battlefield between humanity and the demon world, where deaths occur daily. Although humanity currently stands at the peak, it is not peaceful. Several other equally powerful worlds have been planning to attack the human realm. Currently, the human realm connects many worlds, and the spiritual energy is too rich. Despite appearing normal here compared to the resource-scarce worlds, the air here is genuinely sweeter. Those who could survive there and return are the true monsters. His ability is Thousand Mechanisms Combat. I don't know the specific principle, but it is said to be able to construct an almost entirely realistic battlefield simulation environment using mental energy. On the front lines of the demon realm, he was responsible for tactical simulations and training newcomers. All ability users going to the front lines must survive in his training ground 10 times before they can qualify for battle. Tang Xiao swallowed hard. Surviving 10 times on the front lines before qualifying for combat meant that the intensity of Chu Hanjing's simulations was set based on real battlefield conditions. The reason his class only has one slot is that he insists on unknown teaching. At this point, Lin Bai was somewhat excited. Unknown means the highest quality. Tang Xiao listened, feeling a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. Soon the time reached 7:59 and Tang Xiao took a deep breath, refocusing on his course selection. Lin Gu, Tang Xiao suddenly spoke when there were 30 seconds left on the countdown. What if my hands aren't fast enough to grab a spot? If you can't get it, just try again tomorrow. What's there to fear? Are you going to lose sleep without a mentor? Tomorrow there will only be less popular mentors left. Less popular doesn't mean bad, Lin Bai laughed. What Yi Shuang recommends may not suit everyone. Tang Xiao bit his lip, realizing that Lin Bai had a peculiar ability to accomplish two things with one sentence, calming his anxiety while overturning his obsession with having to choose the best. The numbers on the spiritual crystal clock jumped to 8 o'clock sharp. Tang Xiao's fingers pressed down like a spring, submitting. The page spun, loading. Then the page jumped and 3 green words appeared on the screen: admitted. Tang Xiao let out a cheer, his entire body going limp as he leaned heavily against the back of the sofa. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned sharply to Lin Bai. Lin Gu, what about you? Lin Bai had already picked up his phone, and the page immediately popped up a prompt box. When Tang Xiao saw the text on it, his brows furrowed. This course adopts a mentor review system. Your application has been submitted. Please wait for the mentor's review. Current queue number 48 people expected, wait time unknown. Tang Xiao's heart sank again. So many people in line, and it's a mentor review system, which means Chu Hanjing himself will select the one slot available tomorrow. What are the standards? Practical experience, ability level, or purely based on mood? Lin Bai clicked his tongue after seeing this prompt box. At least I'm also SSS level. Oh, does he have no interest? He set the phone back on the coffee table, leaned back into the sofa, and closed his eyes. Tang Xiao opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Lin Bai's eyes closed, swallowed his words. The living room fell silent, but soon Lin Bai's phone suddenly vibrated. Tang Xiao instinctively glanced over, and a new notification popped up on the screen, with the sender being the Academy's course selection system. Lin Bai picked up the phone. On the screen was a line of text: review approved. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ground will decide your fate, Chu Hanjing. Tang Xiao was stunned. Decide your fate? Does that mean you got in or not? But you just submitted it less than 5 minutes ago. How did it get approved so quickly? Lin Bai was also unaware of the specifics. He would only find out tomorrow. The next day, the morning was dedicated to Yi Shuang's class. However, on the first day, Yi Shuang allocated time for them to get to know one another. At this moment, Lin Bai began to grasp the situation in the class. There were 15 SS-level superpowers, with the rest all being S-level. Moreover, aside from Lin Bai and Tang Xiao, the others were mostly from prominent families, with even the least among them coming from well-off families within the city. It can be said that in terms of conditions, the two were far outclassed. Normally, they would not be able to integrate into the circle, yet in reality, they were the most sought-after individuals in the class. The dynamics in the class were quite subtle. There seemed to be a chasm between the SSS and SS levels. The SS-level students, except for Lin Bai, appeared to be quite arrogant. Of course, Zhang Yutian was the exception. In Lin Bai's eyes, he appeared to be quite foolish. As for the others, Lin Bai could tell that despite their efforts to hide it, there was an undeniable air of superiority about them. The sense of hierarchy was most pronounced here, yet they contemplated lowering themselves to befriend the talents from smaller families, though doing so was easier said than done. This led Lin Bai to feel that there was a hint of condescension from them, as if they regarded speaking to him as a tremendous favor. In such an environment, Lin Bai felt somewhat irritated. During the break, Tang Xiao quietly asked, why does it feel like everyone is acting strangely? He observed the S-level students huddled around those from prominent families, chatting and laughing as if everything was harmonious. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead. If even Tang Xiao could notice the oddity, it proved that the atmosphere was indeed off. In reality, Yi Shuang had been observing everything, but chose not to intervene, as such occurrences were normal, and it was better to wait until after the ranking battle to address them. The occurrence of such matters was merely a result of the filter of prominent families plus talent. The ranking battle would completely shatter this layer of illusion. On the first day after Yishuang ensured everyone was familiar with one another, she briefly discussed some foundational course content, and soon it was afternoon. After lunch, Lin Bai and Tang Xiao parted ways and headed directly to the location where Chu Hanjing. Upon arriving at the designated location, Lin Bai discovered it was a vast training ground, one of many within the academy, appearing quite unremarkable. By the time he arrived, there were already people present. 3 individuals stood at 3 different positions, keeping a significant distance from each other. The first person stood to the east with a robust physique, broad shoulders, and his spiritual energy uniform taut against his muscular form. His arms were crossed over his chest, the back of his hands glimmering faintly with a metallic sheen. His name was Yuan Jin, possessing the superpower of Iron Body, an SS-level defensive superpower, and he was also the strongest in defense among this year's new students. The second person was positioned in the northwest corner, tall and lanky, with a pale complexion and deep-set eyes. This individual was named Qin Gian, with the superpower of Silence Domain, an SS-level domain-type superpower. The third person stood to the south, tall and slender, with neatly styled light brown short hair, named Lu Chun, possessing the superpower of Universal Calculation, an SS-level calculation-type superpower. Lin Bai recognized all 3 individuals. Yuan Jin was a classmate, while the other 2 were from Ziwei Yuan, whom he had seen on the freshman leaderboard. The 3 seemed to be waiting. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Yuan Jin was the first to speak, his voice deep. The fourth one has arrived. Qin Guiyan looked up from the shadows, his gaze briefly scanning Lin Bai, pupils slightly constricting. It's actually him. Clearly everyone recognized him. Lin Bai nodded slightly at Yuan Jin, and then positioned himself at the southeast corner, his gaze falling upon the empty white patch in the center of the training ground. The 4 gathered from 4 directions, forming an equilateral diamond shape. No one spoke further, but the tension in the air was rising at a visible speed. Time quickly reached 2 o'clock, and the heavy stone door of the training ground was pushed open from the outside. Chu Hanjing entered. He appeared to be in his early 40s, of average height, dressed in a dark gray training uniform, with very short hair and graying sideburns. Chu Hanjing scanned the group and walked to the white patch in the center of the venue. "You've all come, huh?" he said with a smile. "I just didn't want to interview each one of you, as it would waste time, so I brought you 4 together. The rules are simple." Chu Hanjing casually tucked his hands into his coat pockets. "You 4 will fight each other, and the last one standing will remain. The other 3 will return and wait until next week." "Next week?" Lin Bai frowned. "Do we have to be reselected next week?" "Exactly." Chu Hanjing nodded slightly. Yuan Jin's voice was somewhat heavy. 4 people fighting each other. How does that determine the winner? A knockdown counts as a loss. Surrendering also counts as a loss. Voluntarily exiting the boundary of the battle counts as a loss. And there's also the condition of being deemed unable to continue fighting by me, which also counts as a loss. Yuan Jin twitched the corner of his mouth, but did not pursue the matter further. Qin Gian, however, spoke up, his voice somewhat sharp. "Teacher Chu, in a free-for-all it is easy to create unfair situations, such as 2 people teaming up to take out the third, and then settling it on your own." True. Chu Hanjing nodded, his tone calm. "Unfair. But on the battlefield, who talks about fairness?" Qin Guiyan fell silent. Lu Chen remained quiet, evidently having studied this mentor's temperament. "All right, go get your weapons." Chu Hanjing said this, but only Qin Guiyan and Lin Bai went to the nearby weapon room. Inside, there was a complete variety of weapons. Qin Guiyan took a long sword while Lin Bai grabbed a short sword. They exchanged glances, saying nothing more. The moment they returned to the training ground and stood still, Chu Hanjing suddenly spoke. "Begin." Without even giving them preparation time, the moment his words fell, Yuan Jin was the first to move. In just 2 seconds, his body underwent a layer of metallic transformation, the fabric of his spiritual energy uniform hardening into metal. His right foot stomped the ground fiercely, causing cracks to erupt on the stone slabs, and he charged towards the center of the venue like a cannonball. His target was Lin Bai. Qin Guiyan's reaction was equally astonishingly quick. The moment Yuan Jin's foot shattered the ground, he had already retreated, his feet trailing a line of dust in the air. At the same time, his right hand splayed open, and an almost invisible membrane-like force field expanded from him, enveloping Lin Bai. Silence domain. The speed at which the domain spread was incredibly fast, covering half the venue within 2.5 seconds. Lu Chen also moved in sync. The moment Chu Hanjing announced the start, his entire aura transformed. All data regarding Yuan Jin's actions, the range of Qin Guiyan's domain, and the probability distribution of movement trajectories were quantified, forming a continuously updating dynamic tactical map in his vision. "Yuan Jin." Lu Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "Attack the center." The information was brief, but Yuan Jin was evidently familiar with his superpower and did not hesitate, executing the command immediately. He lunged forward, his metallic fist striking directly at Lin Bai. At this moment, Qin Guiyan also arrived, and Lin Bai instinctively moved, only to find himself seemingly trapped in a quagmire. In that instant, all three of them unexpectedly chose to deal with Lin Bai first. Chu Hanjian was quite pleased with this scene. These three were perceptive individuals. Lin Bai's 7 Sin body could unleash 7 avatars, and under normal circumstances, when everyone was still at the initial stage of developing their abilities, they could win by overwhelming him. There would be opportunities indeed. However, Lin Bai was a bit overconfident. He did not release his avatars at the first opportunity. At this moment, Yuan Jin, reminded by Lu Chun, threw a straight punch towards Qin Guiyan. Chu Hanjian's aura condensed, and he was ready to strike. He saw Lin Bai try to dodge, but did not move, indicating he could not take the hit directly. But in the next second, Lin Bai's expression changed, and a hint of astonishment appeared in Chu Hanjian's eyes. An avatar stronger than the main body. What's going on? The three on the field could not sense it, but as a powerful figure of the domain level, Chu Hanjian immediately recognized that Lin Bai's strength surged significantly when he switched to his avatar. In the next moment, the attacks from Qin Guiyan and Yuan Jin reached Lin Bai simultaneously. Boom! Yuan Jin's punch struck Lin Bai, and the immense force even caused a dent in his chest. Immediately following, Yuan Jin slashed with a knife, but the moment it landed on Lin Bai's shoulder, he fiercely grabbed it with one hand. Up close, both could see the pulsating crimson light on Lin Bai. This is not good. Run. We can't hold him off. From a distance, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he saw the light on Lin Bai, and in his data vision, Lin Bai's combat power was skyrocketing. The two also reacted instinctively and began to retreat. But just at that moment, Lin Bai hooked his hands, pulling the two in front of him, then drew back his right fist, the eerie red light gathering around him. Seeing the red light condensing, Yuan Jin had no time to retreat and decisively activated his diamond body. Meanwhile, Qin Guiyan's spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, preparing to accelerate away. But at that moment, with a loud shout, both of their minds instantly went into chaos, freezing in place. In the next second, Lin Bai unleashed his fully charged fist. From a distance, Chu Hanjian's expression changed slightly, and his figure vanished in an instant. The two disappeared from the spot, and Lin Bai's punch directly exploded in the training ground. A cloud of dust rose, and Lu Chen saw Lin Bai's combat power surge again in the dust, and in the next moment his eyes instantly filled with blood, all data disappearing. Next, a figure wielding a sword burst forth from the dust, moving like a ghost. To the distance he had initially created was almost instantly closed. When his awareness returned somewhat, and he looked ahead, the person had already pushed off the ground, leaping while spinning in the air, then slashing down with one hand holding the sword. Can't stop it. Absolutely cannot stop it. The opponent's leap absorbed the momentum of the forward charge, and with the added force from the aerial spin, if this sword landed, he feared he would be cut in half. Thus he shouted with all his might, "I concede." Just as Lin Bai was about to swing down, Chu Hanjian appeared beside him and caught Lin Bai's sword with one hand. The scene seemed to freeze. Chu Hanjian felt the force in his hand and glanced at Lin Bai in the distance, and the Lin Bai in front of him, unable to contain the excitement in his eyes. "You are qualified." From a distance, Yuan Jin and Qin Guiyan finally woke from their stupor, glancing at the two Lin Bais with complex expressions. However, Qin Guiyan still felt a bit unwilling. "Minter, was that punch really something we couldn't take?" This was also Yuan Jin's thought. In fact, he felt even more unwilling because he was better at defense. If even he could not withstand it, who else could take that punch? Both noticed that the opponent's punch had a slight charging time, but that strange shout could make their brains go chaotic. As long as Lin Bai combines these two moves, that punch is bound to hit. Chu Hanjian's gaze was locked on Lin Bai. It can be blocked, but it will cause serious injury. Lin Bai was not surprised by this. His current strength was far superior to the two, entirely on a different level. How could they withstand the true damage of an intentionally charged punch? Lu Chen said nothing, and he accepted his defeat in full. After all, he had only seen 2 of the 7 Sin bodies. In fact, when he saw Lin Bai, he already knew who the winner of this battle would be, but he still wanted to test it. His special abilities were greatly related to information. The more information he grasped, the more detailed the quantifiable data he could analyze. However, Lin Bai's second avatar had actually made it impossible for him to utilize his abilities, and it was evident that the sword-wielding avatar was not simple. "You 3 can leave while Lin Bai stays." The 3 nodded slightly, leaving the training ground with complex expressions, leaving only 2 people on the field. The admiration in Chu Hanjian's eyes could no longer be concealed. In this brief interaction, he could see that Lin Bai was not just powerful in abilities, he also seemed to have a talent for judging battlefield situations. With some nurturing, he could quickly become a monster. He walked up to Lin Bai, watching the jealousy fade from his expression. "You should have used 2 sins just now. You have 5 remaining while hidden." "Just a bit." Chu Hanjian's lips twitched. "TSK. Forget it. Your abilities are your own business. Now I want to ask you a question. How long does it take to switch avatars?" "Less than a second." Upon hearing this, Chu Hanjian rubbed the back of his head. "Damn, that's really exaggerated." In this system of yours, no one can figure out your methods in unknown fights. Less than a second. Upon hearing this, Chu Hanjian rubbed the back of his head. Damn, that's really exaggerated. In this system of yours, no one can. At this moment, Chu Hanjian seemed to enter a certain state, speaking to himself, but having too many systems also has weaknesses. That weakness is instinctive thinking. In battle, you are constantly thinking, constantly choosing. Each action is the optimal solution, but every optimal solution is a beat too slow. This is your weakness. An overly complete system with too many choices means your combat mode is to judge first and then act. While you think about which sin to use, that has become your greatest flaw. But changing something instinctual is a bit troublesome. You must have fought this way for a while now. Lin Bai's heart shook as he watched Chu Hanjian fall into deep thought. The other party had pointed out something he had not even noticed. But now that he thought about it, it was indeed the case. This combat style seemed perfect, though a little thinking time was harmless. However, in the most extreme life and death battles, it could be enough to get him killed several times. He did not come to the wrong place. Chu Hanjian truly had something. He could see through it at a glance. Lin Bai could sense that his experience was insufficient, that instinct for battle was what he needed the most. Yet Chu Hanjian's precision was too remarkable. Chu Hanjian muttered to himself for a while before regaining his composure. He looked at Lin Bai seriously and asked, does your 7 deadly sins body have a complete combat system to handle various situations? Lin Bai pondered for a moment. The 7 deadly sins body corresponds to 7 paths. Aside from the main body avoiding danger, he had indeed thought it through. He nodded. Seeing this, Chu Hanjian's expression turned serious. In that case, we need to change the training method targeted at you. Now the problem has actually become much simpler. Since your issue is having too many choices, we will practice until you no longer need to choose. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Bai to react, he snapped his fingers. The light from the circular skylight changed abruptly. A layer of pale gray light membrane illuminated the entire training ground, and countless tiny runes appeared, arranging themselves at an incredible speed. Within the depths of Chu Hanjian's pupils, something began to flow, and the air in the training ground trembled. The 1,000 mechanisms combat fully unfolded. Before Lin Bai could react, he felt the ground beneath his feet vanish. What he felt underfoot were the rough gravel and hard rocks. The air instantly became dry and scorching with a burnt smell in the wind. Lin Bai instinctively looked around. He was standing amidst ruins. Completely real. What is this situation? Where am I? Is this still my country? IXXX. The avatars within him began to stir, and even they could not perceive that this environment was an illusion. Surrounding him were the remains of collapsed buildings with steel rebars protruding from the shattered concrete. The temperature of the ground was terrifyingly high, and he could feel the heat even through the soles of his shoes. First scene. Chu Hanjian's voice came from somewhere in the sky. Calm. An unhurried enemy type, a high-density disaster beast swarm from a certain world. Quantity 500. Restrictions none. Countdown none. Before Lin Bai could speak, the ground began to shake. The sound of 500 disaster beasts charging from various directions of the ruins echoed. These special disaster beasts resembled giant bears, their bodies covered in bone armor with hollow eyes. The saliva dripping from their mouths corroded the ground, creating smoking pits. Lin Bai's first instinct was to analyze. He made a judgment in his mind at lightning speed. There were 500 of them, and while their individual strength seemed low, their numbers were large, and the encirclement was tightening. The optimal solution was to use the powerful skull splitter of the gluttony avatar to charge up a punch, then switch to greed to delay the cooldown. But suddenly the disaster beasts appeared right above him, pouncing directly down. Lin Bai instinctively dodged to the side, feeling the claws of the disaster beast brush past his shoulder, leaving several charred scratches on his school uniform. Stop thinking. Chu Hanjian's voice was icy. Lin Bai gritted his teeth. More disaster beasts surged forward. He forced himself to decide not to think and ignored that part of his brain that was weighing the options. In the next second, he switched to the gluttony template, and after a boost in strength, he began to weave through the disaster beasts. But it wasn't fast enough. It was still not fast enough. The frequency of the disaster beast's attacks was increasing. Chu Hanjian manipulated the scene, and just as Lin Bai adapted, he would increase the pressure. Lin Bai's capacity for thought was gradually squeezed out by the increasing attack frequency. Under the dense barrage of attacks, his brain couldn't keep up with selecting options or even making judgments. He could only leave everything to his body to handle. His breathing grew heavier, and his muscles started to burn from the continuous high-intensity exertion. When his valor reached a peak, Lin Bai instinctively unleashed a charged punch. The fan-shaped area in front was instantly turned into minced meat by nearly 10 disaster beasts. Chu Hanjian, maintaining the 1,000 mechanisms combat, saw this scene, and his eyelids twitched. It seemed that this was the punch that had nearly eliminated Qin Guiyan and Yuan Jin just moments ago. He had said that this punch was not simple, and now it indeed proved to be so. Such lethality, those from prominent families were truly fortunate. During this time Lin Bai was not without injuries, but after reaching the limit his body would always revert to its optimal state. Uncertain how much time had passed as the last disaster beast was struck down, its spine severed and dissipating into light spots. The ruins crumbled silently during his gasping intervals, and the blue stone ground of the training ground reappeared beneath his feet. Chu Hanjian stood 5 meters away, deep in thought. Before Lin Bai could catch his breath, he snapped his second scene enemies class assassination type ability, user environment, complete darkness. Your 5 senses will only retain touch and hearing. Before Lin Bai's eyes could adapt to the returning light, the world sank once more into absolute darkness. The next followed with the third scene, then the fourth. Each scene was different from the previous one, varying in terrain, enemies, and restrictions among other factors. The only commonality was that the intensity of each scene escalated, the number of enemies increased, the pace of attacks quickened, and the reaction time was compressed. Lin Bai was continuously pushed to his limits. As time passed, and after Lin Bai's consciousness began to blur, he could not tell how many scenes had gone by when the blue stone ground of the training ground reappeared beneath him. The twilight outside the skylight had completely faded, and the lights at the edge of the training ground turned on automatically. It was already night. But at this moment Lin Bai had lost track of everything. Kneeling on one knee in the center of the field, both hands on the ground, sweat dripping from his nose onto the blue stone floor. His school uniform was completely soaked, his breathing was heavy and rapid, and he felt as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Chu Hanjian looked at Lin Bai with great satisfaction. This kid was indeed extraordinary. Whether it was due to the 7 deadly sins body or not, it had resulted in his willpower being alarmingly strong. In such high-intensity battles, he managed to persist for so long. It should have ended long ago, but Lin Bai's performance was exceptionally good. Chu Hanjian did not want to interrupt him and continued to maintain the 1,000 mechanisms combat until Lin Bai's consciousness was thoroughly muddled. You did well, we continue tomorrow. After dropping this line, Chu Hanjian turned and left. Lin Bai's consciousness was still somewhat hazy. During the 1,000 mechanisms combat, Chu Hanjian had never given him a chance to catch his breath. After just a few hours of fighting, Lin Bai felt as if he had fought for a year. But the results were extremely evident. He could now feel that instinct for battle being carved into his muscles. After taking a full half hour to recover, Lin Bai finally rose and returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he saw a worried Tang Xiao. You finally came back. Lin Bai glanced at the time. The normal practical teaching time for the instructor had long passed. The instructor's training was very effective. I got delayed a bit. Tang Xiao checked Lin Bai over, confirming he was fine before letting out a sigh of relief. The next day marked the beginning of the ranking battles. After attending 2 hours of theoretical classes, Yi Shuang led everyone to the academy's training arena. Chu Hanjian's training arena was one of them. Upon arrival, they could see a large number of students who had already gathered, mostly accompanied by their class mentors. The Ziwei Yuan, where Lin Bai and his friends were located, was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. As soon as Lin Bai arrived, he felt many gazes directed towards them. Yi Shuang ignored those stares, saying the battle information should have been sent to your phones by now. Check which training arena you are in and who your opponent is. I won't say much more, just remember that you are in Ziwei Yuan. I do not want to see anyone lose in the first day's competition. Everyone remained silent. Simply being part of Ziwei Yuan was reason enough not to lose. Lin Bai also looked down at his information, finding that his opponent was a boy named Lu Lang and a great ability user. Tang Xiao was somewhat nervous, constantly trying to boost his own morale. After a day of study following his awakening, he had gained some understanding of his ability. Lin Bai glanced at his opponent, who was also a great ability user. The first day's competition was not particularly exciting. There were too many freshmen, making it difficult to witness intense matchups. Lin Bai easily claimed victory. Tang Xiao was the same. He was quite nervous at first, but after realizing that his opponent was not as terrifying as he had imagined, he also secured a win. Strictly speaking, this was his first battle in life, and the thrill of his first victory lingered until dinner. However, Lin Bai had no time to pay attention to him. It must be said that Chu Hanjian's classes were indeed highly valuable. Training under a powerhouse of a certain realm to maintain abilities was likely a privilege not found in those prominent families. But it was exhausting, and the fatigue was primarily mental, which led Lin Bai to take an early shower and go to bed. While he was asleep at 10 o'clock, the academy began to release the battle list for the next day. The academy's competition format was straightforward, resembling a double elimination system. The freshmen would compete in pairs until the final 64 strong were determined. Those who lost at this stage would enter the more intense losers group, which only had 16 spots among the 64 strong. In the first few days, losing even one match would lead to a plunge into despair. The matches in the earlier days were not that captivating, and not many in the academy paid attention. The seasoned ones knew that the real spectacle would be during the 64 strong. However, they did not expect a bombshell on the second day. In the match information released around 10 o'clock, two matches drew their attention. One match was Bai Wuyo versus Wang Jingqing. The name Bai Wuyo was quite renowned among the freshmen, but Wang Jingqing was no simple opponent, as he also possessed an SS-grade ability. Aside from them, there was another match of equal significance. Lin Bai versus Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu was also an SS-grade ability user. Out of 15 SS-grade abilities, 4 were matched up against each other, prompting many to exclaim on the Academy's forum, "Wow, there are manipulators. I even got up overnight to set the odds. What's going on? The probability of this is too low. Damn it, no matter who loses, it would mean sending 2 big sharks into the losers group." As soon as the matches were announced, the forum exploded. They had originally planned to open the odds only for the 64 strong, but they were now opened early. Tang Xiao had not yet fallen asleep, and upon seeing the battle list, his pupils contracted. However, realizing that Lin Bai had gone to sleep early, he could only check Li Qingji's information for him. The next day, when Lin Bai woke up after a good night's sleep and saw Tang Xiao's dark circles, he was momentarily stunned, saying, "There's no need to be so nervous, right?" Tang Xiao shook his head. "My opponent is great." "Then why are you nervous?" Tang Xiao looked at him intently. "Lin Gu, your opponent is Li Qingyu. I saw last night that this Li Qingyu is quite formidable, ranked 10th among the freshmen with the SS-grade ability Endless Wind Scar. It's quite terrifying." Lin Bai stretched lazily, saying, "It doesn't matter." Tang Xiao was left speechless. After seeing the battle information last night, he had only slept for 4 hours, and had imagined various reactions from Lin Bai. He never expected it to be this way. When the two attended class, nearly everyone's attention in the room was on Lin Bai and Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu hailed from the Li family in Mo City, with sharp eyebrows and eyes, pronounced cheekbones, slightly upward turned eyetails, and a pair of extremely piercing eyes. He had long black hair casually tied back with a silver-gray hairband with a few strands of bangs falling over his forehead. It was said that many girls from other classes secretly referred to him as a male god, especially since he wielded a sword, which added to his appeal. Just as Lin Bai settled into his seat, Li Qingji's figure appeared before him, causing all eyes in the class to converge here. Even Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo were no exception. Bai Wuyo understood his opponent well. His ability was somewhat restraining towards Wang Jingqing, so he was not very concerned about his own match. But Lin Bai was different. As a unique 7 deadly sins ability user, there was little information about him, and no one really knew his true combat strength. Li Qingyu crossed his arms. "So you're Lin Bai. The losers group is a great place for training. Then you should go." Lin Bai looked at Li Qingyu with some curiosity. It had to be said that his modeling was indeed impressive, albeit a bit flashy, with an ear stud shaped like a wind blade. This reminded Lin Bai of Jia Hao next door. Li Qingyu was taken aback, then coldly laughed. "You seem to be mistaken. The one who will enter the losers group is you. We haven't even fought yet." Lin Bai slightly shook his head. "It's not good to pop the champagne halfway, or it might hurt a lot when you get slapped in the face." Seeing Lin Bai like this, Li Qingyu realized that he was dealing with someone who was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, and continuing to speak would be futile. So he gave a cold snort and returned to his seat, saying, "When you truly face me, you'll understand." Got it. Lin Bai waved his hand, causing Li Qingji's expression to darken immediately. Many around them couldn't help but laugh. Although Li Qingyu was strong, they were not weak either, and were not afraid of offending anyone. This laughter almost broke Li Qingji's composure. At that moment, Yishuang arrived, putting a damper on the laugh. Yishuang got straight to the point. "Last night's matchups are a bit unfortunate. We have 2 internal battles in our class, but there's no need to worry. If you have enough confidence in your strength, the losers group could be better." In previous years, many intentionally entered the losers group to hone their skills through multiple rounds of competition, ultimately emerging as champions. The losers group engages in even fiercer battles, and a single loss means a complete into the hope of advancing to the finals, which also serves to hone their skills. However, high opportunity also comes with high risk, as no one wishes to be eliminated. But this is Ziwei Yuan, and Yishuang did not say much. In her view, no matter who falls into the losers group, they can fight their way back. After discussing the competition briefly, she began her class. However, in recent days, everyone's thoughts were entirely focused on the ranking battles, with very few actually paying attention in class. Yishuang was aware of this, so she did not say much during the lesson. When the time was up, she ended the class punctually. As soon as the class finished, everyone almost simultaneously turned their gazes to Li Qingyu and Lin Bai. This battle holds the most suspense. Just as the two stood up to head to the training grounds, everyone followed. Thus a scene unfolded within the academy, with all the students of Ziwei Yuan gathering together to head to the training grounds. On the way, many noticed and followed suit. Among all the matches today, this one was definitely the most worthwhile. The previous SS-level students faced opponents who could not even bring out their strongest abilities. This time the showdown at the SSS level will surely be a spectacle. Perhaps they might even see some of their hidden talents. By the time Lin Bai and the others arrived, the training ground was already filled with people. Many were simply standing, and the projection square outside the training ground was also packed. As the two entered the arena together, Li Qingjia's expression was stern. Your mouth is quite formidable, but once we are on the field, strength speaks for itself. I look forward to how you'll slap me in the face. Lin Bai sighed, bemused by Li Qingjia's inexplicable confidence. Only by truly defeating the opponent could one prove their strength. Stop talking nonsense, it's time to enter. Li Qingyu smiled coldly. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky, but I'm in a bad mood today. Lin Bai was even more puzzled. You don't have the 7 sins body, how can your anger enhance your strength? His words nearly left Li Qingyu speechless, who could only snort coldly and draw his sword as he stepped onto the stage. A thunderous applause instantly swept across the venue, and Lin Bai followed closely behind with a short sword in hand. The surrounding sounds rushed into his ears, but with the 7 sins body constantly nagging in his mind, Lin Bai was already able to subconsciously ignore it. At this moment, most of the crowd supported Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu, young master, you go for it. Ranked 10th, hitting the bottom, no suspense here. On the stands of Ziwei Yuan, the classmates had already begun chatting. Did you place your bets? I glanced at Lin Bai's odds, and they seemed quite high. Ha ha ha, everyone favors Li Qingyu. Then I'll place a bet on Lin Bai first. A student chimed in cheerfully. Jiang Yutian crossed his arms. Li Qingjia's endless windblade has immense destructive power, and his mobility is unquestionable. Even if Lin Bai uses his clones, he won't be able to touch him. How much did you bet? Li Qingja asked curiously from the side. 50,000. Wow, big spender. Li Qingja gasped. In that case, give me 40,000, and if you back out, you'll still save 10,000. Jiang Yutian, do you want to hear what you're saying? Li Qingja analyzed seriously. Li Qingjia's endless windblade isn't very skilled, yet I believe he can't win. Jiang Yutian, upon hearing this, was not angry, but rather contemplative. Li Qingja, being part of the Li family, certainly understood Li Qingyu better than he did, but her judgment was. Have you seen Lin Bai in action? What basis do you have for your assessment? I can see souls. Li Qingja smiled faintly as she took out her phone. Where to place a bet? Here. Jiang Yutian impatiently pointed it out for her, and as Li Qingja checked the odds, she exclaimed, wow. 1 to 5. I'm in. After saying that, she decisively placed her bet, and Jiang Yutian glanced over astonished to see she had bet a full 100,000. She truly is a wealthy lady. Jiang Yushin's eyelid twitched wildly, sensing that something was slipping away from him. At that moment, not far behind him, Yuan Jin, with a grave expression, also took out his phone to place a bet. Hey, Yuan Jin, are you in on this too? Wow, 3281 betting on Lin Bai. What's going on? Are you not eating dinner tonight? The exclamation from the person next to Yuan Jin immediately drew everyone's attention. Yuan Jin usually didn't speak much in class, and didn't seem like the type to bet recklessly. Everyone's gaze was on him, especially from Ji Xinyuan and Li Qingja, increasing the pressure on him. Yuan Jin, do you know any inside information? Yuan Jin, being an honest kid, scratched his head and answered, I fought with Lin Bai before. What? What's going on? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and Jiang Yutian could no longer contain his impatience, asking how strong is he? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jin recalled the feeling of facing that punch, and replied seriously, his punch is very domineering, even my diamond body couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the range is quite large. If Li Qingyu gets hit, it will instantly trigger protection. Recalling how he had to rely on Chu Hanjian to save him when activating his diamond body, Yuan Jin realized that punch could definitely kill him. Triggering protection. These words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. If he were injured or heavily wounded, that would be one thing, but with that said, what is the upper limit of his power? He might not even hit Li Qingyu. At that moment, Jiang Yan's voice came through. He ranked 5th on the freshman list, possessing the SS level ability of Thunder War Body. Jiang Yan's words held some credibility, and everyone began to secretly speculate. However, many still believed Yuan Jin and quietly placed their bets. Yuan Jin's gaze fell on a spot not far to the side, deep in thought. He had just seen that person place a bet, and that individual was quite bold, betting everything on Lin Bai. However, many failed to place their bets successfully, as the arena had already called for the start. The referee raised his hand, prepare start. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bai suddenly dashed out. Being at the same SSS level, he would not be careless. Li Qingjia's windblade is invisible. If he allows Li Qingyu to strike first, he wouldn't even know which direction to dodge. Thus, he had to close the distance at the earliest moment and force Li Qingyu into a range where he couldn't wield his sword with full force. As he made his move, Lin Bai switched to jealousy, his eyes suddenly widening, fixating intensely on Li Qingyu. The short sword, gleaming with chilling light, shot out the sword chi like frost, drawing a white trail in the air. This sword was fast, precise, and fierce, causing many to gasp in astonishment. What are you pretending for? Jealousy murmured. The gentle breeze stirred, and Li Qingyu moved like a leaf, slightly, tilting his body with minimal movement. The tip of jealousy's sword grazed past his clothing, not even touching a single hair. Meanwhile, Li Qingjia's right hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword beside him. He raised the hilt upward, pointing the sword, and sheathed casually in the direction of Jealousy. Jealousy's hair suddenly stood on end as if by instinct. He sidestepped, and a chilling sensation brushed past his left cheek. Then he heard a crisp sound coming from behind him. Whoosh! A fine cut as thin as a hair appeared on the ground behind the martial arts platform. The entire arena fell silent. The spectators had not even seen the sword energy, nor heard any sound. Jealousy slowly straightened up, reaching to touch his left cheek. A faint trace of blood was on his fingertip. Li Qingyu stood there, his posture unchanged. Now do you realize what you sensed? This was just the first sword, he said nonchalantly, to sever your arrogance. Lin Bai, do you know what your biggest problem is? It's that you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are my opponent? No, you are merely my sparring partner. Jealousy exploded in anger. As one of the original Sins, he absolutely could not allow anyone to be more formidable than him. What the hell are you pretending for? Die for me. He charged forward with his short sword, slashing out, but Li Qingyu dodged again, smirking at Jealousy's contorted face. It seems all the previous acts were just pretenses. This original Sin, once provoked, reveals its true form. In a reflexive motion of raising his sword, Jealousy executed an eerie spin, changing his attack to strike from the side. Li Qingjia's eye twitched violently as he prepared to defend. Jealousy shouted angrily. Huh! A moment of chaotic confusion flooded his mind, and Jealousy swung his sword. Just as the sword was about to touch Li Qingyu, his clothes suddenly rustled, and a gust of wind surged in, abruptly halting Jealousy's sword momentum. In that fleeting moment, he regained his awareness. Without time to show off, he directly drew his sword to defend. But at that moment, the figure of Gluttony appeared behind him, landing 2 punches on his back. The intense pain nearly made Li Qingyu cry out. The wind beneath his feet was fierce, propelling him sideways. The crowd's cheers froze for a moment as they watched Gluttony and Jealousy, both bearing Lin Bai's face, their expressions shocked. Even though they already knew the 7 Sins ability was to create clones, witnessing 2 avatars with powers not inferior to Li Qingjia's still left them astounded. After all, such clones seemed to include 5 more. The members of the Ziwei Academy also fell silent. This was likely the first time Lin Bai had fought with 2 clones simultaneously. One was barehanded, the other wielding a short sword. Don't try to take from me. Jealousy embodied in Lin Bai had no intention of suppressing his nature, twisting his face as he charged again, spinning twice in the air, and delivered another eerie slash. Gluttony followed closely behind, as seeing this, Li Qingyu held his sword with both hands, dense gales enveloping the blade. Bring as many as you want, it's all the same. After saying this, he slashed down, and at the same moment, a massive wind burst forth from the blade. Gluttony decisively charged in front of Jealousy. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of sharp blades entering flesh rang out incessantly. By the time the crowd could see clearly, Gluttony was already covered in wounds. Unlike the previous battle with Zhu Hongyi, this time everyone could see the red glow constantly flickering on Gluttony's body. Subsequently, the glow concentrated around his fist. Li Qingyu smirked. Is this your move? Too obvious. As Gluttony unleashed a punch, the shockwave exploded, and Li Qingyu surged upward. Almost in sync with him, Jealousy also leaped upward, and at that moment Li Qingyu happened to meet his distorted face. His heart sank. How could this be? His speed has increased so much. Little did he know that without Lin Bai's control, Jealousy was already driven mad by his flaunting behavior. Under the influence of the original Sin, his strength continued to rise. Get down. Jealousy spun in the air, swinging his sword fiercely at Li Qingyu. At this moment, he could only barely raise his sword to defend, but his body still fell to the ground like a shooting star. However, before he could get up after landing, Gluttony pulled him in with a hook punch. At that moment, Li Qingyu had not yet reacted when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Gluttony, drenched in blood, landed a punch on his abdomen. Li Qingyu felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a rising dragon punch to his chin. His body uncontrollably flew out, landing right in front of Jealousy. Oh no! That punch made his consciousness momentarily blank, and when he regained his senses, Jealousy's short sword was already pressed against his neck. Li Qingyu struggled to open his eyes. Lin Bai's expression was calm, completely different from the frenzy of jealousy earlier. This scene sent a chill down his spine. The way the opponent switched emotions regarding the 7 Sins was far too effortless. Lin Bai wins. As the referee's voice echoed, the arena fell strangely silent. Many people didn't even process what had happened. Clearly, it was Li Qingyu who had slashed out and severely injured one of Lin Bai's avatars. So how did the situation suddenly change? All they saw was Lin Bai's dazzling series of attacks, after which Li Qingyu was directly beaten into a position where he had no chance to retaliate. After a brief astonishment, loud applause and cheers erupted. Although they couldn't comprehend it, the victor deserved the cheers. The area where Ziwei Academy stood was silent. Did you all see clearly? Zhang Yan asked. The timing of these two clones' attacks and their techniques were nothing short of perfect, someone said solemnly. If two clones can defeat Li Qingyu, what if all 7 joined in? No one could answer that question because until now no one had seen all 7 of Lin Bai's clones attack together. As the referee announced the victory, Lin Bai sheathed his short sword. Without even a glance at Li Qingyu, he turned and left. Only Li Qingyu stood there in a daze. Before coming, he had never imagined he would lose. Nor did he expect to lose so utterly. Lin Bai had almost ignored him completely, which felt like a deep cut in his heart. The cheers were loud, but none. Li Qingyu rose dejectedly, walking towards the contestant tunnel. On the other side, the SS-level duel also undoubtedly ended in by Wise victory. Although the newcomer ranking was not considered authoritative, it was not far from the truth. In 2 battles, Lin Bai's victory was the most unexpected. They had not failed to anticipate that Lin Bai would win, but they never expected it to be so effortless, even bordering on a crushing defeat. Previously, Lin Bai's odds were so high not only because of the ranking, but also due to Li Qingju's background from a prominent family. His techniques and abilities should in theory surpass Lin Bai's. Yet in reality, regardless of the application or control of abilities, Lin Bai was clearly on a whole. The entire academy forum exploded. No one expected that the seemingly ordinary Lin Bai possessed such powerful combat skills and system. Initially, everyone had just awakened and the differences in abilities among peers were minimal, yet the battle results showed Lin Bai's overwhelming victory. This sparked curiosity about Lin Bai among everyone. Unfortunately, there was very little information about him, and Lin Bai himself was not very social, mostly seen between classes. This led to the situation where for the following days they were unable to gather any information about Lin Bai. In these days of competition, Lin Bai's opponents were either A or B grade, with no S grade opponents. At this level, facing a glutton was merely a matter of overwhelming numerical superiority. On this day, Lin Bai had just defeated his opponent, thinking it would be like usual, but unexpectedly the system popped up a notification. 5 consecutive victories in ranked battles reward Hextech, draw 1 Lin Bai. His eyes instantly lit up. He previously thought the rewards for this ranked battle were already substantial, but didn't expect more. After leaving the training ground, Lin Bai decisively chose to draw. As the scene in front of him shifted, he thought it would be a tribute fragments like before, but the system surprised him greatly. Golden Hextech. Looking at the 3 cards before him, Lin Bai's breath quickened. He took a deep breath, then switched to a lazy demeanor, opening the first card as drowsiness set in. Devil's Dance gained the keystone runes of nimble footsteps and unyielding grip. Upon seeing this, Lin Bai's expression darkened. What the keystone rune was did not matter. The effects of nimble footsteps and unyielding grip were irrelevant as long as he knew they were garbage runes. For a long time, whenever Lin Bai saw these runes appear consecutively in the game, he knew he had entered yellow. Similarly, there were runes like Mind Purification and Keystone Mage, all of which were among the most useless runes at the gold tier. They offered no values, no mechanisms, and Lin Bai would only choose them in cases of utter lack of options. However, seeing them appear still made his heart skip a beat. With a sense of trepidation, Lin Bai opened the second card again. In an instant, he realized his high blood pressure was rising. Keystone Mage gained the keystone runes of Summon Airy and Arcane Comet. By this point, Lin Bai's eyes were red, and without any hesitation, he flipped the third card. Lightning Strike gained 20 total attack speed, dealing additional magic damage effects when reaching a specific attack speed. Wow, it's here. Lin Bai's heart jolted. As one of the only 2 runes among the Hextech runes that could directly enhance total attack speed, it was one of the cores of all attack speed systems. In the Hextech Grand Battle, Lin Bai still did not know the status of the shop, but if there were mythic items in the shop, then with the toll from the Reaper, once the attack speed increased, no one would be able to withstand the output. Lin Bai had already figured out the system for this rune. It would be directly allocated to Fury. As a combat entity, once Fury obtained the Devil Dance, he could find a place to stack up. With the Hextech in hand, Lin Bai was even more eager for the shop to open. For him, the 7 Sins body was just beginning. Pairing the right equipment with hero templates was the time to unleash his power. The subsequent competitions gradually became intense. The preliminary rounds from the previous days had already eliminated most participants, leaving behind those with both talent and strength. Lin Bai successfully entered the top 64 after defeating a new student of S grade. Today was the day to determine the top 64. Lin Bai's battle ended quickly, pre-ordered, while on the other side Tang Xiao, after these days of battles, had also developed his abilities as a mirror craftsman. Ultimately, Tang Xiao also successfully made it to the top 64. When he returned to the dormitory, the excitement on his face had not faded. Ling Gui also made it to the top 64. That's impressive, Lin Bai said sincerely with a smile. Although Tang Xiao's mirror craftsman was also S grade, it leaned towards support. Moreover, Lin Bai noticed that in his records when entering the top 64, he had defeated an S grade opponent. Hee. As they progressed from 64 to 32, then from 32 to 16, and from 16 to 8, all the matches were scheduled on the same day. In the following days, all new students were given time off just to pave the way for the competition. Lin Bai's opponent from 64 to 32 was a student from Taiwei Academy, named Zheng Muyang, an S-grade ability user. In fact, Zheng Muyang was among the top tier of strength at Taiwei Academy. However, being a variant of fire-type abilities, he was placed in Taiwei Academy due to not having as much potential as those in Jiwei Academy. In Taiwei Academy's class, upon seeing that Zheng Muyang's opponent was Lin Bai, there was an immediate outcry. Crap! How did Muyang get Lin Bai? He was previously defeated by Jiang Yutian and relegated to the losers bracket, and now just climbed back up only to meet Lin Bai. It's over. My Muyang is definitely the one with the worst luck this time. Zheng Muyang belonged to the type of model that was somewhat handsome, and combined with his approachable personality, he was quite popular in the class. Upon meeting Lin Bai, many genuinely felt pity for him. In their view, although Zheng Muyang could not defeat those of SSS grade, he was still among the top tier within S grade. At this moment, Zheng Muyang, looking at the battle information from his position, could only smile wryly. He was not Zhu Hongyi and naturally understood the chasm between S grade and SSS grade. So there's no helping it. I might have some hope against the other SSS grade users, but Lin Bai, this 7 Sins body, is just too abnormal. Everyone around him nodded in agreement. After Lin Bai defeated Li Qingyu, everyone had tacitly accepted him among the strongest of the SSS grade. The new student rankings were just a source of amusement. When it came down to real fighting, one had to rely on true skill. But retreating without a fight is not my style, Lin Bai. You only know after fighting. Zheng Muyang stood up, regaining his confidence and fighting spirit. As expected of Muyang. Yes, I also think we should fight first, and see what if Lin Bai is just all show. Someone immediately echoed this. But a girl beside him said softly, isn't Li Qingyu also all show? Well, let's not focus on those details. The important thing is participation. No matter what, we can't just surrender without a fight. Right? Muyang, your odds have already reached 1200. Don't worry, I will still support you. A small gamble for fun. After all, betting on Lin Bai won't bring any profit. Zheng Muyang took a deep breath. Don't worry, even if I can't defeat him, I will make him reveal a few of his trump cards. Wow, what's this? 2 clones attacking at once. Muyang didn't even have a chance to strike. Have you noticed? When that clone with the slightly crooked eye roared, both Li Qingyu and Muyang paused for a moment. It seems to be a skill related to mental control. What crooked eye? That's the jealousy clone, right? Don't be ridiculous. Many people are studying Lin Bai now. This is indeed a skill related to mental control. In the battle from 64 to 32, Lin Bai directly unleashed gluttony and jealousy to gang up on Zheng Muyang, effortlessly securing victory. During this time, people have begun to study Lin Bai. Deliberate, powerful punches require build-up, and the roar of jealousy produces mental control. These details have been mostly deduced. However, the instant summoning of clones along with immobilization and deliberate powerful punches is a straightforward, yet brutal tactic that they find difficult to counter. At the same time, they also have a basic understanding that gluttony has poor mobility, while jealousy is highly mobile. But the more they understand, the more they feel that Lin Bai is invincible. Because it's just 2 clones. Lin Bai hasn't even used a 3rd clone yet. How can they win? Lin Bai is among the fastest in battle, though after his fight ended, many others were just beginning theirs. However, the other SS grade freshmen also finished their battles quickly, and before long 15 spots in the top 32 were occupied by them. As time passed, and the remaining battles concluded, all 32 of the strongest emerged. Tang Xiao also managed a difficult victory, and when she reached Lin Bai, her face looked tired, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Gu, I won again. Go 32 strong. Lin Bai smiled slightly. At this moment, the 32 participants gathered in front of the largest martial arts arena. In the next second, the sky, once clear for miles, suddenly darkened with clouds. A bolt of lightning struck down before the crowd, and Lin Bai shielded his eyes from the blinding light. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared at the front of the martial arts arena, a notably robust old man. The man was muscular, towering at 2 meters tall, resembling a small giant with eyes filled with brilliant blue lightning. At this moment, someone beside them whispered, "Wow, it's Vice Dean Song Tingzhou. I heard his strength has reached the pinnacle of the domain stage. He's one of the pillars of the human race." Many were shocked as they looked at the old man on stage, while some from prestigious families were not surprised. They were well aware of the true power of Yunji. Pinnacle of the domain stage. Lin Gu, do you think I can reach that level in the future? Tang Zhao's eyes held a glimmer of hope. It depends on your efforts. Lin Bai looked at Song Tingzhou on the stage, but why do I feel like he's a bit flashy? As Lin Bai finished speaking, the lightning in Song Tingzhou's eyes dissipated, and he gazed down at the crowd. So, is this the 32 strongest of this session? The quality is acceptable. His voice resonated like distant thunder, causing many to instinctively cover their ears. I am from the academy. After a lengthy self-introduction filled with official jargon, Song Tingzhou finally got to the point. This time I will conduct the draw for the 32 strongest. With that, an academy instructor came up with an empty box, and Song Tingzhou smiled widely at the crowd below. Don't worry, there's no foul play in this draw. It's all based on luck. If you little SS grade fellows end up facing each other, do your best to win. Once we reach this stage, losing means no more opportunities. Upon hearing this, the crowd became serious. There are a total of 15 SS grade contestants. If an SS grade battle occurs, it would actually be a good thing for the others. Among the students from Ziwei Courtyard, some looked uneasy, while others like Ji Xianyuan and Bai Wuyo remained. Lin Bai also wore a neutral expression. His goal was first place, and it didn't matter who he faced. Song Tingzhou took in everyone's expressions, slightly furrowing his brows. But he said nothing further and directly began the draw. Lu Xiaoqing. After seeing the name, he announced the opponent's name and then drew the second card. Lu Jingzhe. The two students whose names were called sighed in relief simultaneously. Among the SS grade students, they hadn't heard of each other's names, which meant their opponent was at most SS grade. Most of the following matchups were similar, but some did draw SS grade opponents, causing them to look distressed. Tang Xiao. When Tang Xiao's name was called, Lin Bai noticed his body tremble slightly. Lu Sun. Upon hearing this name, Tang Xiao's expression instantly turned grim. Lin Go, I'm doomed. Lin Bai patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, I'll win for both of us. Lu Sun, a student from Ziwei Courtyard, possesses the SS grade ability of Devour Darkness Abyss. Dark-based abilities can barely be considered part of a special category, and he is SS grade, making him rather inconspicuous in class. In everyone's impression, he always seemed to present a silent and reticent demeanor. Lin Bai frowned upon hearing the name. He had learned about this person through his battles. When Lu Sun fought, he gave the impression of being possessed, completely transforming into a different person and fighting with wild abandon. Be careful, if things go wrong, it's okay to admit defeat. Lin Bai's expression grew serious. Tang Xiao, with a distressed face, looked up and felt a gaze on his back. Turning to look, it was Lu Sun, who appeared very thin, with a severe hunchback. When Tang Xiao met his gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. As Lin Bai turned his head, Tang Xiao suddenly noticed Lu Sun, revealing a chilling smile towards him. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, too afraid to make eye contact. Lin Bai. When his name was called, Lin Bai remained expressionless, and Song Tingzhou's gaze happened to land on him. He kept an eye on every SS grade freshman and could easily recognize them. Lin Bai's reaction pleased him, and as he picked up the second name, he revealed a meaningful smile. Jiang Yutian. When the two names matched, gasps erupted from the class in Ziwei Courtyard. Upon seeing himself matched with Lin Bai, Jiang Yutian froze for a moment, then his smile widened uncontrollably. Do you remember what I said? In the ranking battle, I won't hold back. He turned provocatively towards Lin Bai. They all say your clones are powerful, but I'm sorry your journey ends here. Lin Bai felt helpless. He couldn't tell if Jiang Yutian was confident or just foolish. After a couple of sentences, he seemed unsatisfied. So he curiously asked, does trash talk increase your attack power in the martial arts arena? Jiang Yutian's eyes widened, and many around them couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The laughter of those around Jiang Yutian immediately irritated him, and with a loud shout, the laughter diminished. However, not everyone would give him face. These SS grade students were all from prominent families and naturally did not consider themselves inferior to anyone. This caused Jiang Yutian to distinctly feel the disdain from those around him. When he looked at Lin Bai again, his gaze had turned cold. The results will be evident on the martial arts stage. Lin Bai could not deny it. Indeed, the results would be determined on the martial arts stage, but the outcome might differ from what Jiang Yutian imagined. Among the names called later, 3 SS grade students were matched up. Out of 15 SS grade students, there were 4 internal matches, and only 6 had drawn SS grade opponents. The students below were stunned. Even Song Tingzhou was a bit dumbfounded. He never expected his luck to be so bad. Although they spoke of fairness, who wouldn't want to see fierce battles in the end? If one of the top 4 was an imposter, it would be quite uninteresting. However, with some rejoicing and some worrying, so many internal matches among the SS grade students opened up opportunities for the remaining students. Not facing off against SS grade students this round was already the best situation. At least their rankings could move up a bit, and when it came to the 16-8 matches, they might face opponents of the same level again. Some had already begun to theorize if luck was on their side. Even advancing to the semifinals was not impossible. After the matchups were drawn, everyone went to rest. The schedule was tight, and everyone had to recover quickly. Song Tingzhou returned to the academy's backstage, greeted by a strange look. Old Song, your luck is as... A seemingly cultured old man wearing glasses chuckled. Song Tingzhou's expression changed slightly. Who are you? That was their bad luck. Haha, but actually it's finer. It can give these youngsters a lesson in advance. Luck is sometimes also a part of strength. Exactly. A relatively young mentor chimed in. To be honest, sometimes in exploring the world, luck can play an even bigger role. Upon hearing this, Song Ting's expression improved a bit, and he quickly changed the subject. This batch has recruited quite a few good seedlings. We must give the admissions office a raise. Absolutely, absolutely. Old Song, who do you think is promising this time? The kid from the G family? Or the one from the Bai family? I think that little girl from the Li family is quite impressive. She's very deep, almost fooled me. This topic drew the attention of many mentors backstage. I say, Chu Hanjian, which Lin Bai isn't in your class? What do you think of this kid? In the corner, two mentors were sitting, one of whom was Chu Hanjian. Speaking to him was a graceful female mentor with golden long hair and a flawless face, exuding an air of confidence. Chu Hanjian was deep in thought, and when she said this, he unconsciously replied, if nothing unexpected happens, he should win the championship. Wow, such confidence! Wei Luo exclaimed, drawing many gazes. Chu Hanjian frowned slightly. Whether it's the G family or Bai family kids, they are just starting out. Their gap isn't that big. They are geniuses, you aren't others as well. Under the same starting conditions, Lin Bai is far superior to them. Hearing him speak so seriously, Wei Luo's smile gradually faded. It's rare to see you have such confidence in a student. Hey, that Lin Bai is indeed good, but it's just that. Song Tingzhou, who had appeared beside them at some point, interjected. Wei Luo shot him a glare, making room for him, and he unceremoniously sat down. Want to make a bet? Hearing this, Chu Hanjian smirked. If you want to give me something, just say it straightforwardly. Song Tingzhou's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. I actually have faith in that little girl from the Li family. If they face off, he'll come find you again. The schedule was tight. Lin Bai only closed his eyes for a moment to rest before he heard the announcement to take the stage. Coming out from the passage, Jiang Yutian was already on stage, arms wide open, as if enjoying the cheers from the crowd. As Lin Bai stepped onto the stage, the cheers around him grew louder, but most were still for Jiang Yutian. Seeing Lin Bai coming up, Jiang Yutian grinned. In front of so many people, it doesn't feel good to be defeated by me, but you need not worry. No one will say anything if you lose to me. Lin Bai had already learned to filter out Jiang Yutian's voice successfully, turning a deaf ear. The referee noticed he had no intention of speaking harshly and immediately had the two prepare. After all, the audience could hardly wait. This match was definitely the hottest among the current 32 to 16. The martial arts arena was packed. Besides the freshmen, there were also many sophomores and juniors present. Everyone wanted to know who would be the leading figure of this batch in the coming years. The arena's floor was specially made, and as the referee's voice fell, dark red patterns began to emerge. This was a sign that the defensive formation had been activated. Several mentors at the referee's bench stood up simultaneously, and one waved his hand to strengthen the barriers. Jiang Yutian stood at the center of the arena, spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips, and soon a cluster of golden flames appeared at his fingertips. It was not the color of ordinary flames. The rich golden hue made it visually scorching. The air around the flames was slightly distorted. This was the strength of SSS-tier abilities. Even just awakened, it was an extremely terrifying presence. Lin Bai stood 20 meters away from him. Rage and jealousy surged simultaneously, jealousy fixating on Jiang Yutian, and his eyes slowly turned red. Why can he play with fire? And such powerful fire at that. Why is all the cheering for him? The glutton looked around in confusion. Lin Bai handed jealousy a short sword and whispered, fight first, then eat. Oh, is he only using dual avatars? Is he overconfident or confident? Someone at the referee's bench frowned and muttered. Jiang Yutian glanced over, his expression unchanged. With the referee's loud shout, begin. In the next second, he raised his right hand, and the cluster of golden flames left his fingertips hovering above his palm. Go! The flames instantly exploded. Centered on Jiang Yutian, a golden fire ring pushed outward at lightning speed, too fast to blink. As the fire ring swept across the ground, a scorching wave surged forth. The glutton acted first, stepping back half a step with his right foot muscles contracting and expanding violently beneath his skin. At the moment the fire ring approached, he punched out. As the punch struck the fire ring, Jiang Yutian sneered. Fool, can you take the sunlight, true flame heathen? In the next moment, a scorching breath rushed towards Lin Bai, who furrowed his brow and retreated behind the figure of gluttony, while the flames seemed to possess consciousness, crazily clinging to gluttony. His skin was turning red, blisters forming on the surface, yet the muscle layer writhed madly, continuously generating pink tissue to replace the damaged ones. The powerful recovery of the passive skill battlefield hero was now in effect. The crowd in the stands widened their eyes in shock as they realized the terrifying recovery ability of gluttony. What the hell? He can directly withstand the blazing sun's flame. Is he some kind of Iron Man? Even if he can endure it, the pain must be unbearable. Is this a monster? The formidable power of the blazing sun's flame made Lin Bai furrow his brow in concern. The battlefield hero skill restores health based on the life points lost, meaning the heavier the injury, the faster the recovery. Clearly, Gluttony was not significantly injured as his battle hero skill was manifesting so evidently. But the pain was also causing his adrenaline to surge. A red glow began to radiate from him, and Gluttony grinned widely. He fearlessly charged towards Jiang Yutian, who had clearly been keeping a close eye on Gluttony's movements. As Gluttony approached, Jiang Yutian swiftly flicked his wrist, sending 5 golden fire lines shooting from his fingertips, weaving together in midair to form a fiery net that descended upon Gluttony. Each strand of the fire net was as thin as a hair, yet the temperature was extremely high. Gluttony charged headfirst into it. The fire net cut into his skin, reaching down to the bone. Gluttony's body was marked with dozens of intersecting wounds with golden flames burning into the flesh along the cuts. This scene made the onlookers shiver. Not to mention Gluttony's vitality was genuinely terrifying, and Lin Bai showed no intention of recalling his clone, indicating that Gluttony was still within his limits. At that moment, the clone of Jealousy flashed out from behind Gluttony, almost instantaneously darting past. This was the first phase of Riven's skill Dance of the Wings. His body glided close to the ground, the short sword held at his waist, its tip dragging along, leaving a trail of sparks. Gluttony's body obstructed Jiang Yutian's line of sight, allowing Jealousy to slip into his blind spot. But Jiang Yutian had already anticipated this. He flicked his arm, and golden flames coalesced in his palm into the shape of a spear. The spearhead aimed precisely at Jealousy's throat, moving faster than him, and at a more cunning angle. From the timing of this thrust, Lin Bai could tell that the opponent certainly had some practical combat experience. But Lin Bai was no different. Jealousy executed the second phase of the Dance of the Wings, his form spinning past the fiery spear, while simultaneously swinging his short sword towards Jiang Yutian's wrist. Jiang Yutian frowned slightly, retracting his right hand, as the fire spear rotated horizontally, blocking the edge of the sword. At the moment of collision between the golden flames and the short sword, a sharp metallic screech erupted, causing Jealousy's sword to bounce upward, while Jiang Yutian's fire spear was also left with a notch. Flames swirled at the notch, automatically repairing it. But immediately after, Jealousy let out a loud shout, and then darted away directly, using the third phase of the Dance of the Wings. He leapt up, slashing down from midair, his entire weight crashing into the strike. The short sword erupted with a faint green light of runes, the blade roaring down with the sound of wind. Jiang Yutian felt his mind go blank, and by the time he regained his senses, the sword's edge had already struck his forehead. In that instant, a burst of intense flames exploded, sending Jealousy flying back from the heat wave. When he could see clearly again, Jiang Yutian's eyes had turned to pure gold, his pupils vanished, leaving only 2 burning orbs of light. The golden flames surrounding his body suddenly contracted inward, then exploded outward. A wall of fire rose up around him. Jealousy rose and charged again. His sword struck the fire wall, the runic green light cutting into the golden flames before coming to a halt. The temperature of the fire wall caused the tip of the sword to begin melting. Jealousy decisively abandoned the sword and jumped the blade, completely turning into a pool of molten iron as it hit the ground. But at that moment, Gluttony had already broken free from the fire net. His body was cut to the brink of collapse, with the white edges of his ribs visible through his chest and the wounds on his left arm deep enough to see bone. Yet his eyes were filled with excitement. The passive effect of the Wrath Hero template was wildly operating within him as adrenaline and regeneration hormones surged, pushing his willpower to its peak. "I know your punch is powerful, but you can't break my wall of fire," Jiang Yutian said confidently, while Lin Bai looked on in complete disbelief. In the next moment, Gluttony instantly emptied his willpower, and his right arm began to glow. All the light gathered into his fist, and Gluttony's body trembled. Jiang Yutian noticed this scene. Standing in the center of the fire wall, he saw Gluttony's movements through the golden flames. Facing the charged punch heat-in, he truly felt the power accumulating and the increasing sense of pressure. Jiang Yutian's expression grew serious, his brows knitting slightly. He then decisively raised both hands, golden flames pouring from his palms into the fire wall. The height of the fire wall surged dramatically, its thickness doubled, and its color transformed from gold to near white. Almost simultaneously, Gluttony's right arm was fully charged, and cracks like spider webs appeared in the ground beneath him. The air in front of his fist visibly compressed into a white wall of air. With a punch thrown, the air wall detached from his fist, fanning out forward, and the mighty shockwave crashed into the fire wall. The charged punch. The moment the white air wall collided with the golden fire wall, an unexpected loud explosion erupted in the arena. The golden firewall was instantly pierced by the shockwave at its center, continuing its momentum, directly crashing into Jiang Yutian. In an instant, Jiang Yutian's figure bent, and then he lost consciousness. Outside, the audience only saw the firewall of Zhang Yutian surge, followed by Gluttony's punch, after which Zhang Yutian flew out from within the firewall, like an arrow released from a bow, crashing into the arena's railing. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as Zhang Yutian's form slumped to the ground, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. This scene left everyone in shock. This was their first time witnessing a charged punch land on an opponent. Previously, every time Lin Bai threw a punch, it would always trigger a protective mechanism or a mentor would intervene. As a result, many were very curious about the power of this punch. Now they finally saw it. At the judges' table, several mentors' expressions changed. What is going on? Didn't Zhang Yutian have the Spirit Awakening Pearl? Why didn't it activate? Forget about that, quickly called Dean Zhang. At this moment, the students still thought this punch had only knocked Zhang Yutian unconscious, but as the judges announced Lin Bai's victory, cheers erupted throughout the arena. But just a few seconds later, a figure dressed in white descended from the sky, frowning as he approached Zhang Yutian, causing everyone to instinctively close their mouths. What do you all think? If I hadn't been at the academy today, he would have died. The newcomer scowled, shouting at the judge. Lin Bai put away his clone, looking at Zhang Yutian, who was in a stupor. I once called him the first person to take the intentional heavy punch he'd, earning him the title of the man with the toughest head. His courage is commendable. The clones in his mind erupted in chaos. As fellow clones, they understood the damage of the intentional heavy punch well, and just now, they had accumulated a full amount of heroic value. In this situation, it was quite bold for the opponent to take it head-on. Lin Bai was also surprised, but what surprised him more was that the mentor did not intervene. What he did not know was that the mentors were all aware that Zhang Yutian had life-saving artifacts provided by his family. No matter how much chaos the students of the sensing tier caused, they could not break through. However, he did not expect that the true damage of the intentional heavy punch would erupt directly. Previously, Lin Bai had been saved by the mentors every time he made a move, and he quickly thought about what life-saving items Zhang Yutian might possess. This also prompted him to ponder deeply, judging from the calm demeanor of the mentors earlier, it must be something like that. But the question arose, why didn't it trigger? This was a question he needed to clarify. True damage is a great weapon, but in the game, shields can block true damage. He didn't know if there was a similar shield mechanism in the real world. And this time presented an excellent opportunity to understand. Lin Bai looked at the half-dead Zhang Yutian with slight regret. If the opponent were awake, he could ask. At this moment, Zhang Zhinshu, dressed in white, frowned. Her ability was an S-level healing ability, and her realm had reached the peak of synchronization. Currently, her spiritual energy scanned Zhang Yutian's body and found that all his organs were shattered. If she had arrived a moment later, he would have been gone. Zhang Zhinshu immediately used her ability, warm golden light, flowing from her hands, continuously repairing his body. Healing a little guy in the sensing tier was still a piece of cake for her. As for the others present, they were all complete. Zhang Zhinshu's words took everyone by surprise. They thought Zhang Yutian was merely unconscious, but they did not expect him to be in such a critically injured state. Was that punch really that terrifying? It pierced through Zhang Yutian's firewall set with all his strength, and still knocked him to the brink of death. What kind of power was that? No wonder it could create protection with a single punch before. Who could withstand this? If such power hit them, wouldn't they be covered in bruises? Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yutian slowly opened his eyes. With the healing abilities of the synchronization tier, even if he had been dead for 2 minutes, he could be brought back. The mentors at the referee's table had already come to his side, and upon seeing Zhang Yutian open his eyes, they hurriedly asked, "Student, are you alright? How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Zhang Yutian's eyes were filled with confusion. Those few minutes felt like centuries to him. Memories from his childhood surged forth as if he were watching a videotape of the past decade. The surrounding mentors couldn't help but grow anxious. Zhang Yutian had had an incident right under their noses. Not to mention how to explain it to the Zhang family. Just the fact that a death occurred in the academy's training ground was enough to make Yunji drink a pot of tea. Fortunately, Zhang Yutian only dazed for a moment before coming back to his senses. "I'm fine." Then he slowly got up, looked in Lin Bai's direction, and covered his forehead, saying, "Did I lose?" The others exchanged glances, a yes. "Oh," Zhang Yutian casually replied, and then covered his forehead as he left the stage. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that he didn't seem to be fine at all. Could it be that he was knocked silly by a punch? But Lin Bai's punch had also hit his body, not his head. Everyone was puzzled, only able to hastily follow him. They were genuinely afraid something would happen to Zhang Yutian. Lin Bai noticed something was off with Zhang Yutian's demeanor and felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that a punch sent him through time? He looked at his own hand with suspicion, frowning. "Gluttony, did you use too much strength?" "Huh, is there food?" The response from Gluttony echoed in his mind, and Lin Bai's face darkened. Forget it, it wasn't his business after all. The academy had said they were fully prepared and allowed them to act freely. As Lin Bai left, everyone on the scene still felt unsatisfied. This battle was not particularly exciting. Whether it was Lin Bai or Jiang Yutian, they might not have even used their full strength, but the impact was absolutely explosive. The battles and other training grounds quickly concluded as well, and the situation of Lin Bai and Jiang Yutian's fight spread rapidly. Many people showed astonished expressions upon hearing the news. No way was it really that exaggerated. You're not lying to me, are you? At this rate, who would dare to fight with confidence in the future? Moreover, Lin Bai is too terrifying. He truly deserves the reputation of knocking someone out with a single punch. They'll tell you secretly, don't tell others. I heard Jiang Yutian got knocked silly. Amazing, even Jiang Yutian was defeated. For a moment, discussions about this battle filled the entire academy. Lin Bai didn't pay much attention to it. After leaving the training ground, he sent a message to Tang Xiao, but for a long time, he didn't see a reply. This puzzled him. Previously, Tang Xiao would usually reply to messages, and considering the time, the fight should have been over by now. He tried calling, but no one answered. Was he able to last that long? While Lin Bai was confused, the academy also sent out a notification to prepare the draw for the top 16 to the top 8 was about to begin. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to put down his phone and head to the first training ground. Upon arriving, there were even fewer students on the field, but the surrounding students were more numerous, almost filling the area. The top 16, those who made it this far, would almost certainly become star competitors within the academy. Lin Bai glanced around, but still did not see Tang Xiao, when instead Li Qingga noticed him searching with her gaze, and quietly approached him, saying, "Are you looking for your roommate?" Lin Bai looked at her. Li Qingga motioned towards Tang Xiao's opponent Lu Sun. He stood there still a bit hunched, and seemed to sense Lin Bai's gaze. He turned his head, and revealed a smile. This smile made Lin Bai feel uncomfortable. What happened? The expressions of Li Qingga and Lu Sun alerted him to something being off. Tang Xiao is still unconscious. Unconscious? Lin Bai was puzzled. Doesn't the academy have mentors from the healing department? Li Qingga shook her head slightly, her expression turning grave. The healing department mainly deals with physical injuries. His injury is to the soul. The soul? Lin Bai's mind jolted. Everything concerning the soul was profoundly mysterious, and healing abilities in this domain were exceedingly rare. Li Qingga slightly nodded, indicating with her eyes, "I can see souls." Lu Sun's soul has grown slightly stronger compared to before the battle, and when Tang Xiao was carried out, I saw that his soul was very weak. Lin Bai's expression turned serious. Li Qing's spiritual ability was soul chanting, making her an expert in the realm of souls. At this moment, he also recalled the opponent's extraordinary ability, devouring the abyss. It seems to be a type of devouring ability. Li Qingga whispered before this, "I never thought the opponent could devour souls." The academy probably didn't realize he had such means, and is currently searching for soul-replenishing medicine for Tang Xiao. Does this have any effect on Tang Xiao? The soul is the source of consciousness, so there must be an impact. Our soul-type abilities are monitored by specialized mentors before battles, always ready to intervene. But this time the academy was negligent. They didn't know Lu Sun had such mastery over his abilities, and would take such actions against the S-level support-type Tang Xiao. Li Qingga sighed helplessly. "I heard that the situation on your side was also due to the academy's oversight. Such incidents shouldn't happen in other academies. Yunji still lacks experience." Lin Bai nodded slightly. Indeed, it was true. Problems arose in 2 consecutive matches. The academy's issues were the most significant, but... He squinted at Lu Sun, who was still smiling. "This person was not a good one. What are you telling me this for?" Li Qingga was taken aback, then smiled, and said, "It's just because I find you pleasing to the eye. Is it not to provoke my anger, and then wait for me to face him to see my true strength?" Hee. How could that be? Li Qingga said with a cheerful smile, "I swear by my soul, it is absolutely..." Lin Bai looked at her suspiciously, but said nothing more. Regardless of her intentions, it would not affect his... The results for the draw for the top 16 came out quickly, and among them were quite a few S-level participants, all praying to face opponents of the same rank. But reality was harsh. At this stage, the probability of having matches within the same level had decreased significantly, resulting in several S-level competitors drawing SS-level opponents. Lin Bai had good luck. His opponent was an S-level. Upon seeing Lin Bai, the opponent's face turned pale with fear. At this moment, rumors about the battle against Jiang Yutian had already spread. Rumors of him knocking Jiang Yutian into a fool and other tales spread, becoming more and more exaggerated. This led to Lin Bai's notorious reputation growing. When the battle began, Lin Bai did not exert himself. Although an S-level opponent would not pose a significant threat, the other party had no fighting spirit, making this battle an easy win. Lin Bai successfully entered the top 8. Tomorrow would be the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and the finals. After the battle ended, Lin Bai also went to the medical room to check on Tang Xiao, but he was still in a coma due to the injury to his soul. Looking at Tang Xiao on the hospital bed, Lin Bai's expression gradually darkened. Lu Sun, huh? Lin Bai glanced at the top 8 information. Lu Sun had also successfully defeated his S-level opponent to enter the top 8. The other party's ability was extremely strange. Lin Bai pondered for a moment and decided to check the opponent's battle records. But upon looking, problems arose. In all of his matches, Tang Xiao was the only one who had lost consciousness. This meant that he had only targeted Tang Xiao so far. Why? Lin Bai was puzzled. Tang Xiao was not someone who would attract hatred. Why did the opponent act this way? Without an answer to this question, Lin Bai could only rest for now. Tomorrow's opponent in the top 8 would likely not be a simple character. However, after resting for a day, Lin Bai's opponent the next day was the 9th-ranked student on the newcomer list, whose strength left Lin Bai somewhat disappointed. If he had to describe it, he could only say he was not as strong as Jiang Yutian. After the battle during the draw, Lin Bai was watching Lu Sun's match. The opponent's attack was a swirling black mist, making it hard to see the situation inside. At this stage, Lin Bai did not possess any ability to see through, and when the referee announced the victory, he didn't gain any information. Just like his battle footage, Tang Xiao also lost consciousness in the black mist. Lu Sun's opponent was of the same level, naturally lasting longer, but in the end he still lost consciousness, pale-faced, as declared by the referee. At this time, other arenas had also determined their outcomes. At the top 8 stage, it was originally supposed to be strong versus strong, with Jiang Yin facing Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo facing Li Qingge. These two battles were particularly significant. The battle between Jiang Yin and Ji Xinyuan was the most explosive, with no empty seats, while Lin Bai's match had hardly anyone watching. In the end, Ji Xinyuan came out on top, while the battle between Li Qingge and Bai Wuyo was somewhat bizarre. The two stood still in the arena, and after about 10 minutes, Li Qingge chose to surrender. Both of their abilities had some strange aspects, and many could not understand how they engaged in combat. Thus, the top 4 had all emerged: Lin Bai, Ji Xuanyuan, Bai Wuyo, and Lu Sun. Previously, Lu Sun was ranked 6th on the newcomer list. Jiang Yin, Jiang Yutian, and Li Qingge, who were ahead of him, all lost in inner battles. He advanced without facing any of them, and not many people took note of him. The top 4 roster instead drew the most attention to Lin Bai, who was clearly the dark horse. Previously, he had been ranked 15th on the newcomer list. Yet in this ranking battle, he had cut through all obstacles, even defeating Jiang Yutian, and at this point no one could claim he was weak anymore. During the draw for the final 4, all 4 participants went on stage. The draw was conducted by Song Tingzhou, but his expression did not seem very happy, especially upon seeing Lin Bai's mouth slightly twitching. Song Tingzhou casually said a few polite words before taking out the draw. "I won't say much, I know you all want to see the subsequent finals. Now let's start the draw." As Song Tingzhou drew, Lin Bai's gaze shifted to meet Lu Sun's unabashed stare. The other party smiled at him. Lin Bai remained expressionless as Song Tingzhou drew the first lot. Bai Wuyo smiled nonchalantly, and Song Tingzhou opened the second lot. Ji Xinyuan. "Hey, it seems we have to fight again. This time I won't let you off like I did before with that wild ranking." "Doesn't matter." Ji Xinyuan remained expressionless. The remaining 2 didn't need to be drawn as Song Tingzhou looked at everyone. The top 4 matchups are all here. The first match will be Ji Xinyuan versus Bai Wuyo. As the participants left the stage one after another, Lu Sun's unrestrained gaze lingered on Lin Bai, making Lin Bai feel somewhat uneasy. "I say, why do you keep staring at me?" Lu Sun grinned and whispered, "You must really want to defeat me now, right?" Lin Bai scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Are you trying to provoke my anger or something?" Hee. Lu Sun's smile never faltered. Seeing this, Lin Bai could only shake his head. "If you are trying to anger me, you've succeeded." Lu Sun's smile grew even wider. Suddenly, Lin Bai's expression changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth clenched tightly. "Once we're on the stage, I will smash your ugly face with my fists." "You like to laugh, huh?" A violent aura surged forth, causing those around to involuntarily look over. Yet they found Lin Bai before them so unfamiliar that it instilled fear. Lu Sun's expression remained unchanged, but his excitement grew because of Lin Bai's furious rage. He licked his lips. "I'll be waiting for you. You are dead for sure." Lin Bai almost ground his teeth as he spoke. The people around were not surprised, but rather puzzled. This hardly seemed like something Lin Bai would do. Is it rage? He switched to his clone. It must be rage. Indeed, just looking at his back you can sense the anger. Is this the original Sin? It truly seems so. Just looking at the body language, he appears very angry. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lu Sun turned to leave. The information he had indicated that the original body exerted significant constraints on the clone. Lin Bai's rage here must have been intentional. If that were the case, then his objective was achieved. A special soul, it must be quite delectable. Lu Sun felt increasingly excited, his steps becoming lighter. However, before that he needed to speak with the instructor and obtain a disclaimer. After all, in an SS class battle, one must go all out. Especially since the opponent was the recently prominent 7 Sins. Lu Sun had his own plans and Lin Bai had his own strategies. Both had their ideas, but right now the public's attention was not on them. Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo were the absolute top contenders among this year's freshmen regardless of their powerful abilities or the families backing them. These two were already prominent figures in the Demon City, and facing each other now felt like fate. In fact, some were already saying this was an early final, but Song Ting's performance was too lackluster. Each of these two could win the championship on their own. Currently, almost the entire academy's attention was focused here. Lin Bai had previously shown remarkable talent, but even after defeating Zhang Yuqian, no one compared him to Ji Xinyuan or Bai Wuyo. The abilities of these two were on a completely different level compared to ordinary SS class powers. The Emperor's Sword Spirit and the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Both of their abilities were the rarest and most unique SS class powers, and the strength of such abilities had previously been seen in many formidable figures among their ancestors. One could say that these two abilities were the foundation of the Bai and Ji families. The semifinals had garnered high attention, and the Academy specially allocated 2 hours for preparation, a time sufficient for everyone who wanted to watch the match to arrive. Sure enough, when the two took the stage, even the largest arena was packed to the brim. Outside the arena, many were watching the live broadcast. This battle had even reached the outside. The Bai and Ji families had always been in a silent competition. Both families had similar world resources and strengths, and their battle evidently became a part of their rivalry. On the arena, Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo stood 20 meters apart, motionless. The words that needed to be said had already been spoken, and the referee signaled briefly with a wave. The match begins. Ji Xuanyuan's gaze was steady as he extended his right arm, golden light surging from his palm. It rapidly gathered against his skin, forming a 3.5-foot-long sword shape. The sword body was slightly transparent, its edges quivering slightly in the air. The Emperor's Sword Spirit. It had just awakened not long ago, its form not yet fully stabilized, but that powerful sword energy could be felt even by Lin Bai outside the arena. Ji Xinyuan firmly gripped the sword, its tip slowly pointing to the ground. Bai Wuyo's expression also grew serious. As Ji Xuanyuan's old rival, no one understood his strength better than he did. He took a deep breath, slowly forming seals with his hands in front of him, a light orb appearing before him, and then gradually merging into his body. Lin Bai's heart stirred. He had learned a bit about the Six Paths of Reincarnation beforehand. This was actually a power that developed later, because in the Six Paths of Reincarnation one could only cultivate one path at each stage. Hungry Ghost, Hell Beasts, Azura, Humanity, and Heaven. From the perceptual stage onward, each level corresponded to a different ability. Bai Wuyo at present should have only cultivated the Hungry Ghost path. The power of a single path was actually comparable to those like Li Chengyu and others of the SS class. However, Lin Bai had less understanding of the Emperor's Sword Spirit. There was very little information available on the market, only knowing that every generation of Emperor's Sword Spirit possessors had extraordinarily powerful swordsmanship. As he pondered, the two in the arena had already clashed. Ji Xinyuan wielded the golden longsword, showcasing extraordinary swordsmanship from the very beginning. But Bai Wuyo was even more surprising. His hands were enveloped in a layer of strange light, effortlessly deflecting all of Ji Xuanyuan's sword moves. This scene seemed ordinary to the students, each one thrilled, yet the instructors in the back wore furrowed brows. To be honest, this kid from the Bai family is a bit beyond my expectations. Indeed, the Six Paths of Reincarnation belongs to the latest stage power type. He has only practiced the Hungry Ghost path, and can use it this well. It is indeed impressive. Ji Xinyuan remained expressionless, executing one sword strike after another. Even when Bai Wuyo blocked him with his hand, he showed no signs of emotion. At this moment, he seemed like a mere sword machine. Bai Wuyo's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. It is said that the Six Paths of Reincarnation is a latest stage ability, but today I shall vindicate it. Each time we clash, the Hungry Ghost path continuously devours your spiritual energy and essence. How long can you endure? Ji Xinyuan said nothing, but the speed of his sword strikes suddenly increased. Bai Wuyo's defenses were obviously becoming more difficult, yet his spiritual energy was growing even more abundant. The devouring of the Hungry Ghost path kept his spiritual energy in a state of fullness. To be honest, this was already quite exaggerated. Bai Wuyo's combat skills were very strong. Combined with the Hungry Ghost path's ability to devour enemies and enhance himself, he could directly withstand the Emperor's sword. Aside from Lin Bai, no one else among the newcomers could resist him without being exhausted to death. However, Ji Xuanyuan's spiritual energy and stamina seemed bottomless, and as time passed by, Wuyo sensed something was off. For some unknown reason, thin strands of golden light began to gather around him. As he once again blocked Ji Xuanyuan's sword, the referee suddenly announced, Ji Xinyuan, victor. The sudden verdict left all the observing students in shock. Bai Wuyo was also taken aback, but upon seeing Ji Xuanyuan's eyes, which had somehow turned a pale golden, his expression instantly turned pale. The sword heart has awakened. A hint of bitterness crept onto his lips. When did it happen? The day before yesterday, Ji Xinyuan replied calmly before turning to leave. At this moment Bai Wuyo stood on the stage feeling somewhat desolate. No one knew how long he had prepared for this match. The human emperor sword was not something easily obtained, and its previous wielders were all martial arts geniuses. Their strikes were not something that could simply be caught. Yet Bai Wuyo managed to receive them without missing a single one. However, it still wasn't enough. Many students supporting Bai Wuyo instinctively wanted to curse the referee, but upon seeing Bai Wuyo's despondent expression, their words caught in their throats. They did not know how Ji Xinyuan won, but Bai Wuyo seemed to understand. The result was already out, and since the parties involved had no objections, they could only express their doubts on the Academy forum. With the emergence of a post, the crowd's confusion was also resolved. Ji Xinyuan had already awakened his sword heart, and those golden threads served as evidence. At that time Bai Wuyo was enveloped by the threads, and with just a thought, Ji Xinyuan could explode them, leaving Bai Wuyo defenseless. Below the post, there was also a response from Bai Wuyo. Yes. Those two short words instantly dampened the atmosphere. Yet what came next drew all eyes to Lin Bai. Bai Lugu Bai, do you have confidence in your seven sins body? This statement was initially unremarkable, but uttered before Lin Bai and Lu Sun's match, it took on a different significance. The forum exploded. Lin Bai, who was currently studying Ji Xuanyuan's human emperor sword, had 3 question marks suddenly appear above his head. Wait, they hadn't even fought yet. You think so highly of me? Someone asked the question he had, and Bai Wuyo's response was, of course Lu Sun could never defeat him, don't be ridiculous. That single line immediately provoked Lu Sun. As he took the stage, Lin Bai could feel the predatory gaze from his opponent. Why aren't you smiling? Lin Bai asked in confusion. In the next moment, that gaze became even more terrifying, like a beast ready to pounce. I thought you were a cheerful one. Fool. Lu Sun's gaze turned icy. I hope that when you lose later you'll still be able to talk tough. Lose, eh? Lin Bai's lip curled into a smirk, his arrogance evident. Just based on you. Lu Sun's breath suddenly turned heavy. Even knowing Lin Bai was switching to his arrogant persona, he found it hard to tolerate. At first he wanted to tear Lin Bai's face apart. In the stands, Bai Wuyo wore a smile, while Ji Xinyuan beside him crossed his arms. You think so highly of Lin Bai, eh? Bai Wuyo chuckled. I don't know about other things, but after he deliberately provoked Lin Bai, I already knew the outcome. Deliberately provoked. Bai Wuyo recounted Tang Xiao's situation, and Ji Xinyuan nodded slightly in understanding. That is indeed the case. This match was also packed, but most people were waiting for the finals, which would be after this match. The referee seemed eager to avoid keeping everyone waiting. After briefly explaining the rules, he waved his hand. Begin. In the next second, a thick black mist erupted from Lu Sun, quickly enveloping him and spreading toward Lin Bai. Is that all you have? Lin Bai showed a hint of disgust. You all go first. Damn it. After the rage set in, he shouted angrily at Lin Bai, what are you pretending to be arrogant for? The obedient kid Gluttony had already rushed up. Why are you the one acting tough? When is it my turn? Jealousy shouted angrily, then saw the black mist in the distance. Why? Why can he seal the smoke? It's not fair. It's not fair. Why can he use smoke bombs? When I chose my weapon, I didn't have this. In Jealousy's eyes within the black mist's corner, Lu Sun was slowly walking with a hunch. Hurry up. What can you see with those 2 holes in your eyes? That is my weakness in vision. The indifferent arrogance at the back spoke. Why? Why can you see the weak? Jealousy became even more envious, but his speed increased as well. In an instant, 3 more figures appeared on the stage. This was also the first time Lin Bai released other clones, and the audience, who had not been paying much attention, could not help but look over. For clones now, Ji Xinyuan murmured while watching the stage. I told you Lu Sun is digging his own grave. Bai Wuyo smiled at the furious clone, yet he paid no attention to the glutton who had shown up the most and had the highest combat power. Lu Sun could roughly identify these clones based on their appearance, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Your gluttony clone's killing move requires it to take damage, right? His voice emerged from the black mist. As long as I don't attack gluttony, he won't be a threat. Just be wary of jealousy, his 3 moves can be dealt with easily. Lu Sun's voice brimmed with confidence. He had thoroughly studied Lin Bai, and his black mist had a concealing function. Since the selection rounds, no one had been able to find him within the mist. But as he watched the furious, gluttonous, and greedy 3 charging straight at him, Lu Sun sensed something was off. He suddenly glanced at Arrogance, whose cold eyes seemed to be fixated on him, and he saw the other party's lips move. Trash. Lu Sun clenched his fists tightly. As the black mist rolled, Jealousy, who had entered the mist, felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, as if something was eroding him. Gluttony felt nothing, but as he approached, Lu Sun moved quickly. He seemed to have no intention of getting close to the clones, instead constantly changing positions to evade. As Gluttony missed his attack, Lu Sun's footsteps did not pause. Under the enhancement of the black mist, gluttony and jealousy could not catch up to him. But what about one more clone? Amidst his high-speed movements, a doubt suddenly emerged in Lu Xun's heart. Why are you running? A furious roar came from behind him. Lu Xun instinctively dodged, but felt a tremendous force strike the back of his head, instantly driving him into the ground. His vision spun wildly in an instant. All reference points in his sight were crazily rotating, followed by the increasingly large gray ground. The force was so great, and the speed so fast that he didn't even have time to close his eyes. Then boom. In that moment, he realized his nasal bone had fractured. A surge of heat rushed up, almost simultaneously flooding his nasal cavity and throat. Before he could react, it burst out from his nostrils, splattering onto the ground. Then his entire face violently struck the ground at staggered intervals, his teeth clashing against the hard earth, and a tearing pain instantly engulfed his entire body. He could even feel his teeth loosening in his mouth, but struggling against the force on the back of his head felt like trying to lift a mountain. Weren't you trying to provoke me? Huh? You like to laugh. Show me a smile. You damn it. You like to laugh, right? Trying to provoke me, huh? Laugh, keep laughing. At that moment, the furious figure behind him was like a relentless pile driver, repeatedly smashing his head into the ground. The agonizing pain nearly eroded Lu Xun's consciousness as he gritted his teeth and urged his spiritual energy, causing the swirling black mist around him to momentarily halt. In the next moment, they began to crazily contract toward Lu Xun's body. In a fit of rage, he found that he could not suppress Lu Xun any longer. At this moment, Lu Xun was drenched in blood, his hands pressed firmly against the ground, unable to be pushed down despite the furious effort from behind. Good. Very good. You are the first person brave enough to face me this way. Lu Xun bloodied, and with a twisted, ferocious expression spoke each word through clenched teeth. The fury behind him froze for a moment, then his eyes turned crimson in an instant. Do you dare to resist? A powerful aura suddenly swept across the arena, and to everyone's astonishment, the furious strength surged once more, drawing near the peak of the awakening stage. Many believed that he would break through to the mastery stage in the next moment. Accompanying this was the terrifying force erupting from his hands. Lu Xun, who had previously erupted with power, once again felt the overwhelming, fearsome force. The bloodstained ground before him magnified again. Boom. How dare you? On the spectator standby, Wu Yo shrank his neck in fear, saying, "Hiss, I told you so. You specifically provoked the fury. You really must be tired of living." Ji Xinyuan nodded in agreement, sharing the same view with Bai Wu Yo. As members of a prestigious family, they understood the Seven Sins body far more than others. Especially since this year's Seven Sins body was one of their classmates, their family immediately began researching the relevant information. And this information had just come into their hands a few days ago. One of the key pieces was to absolutely not provoke the fury. Unfortunately, Lu Xun still attempted to play little tricks, trying to anger Lin Bai into losing his rationality, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Had it not been for his previous deliberate targeting of Tang Xiao, the Fury's current strength would not be so overwhelming. However, both of them had already greatly underestimated the Fury, yet the next scene still forced them to become serious instinctively. Although the Fury had once again increased in strength, Lu Xun also employed some form of explosive technique. After being struck twice by the Fury, he finally broke free. Thinking it would be a turning point, but not far away, Lin Bai had already reigned in his greed and envy. The Fury followed Lu Xun like a shadow, attacking without any form, relying solely on an extreme speed of punches. As the relentless punches fell, Lu Xun frantically defended, but his injuries only multiplied. So fast. The Fury's punching speed was outrageously quick, far beyond what a peak awakening stage could produce. Lin Bai, not far away, nodded secretly. Lightning Strike was a late-game rune because it increased overall attack speed, making the enhancements more pronounced with higher attack speeds. However, the current situation was that the Furious Rage had boosted his base attributes greatly, and at this moment the enhancements from Lightning Strike were manifesting ahead of time. Honestly, Lin Bai was also quite startled by the Furious strength. Under the emotional amplification, he could even suppress Lu Xun, who had used explosive techniques. At this moment, Lu Xun was utterly stunned. Previously, he had noticed the Furious speed during a sneak attack, but he never expected that now the attack speed would be this rapid. Clearly, the Furious punches lacked any form, but that terrifying speed left him unable to react. As more punches landed on him, even with the aid of the black mist, his body began to falter. Lu Xun could not organize any effective thoughts, relying solely on instinct to counterattack against the Fury was nothing but a pipe dream. Gradually, his defenses grew weaker. The Fury, reaching the peak of rage, was nearly devoid of rationality, attacking purely on instinct. In the moment when Lu Xun's defenses collapsed, exposing a flaw, the Fury struck back with two lightning-fast punches to his head. In that instant, Lu Xun's consciousness went completely blank. But the Fury did not care. He charged forward to continue his assault. At this moment, the referee intervened. He appeared instantly before the Fury, catching his fist, saying, "The winner is Lin Bai." Seeing the referee step in, Lin Bai also did not want the Fury to continue pulling him back. "Let me go. Why are you stopping me?" The voice of the Fury echoed in his mind, but Lin Bai automatically shielded it out. The applause from the audience paused for a moment before gradually spreading sparse and scattered. The students were terrified by the Fury's brutal display. They might not understand much, but they could vividly feel that the Fury truly wanted to kill Lu Xun. Meanwhile, the scene of Lu Xun lying on the ground was pitiful, his face covered in blood, his body riddled with bruises. Just one glance at him sent shivers down the spine. These students had never witnessed such a spectacle. The intense scene of someone being beaten mercilessly left a tremendous shock on their young minds. Lin Bai did not care much about this. After all, it was part of Lu Xun's plan. As for whether he could bear the consequences, that was not his concern. During the break, many people instinctively took a detour when they saw Lin Bai. His popularity within the academy had reached its peak. Regardless, he had made it to the finals, and among so many people, even if he did not win the championship, it was enough for everyone to remember him. At this moment, some discussions in the forum concerned his battle with Lu Xun, while others focused on the finals. What the hell? What enmity does Lin Bai have with Lu Xun? Why is he beating him so mercilessly? It seems Lu Xun pulled a trick on his roommate. What? Spill the beans. Why care about gossip? I want to know about that Furious bizarre attack speed. Exactly. I specifically asked a senior who specialized in speed. The senior said, generally speaking, the movement speed and attack frequency are quite similar, but the Fury clearly had a noticeably faster attack speed. To be honest, Lu Xun can actually fight in explosive mode, but unfortunately he fell into the furious rhythm of attack. Initially, they focused on the grudge between Lu Xun and Lin Bai, but soon shifted their attention to the Fury. Indeed, the furious attack speed appeared strange to anyone watching. Not just these students, even Ji Xianyuan was investigating. At his resting place, the computer displayed footage of the Fury overwhelming Lu Xun in battle. This bizarre scene furrowed his brows. According to family records, the 7 Sins Boda's 7 original sins were extremely pure. These avatars appear normal, but in reality they are filled with primordial sins, and they can utilize the corresponding 7 major emotions to act as substitutes for themselves. Among them, rage is the most outrageous, igniting like a powder keg at the slightest provocation, and it is particularly explosive, showcasing the most terrifying increase in power. While others believe Lin Bai is no match for him only by Wuyo, and he himself know the immense pressure he faces against Lin Bai. Simply considering the simplest killing move, the jealous shout, the gluttonous punch, once hit, it leads to a deadlock. These two are already difficult enough. With all 7 avatars joining forces and their unique characteristics, he truly finds it hard to fight. Both are well aware of this extraordinary ability, but they do not know the specifics of the other avatars Lin Bai is hiding. During the break, Lin Bai also studies Ji Xianyuan and ultimately reaches a conclusion. This person is formidable in every aspect. Terrifying swordsmanship, an indestructible emperor's sword, and a powerful combat insight. These are all aspects Lin Bai needs to guard against. Under everyone's expectations, the finals arrive. Facing Lin Bai on the arena, Ji Xianyuan's expression grows serious. As he speaks earnestly, "You are strong." Lin Bai smirks, "You're not bad either." These words clearly echoed in the ears of the audience through the venue's recording. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers. "So arrogant. Go, brother Xianyuan. Defeat him. What right does this Lin Bai have? You don't think defeating Lu Xun makes you invincible, do you?" Ji Xianyuan's popularity is evidently very high, and Lin Bai is momentarily drowned in the overwhelming cheers. To this, he is not particularly concerned. The referee glanced at the two, and at this moment this battle is undoubtedly the core focus of the entire academy. The various forces in the outside world are also watching this battle. In their eyes, Lin Bai, who has risen suddenly, is of considerable value. Many are thinking of getting to know him further. "Are you both ready?" The two nodded simultaneously, then let the battle begin. In the back row, Mentor Song Ting's expression became markedly serious. Your vision has never been wrong. Beside him, Chu Hanjing crossed his arms. "No kidding." Now, in addition to those present earlier, many more are observing the battle from the mentors' seats. All the academy mentors have gathered, and there are also some rarely seen individuals present. "Who do you think will win?" Suddenly a voice came from behind the two, causing them to instinctively shrink their necks. An old man appeared behind them, smiling, though they did not know when he had arrived. Speaking of which, Shun Yi really has found a good talent. This Lin Bai, among the 7 sins throughout history, should be the one who has developed his avatars the most powerfully at this stage. Both were taken aback. The visitor was none other than the president of Yunji Academy, Ling Jiyuan. His strength is already approaching the superlimit level, immensely terrifying, and his name is known throughout many worlds, making him a living legend. They never expected this battle would attract his attention. Moreover, this evaluation is simply too high. Chu Hanjing was shocked. This old man Ling Jiyuan has no doubt lived for countless years, having seen countless SS-level geniuses. If even he evaluates Lin Bai this way, it's likely that Lin Bai's strength surpasses their expectations. As the referee signals the start, Ji Xianyuan unceremoniously gathers the Emperor's sword and charges forward. His realm has reached the peak of awakening, moving at an incredible speed, reducing the distance between them in just a few seconds. Lin Bai decisively summons the three avatars of rage, gluttony, and jealousy, and then switches to arrogance himself. In the vision of arrogance, Ji Xianyuan's weaknesses are few, which makes his expression grow tense. Jealousy and rage charge forward first. After finishing off Lu Sun, rage has vented a fair bit. Without the emotional stimulation, its power decreases significantly, but much of the primordial sin converts into strength, stabilizing at the peak of awakening. Yet, Ji Xianyuan does not relax in the slightest. Rage is not an issue, as he has not provoked Lin Bai. What he fears is jealousy. According to family records, jealousy can be envious of anything and excels at overcoming the strong with the weak. It is detailed that the more perfect and powerful the opponent, the more exaggerated jealousy's enhancement becomes. Every action he takes could become a target of jealousy, with primordial sin exerting its power. As jealousy initiates the first segment of its winged dance of despair, the moment their dual swords collide, Ji Xianyuan's expression turns cold upon sensing the might of jealousy. Indeed, just relying on basic strength and the influence of primordial sin, jealousy has also reached the peak of awakening. Then jealousy lets out a fierce roar, but Ji Xianyuan is already prepared. The Emperor's sword erupts with a burst of intense light, and the soul-shaking roar has no effect. Why did it not take effect? Jealousy with bloodshot eyes was momentarily stunned, then its power surged once more. Even Ji Xianyuan couldn't help but twitch his lips at this moment. You're not going to let me off, are you? At that moment, rage charged from behind, but lacking any special means, it was easily sidestepped by Ji Xianyuan, who seized the opportunity to kick it away. You dare kick me? Ji Xianyuan's face darkened. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Lin Bai smirked at this scene. Since the battle with Lu Sun, he has unlocked the true use of the 7 sins. If the Hextech skills are regarded as mechanisms, the inherent ability of the 7 sins is essentially numerical values. Previously, he thought Hextech was sufficient, but when facing truly powerful opponents, the gap in values becomes apparent. After summoning gluttony, instead of attacking, it sits cross-legged in place. Lin Bai brings over a small cart, filled with various foods resembling a lavish feast. This is what Lin Bai specifically requested: gluttony's weapon. When the mentor in charge of weapon management heard Lin Bai's request, he was utterly bewildered. You want food? Just listen to what you're saying. But Lin Bai had sufficient reasoning. The food is the source of gluttony's enhancement, and can be easily obtained as long as it is not consumed excessively before the battle to enhance gluttony's strength. It does not affect fairness at all. The mentor is not inflexible either. Lin Bai's reasoning is indeed sound. Gluttony, being able to use the weapons prepared in advance during battle, is also part of Lin Bai's strength. Ji Xianyuan noticed gluttony, who was gorging itself and could no longer hold back, directly striking jealousy aside with a sword and charging toward gluttony. Rage hurriedly pursued, but its speed was insufficient. Jealousy's second segment of the winged dance of despair caught up, delivering a fierce sword strike. Ji Xianyuan had no choice but to defend, and when he pushed jealousy away and attacked again, Lin Bai, beside gluttony, had undergone a change unbeknownst to him. Previously, while switching to arrogance, Lin Bai's eyes were filled with disdain, seemingly looking down on everything. But now his eyes have become extraordinarily charming, causing even Ji Xianyuan to momentarily lose focus. Coming back to his senses, his expression changed. This is bad. Behind him, jealousy leaped high, channeling all its strength into the sword blade, delivering a heavy strike, while rage followed closely, its widened eyes filled with fury. At this moment, there was no way to escape. Ji Xianyuan's expression became serious, and in that instant, he calmed down instead. The next moment, he ignored the two and charged directly at gluttony, for he believed that the greatest threat still lay. Rage was one thing, but the lack of emotional enhancement made combat power rather mediocre. Jealousy, although rapidly boosted by emotion, still did not feel as terrifying as gluttony. Others thought that gluttony, after being wounded, unleashed a terrifying punch. But only Ji Xianyuan realized that gluttony did so without any original sin enhancement. From that moment, he could see that this gluttony was undoubtedly the strongest blank slate among Lin Bai's 7 avatars. If it was already like this in a blank state, what level would it reach with original sin enhancement? Ji Xianyuan noticed this point, and to defeat Lin Bai, he needed to overcome all 7 of his avatars. Ultimately, he had to face gluttony, so he might as well strike before it fully grew. Ji Xianyuan's decision seemed excellent, but to others it appeared to be a foolish strategy. They did not think as deeply as Ji Xianyuan. They only knew that Gluttony could unleash that terrifying punch when attacked. In their consideration, if that were the case, why not just avoid Gluttony? The mentors in the stands, however, shook their heads helplessly. No one expected Ji Xianyuan to be forced into making such a seemingly foolish choice. They all knew that Ji Xianyuan had no other choice. Who would have thought that the previously ordinary jealousy could surge to such a level upon encountering Ji Xianyuan? This 7 deadly sins avatar is too ruthless. Ling Jiuyuan watched the scene with amusement. The 7 deadly sins avatar is indeed quite tricky when everyone has so few means. Are you saying that when everyone has more means, the 7 deadly sins avatar will be ineffective? Song Ting Zhou asked doubtfully. Exactly. Ling Jiuyuan smiled and replied, but that's for others. Currently, this kid's gluttony avatar, rage avatar, and jealousy avatar all have plenty of means. He is not like others. Song Ting Zhou and Chu Hanjiang felt a stir in their hearts. Indeed, even Ji Xianyuan had no way to deal with Lin Bai primarily, because everyone was still in the early stages of their powers. With too few means, calling it a blank slate was not an exaggeration. Yet the 7 deadly sins avatar could directly enhance blank slate power. They had experienced too many battles to instantly see why the situation on the field had turned out this way. However, Ling Jiuyuan was right. Lin Bai's means were too diverse, and it was unclear where he acquired them. At this point, Ling Jiuyuan's expression became serious. If Lin Bai's every avatar possesses similar means, then the 7 deadly sins avatar in his hands could very well become an SS-level pinnacle existence. Such a high evaluation shocked the two of them. Chu Hanjiang thought even more. He had trained under Lin Bai and knew that this kid's combat talent was extraordinary. With combat talent plus SS-level potential, Lin Bai's future might exceed his. While they were speaking, Ji Xianyuan had already charged in front of Gluttony, directly thrusting his sword with pinpoint precision, aiming straight for the critical spot. Under the enhancement of the Human Emperor's sword, this strike carried an unstoppable sharpness. However, Gluttony, having eaten a large portion of food, stood up and threw a punch. The sword tip instantly pierced into his fist, but Ji Xianyuan seemed to sense something dangerous and quickly withdrew his sword. He saw that Gluttony's other fist had unexpectedly launched an attack from the side. Unlike the first punch, Ji Xianyuan felt a sense of threat from this one. If he took it head-on, he would probably get injured. Such a peculiar attack made Ji Xianyuan's brows furrow slightly. Lin Bai also felt a stir in his heart. That was Gluttony's armored template combined with the passive skill battlefield heroism. To put it simply, the second punch would deal more damage and come faster than the first. Ji Xianyuan was surprisingly able to react and dodge it. But at this moment, Gluttony had entered combat mode and cared little for him, charging in with 2 more punches. Ji Xianyuan's choice was unexpected. He continuously dodged, only using his sword to block when he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, he could only block. He couldn't even afford to trade blows with Gluttony. In the stands, Bai Wuyu watched as Gluttony suppressed Ji Xianyuan with bare fists, and his brows furrowed tightly. Ji Xianyuan, what are you hesitating about? What a strange situation, he exclaimed in surprise. The nearby Li Qinggu turned to look. What do you see? Bai Wuyu glanced at the other students who were also watching, shaking his head slightly. This should be Lin Bai's ability. Oh, I can't say much about it. As Gluttony was suppressing, Ji Xianyuan rage and jealousy also arrived simultaneously. Under the 3-person assault, Ji Xianyuan felt the pressure mount significantly. In an instant, he realized that continuing like this was not an option. The Human Emperor's sword trembled in his hand, and then he released it, spreading his arms wide. At that moment, the Human Emperor's sword actually hovered in front of his chest. He glanced back at the encroaching jealousy and rage, then turned to Gluttony, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I've been waiting for you. The next moment, the Human Emperor's sword radiated brilliant light. As the 3 charged in unison, a massive spectral sword appeared above Ji Xianyuan's head, and then crashed down. Lin Bai's pupils constricted while jealousy and rage came to an abrupt halt, retreating. Gluttony, however, remained indifferent to the spectral sword, stubbornly throwing consecutive punches. Boom. The entire training arena felt an immense tremor. The ground exploded and violent spiritual power rampaged across the field. Ling Jiuyuan and the others witnessing this scene also wore serious expressions. If he survives this, that kid Lin Bai is a bit extraordinary. The Human Emperor's sword chi, this should be the strongest move Ji Xianyuan can unleash at present. Amidst the raging spiritual power, Ji Xianyuan showed no hesitation. Upon seeing Gluttony before him, he immediately drew his sword to strike. At this moment, Gluttony appeared on the verge of collapse, yet his surface radiated a bright red glow. Want a punch? Ji Xianyuan shouted, thrusting his sword into Gluttony's chest. However, as the sword struck, it seemed as though an invisible shield blocked the blow. Ji Xianyuan's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself that this was bad. Jealousy attacked, and a soul-shaking roar left Ji Xianyuan frozen on the spot. The massive spectral sword filled Gluttony's willpower gauge. At that moment, he showed no hesitation, unleashing a deliberate punch. Ji Xianyuan quickly reacted, but could only brace his sword to defend. The next second, the force of the deliberate punch erupted, and Ling Jiuyuan furrowed his brows, waving his hand. Ji Xianyuan vanished from his original position. When he finally reacted, his expression instantly darkened. The academy had intervened, which meant he had lost. He had just wanted to speak, but instead met the serious gaze of Ling Jiuyuan from the stands. His heart jolted. All his unwillingness could only be buried deep within. He wanted to say that he still had the sword heart protecting him, but how could Ling Jiuyuan not know? In that brief moment, Ling Jiuyuan had already determined that his sword intent could not withstand that punch. The unusual situation on the field unfolded too quickly. Even the referee did not react in time. However, upon seeing Ling Jiuyuan, he quickly spoke up. The victor is Lin Bai. After a brief shock, the students on the field looked on in disbelief. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "What happened? Why did the instructor intervene? Couldn't even Ji Xianyuan stop it? What just happened?" The instructor intervened, and Ji Xianyuan has been judged to have lost. The buzzing discussions filled the entire venue, and everyone found it hard to believe. Yet it seemed Ji Xianyuan had no objections to this result. Now they had nothing more to say, even if they wanted to. This was not the right occasion. With so many instructors present, no one had said anything. How could it be their turn to question? Didn't they see the dean and vice dean were also there? However, after this incident, the applause for Lin Bai's victory was sparse. He was indifferent to this. His mind had already sunk into the system interface. After winning, the notification for completing the system task arrived as expected. Task completed. System shop opened. Gained hero draw 1, Hextech draw 1. Looking at the notification, his heart surged with excitement. The awards would start later, so he decisively left the stage and found a secluded spot to immerse himself in the system space. At this moment, the shop interface lit up with 2 words, and he clicked in with a nervous heart. The shop was the source of all major systems, key to becoming an emperor. If the shop sold skins, Lin Bai would really be unable to hold back. As he clicked into the shop with trembling hands, the familiar interface nearly brought him to tears. Equipment, all kinds of equipment. Besides that, there were body refinement fragments, potions, hats, and so on. Seeing all this, Lin Bai's heart stabilized, but upon seeing the prism equipment, his breathing became. He never expected that there would be prism equipment for sale in the shop. Although it was random, it didn't matter, as he had 7 avatars, and the 7 major systems could fully utilize this equipment. Previously, he had been uncertain whether his Hextech system was from the Soul Arena or the Hextech Rumble. Now it seemed could it be from the Soul Arena. But as he looked at the attributes of those equipment, Lin Bai was stunned again. The attributes were those from Hextech Rumble. Could it be that the Hextech Rumble system has integrated divine equipment? At this moment, this possibility seemed to be the greatest. Lin Bai thought for a moment, delving into this right now was not useful. The urgent matter was to see how to purchase the system equipment. In the game, gold coins were used. Surely he couldn't use gold coins here, could he? System, how do I obtain equipment? Kill minions, kill heroes. The system's reply was succinct, and Lin Bai was taken aback. In the game, there were minions and heroes. What was there here? Every time you kill a minion, you earn 20 gold coins. Killing a hero earns 200 gold coins. Is there no other source? Lin Bai instinctively asked. In both normal mode and Hextech Rumble, one could earn money automatically. In Hextech Rumble, even if a minion died nearby, one could gain 6 gold coins. No. Then what counts as a minion and what counts as a hero? This was a critical setting, and Lin Bai was eager to know how it was determined. Those with a higher level than the host count as heroes, those of the same level or 1 tier lower count as. Lin Bai twitched his lips. This was too absurd. If he killed someone of the same level, he would only earn 20 gold coins. Most equipment was priced around 3,000. If he had to kill 150 of the same level or lower, wouldn't that make him a demon king by the end? Lin Bai was shocked. But then he thought, in this peak era of humanity, there were too many worlds. He suddenly had an idea. Does this count for non-human races too? It only depends on the level. The system's reply remained cold, but Lin Bai had already seen many alien races turning into his warm gold coins. Thinking this way, if he killed just over 100, he could obtain a piece of equipment, which was simply a windfall. Moreover, there were prism items. In the game, prism equipment was only sold for 4,000. This was too. Lin Bai's gaze then fell on the prism equipment. He hadn't looked closely before, but now he saw. 6,000. Why don't you go steal it? Lin Bai was directly dumbfounded. It was only sold for 4,000 in the game. But then he thought, it seemed in the Soul Arena, prism equipment was also around twice the price of normal legendary equipment. Forget it, just wait for me to conquer a world. Lin Bai forced himself to calm down. After so much time, he really didn't need to worry about economic sources. He should be more concerned about improving his strength. Otherwise, if he couldn't achieve his goal, he would be finished. After reviewing the shop details, Lin Bai glanced at his gold balance and found he had 2,300. He was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. Among this 1,400 should be the initial gold, while the remaining 900 might be from hunting animals and a few people he had killed while in the wild world. 2003. His mind became lively, and he decisively clicked into the purchase interface for Heart. Heart of Steel was synthesized from 2 giant belts and a crystal bracer. Each giant belt cost 900, so he directly purchased 2 and then bought a red crystal worth 400. 3 pieces of equipment were directly equipped on the Devourer, adding 800 health points. With these equipment combined with the previous attribute fragments, the Devourer's stats were likely already stronger than those of the driving tier. Next came the Hextech Draw and Hero Draw. Lin Bai took a deep breath and decided to draw for a hero first. System draw for a hero. The screen spun, and in Lin Bai's expectant gaze a hero appeared before him. A long spear in hand battling thousands. Lin Bai was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes. Once the allocations were complete, it was time for the awards ceremony. This ranking battle determined the resource allocation for the entire upcoming semester, and everyone had gained a preliminary understanding of the new student strengths. Even as Lin Bai stood in first place, the audience found it hard to believe. Before the battle began, no one expected Lin Bai to claim victory. Those who had placed bets in private were grinning from ear to ear. Aside from a few stubborn gamblers, no one else had bet on Lin Bai. The name G family from Mo City was indeed very prominent. In previous years, the S-level talents from the G family could dominate the entire academy, yet Ji Xuanyuan, hailed as an ancient century genius, had lost so thoroughly. They looked at Lin Bai with a sense of unreality. But soon explanations began to surface. Whether it was to excuse Ji Xuanyuan or not, a rumor quickly spread among the students, echoing the sentiments. At the current stage, everyone's abilities were too singular, while the Seven Sins body thrived on its versatility. However, as time progressed, and everyone's capabilities diversified, the Seven Sins body would no longer hold the same value. Some even predicted that by the endofterm ranking battle, the Seven Sins body wouldn't even make it into the top 10. Many accepted this notion as they couldn't believe that Ji Xuanyuan was inferior to Lin Bai. On stage, Lin Bai was completely absorbed in the list of rewards. It was all cultivation resources, and there were 8 portions including his own. Additionally, there were several entry rights to different worlds, which were the real prizes. World resources were the most precious cultivation materials, not to mention a valuable essence of the plane. At that moment, Lin Bai truly felt the immense wealth of Yunji Academy. Ling Jiyuan, who was in charge of the awards, looked at Lin Bai with a subtle smile, seemingly understanding Lin Bai's shock. If you can maintain your first position until the end of the term, the rewards will be even greater. At Yunji, as long as you have enough potential, we have ways to help you realize that. Resources are merely the least of your concerns. Lin Bai's breathing became slightly heavier, while Bai Wuyo, who stood beside him, rolled his eyes. This little trick of Ling Jiyuan might fool Lin Bai, but aside from resources, Yunji couldn't compete with the other major academies in other aspects. However, it must be said that the resources were indeed abundant, as evidenced by the 8 portions of cultivation resources prepared for the first place. Ling Jiyuan exchanged a few words with some individuals before turning his attention to the students in the audience. This year's freshman ranking battle has come to an end. Those who are dissatisfied with their rankings need not be discouraged. Another ranking battle will be held at the end of the term. This time it won't just be a reshuffling of rankings, as students from the second yard and the 12 palaces can also challenge others. If you win, you can take their place. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent, and a subtle atmosphere quickly spread. Ling Jiyuan took in all the gazes around him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The class allocation at the start of the semester is to inform you that you possess this potential. However, if after 6 months of training in the academy, you still cannot realize that potential, then we must reevaluate it. Lin Bai looked at Ling Jiyuan's back, a flicker of thought passing through his mind. Ling Jiyuan's words were very clear. The academy has sufficient resources to help you realize your potential. However, if despite ample resources you still cannot improve, then you must reflect on your own issues. It must be said that while there were indeed abundant resources, the competition was also fierce. Yet these concerns were not on Lin Bai's mind. The growth curve of the Seven Sins body was exponential. At this moment, Ji Xuanyuan beside him suddenly looked at him with intense eyes. They all say that you will fade into the crowd as your methods multiply in the future. Lin Bai focused on him, initially thinking that Ji Xuanyuan would say something harsh. However, what Ji Xuanyuan said next made him attentive. I don't think so. The methods you've displayed so far are already quite numerous, and they will only grow more abundant. Therefore, I will definitely catch up to you. The Emperor's sword spirit will never be content to be beneath anyone. His words were straightforward, and it was precisely this candidness that made Lin Bai take him seriously. A genius who can accept his own failures is no simple person. Bai Wuyo beside them wore a look of surprise. Although Ji Xuanyuan usually spoke little, he certainly had an air of arrogance. Yet now he was actually bowing his head. Though Lin Bai felt a weight in his heart, he was the victor at the moment, so he naturally had to respond with bravado. I won't let someone I've already defeated once catch up to me. Bai Weiyo took a deep breath. This was even more arrogant. This was going to be interesting. The academy wasn't as dull as he had imagined. Ji Xianyuan remained silent, only clenching his fists tightly. The award ceremony soon concluded and Lin Bai and the others were granted 2 days of rest. After leaving the venue, Lin Bai headed straight to the medical center where Tang Xiao was still unconscious. At this time, everyone was focused on the competition and not many people were present here. Strange individuals like Lu Sun were rare, and there weren't many students who ended up in the medical center after the competition, making this place exceptionally quiet. Lin Bai skillfully entered the medical room. At this moment, Tang Xiao had already awoken, but his face was pale, and he appeared quite weak. Brother Lin. Tang Xiao was somewhat excited upon seeing Lin Bai, but then lowered his head saying, "I'm sorry for worrying you." Lin Bai waved his hand. "It's fine. How's your condition now? The academy has given me a soul-nourishing medicine. I just need to rest for a couple of days." "That's good then." Lin Bai sighed in relief. Lu Sun was indeed strange, but the academy was generous enough. Tang Xiao looked at Lin Bai seriously. "Brother Lin, I watched the scene of your battle with Lu Sun." "Thank you." Lin Bai slightly shook his head. "There's no need to thank me. He was targeting me, and you were just caught up in it." "Targeting?" Tang Xiao was taken aback. "Yes, it seems he wanted to provoke me, hoping to throw me off balance. He probably didn't expect my rage to reach such terrifying heights, which is why he was overwhelmed by it." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao recalled watching the replay and the explanations from other students and couldn't help. Lu Sun had truly shot himself in the foot. He thought infuriating Lin Bai would throw him off balance. But unexpectedly, Lin Bai was unfazed and his rage had escalated to such a terrifying level. "However, I feel that this person is not so simple. He gives me a very bad feeling, and when I looked at him through my mirror, all I saw was darkness." Lin Bai pondered with his chin in hand. Lu Sun's ability was indeed quite peculiar. However, with so many mentors in the academy, what could there possibly be to hide? The most likely scenario is that this person's psychology might be somewhat twisted. With this thought, he frowned and asked, "What course did Yi Shuang recommend to him?" Tang Xiao replied, "It seems to be related to psychology." "Then I roughly understand." After accompanying Tang Xiao for a while, Lin Bai returned home. For the next 2 days, he planned to try out the academy's grade training ground, a recruitment benefit promised by Shan Yi that he had not yet utilized. However, just as he stepped out of the medical facility, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Task: follow Xia Yuan for 5 hours without being detected. Reward: Hextech Extraction 1. Lin Bai was stunned. This task seemed utterly nonsensical, and he didn't even know who Xia Yuan was. However, since the system issued this task, it indicated that he might have some connection with the other party. Lin Bai contemplated for a moment, then activated his greed ability, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he extended his perception outward. Previously, Lin Bai had been wondering who Xia Yuan was, but upon seeing a strangely behaving boy, he could almost conclude. After all, within the academy, no one walked cautiously looking around left and right. He withdrew his perception tentacles and carefully followed the person. From his perception range, Xia Yuan seemed to have just exited the academy. After glancing around and noticing there weren't many people, he quickened his pace towards the academy's exit. Lin Bai trailed behind at a distance. With the greed ability, tracking Xia Yuan posed no problem at all. He soon exited the academy, but at the entrance, Xia Yuan unexpectedly got into someone else's car, leaving Lin Bai dumbfounded. He glanced around. Whenever the protagonist was about to chase someone, there were no taxis refreshing at all. But just as he was lost in thought, a green license plate new energy vehicle stopped in front of him. The window rolled down and Lin Bai saw the exquisite face of Shen Liuyu. "You brat, are you following Xia Yuan?" Lin Bai's face displayed several question marks. "How did you know?" Shen Liyu's expression darkened. "No more nonsense, get in the car." Recalling Shen Liyu's identity, Lin Bai hesitated, no longer opening the car door and getting in. Before he could settle down, a strong push against his back surged forward. "What the hell?" Lin Bai quickly buckled his seatbelt and exclaimed, "Why are you accelerating so dramatically? Of course, if I don't speed up, we won't catch up." Shen Liu shot him a glance. "You must have some connection with Jin Mia, don't you? Why are you always around?" "Jin Mia." Lin Bai was taken aback. Is Xia Yuan related to them? A little recently, Jin Mia members have been hiding their identities, secretly approaching our students, seemingly trying to gather information about the medical facility. The medical facility? What is there? Shen Liu's car accelerated quickly. Lin Bai glanced at the steering wheel's emblem. It appeared to be from a Ryze brand. "Let me put it this way, the institution you are currently in is the top academy in the country. Although compared to other academies, we are lacking in aspects other than wealth. However, for a small organization like Jin Mia, leaking just a bit of information would be enough for them to..." Lin Bai nodded, somewhat understanding. As Shen Liu followed the car ahead, they kept a safe distance, not giving the opposing side a chance to notice. The person accompanying Xia Yuan was very cautious, circling around Modu for nearly an hour before stopping at the roadside. At this moment, Xia Yuan got out of the car. The other vehicle stepped on the gas and left. Just as Shun Liuyu intended to follow that car, Lin Bai hurriedly said, "I'll get out too." "I'll follow Xia Yuan, you follow the car." "Why follow Xia Yuan? He is the bait I deliberately released. It's time to catch the fish now." Lin Bai shook his head. He didn't care about that. What he wanted was the task. After saying this, he directly pulled open the car door and got out, leaving Shun Liuyu in a state of confusion. After they separated, Lin Bai followed Xia Yuan closely, who seemed to have rented a place nearby. After entering a community, he never came out again. Lin Bai hurriedly followed, but at the entrance a slightly plump security guard stared at him with an unfriendly gaze. "Delivery is not allowed in." "Huh?" Lin Bai exclaimed. "What delivery am I making?" He spread his hands. The security guard remained silent, staring at him intently. After a moment, he slapped his forehead. "Right. Come in." Lin Bai rolled his eyes and entered. Something feels off. In his mind a voice suddenly emerged. As Lin Bai pondered which clone it was, the voice continued. "This person's weaknesses are very few." Lin Bai maintained a calm expression and continued walking deeper into the community. He walked straight past the unit where Xia Yuan entered and proceeded 2 buildings ahead before entering the elevator. "What the hell? What just happened? Almost got discovered." "I don't know," an arrogant voice replied. "An ordinary person in my eyes should not have any weaknesses." Lin Bai's expression grew serious. This seemed to be quite serious. The way the arrogant one spoke indicated that the plump security guard was definitely an ability user and not a low-level one at that. But what was the purpose of the other party being here? Could it be related to Jean Mia as well? Thinking of this, he shook his head slightly. He couldn't worry about that right now. The system's countdown was still ongoing, indicating he hadn't lost track of Xia Yuan. He would wait until the task was completed before addressing it. Moreover, it was so strange here he still needed to inform Shun Liuyu. Taking out his phone, Lin Bai attempted to send a message to Shun Liuyu, but unfortunately, there was no response. He called again, but it went unanswered. The other party must have silenced their phone while on a mission. With no other choice, he could only wait. Lin Bai found a spot in the second-floor common area to sit and quietly wait. 5 hours quickly passed. When the system displayed that the task was completed, Lin Bai was momentarily stunned. This task was surprisingly easy. However, at this moment the system issued another task. Urgent task: leave Tianyan community. Reward 1 fixed colored Hextech Rune extraction. Lin Bai's pupils contracted. He almost reflexively took out his phone and dialed Chu Hanjian's number. But there was no signal. This was serious. Lin Bai's mind flashed with this thought. This was the first time the system had issued such a generous task, kindly marking it as urgent and even offering a fixed Hextech rune. Who could withstand this? There is no free lunch in the world. Although the task rewards were generous, there would certainly be corresponding costs. Lin Bai's thoughts raced. The task was to leave the community, which contained a lot of information. First, there must be some significant danger here, or something might happen. Second, the security guard he saw earlier combined with Xia Yuan. Lin Bai did not believe there was no correlation. There are 3 doors on the map, and the one he entered is definitely out of the question. The security guard looks formidable and cannot possibly be one of their own, otherwise the system rewards would not be so generous. Lin Bai decisively chose a side door and left through the corridor. However, just as he passed by an elevator door, 2 individuals happened to step out. The 2 looked ordinary, seemingly just regular residents of the community. But their arrogance had already given a hint. Lin Bai pretended not to see them and continued walking forward. The 2 glanced at Lin Bai, exchanged looks, and discreetly followed him. Lin Bai's heart raced as he took out his phone from his pocket and gently tossed it onto the ground. "Oh my holy sword. Huh." Almost simultaneously with his shout, the figure of jealousy appeared, unleashing a thunderous roar that forcibly controlled the 2. Gluttony synchronously appeared between the 2 fists clenched, ready to crush their skulls. After his appearance, Lin Bai swiftly grabbed a fire extinguisher nearby, delivering 2 powerful blows to the heads of the 2 individuals. The immense force caused blood to gush from their heads, leaving them dazed. Lin Bai then sighed in relief as the figure of greed emerged, searching the 2 and finding 2 tokens. The tokens bore an emblem of a door engraved with runes along with a line of small English and Chinese text. The Doorway Council. Damn it, another cult. Lin Bai's expression darkened instantly. After arriving at the academy, they had introduced him to these infamous cults, with the Doorway Council being one of them. As the most powerful world, currently Blue Star's resources and spiritual energy were coveted by many other worlds, and incursions from those worlds had never ceased. Yet despite its great strength, no world had ever set foot on Blue Star's land after years of conflict. At this point, they could only find ways internally to incite some humans to open the door for them. The Doorway Council is such an entity colluding with foreign races to open the gate to Blue Star. Upon seeing this, Lin Bai realized what kind of environment the dog system had led him to. This must be a place where the Doorway Council operates, and it's possible they might open the door here. He signaled to Fury, who nodded slightly, then brought the fire extinguisher down forcefully. Puff puff. Gold coins 400. Seeing the notification, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. If he hadn't acted first and caught them off guard, he might have been the one in danger. These were actually 2 echelon-level superhumans. There was no time to think further. Handling the bodies was impossible, as there was too much blood, so he could only leave quickly. It was too dangerous. He didn't think this was a coincidence. To randomly encounter 2 individuals who were cultists of the Doorway Council meant that the entire community was likely under their control. Combined with the system's rewards, it had to be the case. Lin Bai almost broke into a run. He felt uncomfortable lingering in this cursed place for even a second longer. As he was running, the sky outside suddenly turned purple. The purple radiance cast down, changing the entire community's color, yet no one peeked out to see this bizarre scene. Lin Bai's heart sank further, as he had already exited the building, and the distant entrance was now in sight. However, at the entrance stood several figures in robes. With no other choice, Lin Bai had to retreat back into the building. Given such a significant anomaly, the authorities couldn't possibly be unaware. It was best to wait for them to arrive, so he could still complete his task. But just as he retreated, one of the figures in black robes pulled out a phone, and after listening to something, immediately directed his gaze towards the building where Lin Bai had just killed the 2. "I've been spotted." Lin Bai discreetly retreated into an electrical room, his mind racing. The Doorway Council was definitely planning something big here, having sealed off the entire community, which was why this system task had appeared. And since they dared to cause trouble in the Magic City area, their preparations must be considerable, likely involving high-level superhumans. Finding a rookie in the awakening period here would be like a small calamity. Anyone could easily take him down. At this moment, he had to be extremely cautious. A direct breach was out of the question. The priority was to survive until the authorities detected the anomaly. The hurried footsteps from outside quickened Lin Bai's heartbeat. They had found the bodies of the 2 and were searching for him. The situation was dire. Furious attack had used the fire extinguisher to strike them down, which would imply to them that his strength was not formidable. Wait, not strong. Lin Bai was taken aback, and then a thought struck him. This was an opportunity. Such an obvious hiding spot in the electrical room would soon be discovered. Lin Bai had barely hidden for 10 minutes when he heard footsteps stop outside. In the next second, the door to the electrical room burst open, and a tall, muscular man appeared. Upon seeing the panicked Lin Bai, the man's eyes flashed with understanding. "I wondered what kind of rat it was. Turns out it's just a student." Then he opened his earpiece, found him in the electrical room on the first floor of Building 6. The man grinned maliciously, his fists clenched, muscles bulging, showing no intention of wasting words with Lin Bai, and unleashed a powerful punch. Lin Bai had only time to duck as a massive hole instantly appeared in the wall behind him. As debris flew, he frantically dashed out from under the man's arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Boom boom. The man moved like a small tank, rampaging forward. Lin Bai ran away in a panic, and seeing this, the man became even more reckless, quickly closing in on Lin Bai and throwing a heavy punch. A figure was sent flying. Just as the malicious grin on his lips emerged, a booming shout rang in his ear. In the next second, the figure that had been sent flying shimmered with a red glow, crashing into the wall before forcefully hitting the floor and charging back, throwing a punch mid-attack. The impact of the thunderous roar had little effect on him. Coming back to his senses, he saw Lin Bai foolishly throwing punches at him, and he had no intention of dodging. In the next second, crack crack, the man's entire arm twisted grotesquely, and Lin Bai's astonished gaze, the punch continued forward, slamming into his chest. The immense force made him feel as if his organs were being shattered. Before he could even see what lay ahead, another figure wielding a steel rod appeared before him at an incredible speed. And then, in his horrified gaze, it thrust forward with tremendous force. The man instinctively raised his other hand to grip the steel bar tightly, but at that moment the gluttony caught up, delivering a punch to his lower abdomen. His organs had already suffered a tremendous impact, and this punch made him instantly lose his strength, his mouth opening wide. Greed swiftly pulled out the steel bar and plunged it accurately into his gaping mouth. Time for a nucleic acid test. To Greed's surprise, the other party managed to bite down on the steel bar at the critical moment. "Just die nicely, okay?" A gentle voice came, yet the action was extremely fierce. The figure of Lust appeared beside Greed at an unknown time, spinning around and kicking the end of the steel bar. The immense force instantly broke the restraint of his teeth, and the steel bar pierced through his skull. 200 gold coins. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Bai finally put away his clones, thinking, "Damn it, is it really that hard to kill a strengthened mutant?" After grumbling, he turned and ran. This man was too steady. Upon encountering him, he immediately reported his position, instead of taking action upon seeing Lin Bai's weakness. At this moment, probably everyone was gathering here, and not knowing whether the opponent had any means to detect their abilities made the situation under the light a gamble. Thus, he could only run. Both doors were confirmed to be no good, leaving him with no choice but to try his luck. He ran wildly to another building, hardly encountering anyone, and just as he let out a sigh of relief after turning a corner, he unexpectedly faced a woman with a knife. The moment their gazes met, the other party rushed forward with the knife, without hesitation. Moreover, she was incredibly fast. Lin Bai had no time to dodge, and the long knife was already descending. Laziness. Laziness appeared in front of Lin Bai with a bewildered expression, then raised a hand. The long knife was surprisingly caught by Laziness. With one hand, blood continuously seeped from his palm, yet it was clear that Laziness felt no pain as he was overwhelmed by drowsiness. The woman was also startled, looking at Laziness, who appeared out of nowhere, her brows furrowing tightly. The shadows around surged like a tide, instantly covering Laziness. The woman swung her hand back, and Laziness was unexpectedly wrapped in darkness, suspended from the ceiling. At this moment, Lin Bai had yet to grasp the opponent's strength, and the woman seemed unwilling to engage in idle chatter. Her long hair swayed with the knife as she brought it down again. Fury erupted as he threw two punches, wanting to force the woman to dodge, yet the darkness surged, forming a layer of black clothing over her, causing his punches to only create slight ripples. Is that a clone ability? The woman's voice carried a hint of confusion, but her movements were not slow at all, forcing Lin Bai to retreat in a hurry. What a beautiful lady! Lust quietly appeared beside her, his pair of eyes radiating a captivating light. The woman turned her head to look, surprisingly lost in a moment of daze. In the next second, a figure flashed past, and the woman lowered her head in astonishment. At her chest, a pale arm reached in, effortlessly breaking through her dark defense and penetrating her body, grasping her beating heart. She met a pair of cold eyes. Awakening stage. How is it possible to break through? With a muffled sound, her pupils suddenly dilated, and the long knife fell helplessly to the ground. 250 gold coins. Lin Bai picked up the long knife, feeling sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, this woman's strength was greater than that of the previous man. She should have reached the peak of the mastery stage. However, she never expected that the weakness of arrogance could directly pierce through her defense. This battle seemed easy, but in reality, he had walked a fine line with death. Currently, Lin Bai's truly powerful offensive means were limited to the deliberate punches of gluttony and the weakness attack of arrogance. Gluttony had previously suffered a severe injury from that man's punch and would take time to recover. Thankfully, arrogance was strong enough to barely overcome the opponent. After killing this woman, Lin Bai hurriedly focused his mind on the system shop. Currently, he had only 1350 gold coins, having previously spent 230 gold coins to buy 2 giant belts for gluttony. Deciding how to allocate the remaining coins troubled Lin Bai. With 1300 gold coins, there seemed to be little improvement for the various clones. No, it can't be said there's no improvement. Rather, in the current battle, the enhancement was insufficient. Normally, equipping the Guardian's blade along with a long sword would at least enhance his strength against jealousy, but here no one was below the mastery stage, and they sent people out as if they thought they were weak. With so many deaths, the opponent would surely send stronger individuals. At this time, he could only enhance the strongest gluttony. Thus, Lin Bai decisively chose to upgrade the Heart of Steel, and along the way, he kept his eyes peeled for convenience stores. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He actually found one. At this moment, on the top floor of a 30-story building in the community. This community had a total of 16 buildings, and at this moment, every top floor was filled with people. Most of these people were residents of the community, all appearing dazed and with vacant eyes. On the edges of the crowd stood a few figures in black robes, seemingly carving something into the ground. On one of the buildings, a short-haired man opened his phone. After reading the information, he frowned. So many have died. Damn it, of all times now. Just focus on guarding the doors and finish quickly. The canopy won't hold for. With his words, the figures in black robes quickly began to act, and the dazed residents started to stand at the edge of the rooftop. Below on the first floor, Lin Bai hid inside the convenience store while Gluttony was gorging himself. The next second, a muffled sound echoed and Lin Bai looked outside, his pupils slightly contracting. Puff, 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 puff. After the first sound, a continuous series of sounds followed as shadowy figures fell to the ground in rapid succession like dumplings. Crimson began to spread quickly, winding into a small stream. Lin Bai's hand trembled slightly, and the furious figure silently appeared beside him, his previously ferocious face now calm. The shadows outside continued to fall, and Lin Bai glanced around. It wasn't just his building, but the other buildings. As more and more shadows fell, the crimson on the ground began to emit an eerie glow, growing brighter, until when no more shadows fell, it shot up into the sky. Lin Bai looked up. The radiant glow pierced through the clouds, and a massive golden gate descended from the sky, landing in the central square of the community. The rockery and waterscape shattered immediately. Lin Bai's expression turned grave. Such a commotion, surely the authorities would have noticed. All avatars now. If there was ever a moment to complete the task, it is undoubtedly now. These figures in black robes pay no attention to Lin Bai, each one fleeing at an incredible speed. It is at this moment that the doors in the arena swing open, and a bizarre blood-red aura begins to spread. The pungent smell travels faster than Lin Bai, forcing him to pinch his nose, and the aura thickens, making it difficult for him to breathe. What on earth is this strange thing? Lin Bai furrowed his brows. The Council of Doors revels in opening gates to other worlds, but with so many worlds he cannot tell which race it is at first glance. As he fled, Lin Bai took a glance behind the door. All he saw was blood-red, completely unable to discern the situation within. The plants and the flower beds around him withered instantly upon contact with the blood-red aura. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bai wished he had 2 more legs. The distant door stood 20 meters tall and about 5 meters wide. As the aura spread, enveloping the entire area, a massive blood-red hand pressed against the doorframe. The pitch-black claws gripped the door tightly, and then an arm slowly emerged from the bizarre aura, followed by a body. Lin Bai dared not look. For the moment the entity appeared, the terrifying aura was already pressing down upon him. It is the manifestation stage. Moreover, it was the first to arrive. How could they invade by only sending those of the manifestation stage? There is only one reason for its arrival now. This is a cannon fodder. The thought startled Lin Bai, who continued to run without looking back. Sure enough, as the massive figure emerged from the door, more silhouettes began to appear. The height of this race is approximately 3 to 5 meters. They are humanoid, yet their entire bodies are crimson and adorned with fangs resembling malevolent spirits. All 4 limbs are clawed, and as they appeared, the blood on the ground began to gather around them, as if alive, then merged into the door. The massive door slowly turned blood-red, seemingly expanding slightly in the process. Those blood-colored beings began to rapidly pass through the door and congregate within the area. The first few to emerge charged directly at the fleeing members of the Door Council and Lin Bai. Lin Bai nearly shouted, "Wasn't it you who opened the door? Why are you still chasing after them?" Not far from him, a slower black-robed figure was pierced through the heart by a claw of the blood-colored being. Strangely, no blood flowed out. Instead, his blood condensed into a rune above the being. Lin Bai couldn't afford to care about that anymore. The door was right in front of him, and he could even see pedestrians outside. Yet bizarrely, it seemed as if inside and outside were 2 entirely different worlds. The outside pedestrians did not sense anything unusual, and Lin Bai's expression changed. The actions of the Door Council might be even greater than he had imagined. However, he could see that the black-robed figures ran out without any hindrance. Now was not the time to think about that. Even though Lin Bai was running fast enough, he was still targeted by a blood-colored being. The entity moved like a specter, catching up to Lin Bai when he was merely a few dozen meters from the door. A claw swiped out. Lin Bai sensed it thanks to his greedy perception, but his body couldn't keep up. He barely dodged, but still ended up with a scratch on his arm. The massive blood mark was grotesque, and at the same time Lin Bai felt his blood flowing away rapidly. It is the Blood Spirit Clan. In an instant the answer formed in his mind. The Blood Spirit Clan is an incredibly powerful race across many worlds, relying on blood for sustenance, and growing stronger by consuming the blood of other races. Among them, human blood contains the most essence of heaven and earth, which also has the enhancement of the world power from the main world, making it their favorite. The Blood Spirit Clan's invasion of Blue Star has never ceased, and they are one of Blue Star's greatest enemies alongside the Demon Clan. This could lead to a massive problem. Lin Bai covered his arm, while his mind raced, simultaneously summoning laziness to impede the enemy. Laziness, still dreaming, was caught off guard when it sensed a claw coming for him. Instinctively he ducked, losing quite a bit of hair, but narrowly evading the strike. But the next second he felt the blood within him surging, his form becoming somewhat uncontrollable. "Save me!" Laziness shouted, only to see Lin Bai's figure growing further away. The Blood Spirit Clan seemed not to expect an additional person, but it didn't matter. The more people there were, the more blood they could consume. Another blood spirit saw Lin Bai at this moment, flanking him from the side, while the one in front revealed a sinister grin. "He'll fight you to the death." Laziness roared in anger, charging and barehanded, his aura exploding, having already reached the masteries. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned when he sensed the aura, but the incoming blood spirit forced him to act quickly, unleashing jealousy. Jealousy manifested as a soul-shaking roar that sought to control the opponent, but unfortunately time was limited. As he initiated his wing of broken wings, the blood spirit responded with a roar, shaking it off. Such formidable power made Lin Bai realize the difficulty of overcoming the opponent, yet jealousy and laziness stalled for time, and he was now very close to the door. Most of the members of the Door Council had already fled, and no one was blocking him. However, just as Lin Bai was inches away from the door, a massive figure plummeted from the sky. The sharp claws sank into the ground, sending stones and dust flying as the blood spirit slowly lifted its head. Upon seeing its larger stature compared to the other blood spirits along with the dense runes on its body, Lin Bai's expression darkened instantly. Kid, you're not one of the door council, are you? In the language of humans. Lin Bai's heart sank to the depths. This was definitely an elite monster. His mind raced as he observed the streets outside, which still seemed normal. The authorities clearly had not discovered anything. Damn it, are they all just useless eaters? Lin Bai cursed inwardly, his face showing a grave expression. You've come. The blood spirit paused. Such a trick won't fool me. You shouldn't have come. Lin Bai's strange actions made the blood spirit suspect he might be insane, but the next second a shadow identical to Lin Bai slowly emerged from the side. But here I am. The bizarre scene before him caused the blood spirit, which had not closely observed Lin Bai's battle, to be somewhat surprised, yet upon sensing the aura of greed its heart relaxed instantly. Just a bunch of ants. Lin Bai remained silent, but the figure beside him suddenly charged at the blood spirit. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bai unleashed the 4 avatars of gluttony, lust, pride, and wrath, all charging towards the blood spirit before them. 5 avatars. The blood spirit clan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, as if some memories were awakening in their minds. He felt an odd familiarity with the scene before him, yet he could not recall why. However, this did not impede his ability to deal with several clones. Before they could charge in, the blood spirit clan pressed down on the floor, and crimson energy chains rapidly appeared, binding all the clones. At that moment, Lin Bai had just run to his feet. You can't escape. The blood spirit clan shook his head slightly. But the next second his eyes were filled with astonishment as he saw Lin Bai's speed suddenly increase by more than 10-fold. Fearless charge. Still hiding something. The blood spirit clan shouted angrily as a crimson line of energy shot towards him faster than Lin Bai. Lin Bai was stunned by this turn of events. He had used the skill Fearless Charge to lock onto the pedestrian's movement, yet this entity could still catch up. Just at that critical moment, a thick black curtain materialized before the crimson line, halting its advance. The black curtain merely obstructed for an instant, but it was sufficient. Lin Bai's Fearless Charge was incredibly fast, as if he flew past, colliding with a random uncle on the street. The uncle, clearly a working professional, fell to the ground visibly dazed. Lin Bai's charge was an offensive skill, and even without a weapon an ordinary person would struggle to withstand it. At this moment he felt a wave of excruciating pain throughout his body, but Lin Bai paid him no mind, rising and shouting at the pedestrians on the street, "Run! Quick run! The blood spirit clan is invading." The crowd remained somewhat bewildered. Lin Bai ignored their reactions, dragging the uncle to flee. With his current awakened strength, lifting the uncle was no issue. The sudden scene left many people frozen in place, whispering among themselves as they watched Lin Bai. What's going on? Is this just another video shoot? This is Magic City, the blood spirit clan. Impossible. Look up at the sky. As the crowd spoke, someone pointed at the sky in horror. At that moment, a patrol team had just arrived, having discovered the anomaly in the area, and were preparing to investigate. But as soon as they arrived, a highly concentrated beam of blood light shot up into the sky. The nauseating scent of blood almost instantaneously spread out, causing the expressions of the patrol team to change drastically, with one person immediately sending out an alarm. Magic City reacted swiftly as well. Alarm signals sounded almost simultaneously. Alert! World invasion. Residents, please head to official evacuation sites. Alert! The alarm echoed down the street while the patrol team instinctively followed their drills, producing a diamond-shaped crystal and tossing it into the air. A massive purple dome descended, enveloping the entire neighborhood and parts of the surrounding streets. However, the crimson beam showed no signs of being affected. As the crimson beam appeared, several members of the patrol team witnessed the hellish scene within the neighborhood. That beam originated from a 10-meter-tall blood spirit clan member who had tilted its head back and spewed it forth. At this moment, the beam continued to emit power, visibly distorting the surrounding void. This is bad. They are summoning higher-tier blood spirits. The patrol team leader, a middle-aged man with a beard, changed his expression upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, he drew his blade and charged down, but a multitude of blood spirits had already surged from below, blocking his path. Several teammates quickly followed. In the distance, Lin Bai had dragged the bewildered uncle to safety outside the barrier before releasing him. At that moment, the uncle's eyes were full of shock. It's really a world invasion. Thank you, young man. Lin Bai waved his hand, looking at the patrol team fighting the blood spirits in the distance, when suddenly a dull pain shot through his mind. The sense of laziness was lost. Following that was gluttony, envy, pride, lust, and wrath. The intense pain almost caused Lin Bai to lose consciousness. He pressed his pale face against his head, teeth clenched tightly. Fortunately, the dull pain lasted less than a minute before subsiding, leaving Lin Bai drenched in cold sweat. But, wait, greed was still present. Lin Bai focused down, sensing the presence of greed. It seemed to be in a bad state. During the earlier battle, he had avoided many attacks using his perceptive advantage, and when the patrol team appeared, the blood spirit had completely ignored him. At that moment, Greed was hiding within the neighborhood, mingling among the corpses. This is a significant loss. Lin Bai felt a headache. If it weren't for someone helping him just now, he might have been done for. He had no idea who had helped. Looking around, he only saw ordinary people with panicked expressions, completely uncharacteristic of someone with powers. With a lingering ache in his mind, Lin Bai fell into contemplation. Greed definitely had to be saved. The impact of the clone's death extended beyond this, and the repercussions would follow later. But how to save him was another question. The patrol team above had vanished from sight, and only the occasional flashes of supernatural light indicated they were still alive. Lin Bai took a deep breath. System extract Hextech. Since no one else could help, he could only rely on himself. And the only way to significantly enhance his combat power was to use the colorful Hextech extraction after escaping the neighborhood. Hextech extraction, aside from a few imposters, mostly comprised very powerful entities. This extraction is a Hextech extraction. Would you like to proceed? Proceed, Lin Bai said without hesitation. The next second, a scene appeared before him, with 3 colorful cards flashing continuously before finally settling in front of him. Blessing of the Wind Whisperer. Glass Cannon. Feel the burn. Lin Bai's face darkened immediately upon seeing these 3. They were without a doubt the 3 weakest in the entire Hextech pool. Only the Glass Cannon was somewhat effective in the hands of specific heroes, but its side effects were also quite real. Fortunately, there was a refresh option. Without hesitation, Lin Bai discarded the Blessing of the Wind Whisperer. That was utterly worthless. However, upon refreshing the runes, he saw made his breath quicken. All attributes increase. Lin Bai's hands began to tremble. This was one of the graduation runes. Using skills could boost attack power, and normal attacks could increase magic power, stacking infinitely as long as he remained in combat. In the game, it might not be the strongest, but in reality, it was a game where no one would surrender. Under these circumstances, how far could all attributes increase stack? Lin Bai himself had no idea. Moreover, all attributes increase was the perfect fit for Greed's Zhao Xine panel. There was no need to think. All attributes increase was directly given to Greed. Within the neighborhood, Greed, hiding among the corpses, suddenly opened its eyes. The clone was identical to its true self, but original sin would make it lean more towards that direction. Lin Bai clearly understood how to use all attributes increase, and he was well aware of its importance. Moreover, he had more thoughts. The true self wanted to ensure his safety, but Greed saw a terrifying possibility that it simply could not fend off. What if he stacked all attributes increase here? Previously, Lin Bai planned to send his avatar to a battlefield, continuously accumulating layers of the increasingly powerful runes of the material law, such as tap dancing and clapping. Once the layers were sufficiently high, he would essentially be invincible. And now the opening created by the Blood Spirit clan might be a good choice. Greed saw this point. His level was low, making him easy to kill on the battlefield. But from another perspective, those formidable opponents might not even notice him. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Once successful, his gains would be boundless. At a certain moment, he even envisioned the possibility of sweeping through the Blood Spirit clan's world. In that instant, he could hardly contain himself, as overwhelming desire consumed his reason. I won't go back. Under the influence of intense original sin, Greed unexpectedly broke through to the mastery stage. When Lin Bai sensed this, he was stunned. But then he thought this was Greed in the face of such immense profit. He could not possibly restrain himself. Greed was not one to dawdle. He began to act as soon as he thought of something. However, he needed a method to proceed. First, to accumulate layers. The material law, whether for attacks or skills, required hitting the enemy, and the judgment time for combat status also needed exploration. In the game, it was about 5 seconds or so, but here Greed was unclear about the specifics. While contemplating, he had already reached a building. All the Blood Spirit clan outside were attacking the patrol team, while more and more Blood Spirits kept appearing from within. Their levels were terrifying, at least at the peak of the mastery stage, almost all above the manifestation stage. Faced with the increasing number of Blood Spirits, the patrol team quickly fell into disadvantage, yet none retreated. As those low-level Blood Spirits attempted to leave the neighborhood, a silver spear suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the ground. No one is leaving. 10 directions, Thunder Prison. The spear let out a muffled thunder, and then violent thunder spread across the ground, quickly forming a massive cage. Those low-level Blood Spirits recoiled the moment they touched it. Hold them down. Don't let any Blood Spirit escape. A furious voice echoed above. The patrol team was surrounded tightly by the Blood Spirits, clearly realizing that they could not leave without dealing with the squad. That Blood Spirit was clearly an elite, still spitting out beams of light. As the battle continued, the blood-colored aura around grew denser. But not long after, while Greed was pondering how to begin, a figure was suddenly blasted down, crashing to the ground not far in front of him. Greed looked over. It seemed to be the captain of the patrol team, his eyes wide open, his body in a strangely withered state, barely hanging on. Greed was taken aback. The patrol captain had already reached the resonance stage, a formidable expert, yet just after the battle began he had been reduced to this. The next second the silhouettes of the other team members fell simultaneously, and the spear, which had been continuously emanating lightning, dimmed completely. The blood spirits in the sky dispersed, howling to the heavens. In just a few minutes the patrol team was utterly annihilated. Greed looked at the patrol captain, and the desire in his eyes diminished slightly. But thinking of his mastery of the material law, his desires surged once more. At this moment the patrol captain, who was barely hanging on, seemed to see Greed hiding in the shadows. Upon seeing his youthful face, his dilating pupils slightly constricted, and his lips moved. Run! Greed could not hear clearly what was being said, but from the lip movements it seemed to be so. Run! If he were a normal person, he might have felt moved by this scene. But Greed was not. He was essentially an incarnation of original sin, carrying Lin Bai's memories, appearing normal most of the time, yet the vast majority of his actions were driven by original sin. What a joke! Greed's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Do you know what awaits me, eh? At that moment he resembled a dog in a gambling frenzy. He dashed out from the building and crouched down to gaze intently at the patrol captain. Do you know what I am waiting for? The captain's consciousness was already hazy, unable to clearly hear Greed's voice. His pupils dilated, yet he still spoke. Run! Run! Greed's face suddenly twisted, roaring. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Oh, run! Run! The last breath was exhaled, yet the captain's vacant gaze remained on. Seeing his eyes wide open, Greed froze, his gaze fixating on the spear. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, who was fleeing with the crowd, paused in the middle of the throng. He could not see what was happening with Greed. He stopped, because rage had unexpectedly revived. The avatar could revive, but it shouldn't be so quick. Lin Bai had checked the information on the seven sins body, and the avatar's revival required a side effect before being nurtured by original sin. But at that moment Lin Bai had no time to think further, as in his mind rage was screaming madly. Let me out. I'll kill them all. Die, die, die. Blood Spirit Clan. Die, die, die. He was astonished to find that under the impact of original sin, rage had also broken through to the mastery stage. What's going on? Lin Bai muttered. It seemed there was nothing that could make him angry at the moment. Seeing rage like this, he clearly was not in a good mood. Rage, what's happening? I don't know. All I know is I want to kill the Blood Spirit Clan. The Blood Spirit Clan. Lin Bai recalled, subtly piecing together clues. Why perhaps the deaths of those people in the neighborhood had ignited his anger and rage. However, he currently had no ability to take revenge, and could only ignore rage and keep running. At this time the city had already begun to be on alert, and figures could be seen flying towards that direction. The strong ones in the demon city had already reacted. On the other side, Greed darkly picked up the captain's spear, which had two small characters etched on the shaft, Heavenly Dragon. Zhao Xian had originally used a spear, and after acquiring the template, Greed naturally became familiar with this weapon. Now holding the spear in one hand, it passed through his armpit. Greed's gaze landed on the blood spirits in the sky. Wait for me. As his voice fell, the next second a figure shot in at high speed, causing several explosions in the distant sky, crashing into the most concentrated area of blood spirits. Several blood spirits failed to dodge, and were instantly blown to a mist of blood. Severed limbs and their blood fell together, while Greed stood expressionless on the ground. Dare to open a world door on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeking death. A loud shout echoed, and once again a large number of severed limbs fell. Following that, one figure after another rushed in, and as one individual flew in, half of the neighborhood instantly turned to frost. The blood spirits on the ground became lifelike ice sculptures. Ha ha ha, the human realm. This time you cannot stop us. From within the gigantic Crimson Gate, a large number of Blood Spirit Clan members adorned with runes began to emerge. Greed swiftly dashed to the side, keeping his attention fixed on the sky. As the battle unfolded above, more and more Blood Spirit Clan members descended. The human warriors present were all powerful beings, and the Blood Spirits were initially suppressed in the fight, until the later arrivals, the rune-imbued Blood Spirits, stabilized the situation. Greed held his gun in one hand, dodging the falling blood rain, but many blood spirits on the ground, realizing they could not join the upper battlefield, began to spread out. Several blood spirits had set their sights on Greed. At this moment Greed dared not approach. Upon seeing them come closer, he quickly retreated in one direction. In that direction, he sensed a large group of humans approaching. It was the guard squad from Magic City. The pursuing blood spirits were relentless, and Greed estimated the distance, beginning to count down. 3, 2, 1. A missile flew past his face. The hair on his cheek twisted under the high temperature, and then the missile struck among the blood spirits behind. Boom. The ground shook, and a massive mushroom cloud erupted behind. The manifested blood spirits were blown to smithereens, and immediately several figures rushed past Greed, plunging into the midst of the blood spirits. "Kid, this place is very dangerous. Get out of here." Greed gasped for breath, disregarding the words of the leader. His gaze began to wander across the battlefield. At this moment, various ability users appeared, joining the battlefield in the district, and not a single blood spirit. The situation seemed to stabilize, yet near the gate tremors and muffled sounds continued, indicating an extremely fierce battle was taking place. Greed, lurking at the edge of the battlefield, saw a corpse of a blood spirit, and unhesitatingly thrust his gun forward. Feeling no change, it seemed that the method of stacking items with corpses was ineffective. It simply did not count as being in a combat state. Greed patiently continued to search for blood spirits. His level was too low, and he could only look for severely injured ones. At this time, the scene was chaotic. The supporting ability users were all engaged in fighting the blood spirits, and even if they noticed Greed, they could only remind him to leave. Greed was undeterred until he saw a blood spirit missing half of its body crashing into a building. His eyes lit up as he stealthily approached, and amidst the rubble, he spotted the mangled blood spirit. At this moment, half of the blood spirit's body had vanished. Blood energy surged wildly, seemingly trying to seal its wounds, but the injury was too severe to heal. Greed approached it, and the blood spirit saw the weak presence of Greed before it. "Human kid." The blood spirit surprisingly could still speak. "Do you think you can kill me?" Greed chuckled coldly, brandishing his gun and charging forward. Yet even in its wounded state, the opponent's strength was terrifying. Although lying on the ground, its remaining claw was still able to move. With a swift flick of its claw, a blood-red claw mark struck out. The speed was so fast that Greed could not evade in time, and he could only slightly tilt his body, feeling a scratch on his arm, which broke into 2 segments. However, there was no trace of pain in Greed's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of madness. For after the blood spirit swiped its claw, its aura suddenly plummeted like a steep cliff. At this moment, Greed also closed in on the blood spirit, thrusting his gun backward. Clang! It could not break the defense. The blood spirit was momentarily stunned, then it grinned savagely. "Ha! Is this useful?" Greed disregarded everything. The heavenly dragon launched a frenzied thrust, for he felt the power within him slowly growing. This nearly made him intoxicated. "Not enough. Not enough. More. I need more." The original sin began to fester, and Greed's attacking speed unknowingly increased significantly. The blood spirit stared at the crazed Greed, and its mocking laughter abruptly ceased. For it realized that the places Greed attacked were its most resilient skin, while the massive wound next to it went completely ignored. Moreover, what shocked it was that as Greed continued to attack, the wound on its arm was actually healing rapidly. "This human kid is very strange." As this thought flashed through its mind, the blood spirit unleashed all its remaining strength. Its legs exploding with power, it forcefully kicked off and crashed through the wall behind, creating distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Greed's voice echoed eerily, and the blood spirit suddenly turned its head, horrified to find that Greed was right beside it. Once again, 2 consecutive shots were fired. While attacking, Greed did not hesitate, employing the triple claw attack and wind slash whenever he had the chance. The continuously rising power nearly made him drunk. With it combined with the hunger of original sin, Greed felt that if the blood spirit before him did not die, he could completely grow to the world's limit. But unfortunately, the blood spirit, already heavily injured, seemed to have reached the end of its life. With Greed's thrust, the blood spirit's aura suddenly dissipated. In the outside world, Lin Bai, who was running away, suddenly heard a prompt. "Gold coins 100. He was slightly moved. Greed had acted. But was this money for an assist? Currently, he was uncertain about the situation, relying only on speculation, and after the death of the blood spirit, Greed's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned to search for targets and instantly locked onto a pinnacle manifested ability user who was currently engaged in battle with a blood spirit wielding a long knife. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce struggle. The stones beneath Greed's feet suddenly crumbled. He bent down to gather strength. Threads of light danced around his heavenly dragon, and in the next second, he transformed into a swift shadow, charging directly at the blood spirit. At lightning speed, the blood spirit had no time to react and was pierced in the waist by Greed's gun. Holding his gun with one hand, Greed then forcefully pulled it out. "Brother, I got this one. You go help the others." The ability user was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Greed, and when he saw Greed's early-stage aura and the recently healed arm, he was even more bewildered. "Quick! Others need help." As Greed spoke, he thrust his gun fiercely into the ground. Just as the blood spirit's claw came down, it landed perfectly on the spear he had thrust before him. In the next second, Greed exerted force, with one hand launching himself from the spear planted in the ground, and forcefully kicked the blood spirit. The opponent's head was violently knocked to the side, and Greed seized the opportunity to wrap his legs around its neck, gripping the end of the gun handle and applying force. The long gun swung out in the air, using the momentum to strike against the broad back of the blood spirit. In the distance the ability user watched Greed execute these two moves. His eyes widened. Holy crap. So fierce. This reassured him, and he turned to join another battlefield. Meanwhile, the blood spirit, which had intended to embrace Greed with both claws, let out a howl of pain after receiving such a strike. Greed seized the moment to descend, holding his gun. With one hand the gun tip pointed at the opponent, grinning as he said, "Next, let's take it slow." The entire neighborhood had descended into chaos, yet within the disorder, there was an underlying order as numerous supernatural beings made their way toward the community. Lin Bai felt a slight sense of relief, but soon a wave of deep fatigue washed over him. At that moment a message arrived on his phone. When he opened it, it was from Tang Xiao. "Lin Go, where are you? I heard that a world invasion has occurred at Tianyan community. Are you okay?" Lin Bai replied briefly before hurrying to the academy. At this time many of his clones had perished, and the aftereffects would soon manifest. It was better for him to stay at the academy during this period. The area surrounding Tianyan community had already been sealed off, but Lin Bai was still able to catch a ride. Almost immediately after getting into the car, a wave of drowsiness hit him, and Lin Bai fell into a deep sleep. After the death of the original Sin, the corresponding original Sin had nowhere to go but to reside in Lin Bai. Moreover, this was pure original Sin, not the kind that could enhance abilities through clones. In other words, it only carried side effects. In just 2 seconds, Lin Bai slipped into a dream. The driver glanced at him, but said nothing more, continuing to drive toward the destination. However, shortly after departing, a small car began to follow behind. Inside the car were 2 ordinary-looking young men who were fixated on the taxi. He must have gotten into that car right. Exactly, this kid is no ordinary person. He survived the door ceremony. What should we do? Should we act now? For the council. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of black needles suddenly appeared, piercing into the taxi's tires. The tire pressure plummeted, and the driver's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly gripped the steering wheel. However, with the sudden mishap, the taxi grew increasingly distant. Who is it? The faces of the 2 men twisted in anger, but at that moment high-level supernatural beings were soaring above them, and they dared not recklessly use their powers. In the end, they could only watch as the taxi drove away. Lin Bai remained completely unaware of this. The influence of the original Sin had only just begun. On the other side, the battle against the Blood Spirit clan had reached a fever pitch. As more and more supernatural beings joined the fray, the Blood Spirit clan began to realize something was amiss. Why are there so many supernatural beings? And their levels aren't low. The highest-ranking members of the Blood Spirit clan spoke with human voices, their levels having reached the domain stage. But on the human side, there were as many as 6 domain stage individuals. After noticing the situation was unfavorable, several blood spirits rushed toward the door, their bodies exploding into pure blood that flowed into the runes of the door. The next second, the door flickered. Not good, they're going to sacrifice to bring forth stronger blood spirits. An elder at the domain stage's expression changed, pointing towards the door. A spiritual energy azure dragon suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the door, but it had no effect. Seeing this, the others hastily took action. On the ground battlefield, Greed found a somewhat weaker blood spirit and engaged in a fierce struggle. However, as the battle raged on, he discovered that damage dealt was the only way to stack his physical and magical abilities. Actions like parrying or clashing did not count. Yet this was still quite absurd, as even a slight scratch could be counted as an attack. He just needed to exert a bit of control. Moreover, his basic attacks stacked well, and the bonuses applied solely to his fearless charge and wind/skills. As long as he refrained from using those 2 skills, he could continuously fight that blood spirit. The blood spirit was bewildered, staring at Greed, whose face was filled with madness, as if they had some deep-seated enmity, yet none of his moves were lethal. Furthermore, this person's recovery ability was terrifying. When he arrived, he had lost an arm, but as the battle dragged on, that arm had nearly regrown. Can you believe this? The blood spirit instinctively sensed something was off, but it couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. At first it thought this was Greed's ability. After all, humans are the favored children of the world with abilities as diverse as they come. It was normal for it not to recognize them. However, after one of its teammates launched a sneak attack, tearing a massive gash in Greed's back, Greed responded with 2 gunshots, instantly stopping the bleeding. It realized that something was amiss. Roar, roar. These lower-level blood spirits could not speak human language, but they could communicate with their kin. The gist could be translated as follows. This person is not right. The blood spirit that had launched the sneak attack responded in kind. What is going on? He is getting stronger with every hit, and his recovery ability is increasing with the duration of the battle. As soon as these words were spoken, the blood spirit that had attacked was immediately stunned. Realizing the severity of the situation, it turned and fled, trying to send a warning. Greed's gaze turned icy, and with a swift sweep of his spear, he lunged forward. This thrust seemed to only strike the air ahead, but in reality a shadow of the spear instantly pierced through, creating a large hole in that blood spirit. The power of this thrust left the blood spirit, which had previously been entangled with greed, dumbfounded. Wasn't it hard to break through my defenses? How did he manage to kill a comrade of equal strength with a single strike? I thought we were just weaklings pecking at each other. The face of the blood spirit changed dramatically, and as greed turned to look at it, it fled without hesitation. Tisk. Greed sighed with slight regret and executed a fearless charge, pursuing it and piercing it through from behind with his spear. The blood spirit in disbelief looked down at the spear lodged in its chest, its mind filled with a single thought: why would someone so strong want to spar with me? Greed paid no heed to its thoughts and immediately sought out his next target. The duration of his physical and magical abilities was extremely short, and he had to find an opponent quickly. Now, without the electric knife sheep blade or the stacking dragon bond rune, stacking was slow and each layer was particularly precious. Fortunately, there were plenty of blood spirits. He had barely taken 2 steps when he saw a supernatural being overwhelmed by 3 blood spirits. Although the opponent was at the manifestation stage, it was clearly in a wounded state. Now surrounded by 3 low-level blood spirits at the manipulation stage, it was retreating steadily. I'll help you. That supernatural being brightened at the voice, but upon sensing the aura of the newcomer was only at the manipulation stage, its expression changed slightly. Don't. They have peak manipulation level once. Greed could not hear his words at all, charging in with his spear. One of the blood spirits, seeing this, swiped Greed away with a claw and then lunged forward with another claw. Rongze's heart sank. He had never expected that in such a place there would still be a manipulation stage supernatural being coming to assist. In this battlefield, one careless move could lead to death. Protecting the city should be the responsibility of these high-level superpowered individuals. Yet at this moment he could not afford to think about that. The greed pulling him away certainly made things much easier. With a low shout, Rongze was enveloped in flames, and he struck a punch into the abdomen of a blood spirit. The flames erupted explosively, creating a large hole in the waist of the blood spirit clan member. Another member of the clan rushed toward him, but Rongze had anticipated this. The erupting flames suddenly recoiled and were hurled back at him. Boom. The second explosion obliterated the blood spirit clan member, and Rongze instinctively wanted to search for greed, but the chaos of the battlefield obscured his sight. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from within the door, a presence unique to the source transformation stage, causing all the superpowered individuals to shudder with trepidation. The source transformation realm signifies a powerful otherworldly being. Yet even so, none of the superpowered individuals present chose to retreat. Just as the aura of the source transformation realm revealed itself, a streak of light shot down from the sky and dashed into the door, accompanied by a faint roar. Blood Spirit Clan, I'm not coming after you, yet you dare to come knocking. Immediately, everyone witnessed the door shaking violently, and nearby spatial rifts began to erupt. As time passed, the turbulence within the door grew increasingly terrifying, occasionally punctuated by the roars of the Blood Spirit Clan. However, the good news was that no more Blood Spirit Clan members emerged from the door. With their reinforcements cut off and more superpowered individuals joining the human side, the situation was rapidly tipping in their favor. At this moment, Greed was already fighting while edging closer to the door. The Blood Spirit Clan outside would eventually be cleared out. During the battle, he had already noticed the formidable recovery abilities of these blood spirits, making them the best choice for stacking layers. However, the Blood Spirit Clan in the Magic City would eventually be wiped out, and by then it would be impossible to stack layers. The best choice now was to enter the Blood Spirit Clan's world. Then he could find a similarly powerful opponent, one that wouldn't be instantly killed, allowing for continuous engagement. Greed had already planned this out, but as he approached the Blood Spirit Clan's gate, he sensed something was off. Near the gate, a thick blood-red aura clung heavily to the air. The moment he got close, he felt a severe difficulty in breathing, and his movements became extremely rigid. This area had nearly been transformed into the Blood Spirit Clan's world, making it impossible for his human body to adapt. Realizing this, Greed's expression changed. Not being able to enter the Blood Spirit Clan's world meant that the path to stacking layers was severed. Wasn't this more painful than death? Greed's eyes nearly sparked with fire, yet he gritted his teeth, and spotting a Blood Spirit Clan member near the door, launched himself with a reckless charge. At this moment, his mastery of physical and magical abilities had reached a very high level, translating into nearly 1,000 power in the game at the very least. This strike pierced through the body of a manifest stage Blood Spirit Clan member, who looked stunned at the bloody hole in its body, and then at the Greed, who was at the driving stage filled with confusion. Yet while such an injury might be fatal for an ordinary Blood Spirit Clan member, for it recovering on this already assimilated land was far too easy. It gritted its teeth, attempting to throw Greed off, but Greed disregarded it completely and struck again. The blow shattered half of Greed's shoulder. Even though his mastery was high, his body was still at the driving stage, and without armor, making him excessively vulnerable. However, the next scene nearly made the Blood Spirit clan member doubt its life. As Greed thrust out another shot, the flesh around the wound writhed and grew wildly, quickly returning to normal. No way, you're the Blood Spirit clan member, aren't you? The Blood Spirit clan member's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Greed's gaze was filled with madness as he continued his assault. However, at that moment, the turbulence within the door completely calmed down, and a figure dragged a massive Blood Spirit clan. If you come to Blue Star again, this will be your fate. It seemed to be the head of a Blood Spirit clan member, but the blood was an eerie golden color. Even in death, its source transformation aura continued to assault the minds of those around. Upon seeing that head, the Blood Spirit clan members trembled in fear, turning to flee. The person then noticed Greed, who was engaged in battle with a manifest stage Blood Spirit clan member. After seeing its claw fall, he instinctively pointed, causing that Blood Spirit to explode midair. Greed was momentarily stunned while taking a shot, then looked up at the sky. It was an old man who, upon seeing Greed's realm, revealed a hint of astonishment, followed by a smile. But the only response he received was Greed's fierce glare. Staring at the head blocking the door, Greed now understood that entering the Blood Spirit clan was impossible. Since that was the case, he would just change his target. Currently, his mastery of physical and magical abilities had reached a very high level, capable of slaying even manifest stage opponents. Since stacking layers was not an option, then it was time to harvest. So far, every Blood Spirit clan member remaining on this battlefield was of a level higher than him. In other words, they were all coins. Ignoring the astonished old man after changing targets, the greedy desire in his eyes extended once more. Previously, it was a longing for stacking layers, now it was a desire for gold coins. At his current layer, once he acquired the electric knife and sheep knife combined with the stacking horn dragon, the stacking speed would multiply several times. For now, it was still stacking layer by layer, but after charging the electric knife, one shot would yield 5 layers. Greed quickly came to this realization that the battle was nearing its end, and he had to get a share of the spoils. He charged recklessly, and before a Blood Spirit clan member could react, he pierced through its head. Then with wind slashes and electric stabs, he swiftly killed another Blood Spirit clan member, reducing cooldown with triple claw strikes, and continuing to attack. At this moment, the Blood Spirit clan members were too busy fleeing to notice that Greed had begun to kill with abandon. On the other side, Lin Bai was sound asleep, yet the sound of coins jumping had never ceased. Coins 200. Coins 300. Coins 200. Even the Blood Spirit clan members of the Source Transformation realm were killed, and the remaining Blood Spirit clan members posed no threat. The superpowered individuals quickly moved into the cleanup phase. Simultaneously, some individuals went to tally the casualties. The sudden appearance of the Blood Spirit clan had caught everyone off guard. In the beginning, when the superpowered individuals were outnumbered, several Blood Spirit clan members managed to escape and caused many deaths. The area that suffered the most losses was undoubtedly this small community. The entire community was slaughtered, and it was a rest day, so many people were at home. With the Blood Spirit clan completely eradicated, the statistics were released, and many fell silent upon seeing the results. Over 10,000 people. Most were killed during the Door Council ceremony, but the Blood Spirit clan members that escaped also caused significant casualties. Moreover, many superpowered individuals also perished in the fight against the Blood Spirit clan, and this incident quickly made headlines nationwide. So many people, and in a super metropolis like Modu, something like this happening is already quite complicated. The military is furious, and the entire populace of Longhua is in an uproar. This incident is too heinous, and it has awakened many. Before this, they were all immersed in the strength of Longhua, and the threats from foreign tribes seemed extremely distant. This time it has truly awakened the world. Such a massive event cannot go unnoticed by Longhua. The internet has already exploded. Those damned cultists! I will kill everyone I see. These cults must be eradicated. Previously, the government focused on exploring the world, but to be honest, in recent years, there has been too little action against these domestic organizations. It has already begun. Students from the major universities like Beichin Xinglan and Zhouqiao have taken on a new task to eradicate the cultists. While discussions about this incident are rampant across the country, Modu has plunged into a cloud of gloom. The infiltration of the Doorway Council is so severe that local law enforcement is implicated. Many people were directly swept away. And this is only the beginning. The occurrence of such events in a global metropolis like Modu already reflects many underlying issues. In addition to holding accountable those involved, there will also be memorials for the heroes who thwarted the Blood Spirit clan and a reckoning with the Doorway Council. Upon discovering the actions of the Doorway Council, Modu has entered a state of high alert with strict oversight on all entries and exits. What is most shocking is that a figure stands quietly in the sky above the center of Modu, a vast domain, silently unfolding, with lightning occasionally striking down. And the location of this lightning strike is precisely where the members of the Doorway Council are hiding. Normally such a show of force would reassure most, but issues have arisen. The frequency of lightning strikes is too high. This indicates that the number of members of the Doorway Council lurking in Modu has reached a terrifying level. This suggests that the next opening of the door could happen at any moment. Modu has entered a bizarre state, and even within Yunji Academy the atmosphere is extremely tense. After returning to his dormitory, Lin Bai said a few words to Tang Xiao before locking himself inside. The side effects of original Sin's death have already surfaced. The first is laziness, which is manageable, a nap resolved it. The second is arrogance, which doesn't feel too pronounced, just makes everyone else seem like trash. The side effects of arrogance lingered until nightfall, followed by jealousy. It is here that he truly felt the power of original Sin. Even locked in his room, Lin Bai found himself feeling jealous of a table. Why? Why doesn't it need to cultivate? Lin Bai gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, wishing he could smash the table with a punch. Then when he glanced out the window, he became jealous of the trees beneath the clouds. Jealousy nearly drove him insane, but fortunately, he could still hold on. As long as he didn't see anyone, the jealousy wouldn't be so overwhelming. And the next side effect, lust, is lethal. The desire to take off reached its peak, and Lin Bai's face turned crimson as he endured through the night, his mind seemingly in a frenzied battle between desire and reason. By the time the side effects of lust subsided, he felt as if he had been pulled from the water. The final side effect, gluttony, was somewhat easier to manage. Lin Bai emerged from his room pale-faced. At that moment, Tang Xiao happened to return and was taking off his shoes. Upon seeing Lin Bai's appearance, he was instantly taken aback. Lin, go. What happened to you? Where did you go yesterday? You've come back a different person. Lin Bai slightly shook his head. Want to grab a late-night snack? Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned and looked at Lin Bai. Lin, good, don't you remember that classes start tomorrow? The feeling of hunger had already surfaced. At that moment, Lin Bai felt his stomach cramping. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he quickly took a shower and then ran out the door. Tang Xiao looked at him in confusion, somewhat worried, and hurriedly followed. The academy has a food court, and Lin Bai's target was over there, even using spiritual energy while running. He sprinted, and Tang Xiao was breathless trying to keep up. By the time he arrived, Lin Bai was already in a restaurant surrounded by a mountain of food. Upon seeing Tang Xiao, Lin Bai was chewing and called out, Tang Xiao, come sit. Tang Xiao sat down helplessly. Lin, go, what's going on? Are you in a gluttony avatar now? This is the main body. Lin Bai's movements were smooth as he spoke while devouring his food. Perhaps this was one of the talents of gluttony. Despite consuming so much, Lin Bai's stomach showed no signs of change. There were quite a few other students in the restaurant, and as soon as Lin Bai's dishes arrived, they had been watching. After seeing him eat like this, their eyes widened. They had never seen someone eat so much. Many girls were envious, thinking, how can he eat so much and still be so slim? He must be the chosen one. Lin Bai's eating speed was rapid. Before long, he had polished off half of it. Feeling the influence of original sin still unabated within him, Lin Bai decisively shouted, waiter, I want to order. The waiter, a young girl, rushed over, and upon seeing Lin Bai's condition, showed a look of difficulty. Sir, are you sure? She wasn't worried about whether Lin Bai could afford it, but rather that he might eat too much. Sure. Hurry up. Seeing this, she had no choice but to hand him the menu. Lin Bai pointed and selected items, then handed the menu back, continuing to eat like a madman. Tang Xiao was shocked, and just as the second round of dishes arrived, several girls walked in from the door. The girl leading the group caught sight of Lin Bai and suddenly brightened, quickly jogging over. The others exchanged puzzled glances. The girl approached Lin Bai excitedly, her breath slightly quickened. Looking at Lin Bai, who was gorging himself, she asked, did you save a girl in Tianyun community? Lin Bai looked up in confusion. Greed had quietly returned after battle, and he had even brought a weapon with him. He had also received memories of greed. Are you that soy sauce duck? Chen Ruoxue was stunned, her eyes widening. Lin Bai happened to be holding a duck leg which was reduced to bones in just a few seconds. She looked at Lin Bai with some suspicion. The Lin Bai before her was completely different from the one who had been like a killing god that day. During the invasion of the Blood Spirit clan, she happened to be nearby. Even though her power was only at the initial stage of manifestation, she charged in to provide support without a second thought. This level of strength could only be considered the bottom tier in that battle, and many had died under the claws of the Blood Spirit clan. Yet they still went, so if she were to say she regretted it, Chen Ruoxue had no regrets. Her battle was not easy. Towards the end, she was left facing only high-level blood spirits, and she found it somewhat strenuous to resist them. Unexpectedly, a young man wielding a spear rushed in like a bolt of lightning, directly blowing the head off the blood spirit before her with a single strike. As the rain of blood fell, Chen Ruoxue was stunned to see the other party frantically charging towards the neck. She hadn't had the chance to properly sense his aura at that moment, but now she saw that he was only at the peak of the awakening stage. This left Chen Ruoxue feeling somewhat incredulous, and the other girls were also surprised. Ruoxue, is this the super genius you mentioned? Is it really him? But he is only at the awakening stage. You must have mistaken him for someone else. Chun Ruoshui furrowed her brows tightly, staring intensely at the gluttonous Lin Bai. No, she wasn't mistaken. She had seen his face clearly. It was definitely him. I am the girl who used Wind-type spiritual energy the day before yesterday. She tried to awaken Lin Bai's memory. Lin Bai paused in his chewing for him in a state of gluttony. This was already a sign of respect. But it was only for a moment before Lin Bai tossed it aside, as he had stolen too many monsters that day, and naturally, he had saved quite a few people, so he mumbled, "You are from Tianyan community." Chun Ruoshui was once again stunned. Every time Lin Bai spoke, he managed to surprise her. Watching him devour his food, she pulled out a chair and sat down. I am the girl who used Wind-type spiritual energy. Lin Bai shoveled a huge bowl of rice and exclaimed, "Oh, you are the one from the blood-colored gate." Chun Ruoshui's face turned green, and the girls beside her also wore unfriendly expressions. Their Ruoshui was a top-tier genius in her third year, ranked 6th on the school flower list, possessing both beauty and strength, a goddess in many people's hearts. How could he say that? One person immediately wanted to explode, but Chun Ruoshui took a deep breath and held her back. I am the girl who used Wind-type spiritual energy. Lin Bai was still focused on eating. You are the stone lion at the entrance of Tianyan community. Chun Ruoshui suddenly lost the desire to speak. Tang Xiao beside her could no longer bear it. Lin Go might be a bit hungry right now. It could be the influence of his ability. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere relaxed a bit. Chun Ruoshui also realized that normal people couldn't possibly eat that much at once. Lin Bai's previous responses were likely thoughtless. He might only be focused on the food in front of him. After understanding, she curiously asked, "You call him Lin Go?" Tang Xiao nodded slightly. "I am his roommate. Yesterday Lin Go kept himself locked in his room. Today he came out and started eating. If you have business, you might want to wait a bit." Chun Ruoshui nodded slightly. "I am not in a hurry either." However, this wait nearly made Chun Ruoshui and the others doubt their lives. With such intense eating, Lin Bai spent a full 4 hours eating. It was directly past midnight, and the owner was about to close the door. However, seeing Lin Bai single-handedly boosting the store's sales, he decided to work overtime. After finishing an entire roasted chicken, Lin Bai suddenly burped, and his eyes regained clarity. He had finally made it through. He stretched vigorously and noticed that Tang Xiao and Chun Ruoshui were still there, all looking at him as if he were a monster. "You all? What's going on? You are Lin Bai. Weren't you the one who saved a girl using Wind-type spiritual energy at Tianyan community?" Chun Ruoshui's eyes lit up. She could feel that the Lin Bai before her seemed different from the previous one. Throughout their lengthy conversation, she had also realized Lin Bai's identity and immediately thought of the gluttony related to the 7 sins. Lin Bai searched his memory again, and without the influence of the original sins, some vague memories finally floated to the surface. "Oh, you are the girl who was punched away by a blood spirit." Chun Ruoshui's face turned dark instantly, taking a deep breath. "Yes. Are you here to repay a debt of gratitude?" Chun Ruoshui was taken aback, and then a smile appeared on her face. "Yes." "Boss, check please." Lin Bai didn't expect the other party to be so generous. At this time, the owner came over with a big smile. "Your total is 12293. Let's round it off." "No need to round it off." Chun Ruoshui shook her head. "I have enough money for this. I'll use my card." Upon seeing Chun Ruoshui, the owner's smile widened even more. "So it's Miss Chun treating today? Great." After the owner left, Chun Ruoshui looked at Lin Bai with curiosity. "I didn't expect you to be a student of Yunji. Has the enforcement team not found you?" Lin Bai shook his head. For the past 2 days, he had been under the continuous influence of the original sin and hadn't interacted with the outside world at all. Tang Xiao beside him still hadn't digested the information she got from Chun Ruoshui. According to Chun Ruoshui, Lin Bai had even participated in the blockade action at Tianyan community, and like a war god, he took down one blood spirit after another with a single shot. From what Chun Ruoshui said, Lin Bai gained some fame during the action against the blood spirits that day, and many people wanted to know who the crazy guy with the gun was. But no matter how Tang Xiao tried to connect the dots, she couldn't associate Lin Bai with the war god described by Chun Ruoshui. It should be known that the blood spirits that came were at least at the driver level. How could Lin guess strength changed so much after just going out once? Not only Tang Xiao, but Chun Ruoshui and several other girls also wore curious expressions. They could not connect Lin Bai with the person Chun Ruoshui described. Moreover, from the awakening stage to the manifestation stage. Was that reasonable? Chun Ruoshui also appeared to be deep in thought. That day, many supernatural beings from society came to assist, and the enforcement team has been looking for these people to reward them. The same goes for within the academy. Many students should have participated in the battle that day as well. Saying this, Chun Ruoshui's expression dimmed slightly. Many people also died. Lin Bai sighed softly. From the memories of gluttony, he could see that on such an intense battlefield, those at the driver level could only be considered cannon fodder. Even Gluttony only dared to fight recklessly after secretly stacking material and ability levels. Even so, there were several times he nearly got taken out, and he ultimately survived to the end thanks to the passive abilities provided by stacking material and ability levels. At that time, the stacked ability strength could instantly replenish to full as long as he wasn't killed instantly, making him nearly invincible. The Door Council was well prepared this time, but their deaths also successfully prevented a catastrophe. Chun Ruoxue nodded solemnly. I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have already died under the claws of that blood spirit. After this, I have seen many shortcomings. Although they all call me a genius in the academy, in that life and death battle, I saw too many flaws. Chun Ruoxue's expression was serious. This experience made her feel as if she was living another life, and her gratitude towards Lin Bai went without saying. Lin Bai did not think too much about it, but it was naturally a good thing to be treated. Thus he put on a warm smile, saying, "We're all classmates, it's only right. By the way, are you hungry? Come and eat something." The others shook their heads upon seeing the mess on the table. Lin Bai expressed a hint of regret, saying, "All right, then since you're treating, shall we take our leave now?" As he spoke, he gestured to Tang Xiao, who quickly got up, as well. "Yes, it's getting late, we have class tomorrow." Chun Ruoxue nodded slightly. "Okay, if you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. Let's add each other on Xin." After the two exchanged contact information, Lin Bai immediately took off with Tang Xiao following closely behind, a hint of admiration on his face. "Lin Gu, did the senior just say you participated in the battle at Tianyan Community?" "I accidentally got caught up in it. I was forced into it as well." Tang Xiao could not see his humility, his eyes shining, as he said, "I heard that those Blood Spirit clan members are very strong. The lowest rank is at the control level. Lin Gu, you fought above your level. Isn't that just a matter of course?" Lin Bai smirked. "Let's go, I need to get a good night's sleep. You have no idea how I've been these past 2 days." At this moment within Lin Bai, only the avatars of fury and greed existed, while the others were still in the recovery phase. The next day, Yishuang appeared noticeably more serious during class. "Classmates, you should all be aware of the situation at Tianyan Community." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Bai Weiyo pondered thoughtfully, saying, "The members of the Doorway Council have been like parasites causing chaos within the borders of Long Country. They have never caused such a major incident before. This time the higher-ups are angry and have sent many people to catch them." Jiang Yutian crossed his arms. On stage, Yishuang continued, "The Academy has issued a mission to eliminate the Doorway Council, but it is currently being undertaken by senior students in their 3rd year. We at this level are not suited to engage with such cult organizations. From what we know, the entire Demon City won't be peaceful for a while. There are still many members of the Doorway Council who haven't been captured, so be extra cautious when you go out. Mentor, can we go with the seniors to take on a mission and gain some experience?" Someone nearby spoke up, their face filled with eagerness. "It's best not to." Yishuang shook her head. "You won't be of much help, and don't think that the members of the Doorway Council only have one goal of opening doors. Most cult organizations in the country have foreign support. Their ultimate goal is always the same, to weaken Long Country." At this point, Yishuang's expression turned slightly cold. "You inexperienced ability users are also their favorites." The crowd could not help but shiver. Li Qing's eyes flickered as she said, "Mentor, what if we can fight above our level?" As soon as she spoke, many turned their attention to her. Everyone present had their own channels of information. They were somewhat aware of the details surrounding the battle at Tianyan Community. They certainly knew about the initial success of a newly advanced control-level ability user. The identity of that person also caught their attention, as their Yunji Academy was renowned for gathering the most geniuses in Demon City, and Ziwiyuan was where all geniuses converged. None of them went to that battle. With the strength of a newly advanced control-level user, their ages were certainly comparable to theirs. The second-year geniuses were naturally stronger than just at the control level. At this moment, the pride exclusive to geniuses surged within them. If that person could do it, why couldn't they? Yishuang helplessly pressed her forehead. She had also heard about this incident, but at that time the situation was chaotic and it was a stranger. No one recognized Greed. Afterward, he left directly, and now everyone was busy catching the members of the Doorway Council, so naturally no one delved into Greed's identity. While discussing this, Yishuang anticipated that her students would consider this person as a rival. However, these are two fundamentally different natures. However, no matter how much she tried to advise them, it would only be counterproductive. So she said, "If you have confidence in yourselves, you may proceed. You can utilize your own channels to seek out seniors to take you, but I must make it clear that the Academy does not support." With this statement, it was tantamount to acknowledging that they would take action. Lin Bai observed briefly, and sure enough, everyone was eager to try. Tang Xiao quietly said, "Lin Gu, are you going?" "I'm not going. Those members of the Doorway Council are very cunning, and they can blend in with ordinary people. It would be a waste of time to seek them out." "You seem quite familiar with the Doorway Council." Li Qing, is sitting in front of Lin Bai, turned back to ask quietly. They understood the Doorway Council due to family intelligence, but Lin Bai and Tang Xiao came from ordinary backgrounds. How did they know about it? Of course I even killed a few of them, Lin Bai laughed. There should be limits to boasting. The higher-level members of the Doorway Council are easy to find, but the lower-level ones can truly blend in with the crowd like ordinary people. Do you still want to kill them? Hearing this, Lin Bai silently glanced at the heart of steel in his greed equipment slot. This cold piece of gear was transformed from the warm body heat of those members of the Doorway Council. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Yishuang knew she could not stop them. I feel like I can't stop you, but the Doorway Council is different from the various tests and training at the Academy. The people you might find could be at control level or even domain level. These are uncertainties. I suggest that before you embark, ensure your families provide you with proper protection. Zhang Yutian scoffed. With that time to find these rats, it's better to enter the world a few more times to train myself. Speaking of which, Lin Bai was also very interested. The Blood Spirit clan had already given him a taste of sweetness, and greed's rampage in the final stage directly earned him 3,300 gold coins. That was already the price of a completed piece of equipment. There was naturally no dispute over what to buy. After all, it was money earned by greed, so Lin Bai directly paid in full for the electric knife, and also bought a pair of grass shoes. With the 15 points of spell strength obtained from the task of tracking Xia Yuan, greed's attributes skyrocketed. Moreover, the electric knife was extremely compatible with both physical and magical cultivation, so if he faced a situation similar to that of the Blood Spirit clan again, his combined cultivation would increase even faster. Thinking of this, Lin Bai couldn't help but asked Zhang Yutian, "Do you have any good world resources?" Zhang Yutian's expression changed. "I'm called Zhang Yutian, not Stubborn Seed." "I'm not called Stubborn Seed." After a few days of rest, he seemed to have slightly returned to normal. "Currently, the Academy hasn't opened the world for us freshmen. The opening time will be delayed until a month later, so just wait." Lin Bai retracted his gaze with a hint of disappointment, still contemplating how to cast his greed into a world where he could continuously engage in battle. As long as he did not perish, greed would eventually rise to power. At that time, he would have a steady influx of gold coins, enhancing his equipment and refining his body, in no time embarking on a path of invincibility. Zhang Yutian said expressionlessly, "Hunting members of the Gate Council is actually a good choice. High-level members can't hide, and these low-level ones are just right for us to practice on. If you beg me now, I might." Zhang Yutian stopped mid-sentence upon noticing Lin Bai had already drifted off into his thoughts. How could someone like you understand the true difference between real combat and the Academy environment? Just wait, I will soon reclaim the victory that belongs to me, he murmured to himself. After class, Lin Bai initially planned to return with Tang Xiao, but unexpectedly Li Qingge and Bai Wuyo approached together and blocked their path. "Lin Bai want to join us tonight in hunting the Gate Council." Li Qingge extended an invitation, while Bai Wuyo looked at her with a hint of curiosity. He realized that Li Qingge was quite interested in Lin Bai. Lin Bai waved his hand, dismissively stating not interested. It was a joke. His other avatars had just begun to slowly awaken. Their combat power was far too weak, so what was the point of going? Moreover, he had already encountered the Gate Council. His greed was still digesting those combat experiences. Every battle had been a life-and-death struggle, hadn't it? He had faced near-death injuries countless times, more than enough for him to digest. Li Qingge did not expect Lin Bai to reject so decisively, her mouth slightly agape. Why? This is a rare opportunity for real combat. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's expression turned serious. "I am too weak right now. Oh, I cannot defeat the Gate Council, and I accept my weakness." Not only Li Qingge, but Bai Wuyo was also taken aback, wondering if he even heard himself. Did he mean to say that just because he ranked first in a battle, he could now slack off? Ignoring the dazed duo, Lin Bai waved his hand and left. Tang Xiao hurriedly followed. However, they hadn't walked far when a new energy vehicle appeared in front of Lin Bai. Shen Liuyu lowered the car window and gestured to the passenger seat. When Tang Xiao saw Shen Liu's face, she was momentarily stunned, and then heard Lin Bai say, "You should head back. I have something to take care of." Then he opened the car door, and Shen Liuyu stepped on the gas and left, leaving Tang Xiao in a daze. Strange, how does Lin Bai know the senior? Not far behind, Li Qingge and Bai Wuyo exchanged glances filled with gossip. On the car, Shen Liu's expression was grave. "Who was the person you followed that day?" Lin Bai frowned in contemplation. After completing the task, he had not kept track of Xia Yuan, and later events caused him to completely forget about it. "I was following Xia Yuan." "What's wrong?" "I was the one following Xia Yuan. You were following a fake." Shen Liuyu spoke in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Bai noticed that her eyes were bloodshot and deeply fatigued. It seemed she hadn't rested for a long time. "I initially thought it was the Embers people, but unexpectedly, it involved the Gate Council. At that time, when I followed Xia Yuan, I discovered he had already been controlled, and several people from Ember also appeared, diverting our attention. Now it seems they are deliberately providing cover for the Gate Council." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's expression sharpened. Could it be that the two evil sects are collaborating? Shen Liuyu was taken aback. "That day I followed Xia Yuan. In the end, he entered Tianyan community. The mention of Tianyuan community changed Shen Liu's complexion. You mean the Xia Yuan you were following entered Tianyuan community? If that's the case, then the two evil sects definitely have some connection behind the scenes. Wait, at that time you were in Tianyuan community. Shen Liu suddenly looked at Lin Bai. The outbreak point of the Tianyuan community incident was the same time she was tracking Xia Yuan. In other words, Lin Bai not only participated in the battle, but also survived. Were you the one wielding the firearm at the initial stage? Indeed it was me. Lin Bai nodded. At this moment Shen Liu looked at him, as if he were a monster. Many of her classmates had gone to battle, so she was well aware of the situation at that time. Being able to survive as an initial stage wielder was already impressive, yet the person they spoke of, the initial stage wielder, was rampaging. She couldn't connect the rampaging maniac her classmates described with Lin Bai. Seeing her incredulous expression, Lin Bai pinched his thumb and index finger together, just a bit of the secret technique of the seven sins body. Shen Liu's mouth twitched. I would be surprised if I believed you. However, since Lin Bai wasn't saying more, she couldn't press further. Their relationship wasn't that close yet. With a complex expression, she looked at Lin Bai. Right now you are considered a hero. They are still pursuing the Gate Council. After this matter concludes, there will be rewards for you. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Now, I am not sleepy. And I heard that Captain Yang's weapon is in your hands. Are you referring to that Tianlong? Yes. Shen Liu sighed. Speaking of which, he is still our senior. His name is Yang Jingshua, and he was part of the most recent patrol team. The higher-ups mean you can keep that weapon. Lin Bai realized no wonder no one had come to reclaim it from him these days. After the battle ended, Greed took the weapon and ran away. With his temperament, how could he possibly return something that was in his possession? However, the weight of this weapon. Remembering Yang Jingshuo's death in Greed's memories, Lin Bai let out a sigh. The anger brought about by the other party's death unexpectedly rekindled his rage, something he had not anticipated. Moreover, even now the flames of anger had not been suppressed. In fact, they grew more intense due to a lack of release. Reflecting on this, he asked, you came to find me, but shouldn't just be to ask these things, right? Initially I just wanted to ask, but after learning all this I have some new thoughts. What? Shen Liu pulled over and turned on the hazard lights, placing her hands on the steering wheel, looking ahead as she spoke in a serious tone about Xia Yuan. Did I not mention he was arranged by me? But now he has been controlled and he still hasn't awakened. Is the Academy's method not effective? No, it's that he does not want to awaken. Doesn't want to. Lin Bai's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. The one controlling him is a high-up from Ember, a big fish of the same synchronization level. The other party has a psychic ability that is quite special. It can control those of lower levels, but their own combat power is weak. Xia Yuan wants to use this to find the other party's true body. Lin Bai pondered briefly and understood. The other party intended to use this opportunity to eliminate a key figure of the evil cult. The sync stage is not for the faint of heart. In fact, most superpowered individuals never reach this stage in their lifetime. If they could catch such a big fish at this stage. Lin Bai's thoughts stirred. The one looking for him is probably not Xia Yuan, but you right. Hee. Shen Liu chuckled. That's true, but Xia Yuan is also a member of my team. Lin Bai rolled his eyes. Stop with the nonsense. What about the rewards? Seeing Lin Bai's gesture, Shen Liu was somewhat shocked. You think of rewards first for such a noble task as defeating the evil cult with a beautiful girl like me. Aren't you supposed to be passionate? My emotions are all with my clone, and my true self has no feelings. Hurry up. How boring. Shen Liu shook her head and said seriously, this person has 3 bounties on him. One is from the Academy, the other is from the official authorities of Magic City, and the last one. She revealed a meaningful smile. This person offended a second-generation family in Magic City, and they have also placed a bounty on him. 3 bounties. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai did not feel happy. Instead, he frowned. If Jin Mia is so good at hiding, don't tell me he doesn't know he has a bounty on his head. Shen Liu's smile stiffened. Lin Bai began to speak faster. With a bounty on him, he dares to come out and cause trouble. He either has confidence, or this is a trap. According to you, this is a spiritual-type superpowered individual with weak strength. How could someone like Jin Mia survive until now without luck? Not at all, Shen Liu instinctively replied. If it's not luck, then besides his own caution and intelligence, what else could it be? Lin Bai's counter-question left Shen Liu dumbfounded. Seeing her like this, Lin Bai's gaze fell on her chest, shaking his head helplessly. Upon noticing his gaze, Shen Liu's face instantly turned red. It wasn't shyness, it was because she suddenly realized how foolish her actions were. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Bai looked at her with a hint of helplessness. This person's information was probably something you stumbled upon, right? Actually, that's not the case. When Shen Liu heard this, it was as if she wanted to redeem herself, and she decisively said this information was obtained by one of our team members who was tracking a Jin Mia individual. It was precisely because of this that Shen Liu didn't think too much, as she was clear about her team member's strength, and the other party hadn't discovered anything. What if the person he was tracking is also a bait? Impossible. Shin Luyu shook her head decisively. The person he was tracking is from the Gate Council. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai showed a contemplative expression. Shin Luyu decided to launch an operation against this superpowered individual based on these two premises. The participants are often confused. It is only as an observer that he sees some oddities. However, regardless of how one looks at it, there are too many inconsistencies in this situation. The other party may not even be from the Night Owl group, but could be someone else. This is definitely murky waters. Lin Bai shook his head slightly and opened the car door. Aren't you coming? Shin Luyu asked in surprise. I have no reason to go. Lin Bai was not just saying this casually. The system hadn't issued any tasks, so why should he go? The triple bounty is indeed quite generous. Shin Luyu was still trying to persuade him. Lin Bai's mind worked too well, and he was strong enough himself. Where could she find such a teammate? Unfortunately, Lin Bai had made up his mind and got out of the car, ignoring her. Had he known Shin Luyu would lead him into a big pit, he wouldn't have gotten in the car at all. There's an old saying in China: the wise and the foolish are often the same. Lin Bai felt that he could also consider himself clever. After getting out of the car, he simply called for a ride and returned to the academy, leaving Shin Luyu alone in a state of confusion. This kid is truly sharp. Over the next 2 days, there were basically no incidents, and Lin Bai attended classes as usual. During this time, the crackdown on the Gate Council in Magic City seemed to hit a bottleneck. Even with more and more people going to eliminate them, progress was extremely slow. In these 2 days, many students in the class followed the seniors to take on tasks to eliminate members of the Gate Council. Seeing that the number of attendees in class was less than half, Yishuang directly gave them a break. Within the academy, improving one's strength is the primary task, and going out to perform tasks in real combat is also a good method. Thus, Lin Bai had nothing much to do in the morning and went early to find Chu Hanjiang for practice. With his 1,000 machine martial arts, Lin Bai need not worry about his real combat experience. In these 2 days, his several clones also gradually revived, and a commotion began in his mind. One day, Lin Bai, as usual, went to find Chu Hanjiang, but unexpectedly received a call from Shin Luyu. As soon as he picked up Shin Luyu's tone, made him sense something was off. Lin Bai, Xia Yuan is in trouble. At the same moment, the system issued a task. Task: eliminate a member of the Jin Mia organization Xianin. Reward: Silver Hex, extract 1, Hero Template 1. Lin Bai's eyes instantly lit up. Another fixed hex extract. In the silver pool, there are also many things he desires, and with an additional hero template, the rewards this time are exceptionally generous. But who is Xianin? Combining the task triggered by Shin Luyu's call, Lin Bai suddenly had an idea. This must be the big fish they were tracking. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai's thoughts began to race. What's the specific situation? Tell me. Shin Luyu promptly opened her mouth. Wasn't Xia Yuan responsible for tracking that person before? That is Xianin from the Jin Mia organization. His superpower is in Strength Puppeteer. This superpower is extremely strange and rare. We haven't found any information on it so far, but what we do know is that he can manipulate others through his powers. Previously, Xia Yuan was tracking a superpowered individual he controlled, but just now the scheduled communication I had with him was interrupted, and his location has disappeared. Lin Bai felt a sinking sensation in his heart. So he has been exposed. That's very likely. But why are you looking for me? I'm just at the awakening stage. On the other end, Shin Luyu was taken aback for a moment, and straightforwardly said, I feel your brain works better. Help me. Rewards can be discussed. Lin Bai's expression darkened. He himself found it somewhat unbelievable that she would not look for someone stronger first. Then he felt a stir in his heart. Come pick me up. Where are you? At the academy, the same place as last time. Okay. Shin Luyu's car drove fast, and she arrived before Lin Bai had to wait long. Get in. Here it comes. Lin Bai yawned, and then opened the passenger door to get in. He'll take you to meet my team first. Xia Yuan lost contact half an hour ago, and we want to check the last place he was seen. Why are you going there? The other party discovered Xia Yuan there. They might be waiting for you at some spot. Lin Bai rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Shin Luyu slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Lin Bai out. That's a good point. What should we do? I'll go check. You all look around nearby to see if there's anyone watching us. Lin Bai rubbed his eyes. You look really tired, someone remarked. Lin Bai waved his hand, saying, I didn't sleep well last night. Soon Shin Luyu brought Lin Bai to a private room in a restaurant outside the academy to meet her team members. There were 3 people in total, 2 girls and 1 boy, and when Shin Luyu pushed the door open, the 3 were each sitting in their corners. The girl by the window was sitting cross-legged on the radiator, her fingers flying as a deep gray scarf. The yarn in her hands moved like a living creature, with 2 bamboo needles moving so fast they left traces. She had a loose, low ponytail with a few strands of hair falling over her cheeks, focused intently. Let me introduce you, Chung Emo, Shin Luyu said, lifting her chin slightly. Her ability is glass textile engineering. After infusing it with spiritual energy, anything she weaves can transform into binding weapons. Chung Emo looked at Lin Bai with curiosity. Hello. Hi there. Across the conference table was a short-haired girl who was hunched over the table, troubled by a disassembled drone. She wore a white t-shirt stained with oil, sleeves rolled up to her elbows with a pile of messy parts spread across the table. See Yuan's glass melting flow. Shun Liuyu introduced. She can instantly release high temperatures and is the main attacker in the team, breaking through defenses with brute force. She then pointed to a pair of Halfinger metal gloves thrown in the corner of the table, each knuckle engraved with runes. Those gloves are her weapons. Once worn, a punch can weld through an armored vehicle. Si Yuan suddenly looked up, almost poking herself in the face with the welding gun in her hand. Stop it. Last week that punch went off course and nearly blew up the fire sprinkler in the lab. I still owe money to the logistics department. She grinned at Lin by revealing a small canine tooth. Shin Liuyu smiled and pointed to the only boy. He leaned back in his chair, a book resting on his knees, wearing black-framed glasses with a refined appearance. Upon noticing someone entering, he closed the book and looked at Lin Bai with a gentle gaze. Guyan Zhou, he said, nodding slightly at Lin Bai. My ability is Echo of Shadows, which allows me to revert an object state to a specific point in time, but only for inanimate objects and for a very short duration. Hello, Lin Bai said politely. Wow. You must be the junior that Shun Jia highly praises. Si Yuan wiped her hands and jogged over to speak. Not that impressive. What's our next move? Lin Bai waved his hand with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the four of them looking at him simultaneously. We'll follow your lead, they said in unison. Lin Bai, do they trust me this much? Guyan Zhou sighed helplessly. Liuyu mentioned your analysis before, and we all dismissed it, and the result is that Xia Yuan is missing. Lin Bai froze. But seeing the serious expressions on their faces, he didn't say much more, and said, all right then, we'll head to the last location he was seen, but I'll go alone. You all hide nearby, and see if there are any suspicious people around. Lin Bai didn't hesitate. Concerning the mission, it was best that these people obeyed. No one had any objections, and it was urgent, so they set off immediately. The four of them drove while Lin Bai took a taxi. The place where Xia Yuan lost signal was near a street known for being a hot spot with all sorts of people around. In the car, Lin Bai yawned. Driver, wake me when we arrive. Sure thing. After about 20 minutes, Lin Bai got out of the car and checked the messages in a temporary group chat on his phone. Guyan Zhou location information. Guyan Zhou, he last disappeared from this cafe. Lin Bai opened the map and confirmed that he could see the cafe's location from there. He felt a shift in his heart and sent a message. Lin Bai, I'm heading over directly and will pretend to look for someone. You all be extra alert. After sending the message, he put away his phone, adopting a serious expression as he headed towards the cafe indicated in the location information. The cafe had a dim interior with a few people scattered around. Upon arriving, Lin Bai sensed his surroundings briefly before walking directly to the front desk, taking out his student ID from the academy. Hello, I'm a student from Yenji Academy, and I'm here on a mission. I'd like to ask if you've seen this person. Seeing that Lin Bai looked serious, the other party thought he was looking for trouble at first, but after he showed his ID and politely asked, they began to think. I don't think I've seen this person before. A girl mixing coffee turned her head, glanced at the photo Lin Bai provided, and thought for a moment. I've seen him. He was sitting in that spot for a long time before he left. She pointed to a couple by the window in the left. Lin Bai frowned. The other party was just an ordinary person, and Lin Bai, by virtue of being a student from Yenji Academy, was already on a different level than them. Seeing Lin Bai like this, she shrank her neck and said, yes, yes. Lin Bai walked to where she pointed, where the couple was chatting and laughing. Lin Bai sat down at a position behind them, took out his phone, and asked, so any news? No, nothing unusual. Everyone is now distributed nearby, sensing everything. They also haven't seen any suspicious individuals. Lin Bai frowned and thought, looking out the window from here, it was just a regular street with no suspicious people in sight. At that moment, the couple stood up and walked past Lin Bai, and immediately Lin Bai stood up and followed them out. Meanwhile, the four nearby watching saw Lin Bai walk out, but they said nothing. Upon closer inspection, their pupils looked somewhat dazed, as if they were under some kind of illusion. After Lin Bai and the couple left the street not far away. We've taken the bait. What's next? What's next? Why are you asking me? What arrogance. All I want to do is fight. Don't be anxious, we can't rush things at this time. Damn, will I ever be told not to rush by greed. Everyone shut up, let's hurry and follow. We don't want laziness to actually fall asleep. My lord, he is here. Brought as instructed. And inside a secluded chamber stood the couple from earlier, along with Shan Liuyu and others. Even Xia Yuan was present. All had gathered in one place. Beyond them, roughly a dozen more individuals formed a tight circle. At its center stood Lin Bai, vacanted and motionless. Their expressions mirrored his exactly, blank, hollowed, as though their very souls had been siphoned away. And so this is the boy bearing the seven sins body. A voice echoed forth. The crowd parted instinctively, revealing a figure draped entirely in gray robes. And he stooped low, moved with deliberate slowness, and spoke in a voice worn thin by age. Release him. And he spoke calmly, but Lin Bai remained utterly unresponsive. The robed figure frowned faintly, then instantly retreated behind the crowd. Shun Liuyu and the others immediately encircled Lin Bai, yet Lin Bai stirred not at all. And the room fell into absolute silence, until within that stillness a soft rhythmic snore broke the air. The robed figure, and he stepped back once more and pointed toward Shin Liuyu. You, go see what's amiss. And Shin Liuyu hurried forward, his tone eerily placid. My lord, he appears to be asleep. Asleep, and the robed figure paused bewildered, then vanished without a trace. And awaken him. And Shin Liuyu seized Lin Bai's shoulders and shook him violently until his drowsy eyes fluttered open. Ah, where am I? Who are you? And that initial cry betrayed fresh awakening. But upon taking in his surroundings, the final syllable of where twisted sharply upward in shock. Hee, haven't you grasped your predicament yet? And the laughter seemed to emanate from every direction at once, resonant, echoing, profoundly sinister. Lin Bai froze. Damn, how many Soul Palace elders does it take to summon this much dread? And the robed figure was utterly flustered. From the moment Lin Bai arrived, something deeply off about him had been unmistakable. Yet now he stood encircled by the robed figure's own puppets, powerless to resist. In the seven sins body, truly a rare gem. Senior sister, senior brother, what's happened to you? And Lin Bai stared in disbelief at Shan Liuyu and the others, then reached out and shook them only to find them utterly inert like lifeless marionettes. It's futile. They are my puppets now, bound solely to my will. Lin Bai's face paled in horror. The voice issuing those words belonged unmistakably to Shan Liuyu himself. And why? And he stumbled backward trembling. Who are you? Me. I am precisely whom you sought, Xianyin. Or have you forgotten you've entered my domain? And Gu Yanzhou stepped forward with a cold, mirthless smile, while the figures behind him closed in synchronously. Congratulations, you found me. And but why no joy? And smile for me. And hee. This time Xianyin's voice issued from every mouth, each uttering one line in turn, a grotesque, uncanny chorus. Lin Bai collapsed onto the floor paralyzed, not merely by fear, but by sheer disbelief. A grown man, yet never before confronted with such surreal horror, he scrambled backward frantically. But after 2 frantic inches he struck against Si Yuan's legs. And he turned, and met a vision of pale, flawless skin. And, not far from here. HSS, something's wrong, and Lust halted abruptly. And what is it? Greed, leading the way, glanced back. And, hurry, let Sloth indulge himself already. Senior sister Si Yuan, save me. And Lin Bai seized upon her like a drowning man clutching salvation, and lunged to grasp her leg. Si Yuan, look closely. Who do you see? NSI Yuan lowered her gaze, and beneath that lethal, deathless stare Xianyin's voice emerged. And Lin Bai's mind shattered completely, his lips parted uttering the most iconic plea of all. You can't touch me. I'm a student of Yunji Academy. My mentors are Yi Shuang and Chu Hanjiang. They'll never let this go, and never let it go. Xianyin paused, then laughed bitterly. How could they possibly know? Once you return, you'll walk among them just as before, indistinguishable from any ordinary soul. They'll never, since you've become my puppet. Hee, and another chilling laugh rang out. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xianyin stepped slowly forward from behind the crowd. Now, open your heart and surrender to me. In beneath the gray hood, Xianyin revealed a face withered and ancient, deep fissures etched across dry parchment-like skin. Ghost! And Lin Bai shrieked, and instantly collapsed unconscious. Xianyin's brow furrowed. Instantly someone fetched a basin of icy water, and dashed it full force across Lin Bai's face. Yet this time, no response whatsoever. And still unroused, dead with fright, Xianyin studied Lin Bai's prone form, his expression tightening, but he advanced no closer. Instead he gestured sharply, continue pouring. Bucket after bucket crashed over Lin Bai, yet rather than waking his breathing grew slower, deeper, unervingly serene. This anomaly stilled Xianyin in profound confusion, until a sudden realization struck. He took one precise step forward, not too far, not too near, positioning himself just shy of the circle's front, flanked on either side by Shan Liuyu and another man. The moment that foot landed, Lin Bai erupted upward with a roar. Cunning wretch, your life ends now. Knee's hand shot forward, fingers clawing for Xianyin's throat. But Xianyin had anticipated it, leaping backward with preternatural grace, vanishing almost instantly against the far wall. Beside him a pallid young woman flicked her wrist, and shadows spilled downward like liquid night, swallowing. Simultaneously every figure around Lin Bai surged into motion, closing ranks, subduing him. Though Lin Bai wielded the strength of a harnessing-tier cultivator, every one of his captors matched or surpassed him, including several manifestation-tier adepts, and even 2 resonance-tier masters. Resistance was impossible. Yet the instant they moved, the door exploded inward. Baosher charged through first, fury blazing in his eyes. Where the hell are they? Baosher followed close behind, and only then did the assembled figures whirl around, scrambling to intercept them. Yin watched his eye twitching violently. He knew it. He knew Lin Bai was bait. Pressing flat against the wall, he began to slip away, only to collide after 2 silent steps with another figure. Yin looked up, stunned, into a pair of eyes utterly devoid of warmth or mercy. "In a sewer rat like you dares bump into me." Arrogance seized Yin's throat and crushed. And snap. Not sharp, brittle sound. Yin's eyes bulged wide, vision dimming to black as he crumpled. His last sight, arrogance wiping his palm with fastidious disgust. 800 gold coins. Task: eliminate members of the Ember Organization Yin. Completed. Received silver hex extract 1, hero template 1. A substantial amount of gold entered the account, stirring a reaction in Lin Bai, who was far away in his dormitory. Meanwhile, everyone around stopped their actions, looking at each other in utter bewilderment. Where is this? What just happened? Wasn't I chasing Yin? I almost caught him. At this moment, Shen Liuyu and the others also regained their senses, their expressions changing dramatically upon seeing everyone gathered together. Oh no, we have been controlled by Yin. This statement snapped everyone back to reality. They had no memory of the time spent, but the last thing they remembered was as they were about to confront Yin. But in this unfamiliar position, they quickly realized they had been manipulated. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and in the next moment Yin's emaciated corpse was arrogantly tossed into the midst of the crowd. "You lot can be controlled by this waste that I could crush with one hand." Everyone turned to look at Yin's corpse, and at that moment no one paid attention to the disdain in the arrogant voice. They were all in a daze. Yin is dead. Does that mean they were released from control only after Yin's death? Oi oi oi. Greed hurriedly jogged over. "This old fellow's corpse is worth a lot, don't just throw it away. We still need it to claim the bounty later." The crowd stared in shock at the almost identical faces of arrogance and greed, realizing that there were also several Lin Bai nearby. They all came. Shen Liuyu was astonished. It was her first time seeing all of Lin Bai's avatars appear, and they had even killed Yin. Hearing this, the honest gluttony spoke up. "All the avatars are here, but the main body is sleeping in the dormitory." Shen Liu's team was aware of Lin Bai's unique abilities, and upon hearing this, their faces twitched. "So we all took the fall, and you didn't even show up." The surrounding crowd was somewhat bewildered, but upon hearing the term avatars, they quickly speculated that this must be part of his unique ability. Shen Liuyu glanced at the crowd and found they were all slightly older. They seemed to be free ability users from society, probably drawn in by the official bounty, but unexpectedly fell under Yin's control first. "It was this little brother who saved us, right?" 2 of the highest-ranking resonance-level ability users approached a few of the avatars, their expressions complex. "We cannot express our gratitude enough. Please leave a contact method, and if you ever need our help, we will not They were quite direct. If Lin Bai hadn't killed Yin, they would likely have been controlled for a lifetime. The thought of that made them shudder. The others, upon hearing this, also looked as if they had survived a disaster, coming over to exchange contact details with Lin Bai. But at that moment, the lazy avatar holding the phone had already fallen asleep, and Greed cheerfully pulled out his phone from his pocket. All right, let's all add each other. I won't be polite later. Oh, when adding, please note your abilities so I can see who might need help later. Also, financial capability counts as an ability too." Greed's requests didn't provoke their displeasure. Compared to being controlled for a lifetime, they wouldn't mind giving up all their wealth for Lin Bai. Thus a group of people lined up to add each other on WeChat, with Greed seriously making notes for each of them. Zhao Mukin resonance level, I saved his life. Ji Qi manifestation level, quite affluent Meng Jinyu. A series of notes made jealousy turn red with envy. Why can't I add them? I contributed too. All right, let's head back. Lust smiled as he walked out, while behind him the sleeping lazy subconsciously scratched his waist, not knowing why it had hurt a moment ago. Head back. Back to what? Where is everyone? I haven't even made my move yet. Fury looked bewildered, searching around for signs of the enemy. Several avatars silently turned away from him. On the way back, after hearing everything Greed said, Shen Liuyu and the others turned pale. "If I calculate correctly, I should have been under control for 2 days. Are you saying we acted completely normally while under control?" Greed nodded slightly. "It seems so." "Then how did you know?" The others looked equally astonished. Greed spread his hands. "I'm a waking level user. You all invited me to join the team." Shen Liuyu and the others' faces turned red. Had they been as cautious as Lin Bai, they wouldn't have fallen into such a trap so easily. The main body had long since determined that Yin was a cunning old fox, so he was quite cautious. When he sensed something was off with you, he began to wonder if you had been controlled, then sent Lazy to check on you. After all, even if you weren't under control, sending out avatars would suffice. Suddenly jealousy yelled from the back seat. You should have called me sooner. Damn it, while others were under mental control, the original Sin avatar wasn't affected. He just slept through it, almost blowing his cover. Greed shook his head slightly. Lazy is still smart. While dozing off in the car, the senior sister didn't recognize him and concluded you all were under control. What about you? Maybe you were still envious that the senior sister had a car. Jealousy gasped, his aura suddenly rising. Damn it, Greed, why are you so clever? You're also clever. You just used your brain to be jealous instead. Am I not jealous of original Sin? I retract that compliment about your cleverness. Driving Shun Liu curiously watched the argument between jealousy and greed, while the voices of Gu Yanzhou and others could be heard sighing in the group chat. Sigh, this time we really messed up. It's over, we owe a big debt. The few drove all the avatars to Lin Bai's dormitory entrance. Soon the door opened and Lin Bai rubbed his sleepy eyes, waving his hand as all the avatars vanished. Back already. At this point the expressions of the others became a bit awkward. They felt somewhat relaxed in front of the avatars, but felt strange facing Lin Bai's main body. After all, being saved by a junior made them feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Bai sighed helplessly. It's all in the past, you all can relax. That Xian was a cunning old fox. It took me many attempts before he revealed his true nature. Upon seeing Lazarus' memories, Lin Bai immediately understood what had happened, but it must be said that Xian was indeed cunning. Thankfully, when Lazy wasn't asleep, he was still normal, successfully inheriting his intellect, and turned the tables on Xian. On the way back, he should be rewarded with more sleep. This operation relied heavily on the tacit collaboration of several avatars. Lazy acted as bait, while the other avatars played the role of the fisherman, using Greed's perception to approach, while Lazy attracted their attention. During this time, Lazarus' performance in easing Xian's guard was also invaluable. Yes, he should be rewarded with an extra hour of sleep. In the suburbs of the Magic City, within a maze of residential buildings, Bai Wuyo frowned tightly as he spoke into his phone. Are you sure? The members of the Door Council have started to stir. A voice came from the other end of the phone. That's right. It seems that Xian from the Burning Destruction faction has been killed, causing widespread panic among them. Xian, is it really that significant for a member of Burning Destruction to die? Bai Wuyo was even more puzzled. The other party quickly explained, you don't know, I just captured one and got some information out of him. In their cult, Xian is notoriously mysterious. No one has ever seen his true face, and he has hidden himself very well. To them, this is like a benchmark for a hidden identity. Now that this benchmark has been taken down, they are all starting to fear, thinking we have some special means of investigation. Bai Wuyo pondered for a moment. Do we have such means? Of course not. Came the bitter laughter from the other end. I've heard it was someone from our academy who killed Xian. The rewards for Xian's capture have already been claimed by several people. After hearing this, Bai Wuyo nodded slightly. Then let's not worry about them. As long as there are no abnormal disturbances, it's fine. Besides, if they come out, it will actually make things easier for us. Bai Wuyo's eyes flickered with reincarnation light as he gazed into the distance. Among the crowd of ordinary people, one figure caught his eye, standing out as particularly special. On the other side, in a small team of 3, where Ji Xinyuan was located, 2 third-year students stood ready at it. Have they started to flee? Shun Liu, do you know them? The 2 behind him nodded slightly. They're from the Night Owl team. Their small team has very strong tracking and infiltration abilities. They killed Xian. Upon hearing this, both of them were visibly shocked. Xian, did they really manage to take him down? The other person shook his head, his expression grave. It seems they have made a breakthrough in strength. Xian is not simple. Ji Xinyuan furrowed his brow. This bounty for Xian is quite substantial. Many of us want to capture him. True, but he is very cautious and has peculiar abilities, controlling quite a few experts. Ji Xinyuan thought for a moment. Let's continue. The opportunity has come. Many others like Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo, who had joined the third-year student teams for training, had received this information. With Xian killed, the lurking cults began to panic. The high-end combat power of these cults was cut down due to the intense search by that strong individual hovering over the city. However, that powerful figure could not locate individuals of such low strength. There were simply too many of them in the Magic City, and even if the opponent was strong, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Relying on this fact, they had been hiding quite well. But now, with Xian, the most cunning of them all taken down, they naturally could not hide any longer. Moreover, it seemed that the official lockdown had loosened a bit. A high-intensity lockdown for a city with such a vast flow of people like the Magic City was still unsustainable. This situation further stirred their desire to escape. At this time, chaos began to emerge in the magic. In many places, the figures of ability users could be seen taking action. Although they were trying their best to avoid causing any significant disturbances, occurrences still happened. On the other side, Lin Bai, who had killed Xian, also received his bounty. This kill was considered an independent achievement, and Shun Liu and others did not dare to take it for themselves, even helping Lin Bai claim the bounty. This was also Lin Bai's intention, letting them take the lead. After all, he did not want to be marked by burning destruction. The Shun Liuyu team was not afraid of this. They had been targeting burning destruction all along, making them natural enemies. Xian Ying truly commanded a triple bounty, which was incredibly generous. Not to mention the money, which was the most basic. The total of the 3 rewards added up to nearly 10 million. What was truly valuable were the resource rewards. Lin Bai exchanged many cultivation resources and even customized a weapon for jealousy, which was crafted using resources from the 2nd generation. After all, jealousy was based on the Riven template, and weapons were essential. Gluttony could manage with just fists, while greed currently had the Tianlong. The official rewards from the Magic City accounted for the bulk of the money, while the Academy rewards were primarily. With the triple rewards, Lin Bai successfully used the resources to elevate himself and his other avatars to the Mastery tier. Yes, he used immediate resources for a rapid increase in Realm. As for stability in the Foundation, that was not a concern. Their level of Realm was simply about piling up spiritual energy. Other aspects, such as practical combat experience or the application of abilities, were not something Lin Bai needed to consider. The hero template brought inherent proficiency. Then came the Hextech and hero extraction. With this task's generous rewards, Lin Bai rubbed his hands in lazy anticipation before starting the extraction. First was the hero extraction. Lin Bai definitely had to draw a hero first, since Hextech also served the hero template. Taking a deep breath, he clicked to begin, and the scene before him began to spin. Countless heroes' figures flashed by rapidly, finally settling on a magnificent figure with a smile. It was time to strike with full force. As the voice echoed out, Lin Bai's pupils constricted sharply. Galio! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lin Bai nearly jumped up, or it must be said that rubbing laziness does have its merits. The Justicar Galio is also a hero with an extremely terrifying potential. He is known as the nemesis of mages, and when fully grown, he can even tank against the likes of the true damage-dealing Ruined King. The key point lies in his W skill, Duran's Shield. Duran's Shield is a control-type skill that not only taunts enemies, but also possesses an incredibly bizarre ability. That is, when activated, it immediately grants damage reduction, and after it ends, it provides damage reduction based on the duration of the shield. Most importantly, this damage reduction can be enhanced through his own ability, Power Magic Resistance, and Health, which, when sufficiently high, allows for 100% magic and physical damage reduction. Then, if skill cooldowns are also reduced, he can continuously activate Duran's Shield for infinite damage reduction. In addition, his damage output is also terrifying, as his skill Warwind deals magic damage based on ability power percentage. This is truly a champion who can both tank and deal damage. Galio is the tank in Lin Bai's ideal template. The template of Gluttony's Draven can only be considered half a tank, leaning more towards heavy damage. However, the subsequent Hextech allocation posed some difficulties for Lin Bai. To achieve magical and physical immunity with Galio, he severely lacked skill cooldowns and the 3 major enhancements for Duran's Shield. However, compared to Galio, there is still a gap, but there are still choices. Lin Bai pondered Eureka, the combination of the Wizard's Hat, Devouring Soul, and Extraordinary Evil. Extraordinary Evil increases the spell power when hitting enemies, while Devouring Soul controls enemies to increase health. This can meet the requirements for the health and spell power bonus of the Duran's Shield, and the high spell power bonus from the Wizard's Hat can further amplify the spell power. After breaking through 1,000, achieving dual immunity from monsters becomes effortless. Finally, with the cooldown of the spell power transformation skill from Eureka, the final piece of the puzzle is perfectly completed. In this way, he can withdraw the stacked Horned Dragon and the Shrink Ray and add a champion that can grow infinitely. Lin Bai's mouth curled up in a grin, clenching his fist. It can be done. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He needs to find more items that can extend his lifespan in the future, otherwise he cannot withstand such pulls. It consumes too much of his lifespan. Next is the extraction of Silver Hextech. There are too many usable items with Silver Hextech. Some hexes can even rival the colored ones. Therefore, Lin Bai's mind was also extremely serious. As the scene in front of him changed, 3 silver cards slowly appeared. Leg Day, Retreat Position, Universal Scope. Lin Bai's vision turned dark. As expected, he drew Galio, having exhausted his luck. He rubbed his sleepy laziness skeptically and refreshed all 3 cards. Heavenly Detonation, Spin to Victory, Brutal Power. Lin Bai almost spat out. If drawing Galio was luck at its peak, then Hextech plunged him into darkness. Heavenly Detonation is a support Hextech that explosively shields and slows enemies, while Spin to Victory is a spinning skill that can increase damage by 33 and reduce skill cooldown. As for Brutal Power, once a golden Hextech, it is known for its gentle power. The reason for this name is that its stats are simply underwhelming. 25 attack power, 10 skill, haste, 5 armor penetration. It seems not low, but it depends on who its opponents are. Not to mention the rune synergies, even the percentage increase in attack power from great strength physical to magical conversion stability over speed shadow dash and other hextechs can easily outclass it. But now, thinking of this, he felt a stir in his heart. System, can I forego rune selection? In the game, if runes are not selected, the shop won't open and the next rune won't drop, so he wanted to ask. No. The result was as expected. Lin Bai sighed inwardly and could only take it. As for who to place it on, of course it was jealousy. Although these three attributes are not high, they are all suitable for Riven. In his envisioned path, having a slap and a shrink ray for Riven is already sufficient, and everything else is just icing on the cake. Later he might just allocate a great strength percentage increase in attack power. After drawing, it was time to assign Galio. Lin Bai called out Lust. What puzzled him now were lust and laziness. Galio template, who wants it? Not suitable for me, give it to him. Lust refused without a second thought. Galio was entirely out of his aesthetic range. Lin Bai looked him up and down. You're not going to turn into Galio, you're just using his skill set. Lin Bai glanced at the lazily sleeping laziness. Do you think he can stack devouring soul and extraordinary evil? Lust paused. Not surprisingly, he really made sense. But Galio, seeing his hesitant expression, Lin Bai gently coaxed. Think about it, what is the effect of Duran's shield? Taunt. It's called taunt, but in reality, isn't it forcing everyone to focus their hatred on you? If they have hatred, they must look over. Isn't this the perfect time to showcase your charm? Hiss. Truly the essence. It makes so much sense. Lust was moved. Think about it again, when others are in crisis and a hero appears, how many admirers can you gain? Galio's protective abilities need not be elaborated on. You should know heroes descending from the heavens. Give it to me. Lust suddenly looked at Lin Bai with burning eyes. Lin Bai smiled, flipping the Galio template onto Lust. By this point, several clones basically had their own hero templates, and Lin Bai's gaze fell back onto himself. His path is that of the ultimate value of a dice-throwing madman. Body refinement. Through a large number of attribute fragments, comprehensively enhanced strength. He hasn't thought of a hero template yet, but there will surely be a suitable one. Once the path is planned out, just one question remains. That is whether he can get the Hextech runes he wants. Thinking of this, Lin Bai squinted and looked at the sleeping laziness. At this moment, he had another wild idea. However, this idea still needs verification, so it will have to wait until the next draw. With their paths chosen, Lin Bai's thoughts instantly became clear. He stretched lazily, and then took laziness back, lying down in his spot. While he was breaking through beautifully, the students of Ziwei Courtyard were caught in a fierce battle. In fact, many people were participating in their first real battle during this mission, and now they had to face those ruthless and cunning cultists, which was quite a headache. Outside of the Demon City, Bai Wuyo was frantically fleeing with a grim expression, while behind him 2 third-year students were fighting and retreating. In this operation, they found a hideout of the Door Council. Bai Wuyo had already calculated his strength carefully, but he did not anticipate the frenzied nature of these cultists. In terms of combat power, they were sufficient. However, under the cultists' madness, the two had no choice but to protect Bai Wuyo, naturally falling into a disadvantage. The result is now being chased and running like this. On the other side, Ji Zuanyuan's experience wasn't much different. He made the same mistake as Bai Wuyo. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Qingge was fighting alongside Tang Xiao and 2 third-year students against 2 cultists. Impressive, you predicted all the cultists' counterattacks. It was all taught by Brother Lin. Tang Xiao recalled Lin Bai's instructions before they set out and felt a surge of fear. The cultists' madness was exactly as Lin Bai had described. Li Qingge was also panting. But one thing at a time, remember to help me arrange for Lin Bai to come out after we return from this outing. Tang Xiao's mouth twitched. We didn't mention this before we set out. Hey, what's wrong with having a meal among classmates? I will relay the message, but whether Brother Lin comes out is his own choice. That's enough. Li Qingge smiled, and then focused on one of the cultists. The opponent's eyes instantly lost focus and was promptly stabbed in the heart by a third-year student without. The joys and sorrows of people cannot be shared. For instance, Li Qingge currently finds it exceedingly simple to deal with these cultists. After taking them all down, she successfully completed her task. Sure, of course. After glancing at her phone, the joy on Li Qing's face was hard to conceal. In her small circle of second-generation friends, they were all discussing the fierce counterattacks from these cultists, with many having suffered serious setbacks. She snapped a photo and sent it to the group chat saying, oh, it was just like that. After putting on this act, she felt much more relaxed. Let's go on to the next one. However, these second-generation individuals were mostly quite capable. Those third-year students were actually just. After initially being caught off guard, they quickly adapted to the frenzied tactics of these cultists. After 2 consecutive days of intense missions, more and more cultists were eliminated until virtually none were left. Once they all returned and rested for a day, Yi Shuang resumed the classes. During these few days, Lin Bai did not remain idle. He directly engaged in high-intensity training with Chu Hanjing, and with the enhancement of the 1,000 mechanisms martial arts his practical experience grew rapidly. In the morning the classroom quickly filled up. Before Yi Shuang arrived, everyone was exchanging insights on their recent battles against the cultists. As Lin Bai and Tang Xiao took their seats, they sensed a chilling gaze upon them. Turning to look, it was indeed Lu's son. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on, thinking, why is this guy acting like a mad dog? Does he like you or something? Li Qingge asked with a gossiping grin. Get lost. Lin Bai replied with a straight face, while Lu Sun chuckled and changed the subject. I heard you haven't been catching cultists these days. Don't you want such a good opportunity for practical experience? Li Qingge said, smiling as she showcased her significantly enhanced aura. Lin Bai looked at her with a hint of melancholy. And what do you think of mine? Li Qingge focused her gaze and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Dominion stage. How is that possible? Her startled cry drew the attention of everyone present. Even Ji Xuanyuan, who usually didn't pay attention to such matters, turned to take a look. At that moment, everyone noticed the aura of the Dominion stage emanating from Lin Bai. Did you use resources? Li Qingge asked anxiously. Of course, why wouldn't I use resources? At this point, Li Qingge didn't care where Lin Bai's resources came from. She hastily stated, you fool. It's about the foundation. We all have resources, why don't we break through? Isn't it about the foundation and practical experience? She continued, the previous stages are about familiarizing ourselves with our powers. Using them recklessly can destabilize the foundation. It was clear that she was genuinely anxious. Not far away, Jiang Yutian looked puzzled, saying, resources aren't much to us, but you shouldn't have many channels. The Academy's resources aren't enough for you to break through so quickly, right? The ability of the 7 Sin body is simpler than you think, but it's not as complex as you all imagine. Li Qingge rolled her eyes at his words. I can't believe you. Can something so simple defeat Ji Xianyuan? Nearby, Lu Sun's eyes lit up. If Lin Bai could do it, then he would have a chance to break through later. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel excited. Before long, Yi Shuang arrived, and everyone quieted down. After class, Lin Bai hurried over to Chuhanjing. At this stage, life was basically like this. However, during this period, there hadn't been any systematic tasks, which caused some unease in Lin Bai's heart. The academy was too peaceful without any disturbances, and it was only when the system had something related to him that tasks would be issued. After coming out from Chuhanjing, Lin Bai's mind began to stir. It was Friday today with the weekend off. He couldn't continue like this. He had to take the initiative. However, getting in touch with the outside world and approaching scenes that might require combat was actually quite difficult for him. After some contemplation, he decided to contact Shen Luyu. Hey! Shen Luyu's voice came through the phone with bursts of loud noises in the background. What's up? Don't let him escape. Suddenly Shen Luyu shouted, startling Lin Bai. Hurry, surround him. Quickly. Mission: capture the Ember Extinction Executor Pan Yuan. Reward: Hex Extract 3. Lin Bai's eyes lit up instantly. Shen Luyu really was a task trigger. He pondered his words. Senior sister, since we have the weekend off, are there any practical opportunities? Practical? Shen Luyu's side was filled with the sound of rushing wind, as if moving at high speed. I'm in the middle of a fight. It's hard to explain over the phone. Come to Satellite City now. 5. Just turn around, and you'll be there. According to the system's usual behavior, Shen Luyu and the others were probably capturing the Ember Extinction people. Satellite City No. 5 is one of the towns surrounding Magic City, about an hour's journey from here. Lin Bai took a taxi directly there. When he arrived at the Satellite City, he received a call from Shen Luyu. Hey, are you there? The other party sounded somewhat urgent. I'm here. Lin Bai quickly sent his location. Wait for me. Shortly after, Shen Luyu's car screeched to a halt in front of Lin Bai. Get in. In the car, Shen Luyu accelerated. I was just looking for you. We've caught a big fish. But this time we can't act recklessly. Lin Bai's heart stirred. Xianin's Ember Extinction is quite valuable. Such unique talents are rarely seen, and he's at a high level. Originally we thought this would intimidate them, but these people have become even more frantic. The body of Xianin seems to contain something they care a lot about. In recent days, Ember Extinction people have frequently appeared in the Satellite City. Shen Luyu's tone was serious. Yesterday they used a pawn from the academy to approach Xianin's body, but we couldn't find out what was missing. Could it be the soul? Lin Bai pondered and asked. Shen Luyu smacked her forehead. It seems that's the only possibility left. Lin Bai frowned. Does Xianin possibly have a method for Filthy Earth reincarnation? Filthy Earth reincarnation. It means resurrection. Hearing this, Shen Luyu's expression became much graver. He's a mental type, which is actually a lower tier of soul type, so there really is that possibility. There is that possibility, but this could also be a trap. Lin Bai threw cold water on her. Do the Ember Extinction people only appear in Satellite City No. 5. Not just that, it seems they are engaging in large-scale activities this time. Shen Luyu shook her head slightly. The two quickly arrived at their meeting point, where Xi Yuan and the others were already gathered, but Xia Yuan was absent. Seemingly perceiving his confusion, Shen Luyu spoke. Xia Yuan has matters to attend to. Do you have any thoughts? Since the last incident, everyone's recognition of Lin Bai is needless to say. However, upon seeing that Lin Bai had already mastered the stage, everyone was taken aback. Guyanzhou was about to speak when Lin Bai preemptively anticipated its Find My abilities are nearly fully developed. Guyanzhou was frozen in place, but with Lin Bai's intellect, if he said it was fine, then it truly was. Thus he changed the subject. Is it the true self that has come? Lin Bai's expression darkened. Nonsense. Do you think him someone who would send a clone? Several people rolled their eyes. At this moment Shen Luyu also interjected. Alright, the current issue is how to catch that fish. Although the executor Pan Yuan is only at the resonance stage, his ability level is not low. External rumors say it's a great explosion ability, but I think it's not that simple. Could it possibly be Inscrate Annihilation Blast? These two are quite similar, but their power differs greatly. Guyanzhou furrowed his brows in thought. Today we can't even kill those few. Si Yuan, who was on the side, also frowned. Hearing this, Lin Bai directly stated, when dealing with enemies, just consider all possibilities as their trump cards. If uncertain, directly define it as an annihilation blast. We don't have resurrection coins. It being overly cautious in this kind of practical mission is never excessive. Lin Bai's remark left everyone momentarily stunned, and they looked at him with strange expressions. Damn it, why is it that every time Lin Bai is around they seem to learn something? Shen Luyu nodded slightly. That is indeed the case. If it's an annihilation blast, we need to find a way to deal with it. All of them were at the manifestation stage, and dealing with ordinary grade ability users across one level was not an issue, but it was different when it came to Scrade. Guyanzhou's phone rang. He looked down, and his expression changed slightly. Pan Yuan has appeared. What? Several people were startled and hurriedly looked over. It turned out to be a message from another team. 2 executors. What is Jin Mia trying to do? After Lin Bai read their message, his gaze fell on the location where the opponents appeared. Suburban area. They said it should be a trap, trying to gather several teams to go together. Guyanzhou glanced at the information pushed by the other side and spoke in a deep voice. So what do you think? Should we go? As soon as these words were spoken, the others instinctively looked at Lin Bai. Lin Bai was taken aback. What are you looking at me for? But the possibility of a trap is quite high. It could also be a bait. They might want to stir up trouble elsewhere. By the way, is there a world entrance here? The crowd brightened. The high school students who had just arrived had sharp minds and were not yet tainted by university. Shen Luyu decisively stated yes. And not just one. There are 2 worlds here. Both are primary worlds, but they produce dimensional spiritual marrow. This must be their target. Chung Mo's eyes lit up. 2 executors. They want to directly enter both worlds. Lin Bai frowned in thought. Did the other teams go to the suburbs? They have. Then we must set off immediately. They might have already entered the worlds. Si Yuan said anxious. However, Lin Bai slightly shook his head while tricked them. Several people instinctively looked at him, feeling a chill behind them whenever Lin Bai said this. Did the other teams not go over? Now that we are splitting into 2 groups, who among you can identify the people from Jin Mia? Guyanzhou pointed at himself. Alright, Guyanzhou, take 1 team to guard 1 entrance. He'll take another. Let's split up. Don't tell me we can't win, even with a sneak attack. Several people brightened up. The 2 worlds of Satellite City. No. 5 are both primary worlds, a type of elemental realm. 1 is the abyssal water realm, consisting solely of endless oceans inhabited entirely by aquatic creatures with thin spiritual energy, making cultivation difficult. The other is the Rift Wind realm, a wind element world where ceaseless gales dominate the entire planet, devoid of any life forms. However, both worlds can steadily produce spiritual marrow, and due to their smaller size, the world power is quite concentrated, allowing human ability users to be thoroughly immersed in the world power when entering to cultivate. Lin Bai chose the abyssal water realm, where the world entrance is guarded by officials, but Lin Bai believed that it would still be too simple for Jin Mia to enter. Shen Luyu and Chung Mo were also present, quietly waiting in the parking lot. Lin Bai had already sent out his 2 avatars, Arrogance and Greed. These 2 avatars were the most accurate in identifying people. Not to mention Arrogance's bug-level weaknesses being exposed. Greed's sensing ability was also incredibly strong. Once the opponents emerged, if they were carrying dimensional spiritual marrow, Greed could probably smell it from 3 streets away. While they were waiting, Shen Luyu was also monitoring information from other teams. It's true, the executors they encountered in the suburbs were fake. Shen Luyu's whisper suddenly heightened Lin Bai's alertness. Stop looking, the opponents are about to come out. Tell Gu Xuezhang and the others to prepare too. As Lin Bai's words fell, Greed, who was disguised as a student at a milk tea shop, suddenly opened his eyes. The greed in his eyes flashed away. He unobtrusively watched 2 people coming out of the official world entrance building's reception area. 2 very ordinary middle-aged individuals, their expressions weary, but unable to hide their excitement, looked as if they had saved up money for a long time, only to find the cultivation effects far exceeded their expectations after entering. Greed took out his phone and sent a message, causing a tremor in the hearts of the 3. Freeze their hands. Prepare to freeze their hands. You drive out directly. When they come over, turn on the wipers and crash into them, then strike. Shen Luyu's mouth twitched, but he still complied, driving the car out of the parking lot. At that moment the two were just coming over, wanting to take the car and leave. They then saw Shen Luyu with the wipers on speeding towards them, and the two even caught a glimpse of Shen Luyu. They subtly furrowed their brows and moved aside. In that instant the car door opened and dozens of strands of spiritual energy surged out unexpectedly, ensnaring both of them. Shen Luyu directly broke the seatbelt and dashed out. In midair, half of her body was surrounded by flames, and swirling patterns appeared on her skin as she then delivered a powerful punch at the person whose aura was evidently stronger. The other party's eyes were filled with shock, completely unaware of how they had been exposed, and by the time they realized they were bound, it was too late to react, taking the punch heat in. Boom. The flames erupted and the other party was sent flying. However, behind them Greed had already charged in fearlessly with a spear in hand, striking the opponent, but it was blocked by a spiritual power shield. Acting on the principle of striking while the enemy is weakened, Chung Mo flicked his wrist again, unleashing several silken threads to bind his opponent once more. Greed, failing with his first shot, immediately drew his weapon anew, launching a triple claw strike without hesitation. Faced with this relentless barrage, the man stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to evade. He could only brace himself for impact. His teammate, barely at the awakening stage, had merely served as a conduit, granting him entry into this world, and was now slumped motionless on the ground, little more than a disposable tool. Fool. Strike here. Arrogance materialized in the distance. At that moment, crimson specks bloomed across the target's spiritual energy shield, visible only to Greed's eyes. Instinctively, he thrust toward the marked spot. With a single precise stab, the shield fractured violently, spiderwebbing across its surface. Greed's gaze sharpened, his third claw strike arced upward, spear point driving deep into the epicenter of the cracks. The shield detonated in a blinding shatter. Shattered. Shen Luyu stared in stunned disbelief, but her body moved before thought. One hand seized the man's arm in a grip like forged steel. Burn! A torrent of savage flame engulfed his torso. A guttural scream tore from his throat. Then came greater horror. The very spiritual energy within him began to combust. The infernal, soul-scorching flame. Damn it! How did you uncover it? Shen Luyu ignored his outcry, entirely channeling torrents of spiritual energy to intensify the conflagration. Though classified as a fire affinity ability, the infernal soul-scorching flame ranked among S-tier anomalies, its essence transcending ordinary pyrokinetic arts. Hers did not merely consume flesh, it incinerated spiritual energy itself. The agony inflicted was beyond imagination, as if one's own lifeblood had been set ablaze. Worse still, each pulse of ignited spiritual energy sent searing, excruciating pain coursing through the body, like being flayed alive with 1,000 blades. In combat, such an ability was terrifyingly absolute. Even though this foe stood a full rank above Shen Luyu, he now lay utterly defenseless. The disturbance drew immediate attention from the official reception tower in the distance. A rapid response squad surged forward. Shen Luyu flashed her credentials: Night Owl Division of Yunji Academy. We're apprehending a Jinhui operative. Assist us immediately. She tossed a gleaming token into the air. Upon recognizing it, the officers instantly encircled the target. By then his spiritual energy was already burning, his resistance all but extinguished. Surveying the overwhelming force arrayed against him, he knew escape was no longer possible. His only recourse left was self-detonation. Yet Shen Luyu merely scoffed, surging her output. He collapsed onto the ground, writhing uncontrollably, incapable even of gathering spiritual energy. Chung Mo's fingers twitched faintly. A slender filament extended from his sleeve, coiling around a 20-centimeter transparent vial, within which shimmered a viscous, iridescent liquid. All present paled at the sight. Dimensional spirit marrow. They'd actually stolen it. The enforcement team exchanged grim, relieved glances. Had the theft succeeded, their disciplinary consequences would have been severe. As officers dragged him away, Lin Bai's mission interface remained stubbornly incomplete. His expression darkened instantly. Another executor was involved. He demanded urgently, "What's happening with senior brother and the others?" Even as the words left his lips, Shen Luyu's phone chimed. A call from Gu Yanzhou, his voice tight with urgency. "Pan Yuan escaped me." Lin Bai's heart sank. This was central to his mission. Failure was unacceptable. "We pursue him." Gu Yanzhou shared live coordinates. Lin Bai sprinted to a dented sedan parked crookedly by the roadside, and waved sharply for Shen Luyu and Chung Mo to follow. "What are you waiting for? Get in." Shen Luyu slid into the passenger seat, bewildered. Lin Bai assessed the vehicle. Only the front bumper was warped, otherwise fully operational. He slammed the accelerator. A crushing wave of acceleration pressed them back into their seats. Shen Luyu instinctively gripped the door's recessed handle. You can drive." "Obviously." Lin Bai kept his gaze fixed ahead, glancing only intermittently at Gu Yanzhou's shared location. Red light. It's red. Whoosh. Wah, my points. But Lin Bai saw nothing beyond his mission. No traffic signals, no consequences. Only pursuit. As they hurtled onward at breakneck speed, Shin Liu trembled, reaching for her phone to alert local authorities, until Lin Bai shot her a sharp warning glance. The device still streamed real-time coordinates. She reluctantly withdrew her hand, gripping both seatbelt and doorframe. Fortunately, Lin Bai's driving was masterful. Within moments, Gu Yanzhou's vehicle appeared ahead. Lin Bai fired off a voice message. Where is he? Inside the adjacent building. We're holding position. His annihilation grenade could level half the block. Lin Bai surveyed the nearby shopping complex, his expression turning glacial. Just then, several squads dispatched earlier to the outskirts converged upon the site. Officers and students alike stood before the building, faces grave and resolute. What's the official stance? They're en route, Gu Yanzhou replied, shaking his head slightly. Among the arriving squads, however, one figure stood out. A student from Ziweyuan Academy. Lin Bai. The newcomer was Jiang Yan, accompanying a senior-year squad. Clearly unprepared to encounter Lin Bai here. Upon spotting Shin Liu and her team, his expression shifted sharply. Second-generation heirs like him typically leveraged family connections to hire upperclassmen squads for protection during field assignments. Yet those seniors were usually ordinary students, whereas Shin Liu's Night Owl division comprised elite prodigies virtually impossible to recruit through conventional channels. After all, their families wielded comparable influence. They owed no deference. Jiang Yan recalled that multiple attempts had failed to secure Shin Liu's team. So how then had Lin Bai secured their cooperation? A subtle intuition stirred Lin Bai's positioning, and Gu Yanzhou's instinctive response to his questions suggested something unsettling. That Lin Bai, not Gu Yanzhou, commanded this group. Jiang Yan shook his head fiercely. Impossible. Yet another familiar face emerged from a different squad. Hey, Junior. Chun Ruoxue beamed with delight upon seeing Lin Bai. Salted duck. Lin Bai blurted reflexively. Chun Ruoxue's face instantly darkened, then turned pitch black upon noticing Shin Liu standing nearby. Junior, come over here. That woman is trouble. Shin Liu strode forward without hesitation, pinching Chun Ruoxue's cheek between thumb and forefinger. Well, Chun Shueishui. Who's the troublemaker exactly? Ow. Let go. Jiang Yan's mind short-circuited at the chaos, while Lin Bai, after a fleeting pause, refocused entirely on Pan Yuan. Enough. Our priority is capturing Pan Yuan, now? Otherwise civilians will pay the price. At those words, the bickering ceased. The others watched Lin Bai warily, uncertain, unsettled, and quietly astonished. These two are no ordinary individuals. How could they possibly obey Lin Bai so readily? Behind Shin Ruoxue's team, a male student watched the scene unfold, and his expression darkened slightly. He took an immediate step forward, but was swiftly restrained by a senior student standing beside him. Young Master Yi, what do you intend to do? The boy seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly intervened. Yi Linchuan's brows furrowed faintly. He's merely a preliminary stage 7 Sin body adept. What arrogance does he presume here? Young Master Yi, this man is far from simple. Have you not heard of Shin Liu? For her to obey him so unquestioningly, surely he possesses extraordinary means. If you wish to see him humiliated, perhaps it's wiser to wait until complications arise during the operation. His gaze lingered on Chun Ruoxue's retreating figure. Yi Linchuan had spared no expense to locate them, but whom he truly sought was crystal clear to those who knew. Though he too yearned to curry favor with the Yi family, duty weighed heavier now. Unity among the teams must be preserved at all costs. Rebuffed, Yi Linchuan's expression turned icy as he glared at the senior. Young Master Yi, consider this. If we allow him to falter first, then strike decisively in his moment of weakness, would that not yield greater advantage? Yi Linchuan paused, reflecting. Indeed, that may prove more effective. Elsewhere, Lin Bai had already turned to Gu Yanzhou. Can't we evacuate the civilians? Evacuation is feasible, but Pan Yuan remains unaware that I've tracked him here via chronotrace. Should we initiate evacuation, now he might seize hostages and fight to the death. A subtle flicker crossed Lin Bai's eyes. So, we hold the advantage of darkness. Precisely. He glanced toward the other teams. None spoke, as though bound by unspoken accord. An unspoken tension settled over the space. The major teams, without declaration, appeared to gravitate instinctively toward Lin Bai's leadership. Lin Bai, however, rejected such deference outright. With a swift gesture, he drew several comrades aside. We act independently. This operation may incur casualties, and if we command the others, responsibility for consequences falls solely upon us. But wouldn't greater numbers improve our odds? After all, Pan Yuan is a resonance rank adept. I don't even know their abilities, or whether they'll commit fully. Better to avoid contact entirely. Gu Yanzhou, having grasped Lin Bai's intent, approached the other teams. Ladies and gentlemen, Pan Yuan is confirmed to be within this premises. From this point onward, each team proceeds according to its own capability. The subtext hung unmistakable: no coalition would form. The other teams appeared startled by his blunt declaration, but Gu Yanzhou offered no further explanation, nor did he invite dialogue. Chun Ruoxue gazed toward Lin Bai in the distance, disappointment flickering across her face. She had witnessed his prowess firsthand during the Tianyun residential complex incident, and had hoped this time to observe him more closely. Yi Linchuan noted her expression, and clenched his fist unconsciously. Jiang Yin watched the exchange with quiet curiosity. Lin Bai, it seemed, was far more formidable than his outward demeanor suggested. Yet in the next breath Jiang Yin realized his error. He'd been viewing Lin Bai through the lens of the past, overlooking the undeniable truth that Lin Bai now stood unchallenged as the top-ranked freshman. Young Master Jiang, is this Lin Bai your freshman class's number one? Jiang Yin gave a slight nod. A reputation earned, not bestowed. Elsewhere Lin Bai and his allies were already strategizing. Our only viable option is to wait for him to emerge. Any attempt to act inside, whether preemptive or emergency evacuation, will inevitably alert Pan Yuan. Cheng Yamo recalled the earlier skirmish. Could we attempt another ambush? Unlikely. Lin Bai shook his head faintly. We've already struck once. The element of surprise is gone. Let him emerge. He won't dare linger here long. Shen Liuyu spoke up. He fears high-rank adepts arriving to intervene directly. In truth, Pan Yuan's heart still hammered wildly. All his meticulous preparation to steal the world's spirit marrow had ended in exposure. Now holed up inside the mall, concealment was only temporary. He seized his phone and dialed frantically. Get me out of here now. Fool. You chose this moment to steal the world's spirit marrow. No one can save you now. Pan Yuan's face paled. He'd assumed Shanghai's elite forces were preoccupied with hunting down the gatekeepers within the city, a perfect window of opportunity. Yet these Yunji Academy students possessed uncanny perceptiveness. And those two earlier, they were terrifying. They'd stationed themselves directly at the world gate's threshold. Damn it. Pan Yuan cursed under his breath. What about Shi Jian? Shi Jian has been captured. A bizarre prodigy from Yunji Academy, Rider rank, shattered his spirit energy barrier. He failed to escape. Rider rank. Pan Yuan gasped in disbelief. Impossible. I consulted the archives. It's an SS-tier 7 sin body. I even consulted elders. They believe it manifests the sin of pride. Pride. Yes, pride that scorns all things. Not mere arrogance, but profound disdain born of perceiving every opponent's fatal flaw. In his eyes all are weak. Thus arises this absolute, transcendent pride. HSS. Pan Yuan drew a sharp, chilling breath. When you say everyone, do you mean even high-rank adepts? Yes. The voice on the line turned glacial. With him present, your vulnerabilities will be exposed, and every adversary will strike precisely where you are weakest. You stand utterly alone. Then, if I must fight, I must eliminate that 7 sin body first. That is your only path. I've shared all I can. Your fate rests in your own hands. With that the call, Pan Yuan fell silent. Then his gaze hardened into cold, venomous resolve. A few brats. You think I spent decades ascending to this rank just to fall before you? Never. He surged upright. By then the other teams had already entered the mall, each deploying their unique methods to track Pan Yuan's whereabouts. Lin Bai's group moved with greater caution. Gu Yanzhou's ability could pinpoint Pan Yuan, but the true challenge lay in apprehending him without endangering bystanders. It was now 8 o'clock, prime evening hours. Crowds thronged the mall, many lingering after dinner. On the 4th floor, Lin Bai surveyed the dense throng and felt a familiar pang of frustration. Yet as he weighed options, a figure plummeted from the 5th floor, straight through the ceiling. Boom. Impact shattered the ground floor tile, leaving a cratered indentation, before the figure barreled outward. Panic erupted. Screams tore through the air as crowds scattered in terror. The team exchanged a single glance. After him, Shen Liuyu and the others vaulted effortlessly over the railing, leaping 3 stories down amid stunned onlookers. Lin Bai, acting on instinct, followed suit, only realizing midair as weightlessness gripped him that he'd just committed himself to freefall. I'm only rider rank. Gluttony, save me. Lin Bai instantly switched to his gluttony aspect and crashed down with a thunderous impact. Crack, crack. Bone snapped audibly. Yi Linchuan and others were searching for Pan Yuan on the 1st floor, and when Pan Yuan appeared they were all taken. He dared to break through Hedon without considering us. Yi Linchuan discreetly glanced at Chun Ruoxue, who looked serious beside him, feeling a stir in his heart. He was one of the S-level ability users assigned to Tai Weiyuan, and his ability was the Elemental Thunder Prison. This ability was quite ordinary among S-level powers, who otherwise he wouldn't have been allocated to Tai Weiyuan. But Yi Linchuan disagreed. His ability was the most terrifyingly lethal thunder type, and yet he couldn't even enter Zai Weiyuan. Many in his family discussed him behind his back. At this moment Pan Yuan had already charged out, and Yi Linxuan's body burst with thunderous light, with lightning crackling on his arm, quickly forming a thunder spear. Zila. The lightning ionized the air, crackling loudly as Yi Linxuan hurled the thunder spear, fiercely thinking this strike would stop Pan Yuan, but unexpectedly the mighty thunder spear was swatted away by Pan Yuan's backhand. The thunder spear, formed from condensed elements, exploded instantly, arcs of electricity, rampaging, while Pan Yuan didn't even glance at him, and charged forward. At this moment Shun Liuyu and others had already jumped down, accompanied by the sound of the voracious one falling freely. Shun Liuyu and the others were astonished. At first they thought Lin Bai had some special means to jump down, but by the time they realized it, he was already in close contact with the ground. Pan Yuan didn't expect such a situation either. Upon noticing that Lin Bai was the one falling freely, he abandoned the dazed Yi Linxuan without hesitation and turned around. Shun Liuyu and others also noticed Pan Yuan's gaze shifting towards Lin Bai. Not good. Protect him. But Pan Yuan was a resonant stage. A swirling vortex gathered in his palm, a heart-stopping red glow suddenly appearing, and then he threw it backhanded. Indeed, it's the annihilation bomb. Shun Liu's gaze turned cold, while Chung Mo next to him exploded first, countless threads appearing out of nowhere, completely wrapping that red glow. At the same time, Si Yuan and Shun Liuyu pressed closer, while the nearby teams that had reacted also surrounded. Gu Yinzhou with a serious expression approached Lin Bai. Why did you jump down too? The voracious one, glowing red, shouted, Stop talking so much, throw me over. Gu Yinzhou was stunned. At this moment Pan Yuan was already fighting others and Lin Bai walked out from the side. Why are you dazed? Hurry up. Together. After saying this, he grabbed the voracious one's arm, and Gu Yinzhou, blanking out, instinctively complied. The heavily injured voracious one was hurled fiercely towards Pan Yuan by the two. Shun Liuyu, covered in half-body fire runes, was engaging in a counterattack, and upon seeing a voracious one flying from behind, everyone was stunned. Get out of the way. The voracious one roared as it flew over, preparing to unleash a punch in midair. Shun Liuyu and the others instinctively moved aside out of trust in Lin Bai, but only Pan Yuan was confused. However, when he saw the voracious one's deliberate punching motion, a sharp pain like needles pricked along his spine. Something was off. As this thought crossed his mind, he was already tightly bound by Chung Mo. It was too late to break free and dodge. In that moment of shock, he could only choose to brace himself. At this time, the other attacking teams also noticed Shun Liu's team spontaneously creating an opening, while the one flying in was the half-destroyed voracious one. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the voracious one struck out with a heavy punch. Vaguely, they seemed to see the punch's wind condensing into a wave of air that slammed into Pan Yuan. The dominant stage. Why give the dominant stage a chance to strike? While everyone was bewildered, Pan Yuan opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. In that moment, everyone had a ghostly expression, but Shun Liuyu and others had already regained their senses. Seize the opportunity. The fire runes on Shun Liuyu surged, and upon getting close to Pan Yuan, she threw out a punch. This punch landed solidly on him, but the two sides were one level apart, and the fire ignited by her spiritual power was weak. But it wasn't just her who acted. Explode. Si Yuan exclaimed, pressing her left hand against her right wrist. Fingers spread a blazing flame engulfing Pan Yuan, and the terrifying heat exploded instantly. At this moment, the other teams also regained their senses and began to strike. In just an instant, Pan Yuan was severely injured and could only passively defend. At this time, he was bewildered. Why could the voracious one's punch break through his defense? But he had no chance to think as the team's assault continued relentlessly. The voracious one, relying on battlefield bravado, recovered some energy, and once able to act, fixed his gaze tightly on the enormous gray dot on Pan Yuan. During a moment when Shun Liuyu attacked, a heavy punch landed on Pan Yuan. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the voracious one turned and fled, which seemed inconsequential to the other team members. But to Pan Yuan's perception, it was an attack reaching the peak of the dominant stage. This Lin Bai is indeed problematic. Even a punch in a severely injured state could unleash peak dominant stage power, while he was only at the initial dominant stage. A monster. Pan Yuan's heart sank further. He had previously thought to eliminate Lin Bai first was the right idea. This kid's 7 deadly sins body was definitely not as simple as it appeared. He had indeed seized the opportunity, but who would have thought that the severely injured Lin Bai could unleash such powerful attacks? That punch, just now, he had been clearly prepared for. Yet he was still injured and caught off guard. However, the actual situation was worse than he imagined. Anyone who could enter Yunji Academy was a genius. Even if he had the advantage of levels, once he fell into a disadvantage at the start, it was destined to be impossible to turn the tide. In the end, Pan Yuan was bound tighter by Chung Mo's increasingly numerous threads, unable to move even slightly. After successfully capturing Pan Yuan, the group did not immediately check on him, but instead looked curiously towards Lin Bai, who was safe and sound behind them. This went so smoothly because of Lin Bai's punch that created the opportunity. The expressions of the crowd turned grim, and Yi Linxuan had already retreated behind them. Damn, that's a complete monster. If that punch landed on me, wouldn't I be bruised all over? Jiang Yin observed Lin Bai thoughtfully. He had just witnessed the moment when Lin Bai's true form and Gu Yanzhou threw him out. It seemed that this punch had some distance limitations. Beside him, Chen Ruoshui wore a knowing expression, patting Lin Bai's shoulder. I told you so. Lin Bai shot her a glance. Oh, come on. Shen Liuyu looked at the two with suspicion. Chen Ruoshui, what do you know? Chen Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback, then her smile transformed. Wanna know? Not interested. Stop it, let's first see how to deal with him. Si Yuan quickly interrupted the two, pointing at Pan Yuan, who was tied up in a bundle by Chang Yamo in the distance. If he regains his spiritual power and escapes, it will be troublesome. Let's hand him over to the authorities first. In fact, with such a commotion, the authorities would definitely have noticed. Before long they arrived, and after Pan Yuan was handed over, everyone went their separate ways. The way back was mostly the same, except Shen Liyu's car was a bit odd. However, she wasn't worried about it. After all, it was just a car worth hundreds of thousands, which for her was no different from a consumable. In the car, Shen Liuyu couldn't shake off the memory of Lin Bai's strike on Pan Yuan, casting strange glances at Lin Bai. Drive, why are you looking at me? Lin Bai in the passenger seat was still a bit flustered. Don't be scared. When they see my car like this, the first thing they'll want to do is take mine. Shen Liyu's expression was peculiar. I still can't figure out how you broke through his defenses. Lin Bai smiled mysteriously. The 7 deadly sins body, impressive, right? Of course I know it's the 7 deadly sins body. Shen Liuyu rolled her eyes, but since Lin Bai didn't intend to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Lin Bai also settled down, his consciousness sinking into the system space. Although he didn't personally capture Pan Yuan this time, the system task was considered complete, and its requirements should be somewhat lenient. 3 lottery chances. Lin Bai's heart stirred, but he still held back. Such a ceremonial moment required a lazy participation. After returning to the academy, Lin Bai couldn't wait to get back to his dorm, then released the slumbering laziness to stretch out. After a satisfying conclusion, Lin Bai opened the lottery interface. 3 Hextech draws. Lin Bai's excited hands trembled as he opened the draw interface. 3 cards. However, as they turned over, Lin Bai's expression suddenly darkened like a pot bottom. Upon opening, there were silver power shards, 8 attack, 14 ability power life shards, and dual resistance shards. This required no deliberation. They were suitable for anyone, so Lin Bai quickly grabbed the power shard. This dual attribute shard should be given directly to Greed. After all, it converted physical attack into magical ability power. Lin Bai took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and initiated the second draw. But it was still a white shard. Now Lin Bai's expression turned a bit grim. He selected the attack shard to give to Greed, then glanced at the slumbering laziness and kicked him. Sleep, 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 just like a pig. Laziness, looking bewildered after seeing Lin Bai turned over, scratched his butt and continued sleeping. At that moment, Lin Bai suddenly felt weak all over. He sighed and opened the third draw. The golden light made his expression more serious. But as he turned the page and saw the runes, his breath quickened. Skilled sniper. When hitting an enemy from a distance with non-ultimate skills, 75 of the cooldown time is refunded. Heart for you. Healing and shields on allies will be enhanced. Bread and cheesy skill gains 100 skill haste. 3 runes. Lin Bai calmed himself down. Although they were rather lackluster, at least he finally got some Hextech. He trembled as he refreshed skilled sniper. This was considered a godly technique, but it couldn't be used in any of his several clone systems. Determined Guardian continuously restores maximum health. While at low health, this one was also quite lackluster, but it made Lin Bai's breathing slightly heavier because it was something from the tank card pool. Refresh again. Tank engine. Lin Bai was dazzled by the shining golden light, his eyes nearly unable to open. Tank, 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 tank. Tank engine. When he finally got a clear look, his voice had even changed tone. The tank engine increases health by a percentage upon killing enemies and eventually grows exponentially. Its substantial health bonus is also one of the spiritual roots of the Ruatian Emperor, and it can also be used on the Voracious template, as its intentional heavy punch true damage bonus consumes health. Lin Bai forced himself to calm down. If it were just a hardened heart, then Voracious growth speed would actually be much slower, and the high true damage from the heavy punch has a market everywhere. Giving it directly would be the right choice. After assigning the tank engine to Voracious, Lin Bai's excitement was hard to conceal. Now Voracious could seek opportunities to enhance himself. With the tank engine's health growth, who could compete with him? The infinitely growing tank engine made Lin Bai feel thrilled. Just thinking about it, a little boost in ego power would make his punches devastating. It's time to find a world to throw him into. Lin Bai's gaze shifted slightly. The system determined that the target hero was 1 level higher than him, which made such targets most plentiful and easiest to find when he was at a lower level. World resources. Lin Bai muttered to himself. At this moment, the Academy's resources were also part of it, and it was time to learn about the Academy's world resources. With this in mind, he sent a message to Yi Shuang. The other party seemed to be looking at her phone and quickly replied, "World, I suggest you don't go down just yet. The Academy League is coming up soon, and the Academy will focus on cultivating resources for you." To be honest, the higher-ups have made it clear that this Academy League must achieve results, and they will provide resources even more precious than those in the world to cultivate you. Lin Bai is the top ranked in this session. It's rare for Yi Shuang to speak frankly with him. If you go to the world, the improvement won't be as fast as the subsequent cultivation here. Lin Bai slightly shook his head, saying, "Instructor, you misunderstood. I want to send a clone into the world for training. Going in alone." Yi Shuang recalled Lin Bai's 7 deadly sins body and frowned. "Your 7 clones cultivate quickly, and the Academy has provided sufficient resources for them. I still don't recommend you go down." Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Yunji Academy truly had abundant resources, but his clones were different. "Don't worry, instructor, I'm only sending 1 clone in." This, Yi Shuang pondered for a moment and decided not to discourage him further. Every student has unique insights into their powers. Ultimately, the ones who understand their abilities best are still themselves. She was only responsible for giving advice. The final decision rests with the students. The Academy's world resources are abundant, but currently only 5 are open to new students. Lin Bai's choice of world type differs from others. He requires a sufficient number of enemies and an ample supply of food. After Yi Shuang presented the worlds available for entry, Lin Bai immediately set his sights on one: the Green Forest. According to the information, it is a world entirely covered by forests. The forest exists in various geographical forms, including vast seas of giant vines reminiscent of oceans, a spore desert akin to a wasteland, and frost-leaved giant trees resembling snow-capped mountains. It is rumored that the entire world's ecology is a singular, yet continuously self-cycling super. The vertical layers from the ground to the treetops are numerous, with independent ecosystems at every level, from the underground mycelium network to the cloud canopy thousands of meters high. Here, sunlight is filtered through layers. The lower levels are as dim as the deep sea, and rainwater and nutrients cycle perfectly within the system with almost no waste. The core consciousness of the world is known as the will of the ancestor tree, which embodies the collective awareness of all plant life, gentle and slow, and is currently under the Academy's control. This world is rich in species, all of which coexist with the forest, and its resources are also extremely abundant. Upon seeing this, Lin Bai knew it was the perfect place for gluttony. Although this is a world where wood element practitioners gain immense benefits, the cultivation of gluttony relies not on elements. Yi Shuang was also taken aback by Lin Bai's expression, but he seemed to have his own thoughts. She could only suppress her curiosity and grant Lin Bai access. 4 ordinary students' world resources require a long time to accumulate for a single visit, but for Lin Bai, the new student ranked first with SS level talent, they were completely open. Before going, Lin Bai visited the Academy's props hall to prepare some items for gluttony. Among them, the most precious was a space-type ring. Everyone was familiar with spatial rings, but they were indeed expensive, costing over 2 million. The ring was packed with pots, plates, clothes, and even transportation tools for him. After finishing his preparations, Lin Bai headed straight to the Academy's world entrance building. Within the Cloud Realm, all world entrances are marked by buildings resembling stations. Lin Bai looked up at this massive structure, squinting slightly. At this moment, he was somewhat conspicuous. Lin Bai noticed that nearly everyone around was moving in pairs or groups, making him one of the few who arrived alone. Lin Bai then entered the building, facing a gigantic spatial vortex. A warning line was drawn beside. At the world entrance, 2 people stood guard. A group of students passed by, presented their student IDs, and were allowed to proceed. Seeing this, Lin Bai also queued up, but voices called out from behind. "Hey, Lin Bai, are you also going to the Green Forest?" Lin Bai turned to look. The speaker was a girl with light cyan long hair, her eyes also green, clearly surprised to see him here. Beside her were another girl and a boy whom Lin Bai did not recognize. She knew the speaking girl because they were both classmates from Ziwei Garden, named Yi Ningqing, and level ability wielder with the power of 10,000 trees heaven prison. This ability is said to possess both strong support and offensive properties, ranking among the most powerful below SS level. They hadn't spoken much before, but since the other greeted Lin Bai, he immediately responded. "You're just going for some practice." Yi Ningqing approached Lin by asking curiously, "The Green Forest enhances wood element cultivation, while other abilities are quite mediocre here." "I know." Lin Bai nodded slightly. Seeing him like this, Yi Ningqing didn't say more. The world power of the Green Forest is different from others. It is quite unique. Although the will of the ancestor tree has been subdued by the Academy's powerful beings, it is inherently one with the world, influencing the world power inevitably. Cultivating inside will bring one's consciousness closer to the will of the ancestor tree. It sounds complex, but simply put, both body and consciousness will gravitate towards the ancestor tree, resembling a form of assimilation, which is why we all team up for support. She decided to greet Lin Bai upon seeing him come alone. How about you join us? Lin Bai shook his head slightly, having understood beforehand. Yi Laoshi told me that the will of the ancestor tree cannot influence the avatar formed by original sin. I won't be going in with my main self this time. Yi Ningqing looked enlightened. Oh, that's fine then. Lin Bai continued to queue, and the two beside, Yi Ningqing immediately asked her. The girl whispered, "Is that really Lin Bai, the one ranked first? He's quite handsome." "Yes. An avatar going to the Green Forest. So confident." The boy exclaimed in disbelief. "I envy the ability of avatars in cultivation." The two exchanged glances. Who wouldn't envy that? The avatar goes while the main self doesn't have to take risks. In the distance, it was Lin Bai's turn in line. The several mentors guarding the entrance spoke. "Student ID." Lin Bai nodded slightly and took out a silver-bottomed cloud-patterned badge. The previously expressionless mentor's pupils slightly constricted, and someone behind exclaimed, "Cloud badge." One mention of the cloud badge attracted the attention of all the students waiting in line. There were plenty of second-year students present, and the first-year newcomers were not entirely naive. They naturally understood the rarity of the cloud badge. "Wow, he has a cloud badge. Who is that person? I've never seen him before." "A newcomer. It's Lin Bai, ranked first in the battle." "Huh, a cloud badge. When was it awarded?" Everyone was astonished, and Yi Ningqing and the others behind also looked at Lin Bai in shock. "He never mentioned anything about the cloud badge," Yi Ningqing said, dazed. However, before they could say more, Lin Bai directly summoned his gluttony avatar. "Mentors, this time my avatar will go in." The mentors at the entrance nodded in astonishment. Since he had taken out the cloud badge, it was clear he had the final say. Lin Bai then seriously said, "If you lose anything, it doesn't matter, but you absolutely cannot lose the space ring, understand?" The honest glutton nodded seriously. "Also, don't eat raw food." Lin Bai's expression turned grave. He never wanted to see the glutton's memory of devouring raw flesh again. "Oh, why? It's quite tasty." The glutton scratched his head. Lin Bai's expression darkened. Those raw things did taste sweet during the memory absorption, but he still found it hard to accept. "Just don't worry about it." Lin Bai pushed him towards the world entrance and left from the other side. The onlookers were filled with curiosity as they watched the scene unfold. They had long heard of the renowned name of Qi Zue, and many had even seen Lin Bai's battle footage. However, witnessing the seamless communication between the avatar and the true self left them in awe. Next, the instructors called out, snapping everyone back to reality. On the other side, after passing through the door, Bao Shi felt the world spin around him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in front of a vortex. Before him was a vast plaza bustling with people seemingly no different from the normal world. But when Bao Shi looked up and saw the enormous tree trunk, he realized things were not so simple. He was indeed in a city, but this city was built upon the branches of a colossal tree. Such a stunning sight would have warranted careful observation from Lin Bai's true self. However, Bao Shi only felt a slight hunger. "This avatar is useless, it didn't even give me any money," he muttered as he stepped outside, lamenting that Lin Bai hadn't given him any currency beforehand, leaving him to hunt for food on his own. Recalling the information about the Green Forest in his mind, Bao Shi felt a stir within. This should be the middle layer of the Green Forest. The environment of the Green Forest is actually divided into 3 layers: the lower layer of mycelium, the middle layer composed of the trunks and branches of countless towering trees, and the upper canopy layer. Among these, the lower layer and the canopy layer are the most dangerous, while the middle layer is relatively safe. Bao Shi quickly moved, retrieving an all-terrain motorcycle from his spatial ring, and revved the engine. Here the branches connecting the trees serve as transportation routes, and the roads near this city had already been developed. Bao Shi sped away swiftly, leaving the confines of the city. The surroundings suddenly turned a shadowy green. The sunlight here was incredibly strong, and even with such a massive tree overhead, a considerable amount still filtered through. However, as he distanced himself from the city, the tree trunks gradually took on the appearance of a primitive forest, making it a bit challenging for him to ride the motorcycle. "Is there a spiritual energy flight mode here?" Bao Shi muttered as he pressed a button. Wings formed from spiritual energy unfurled from the motorcycle, while 2 thruster nozzles opened at the rear. The motorcycle lifted off the ground, beginning to dart through the air. This motorcycle was actually a product of spiritual technology. On Blue Star, the development of spiritual energy wasn't the only achievement. Many viewed it as a form of energy leading to advancements in various technologies. Bao Shi had no specific destination in mind. He was merely wandering aimlessly. The Green Forest was home to numerous animal species. After half an hour of deep exploration and having seen no signs of human activity, Bao Shi finally spotted his first creature. A massive furry worm, nearly 2 meters long. It appeared to be some sort of leaf-eating insect, and when Baosher saw it, the creature was busy munching away. Without a second thought, Baosher stowed away the motorcycle and charged at it, throwing 2 punches that splattered its dark green ichor all over himself. Baosher was unfazed, clenching his fists. The strength of this insect was merely at the sensing stage, and neither the tank engine nor the heart of steel responded. Thud! Thud! A peculiar sound reverberated, and Baosher suddenly turned his head to see a gigantic frog opening its mouth wide, its tongue instantly coiling around him and pulling him in. Baosher had no time to resist and was entirely swallowed by the frog. The barbs on its tongue and the paralyzing toxins simultaneously pierced into his body. Boom! Just as the blockage was about to take effect, Baosher retaliated with a punch, causing the gray points of the heart of steel to explode. He then unleashed a forceful punch, and a violent shockwave burst through the frog's back, landing on the tree trunk. Breathing heavily as he emerged, Baosher was drenched in blood, but his eyes shone with an eerie brightness. He pulled out a device resembling a flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of flames, disregarding the heat as he devoured eagerly. As for the potent poison, don't make me laugh, Baosher thought. Is there anything he cannot consume? Chizue Baosher was more than just a glutton, he resembled an insatiable monster. For Baosher there was only what he could not swallow, not what he could not eat. This frog was already at the manifestation stage, which is why the heart of steel reacted. After killing it, Baosher could clearly feel himself growing stronger. The heart of steel enhances his life force with each strike, while the tank engine boosts life force by a percentage for every hero he kills. Here, every time Baosher kills an opponent, he almost always grows stronger. But beyond that, he pondered as he finished off the massive frog. Lin Bai had given him a task. That was to test the heart of steel and see if the same hero unit could trigger it. Soon enough, half a day had passed. Baosher found another hero unit, a mantis that resembled a tree. After enhancing with the heart of steel, he kept moving, waiting an entire hour without seeing the heart of steel's mark reappear. Now it seemed that the same unit couldn't be affected twice. Or did the refresh time require a long duration? Baosher shook his head slightly. He was hungry and needed to resolve that quickly. After tossing Baosher into the green forest, Lin Bai gazed at the coins that flickered occasionally, a delightful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is how an avatar should be utilized. Now that the coins were nearing 2,000, he could directly equip Baosher with the Berserker armor, eliminating the need for prolonged recovery from battle damage. As for Baosher's opinion, that place was simply paradise for him. Aside from the various creatures to consume, the fruits of those trees were each immensely large. He couldn't possibly finish them all, not at all. Even from across a world, Lin Bai could sense Baosher's power. Baosher could already enhance himself through consumption, and now with the tank engine and the heart of steel, his growth rate was nothing short of outrageous, even prompting Lin Bai to exclaim in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the academy side, Yi Shuang had also begun her special training, as previously mentioned. Yunji Academy invests the most in student recruitment and resources each year, but consistently ranks the lowest, often becoming a laughingstock among other academies. This year they were determined to change that. They offered free unlimited access to S-grade training rooms for all S-grade or higher ability users, along with experienced instructors from the academy. As a result, for the following month, the students from the Ziwei and Taiwei classes were engaged in intensive lessons, leaving Lin Bai with no time to manage Baosher. A month later, within the green forest, a massive figure darted swiftly among the towering trunks, exuding an aura of peak mastery. In the green forest, a being of this mastery wasn't considered strong. It was merely a low-tier predator, yet its aura was unabashed and seemed to show no concern. A creature that resembled both a spider and a fly, having 4 pairs of legs and a pair of wings, could no longer tolerate this intrusion into its territory. With a flap of its wings, it swooped down. But, bang! A sharp crack rang out, and the spider-fly's body exploded in an instant. Following that, a burst of flames erupted, roasting it to perfection. In the span of a month, everyone's strength has significantly improved, and nearly all the students of Ziwei Courtyard have broken through to the mastery stage. Lin Bai was unaware of how others fared, but he and several of his avatars had already reached the mastery stage. This month of intense training merely stabilized his strength. During the training, several tasks were triggered, totaling 4 hex extraction attempts, but not a single rune was obtained. After the evening's combat training, Lin Bai felt utterly exhausted. Previously, he had discreetly sent an avatar only to be recognized by the instructor at a glance. Ultimately, he had to step onto the field himself, but the other avatars were not spared either. They all showed up. Only the avatar of gluttony was spared, currently residing in a place called Heaven. At this moment, everyone gathered in a vast arena, and today's combat instructor was none other than Chu Hanjing. His practical lessons were the most grueling, but also provided the greatest improvement for everyone. After concluding the 1,000 mechanisms martial arts, everyone lay sprawled on the floor, as Chu Hanjing directly increased the intensity, pushing everyone to their limits for the sake of the academy's ranking. Today is the last day. Tomorrow you all rest well and prepare for the Academy's league. Lin Bai, lying on the ground like a dead fish, suddenly sprang up. Huh? Has it already been a month? He still felt a bit dazed while Tang Xiao gasped for breath. Beside him, Lin, Gu, you have no concept of time at all. But then again, this training session provided us no chance to catch our breath. But you all have gotten stronger, right? A voice from the side belonged to Li Qingge. She had frequently come to train with Lin Bai over the past month, and they had grown somewhat familiar. By the way, are the opponents really that terrifying? Is the Academy using so many resources to train us to death? Lin Bai was still somewhat bewildered. The other academies are all monsters. They have a long history and have undergone numerous awakenings of spiritual peaks, having far more experience in nurturing high-tier ability users than we do. In any case, every year in the Academy League, Yunji's performance has been poor. It was only by relying on abundant resources to recruit true prodigies that we managed to rank slightly higher. But if the other academies are also filled with prodigies, we won't stand a chance. Tang Xiao was taken aback. We can't even compete at the same level. We can't compete, whether in combat or the application of abilities or even development. They all have their unique advantages. Li Qingge sat up, her expression serious as she shook her head. Fighting against them gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. The accuracy of their combat timing and ability use is exceptionally precise. Elite versus minions. Lin Bai added. Exactly. That's it. In fact, if it were always like this, it wouldn't be a problem. One might be inferior in skill, but last year Yunji was outclassed, which was incredibly embarrassing, prompting the higher-ups to increase the budget this year. Lin Bai nodded slightly. Yunji indeed had ample financial resources, yet in terms of skill and ability development, it still fell short. Li Qingge leaned a bit closer to Lin Bai. How about you? Do you have any confidence? Lin Bai was taken aback and instinctively glanced at whether fury had manifested in his mind. No. So it's still stacking. You asked me about confidence. Then let me ask you, what's the reward for securing first place? Reward? That would be quite something, not to mention Yunji's own. The victor of the University League will undoubtedly be the focus of national attention. Plus they will receive several entry tickets to special realms in the country. Upon hearing this, Li Qingge was no longer sleepy. Lin Bai's performance during this training session was comparable to everyone else's, which left others uncertain about his true strength. As the top contender, in a sense, Lin Bai had already become Yunji's representative in the upcoming league. Not just Li Qingge, even others and the mentors wanted to know Lin Bai's true condition. But he started by asking about first place. Li Qing's eyes lit up. Do you have confidence? No. Lin Bai rolled his eyes. At that moment, the frontmost, Chu Hanjing, spoke up. Everyone disperse. Lin Bai stay. Everyone instinctively glanced at Lin Bai. Ji Xinyuan silently stood up, but his fists were tightly clenched. Lin Gu will head back first. All right. After everyone left, Chu Hanjing approached Lin Bai. The higher-ups are placing great importance on this Academy League. After all, there are numerous prodigies from other academies awakening spiritual peaks. Do you have any confidence? What level are the opponents? Lin Bai asked. Chu Hanjing pondered briefly. The awakenings of spiritual peaks in previous years have been quite similar to now. There are many SS-level prodigies, and by the time of the Academy League, most will have reached the peak of the mastery stage, with a few at the manifestation stage. Lin Bai nodded, slightly curious, as he asked, if I secure first place, what are the rewards? Chu Hanjing's, as Lin Bai's mentor, he knew this kid's character all too well. If he had no confidence, he wouldn't speak up. He had witnessed the exaggerated improvements of Lin Bai's several avatars during this month's training. The Seven Sins body truly was a bug-level existence, sometimes even able to enhance its strength through internal conflict, like gluttony, quarreling with anger and jealousy. Lin Bai's improvement speed with the Seven Sins body was undoubtedly the fastest among all students, and the several avatars were likely nearing the peak of mastery. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, Lin Bai was among the most talented combat individuals Chu Hanjing had ever seen. However, this league was too crucial. Even he couldn't help but want to gauge the depth. Lin Bai understood what he wanted to know and spread his hands, saying, I won't overstate, but if it's just at the manifestation stage, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Bai's words excluded the uncertain factor of fury, referring to the current strength of himself and the other avatars. Chu Hanjing's expression brightened. If Lin Bai had confidence, then he truly did, excluding those exceptional prodigies who could be considered the masters of their era. Securing second or third place should pose no issue. He conservatively thought to himself, feeling more assured. All right, then go back and rest well. After returning, the next day was directly arranged as a rest day, and Lin Bai began to understand the situation of the Academy League. Since Yunji Academy only focused on training freshmen, Lin Bai initially thought it was solely about the battles of freshmen, but upon checking he discovered that the Academy League was aimed at universities across the country, involving first, second, and third-year students. The competition was divided into 3 matches, and surprisingly the second and third-year matches had already concluded while they were still in training. Unsurprisingly, Yunji ranked 5th among the 5 major academies. These 2 matches had garnered little attention within the academy, and there wasn't even a banner displayed inside. Lin Bai's expression became slightly nuanced as he checked last year's results. In the second and third years, he was still ranked 5th, but in his first year, he had surprisingly dropped to 8th. The uncertainty surrounding the freshman was immense. Last year's Yunji had been pushed down by several top-tier universities outside the 5 major academies. No wonder the higher-ups were furious. Moreover, they were starting directly from the first year. After all, this batch might just be next year's second and the year after's third-year representatives. If there were no unexpected dark horses during this time, it would be a 3-year losing streak. Who could withstand that? Do the big shots at the academy not care about their reputation? After reading through, Lin Bai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This performance was indeed quite extravagant. This year it was still the Spirit Peak Awakening. Aside from the 5 major academies, other academies might be hiding something too. They might not rank in the overall team competition due to their overall strength, but scoring points in individual matches would still be quite troublesome. When Lin Bai saw the online discussions, he further understood why the academy placed such significance on it. When did Yunji open up to the 5 major levels? It is well known that among the 5 major academies, only Yunji is a nouveau riche that is just filling the ranks. Such a fool, investing the most in recruitment every year, yet always at the bottom. Do they not reflect on their own issues? Haha, we have an SS-ranked student who saw that Yunji's conditions were favorable and went there. Just wait for the league, and they'll regret it. I heard that this year's top-ranked student from Yunji comes from an ordinary family. This is truly a disaster. An ordinary family can come first. Could it be a super dark horse? I would rather believe that others are just too weak. The one-sided discussions made Lin Bai's mouth twitch, but he came to Yunji precisely because of its wealth and resources. But to be honest, Yunji was indeed in a dire situation. Moreover, judging by this public opinion, the higher-ups might genuinely be considering expelling Yunji, which is why they seemed so anxious. The league was in 3 days held at Baichen Academy this year. Baichen has long dominated the top ranking, and being the host this year, many felt that Baichen was already preordained to take first place. After a day of rest, it was time to depart the next day. At the academy's airport, Lin Bai and the others arrived early, and this time, there were 2 mentors leading the team. 1 male, 1 female. The male mentor was named Hu Yun, and the female mentor was named Ji Yunshu. When they assembled that day, Lin Bai stared at the 2 young mentors in front of him, momentarily taken aback. They both looked to be in their 20s, and their strength was only at the resonance stage. Is this even right? Li Qingge noticed his bewilderment, and quietly approached, sighing. Sigh, every time we go, we can't escape the ridicule from other academies. Over time, the academy has only assigned new mentors to lead the team. Lin Bai tilted his head slightly. With so much invested this year, is the academy still lacking confidence? Li Qingge shrunk his neck and glanced around. It's strange, why is it a bit cold? Lacking confidence. There was some, but after seeing the few geniuses from other academies, they gave up entirely. Li Qingge whispered. You have no idea. After learning about the situations of several other academies yesterday, I felt like the centuries overlords had gathered. Is it really that exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all, it's truly monstrous. This time we're done for. Lin Bai felt a stir in his heart as he glanced at Bai Wuyoji, Xuanyuan, and others from prominent families who seemed to have received the news as well, each wearing a solemn expression. Hu Yun and his companion clearly also knew some information, as they hardly exchanged pleasantries before ushering everyone onto the plane. Once seated, Tang Xiao also sensed something was off. Lingo, what's going on? Everyone looks so glum. Maybe the opponents are a bit too strong. Lin Bai wasn't overly anxious. He knew how powerful his various avatars were. The combination of lust and greed was already sufficiently monstrous. Lin Bai wasn't overly anxious. He knew how powerful his various avatars were. The combination of lust and greed was already sufficient. Zhang Yutian was seated just in front of them, and usually he would have started talking by now, but he too wore The plane took off smoothly, and Ji Yunshu sitting next to Hu Yun forced a smile. Yungu, why did this task fall to us? It seems like someone is already prepared to meet us at the airport. Upon hearing the word pickup, Hu Yun's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat aware of the Academy League. The so-called pickup usually meant that people from other academies were waiting to mock them. Hu Yun gritted his teeth slightly. Whatever the world is still uncertain, no one dares to claim victory. Once we arrive, well, just shout back at them. We can't lose our words right. Ji Yunshu could only smile bitterly. The reason for this was that the other major academies held grievances against Yunji. Over the years, Yunji had seized many of their students due to its vast resources and financial power. Just this alone had caused significant animosity. Traveling from Magic City to Baichen didn't take much time, roughly a bit over half an hour. After the plane landed, the two of them became alert. Everyone follow us, come over. As they called everyone off the plane, Hu Yun glanced around. but seemingly didn't see the other academy's expected people. Could it be that, just as Hu Yun sensed they might escape a calamity upon exiting the airport, he saw several groups waiting outside. Upon seeing their uniforms, Qing Nong, Jiu Chao, Xinglan, and Yuan, she were all present. They were all gathered. Moreover, their leading mentors were nearly all at the peak of the sync stage with several at the domain stage. Now the two couldn't simply ignore them and pass by. After all, they had only just graduated, and these people could still be considered their seniors. So the people from Yunji are here. A man from Jiuqiao Academy spoke with a smile. He appeared to be in his 50s and had a bit of a belly. Why are there only you two little ones? Where's Chu Hanjing? And Yi Xuanxing? Hello, Dean Xin. They all had other matters, so the academy could only send me. Hu Yun replied with a low laugh. At this moment, those from Qingnong also spoke up. If they're not coming, why not let Wang Qi come? He was so active during recruitment. Now, he doesn't even need to recruit. Why isn't he coming? As soon as Wang Qi's name was mentioned, the atmosphere on the scene instantly shifted. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu felt a subtle sense of alarm. Who is Wang Qi? He is the head of the enrollment department at the academy, and he is one of the reasons why they resented Yunji. Hu Yun could even see the veins popping on Qin Jinglin's forehead. Minister, you are ruining me. Hu Yun cried out internally, and quickly spoke up. Minister Wang has gone back home for a while. He said there are family matters. What a coincidence. Every time the Academy League comes around, there's something going on at Wang Qi's home. Immediately, another mentor from a different academy spoke coldly. Hu Yun felt his scalp tingle. The pressure from this first encounter was already terrifying. What would happen next? The minister has harmed me. Hu Yun screamed internally, but on the surface he could only force a smile. I heard you found quite a few promising candidates. This time you should be able to achieve a good ranking, right? The speaker was a mentor from the Yuanxi Academy, and his gaze towards Hu Yun and his companion was as if he wanted to devour them. Ji Yunshu's mouth twitched. She had heard that Lu Sun was supposed to go to Yuanxi Academy, but in the end Yunji offered better conditions, and Yuanxi happened to be the poorest among the 6 major academies. Ji Yunshu's mouth twitched. She had heard that Lu Sun was supposed to go to Yuanxi Academy, but in the end Yunji offered better conditions, and Yuanxi happened to be the poorest among. Aside from Beichen, the people here were almost the biggest opponents in this competition. The atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat delicate, but Lin Bai didn't pay much attention as he spotted a familiar face who also saw him at the same time. Lu Ming, one of the leading mentors from Xinglan Academy. Upon seeing Lin Bai, the other party seemed a bit excited and hurriedly called out to him, to which Lin Bai nodded slightly in response. Initially, he thought they would just exchange greetings, but surprisingly, after a brief conversation with the mentor beside him, Lu Ming directly approached. Lin Bai was taken aback, but Lu Ming's actions were also noticed by the people from Juqiao. Both of them looked puzzled while Lu Ming smiled amidst the inexplicable gazes from Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu, saying, "I'm here to find a friend." You all continue. With his involvement, the atmosphere on the scene became less serious. Lu Ming disregarded them and pulled Lin Bai to the side. "I heard you ranked first in the preliminaries. Congratulations." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Ming felt overjoyed at being called Brother Lu, but he still maintained his composure. "I should have been more decisive back then. Had I known you had this strength, we would have never given up on you." Lin Bai chuckled lightly. It was his own decision to go to Yunji, and the conditions offered were indeed generous. Unless Xinglan directly offered him much better treatment than others at the SSS level, it would surely provoke discontent among others, which was something Xinglan could not afford. But at that moment, Lu Ming abruptly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, are you still considering us at Xinglan?" Lin Bai looked at him somewhat bewildered and confused. "Brother Lu, I have already registered with Yunji. That's a minor issue. Transferring schools is just a matter of procedure." Their conversation seemed to have been overheard by Hu Yun. Previously, he could be timid, but now that they were trying to poach talent right from under his nose, he couldn't afford to be timid anymore. With an unfriendly expression, he approached. "Teacher Lu Lin is already with our academy, and he is a key training target for us. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Lu Ming didn't care at all, laughing it off. "I was just joking, Lin. Let's chat on Feixin." After saying this, he turned and returned to his team, while Hu Yun watched Lu Ming with a wary expression. "Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll take the students to the hotel first, since we still have a competition ahead." Lu Ming's inexplicable actions shifted everyone's focus from targeting Yunji to curiosity. As a diplomat for Xinglan Academy, Lu Ming was no fool. On the contrary, he was someone that all the academies were wary of. There must be a reason behind his actions. As everyone left with their thoughts, another leading mentor from the Xinglan team questioned, "Old Lu, what's going on? Has everyone started to lose their shame?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming thumped his chest in frustration. I hate it. I should have never let that kid Xin Yi in." "Old Mo, you don't know that kid Lin Bai is actually the first in this year's rankings." Mo Zheng looked puzzled. "What does that have to do with you?" When it comes to this, Lu Ming's expression turned as though he was constipated, and he muttered, "We had previously interacted with him together. If we interacted together, we shouldn't have much of a chance against Yunji, right?" Mo Zheng was well aware of his academy's financial situation. Usually in such occasions, securing talent can only rely on advance efforts. That's true, but Lin Bai absolutely deserves better conditions than Yunji's offer. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Just ranking first shouldn't be enough. This year Yunji has indeed invested heavily, with a few young talents from the Jibai and Li families being recruited. But old Lu, you must understand that if we offer Lin Bai more resources than others, it will have an impact. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. I know all of that, Sai, but it's not the right time to discuss this. Minter, what's the background of that Lin Bai? Their conversation was overheard by the students behind them, and one boy with sword-like brows and starry eyes stepped forward to ask. Lu Ming glanced at him and promptly explained gently, the Minter has a bit of a connection with Lin Bai. I just didn't expect him to take first place in the freshman rankings. Is that the person who ranked first at Yunji? I thought it was Ji Xianyuan. Yunji has produced a dark horse. The students behind began to discuss among themselves, but the boy who spoke first had a contemplative look. A ranking of first doesn't mean much, and certainly doesn't reach the level that would make Lu Ming go to such lengths to poach him at a significant cost. But Lu Ming clearly did not want to elaborate on this matter any further, and he provided what could be considered a reasonable explanation. Asking further would be impolite. After returning to the hotel, Mo Zheng knocked on Lu Ming's door with a serious expression. Upon seeing him, Lu Ming sighed, "Come in." After Mo Zheng entered, Lu Ming waved his hand to create a layer of spiritual energy barrier. You want to ask about Lin Bai, right? Yes. Mo Zheng nodded, slightly thinking similarly to the boy who had asked the question. As he spoke about this, once there were no others around, Lu Ming couldn't hold back any longer, looking as if he was heartbroken. Old Mo. I hate it. I regret it. Moi. Mo Zheng didn't expect him to react this way. I should have never let Xinyi in. He has struck gold. Damn it, this is a huge loss. Mo Zheng looked puzzled. What's going on? Lu Ming pounded his chest in frustration for a while, before finally calming down, taking a deep breath before speaking. I've missed too much. You know about that kid's special ability, right? Yes, the Seven Sins body. Mo Zheng nodded slightly. Previously we hadn't done much research on the Seven Sins body, and since there hadn't been any high-level users, we thought it was just an ordinary SSS level authority. Mo Zheng's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his head. I wasn't sure before, but after watching their ranking battle, I can say with 100% certainty that the Seven Sins body is definitely not as simple as it appears. After saying that, Lu Ming with an ugly expression took out his phone and played the video of Lin Bai battling Ji Xianyuan. This indeed showcases SS level strength, but if you're talking about touching the realm of the authority, it should still be lacking a bit. Old Mo, are you confused? What is Ji Xianyuan's ability? Mo Zheng was taken aback. That's the Emperor's Sword Soul. This is already a rule level ability. You can't still think that Lin Bai won due to quantity, that the Seven Sins body is merely an early stage ability, right? Lu Ming looked at him with disappointment, saying, look at this jealousy enhancement. Is this normal? Mo Zheng scratched his head. It is indeed SS level strength, but how can something without a unique skill qualify as SS level? Lu Ming sighed softly. I knew I couldn't convince you, I'd just take a look for yourself. After saying that, he switched to another interface, which was a chat record, and it was from Lin Bai's acquaintance Chen Ruoshi from Xiaoqiao Academy. Chen Ruoshi, old Lu were at a huge loss. Lu Ming, what's going on? Chen Ruoshi, after I went back, I looked into the historical data on the Seven Sins body from the Academy. While I couldn't find the data, I did notice something odd about the deaths of a few predecessors. Lu Ming. Chen Ruoshi, the deaths of these individuals have similarities. Chen Ruoshi, it's as if they were affected by original sin, but you know that ordinary abilities cannot backfire against their own system, even SS level ones are the same. Even if some special cases might have an effect, they shouldn't lead to death. Chen Ruoshi, but with the Seven Sins body, it seems like a tribulation. Why tribulation? Isn't it because the heavenly Tao does not permit it? Chen Ruoshi, so I boldly speculate that this Seven Sins body might be able to touch the authority. Lu Ming, what the hell? True or false? Chen Ruoshi, true. Just wait and see, this ranking battle might reveal some clues. After reading this, Mo Zheng was completely stunned. This. Someone in the room immediately began to pound their chest in frustration. Old Lu, you should have sold everything to keep him back then. I didn't know back then. After a long while the two calmed down. Lu Ming said in a deep voice, he still owes me a favor, and it seems I can't use it casually now. Mo Zheng suddenly turned his head. What? Lu Ming's face showed a hint of pride as he recounted the recruitment incident from back then. Such a strong character. With such a monstrous talent, that favor is probably priceless. As he said this, Mo Zheng's eyes reddened a bit, but he quickly froze. Wait. Old Lu, you don't understand one thing. This guy is now our opponent. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. On the other side, Lin Bai, completely unaware that his ability was being intensely studied, had already returned to the hotel. Yunji Academy was extravagant with all students in top-tier single rooms. Lin Bai lay down on the bed and began to analyze his next opponent. Each academy has its own signature contestants, most of whom are powerful scions of local families like Ji Xinyuan and Bai Wuyo from Yunji. There are many SS-level ability users who awakened during the Spirit Peak year, but upon seeing their ability types, Lin Bai's mood became considerably heavier. For example, Qin Che from Beichen has the ability of gravity manipulation. This ability can be used in so many ways. Controlling fundamental forces is never simple. Then there's Yi Fuling from Qing Nong, whose ability is also extremely bizarre, directly targeting the withering and flourishing of life force, capable of controlling the extraction and infusion of life force. It seems there are still too many heroes in the world, and Lin Bai had to become more cautious. After all, this league is facing national academies, and the 6 major academies have consistently ranked in the top 6 for automatic advancement to the top 32. Other academies, however, must compete in the 8 major regions nationwide to seize the remaining 26. The preliminary round of the top 100 competition has already concluded, and the top 32 main competition is about to begin, which is where the true strength of the 6 major academies lies. Over the years, apart from a few unstable years for Yunji, they have basically remained in the top 6. The top 32 competition is divided into 2 lines. Line A is for individual matches, while Line B is for group battles. The rules for both lines are quite simple. The team match consists of 10 members, while the individual match has slightly more rules, being a 7-member point competition, with each victory adding 10 points. This stage is most likely to see tactics akin to a race between horses. It's worth mentioning that in the rounds from 32 to 16, 16 to 8, and 8 to 4, each contestant can only participate once. This is the strictest test of the Academy's average strength. Once this hurdle is passed, the competition among the top 4 will be based on individual duels. The earlier rounds test the Academy's overall strength, while the later rounds test the strength of the Academy's top students. This is also why there are so many students participating. Some are even substitutes, and given the interdependencies among various abilities, the information aspect is also a significant challenge. At this moment, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu were feeling dizzy from reviewing the information of students from various academies. Under such a competition system, team composition will be a crucial operation. As it stands, Lin Bai, Ji Xuanyuan, and Bai Wuyo are essentially expected to be placed in the top 8 for the semifinals. Where they would encounter the 6 major academies is also a privilege for the reigning champions. The entire competition seems to indicate that the other academies are just there to run alongside, but this year is the Spirit Peak Awakening, so they likely want to take advantage of this century-old opportunity to change their academy's ranking. Just thinking about this made both of them feel an immense pressure. Fortunately, the Academy's instructors not coming is simply to avoid being mocked by instructors from other academies. It is impossible to entrust everything to them. While the two were worrying, the group lists had already been sent to them. According to these 3 groups, you should know the strength of your opponents, use whichever team is appropriate. Strive to gain higher points in the early stages. The 2 nodded slightly. The importance of points becomes evident in the transition from 8 to 4, where the highest points compete against the lowest, and so on. Therefore, points in the early stages cannot be low. It's best not to lose a single match. Both were focused, and this nationwide attention-grabbing competition was gradually approaching. Once it reaches the top 32, it will be broadcasted nationwide, with all 16 venues equipped with dedicated broadcasting rooms. On the day of the competition, all major broadcasting rooms were filled to capacity, with nearly every region having their own supported academy. Yunji's first opponent drawn in the first round is Qishao Academy, which ranked 19th last year. In the resting area of Yunji Academy, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu also spoke with serious expressions. Everyone should understand the current competition format. The current team composition consists of 7 teams, and students assigned to teams should prepare themselves. Those who weren't assigned shouldn't be discouraged. The lineup can be adjusted at any time. If we encounter abilities that counter ours, we will also arrange for them to participate. At Qishao Academy, Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu exchanged glances, realizing that this academy was particularly notable for its outstanding fire and ice abilities. This academy is renowned for producing powerful ice and fire ability users, and this year it boasts the presence of 2 SS-level practitioners. They looked at each other and decided to let both SS-level users take the stage. This year there are a total of 15 SS-level practitioners in Yunji, so after sending 2 onto the field, the remaining team can just pair up with an S-level practitioner. The 2 plan to let all SS-level practitioners compete. As for the 5 remaining spots to face off against the team from Qishao Academy, they will select students from both Ziwei Yuan and Taiwei Yuan. Before coming here, they had already done their homework, selecting the students who would participate and preparing for battle. Compared to Yunji, the atmosphere at Qishao was much more tense. Although Yunji has long been ridiculed as the shame of the 6 major academies, they are not a team that the 19th-ranked academy can challenge. Moreover, the fact that Yunji has never ranked 6th over the years indicates its complexities. Both sides quickly prepared their teams with Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu intent on clashing head-on with Qishao Academy, sending out 2 SS-level practitioners in hopes of claiming all the points. However, unexpectedly they lost. Out of 7 matches, Qishao won only 2, and those wins were solely by their 2 SS-level competitors. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu sent out their SS-level students, yet still could not prevail. One of the opponents wielded ice abilities while the other wielded fire, their skills refined to perfection, clearly on par with the 6 major academies. Due to their pure elemental abilities, the development level of these 2 SS-level students far exceeded that of those from Yunji Academy. Despite winning the matches, the loss of 20 points left Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu in shock. The 2 sent out returned with their heads bowed, not daring to look at anyone. A light laugh rang out. "Tisk, you can't even defeat the 19th-ranked academy. Oh, what have you been doing in class?" Lu Sun said with a cold smirk. The 2 suddenly looked up ready to retort, but instinctively lowered their heads upon seeing Lu Sun. Though his words were harsh, they were undeniably accurate. Hu Yun frowned about to speak, when Lin Bai's stern voice interrupted. "Shut up. This is the Academy League. It's one thing to disagree internally, but what do you mean by saying this?" Previously Lin Bai hadn't paid much attention, but now the system had arrived. Task: National Academy League. 1. During the league, defeating an SS-level opponent will grant 1 Hextech draw. 2. During the league, defeating an academy will grant 1 random Hextech rune draw. Silver probability 70, a gold probability 20, prism probability 10-3. The first place in the individual league will earn 1 selected hero. 4. The first place in the team league will also earn 1 selected hero. The task appeared right after the match against Qishao began. Lin Bai had been wondering when it would trigger, but he didn't expect the system to surprise him. Currently, only Wrath and Pride do not have avatars, and in Lin Bai's plans these 2 avatars must follow the most terrifying path along with the required hero template. Selected hero. This undoubtedly completed the final piece of the puzzle for Lin Bai's intended path. No matter what, in both individual and team competitions, Lin Bai must achieve first place. And Lu Sun's divisive behavior must be avoided in advance. When there were no rewards, he ignored my presence, but now that the system is so generous, I will make you all feel the pressure of ranking first. No one expected Lin Bai to suddenly speak up, and the looks directed at him were filled with astonishment, while Lu Sun's expression turned grim. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the veins on Lin Bai's face slowly protruding. Fury. Unpleasant memories surged to the forefront, causing Lu Sun to instinctively retract his neck and fall silent. Li Qingge looked on with uncertainty, feeling that Lin Bai had suddenly changed. Lin Bai, however, was unconcerned about their reaction and approached Hu Yun and his companion, asking, "Instructor, who is our next opponent?" He roughly understood the competition format. The previous matches could only afford 1 loss, but he had only 1 chance to compete. The next rounds would be 16-8, and then 8-4, both of which he must win. Hu Yun was still adapting to Lin Bai's change, and unconsciously replied, "Not yet, the other academy's matches haven't finished." Lin Bai nodded slightly, and then closed his eyes. To seize both championships, he must not be complacent. At this moment, he must summon Gluttony back. Although avatars cannot communicate, there is still some subtle sensing. Lin Bai made a move following what was previously agreed with Gluttony. In the green forest, on a branch of a towering tree hundreds of meters high, a massive shadow suddenly came to a halt. Are we heading back?" A hint of worry crossed Gluttony's face. "This will probably take some time." He touched the space ring hanging around his neck, where the Alderain motorcycle now seemed like a small toy in front of him. "You betrayed me." The size increase of the tank engine wasn't accounted for. "I have to walk back." Gluttony cried out in despair. On the other side, upon sensing Gluttony's response, Lin Bai let out a slight sigh of relief. Facing other academy participants, the outcome was uncertain, but with Gluttony returning, the situation would be different. With a month's worth of tank engines, even if Gluttony adds a layer each day, there would be about 30 layers, right? Coupled with the heart's strength, Gluttony's health points had undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. Adding to that the bloodthirsty armor. Lin Bai glanced at the gold in the shop, totaling 7,190. Not only could he buy the bloodthirsty armor, but he could also afford the berserker armor. By the afternoon, Yunji's second opponent was quickly revealed. The opponents are calculated based on points. Yunji only scored 50 points in their first match, so they are likely to face an academy that scored 60. Academies with 40 points will have to face those top academies with 70 points, all wins. As time passed, after all the universities finished their matches, the results were also announced. Without exception, all 5 other major academies won all 7 matches, making Yunji the only academy to lose 2 matches. This result created quite a stir online, and Yunji's academy forum was directly overwhelmed. But no one could utter a word. Losing 20 points to the 19th-ranked academy left them with nothing to say, and they felt embarrassed themselves. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu lamented repeatedly. Sigh, we were careless. We didn't expect them to be so strong. Now the subsequent matches will be difficult. If we lose points in this fight, we will inevitably face the other 5 major academies in the quarterfinals. With worried expressions, the two were approached by Lin Bai, who said, Instructor, let's aim to win this next match and secure at least 4 points. The two were taken aback. They had planned to go all out to secure points in the 16-4 match, so that when it came to the 8-4 stage, they might have a chance to face someone outside the 5 major academies. At that moment, the opponent also appeared. The Feishing Academy, ranked 7th. Seeing this academy, both of their expressions changed. The Feishing Academy has been gaining momentum in recent years, eyeing the position of the Yunji Academy covetously. In this matchup, the opponent would definitely not hold back. Upon seeing their opponent, Hu Yun and the others felt a chill run down their spines. If Feishing had invested heavily, and winning against them would not come without a price. Lin Bai and the others were watching from the side, and Li Qing's expression turned serious. Feishing has come prepared this year. It seems they deliberately lost a match to face us afterward. I see it now, Hu Yun said with a bitter smile. Lin Bai frowned and thought, let's stick to my plan, aim to secure 4 points and ignore the rest. Their low score means they have to send people out first while we come out last. This shows that the competition rules are very favorable to the strong academies. Sending out people first, even the Tianji horse racing strategy won't work here. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, everyone instinctively looked at Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu. At that moment, the two furrowed their brows. We still have 13 SS-ranked members left, and Lin Bai and Xin Yuan are aiming for the 8-4 stage. That will be the real showdown. They hesitated. If they only aimed to secure 4 points this time, the opponents they might face in the 8-4 could very well be top contenders like Beichen or Xinglan. Lin Bai noticed their hesitation and said seriously, I am quite confident about the 8-4 stage. Ji Xinyuan silently stepped closer to Lin Bai. So am I. Bai Wuyo and Li Qingge exchanged glances and sighed. They instantly understood that Lin Bai intended to stabilize their entry into the 8, leaving the rest to them. Jiang Yutian looked confused. What's going on? Isn't it easy to get into the top 8? Jiang Yin shot him a glance. You big fool, there's a risk of losing against Feishing, but if we want to secure a win against them, I might have to step in with you. Otherwise, we won't have any margin for error in the 8-4. Jiang Yin saw clearly that they had to secure a win against Feishing. The question was how to achieve that. Lin Bai spoke seriously. Mentor, trust us. Hu Yin paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth. All right. Then we will secure the win against Feishing. For this match, Jiang Yutian Jiang, Yin Lu Sun Long Fengming Qin Chi Wu Li Qingyu, and Wen Yuning will take the field. Hu Yun's announcement jolted everyone. These individuals were already the strongest batch after Lin Bai's group in the ranking battles. In the top 10 of the ranking battle, Hu Yun only left the 8th and 9th spots for Shun Shiyu and Lin Huan. Bai Wuyo cheerfully patted Lin Bai on the shoulder. You're quite confident. Feeling the pressure now. Pressure. Lin Bai shook his head. The ones under pressure should be our opponents. Bai Wuyo was taken aback, then burst into laughter. That's quite bold. On the other side, the Feishing Academy was buzzing upon seeing the list of competitors. The two mentors exchanged quick glances. Is Yunji going crazy? Not going for the 6th place anymore. Didn't they issue a death order? Jiang Yutian, Jiang Yin, and Lu Sun are all sent out. It will be tough to score against them. However, the students behind them were not as tense. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm. What are we afraid of? Yunji should have stepped down long ago. If they aren't going for 6th place, they'll just aim for next year. This year, the 6 major academies should make a change. The two mentors furrowed their brows. There's room for maneuvering. We can give them 3 points, but after that, we will just aim for 4 points. How about that? That's the only option now. I heard they've had special training this year. Their strength must have improved quite a bit since the ranking battles. After a brief discussion, they reached a conclusion and decisively chose to give 3 points, which was a rare show of respect towards the 6 major academies. Giving 3 points meant their own seed players had to win all 4 matches afterward. The front is about respect, and the back is about confidence. In the 16-8 stage, the matchup between Yunji and Feishing was the most heated, as they were old rivals, and also the two most closely matched in strength in the 16-8. Before the battles started, the livestream room was instantly packed with comments flooding the screen. What the heck? What's going on with Yunji? Sending out so many seed players. Just leaving 4 seed players. If they win against Feishing, won't they have to use 4 seed players to battle the 6 major academies? And the opponents might still be Beichen or Xinglan. This decision is too crazy. But if they want to win against Feishing, it can only be done this way. Feishing is not simple. Yunji must be going all out. How is that possible? Yunji is not simple this year. I've already bet on Yunji for 5 wins. Oh, just watch. As the comments were bustling, the students from Xinglan Academy had just submitted their rankings. Lu Ming exchanged glances with Mo Zheng. Is Yunji going insane? Are they really that unconfident in their training? They must be aiming to secure 8th place. After all, facing isn't simple. Mo Zheng shook his head slightly. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something. Check the match schedule. If Yunji wins, no need to check. If they win, they will definitely face us. Lu Ming suddenly looked at the students behind him. Jishuan Yuan Bai Wuyo and Li Qingge, do you have confidence? Upon hearing this, the leading students all looked serious. Mentor, we can't be sure about these three. We will only know after the match. What about Lin Bai, who defeated Ji Xianyuan? Everyone was taken aback. Then someone quickly answered, if it's Lin Bai, I have confidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. Your perspective is too shallow. If Qingyao wins the first 6 matches and then forfeits the 7th, we won't face Yunji. When these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Doing so was akin to actively avoiding Yunji. They found it hard to accept this approach. However, Mo Zheng showed no signs of opposition. Instead, he appeared to be in deep thought. There's no difference in battling other academies. Do you really need to face Yunji to reach the top 4? Lu Ming's brief statement ignited the anger of the young students. How could that be? Yunji is too weak. There's no point in fighting them. Let them go. On the other side at Juqiao Academy, the 2 mentors had just finished arranging their students when they suddenly received a communication. Mentor-chan, what's wrong? What? Ji Xianyuan and the others. It's a 50-50 chance they shouldn't match up against Yunji. Are you talking about Xinglan? How could they possibly avoid facing us? That's impossible. What? Is what you said true? Alright, if they avoid facing us, we will avoid them too. After hanging up, the mentor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in shock. What the heck? How has Yunji turned into a ticking time bomb? The actions and thoughts of the 2 major academies remain unknown for now, but it is evident that they show a considerable respect towards Lin Bai. Previously, they believed that the only students from prominent families that Yunji needed to watch out for were those few. Even though Lin Bai secured 1st place in the ranking battle after observing the match, they thought it was mostly due to the characteristics of the 7 Sins body. Their students already possessed the ability to quickly deal with Lin Bai's avatars and would not be subjected to being ganged up on, thus nullifying the advantages of the 7 Sins body. However, a piece of information from Jiuqiao made both sides' mentors choose to avoid confrontation. Yunji versus Feishing. This match has garnered the highest attention currently, with some wanting to see Feishing take Yunji's ranking, while others are curious about the significant cost Yunji has incurred this year. Amidst the public gaze, Yunji's match has begun. Among the 2 academies, Yunji has the lower score and is the first to send out their lineup. To secure 4 points, Jiang Yutian, Jiang Yan, and Lu Sun directly took the stage. The abilities of these 3 are exceptionally powerful, and after a month of intensive training along with the Academy's resource investment, their strength is no longer what it used to be. The battle proceeded smoothly. Their opponents were all ranked SS. Observant onlookers could already tell this was Feixing's exchange strategy, akin to the TNG horse racing tactic. However, since Yunji decided to take the 4 points hidden, the remaining opponents are no easy targets. Long Fengming, ranked 7th, had previously been rather quiet in class. But no one dared to underestimate him. Long Fengming comes from a branch of the Long family in the imperial capital, and his SS-level ability Dust Light is an exceptionally unique power. Light-based abilities are inherently complex, but initially they lacked offensive options, which is why Long Fengming was somewhat obscure during the ranking battles. However, this very fact allowed everyone to overlook his potential. Previously, Long Fengming's use of his powers was mainly supportive. For instance, he could bend all light passing through his body to achieve perfect optical invisibility, neither reflecting nor absorbing. Or he could force the light from distant objects to converge on his pupils effectively, giving him an 800x zoom telescope. And similar techniques like dazzling light suppression. However, the scarcity of offensive methods was well known to everyone. His opponents were similarly limited. Give up, you cannot break, through my SS-level Immortal Dragon Scale. Across from Long Fengming, a buzzcut man grinned, and as the referee declared the match to begin, his body was instantly covered in dense dragon scales, transforming him into something akin to a half-dragon. His dark golden eyes brimmed with mockery. Long Fengming sighed. Since the Academy has decided to fight for 4 points, I, as a crucial part of this, cannot fall behind. He ruffled his hair in frustration. I wanted to keep a low profile, but forget it. The buzzcut man sneered as he charged. Long Fengming's gaze sharpened, his fingers splayed, aiming at the approaching man. Photon condensation. The man's pupils suddenly contracted. This is a manifestation-level ability. How did you manage to do that? Long Fengming chuckled. If I didn't have some skills, would I be on stage? In the next moment, a burst of bright light erupted from his palm, followed by a beam crashing into the man. The violent photon forcefully battered against his scales, his form uncontrollably slamming into the protective barrier of the arena, completely pinned down and unable to move. Long Fengming snorted, increasing his spiritual energy output, causing cracks to appear in the opponent's scales, followed by a protective field opening around him. The match's protective mechanism was triggered. The opponent stared in shock at Long Fengming, never expecting to lose. This also meant that Fei Xing was eliminated. Hu Yun exchanged glances with his partner, both wearing smiles. If you like to hide your trump cards until the end, then don't reveal them at all. At this moment, there was a silence within Fei Xing Academy. They had indeed kept their trump cards until the end, but in the face of Long Fengming, they had chosen a countering opponent. The photon condensation technique could only be used at the manifestation level, and prior to this no one had anticipated that Long Fengming could already utilize it. The remaining 3 battles featured Fei Xing's strongest competitors, and having lost their hopes of advancement, they naturally did not wish for Yunji to fare better. Their efforts made it clear how prepared Fei Xing was for this competition. The subsequent battles were all S-level confrontations, but Yunji was nearly overwhelmed. When Li Qingyu returned, he began to doubt his own existence. Having been defeated by Lin Bai since enrollment, and then swiftly dealt with by the contestants from Fei Xing, he started to question whether he truly possessed an SS-level ability. However, the discussions around him brought him back to reality. Fei Xing is indeed well prepared. If we do not give our all, we might be stopped here. Everyone felt a wave of dread. Had they stuck to their original strategy of saving their strongest contenders for last, Jiang Yutian and the others would not have had to compete. At that point, they might not even be able to secure 4 points. However, after a brief moment of joy, anxiety set in. They had advanced to the top 8 with 4 points. Now they had to face the academy that had won all its matches among the top 8. Moreover, these academies still had seed players who had not yet taken the stage, while Yunji only had 4 seed players remaining. This next battle would be extremely arduous. Hu Yun stared intently at the matches of other academies. Our next opponent is very likely to appear among Bei, Chun Jiu Qiao, and Xing Lan. Yuan Shi Qingnong has already lost a match, so it's unlikely they will face us. As he pondered the next opponent, Ji Xinyuan suddenly frowned and said Xing Lan is about to lose. Everyone was shocked, switching to the battle footage of Xing Lan. This time Xing Lan's opponent was the academy ranked 10th, and based on their strength, they were completely dominating. However, as everyone watched, Xing Lan's representative was facing an S-level opponent, and there seemed to be no possibility of losing. Yet during the battle, this S-level fighter was intentionally holding back. Why? Everyone was bewildered, knowing that at this stage, every loss would lead to stronger opponents in the next round. As their thoughts became somewhat chaotic, Jiu Qiao Academy actually lost 2 matches in a row. Seeing the results of the battles from several major academies, Hu Yun's face turned pale. It's over. If there are no other 4-win academies entering the top 8, we will have to face Bei Chun. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. Such a result was unexpected not only for Hu Yun and the others, but for all the academies. And upon reviewing the match footage, it was evident that these 2 academies had done it intentionally. Why? There was no reason. Were they trying to avoid facing Yunji? That was impossible, as Yunji is always the experienced baby, and they are always eager to kick Yunji out of the competition early. There have been numerous instances of them actively seeking to face Yunji. Another viewpoint suggests that they are preserving their vitality for the finals, but this argument also holds no ground, as there are no restrictions on students participating in the semifinals. What lies ahead is a test of the students' pool from the academy, while the semifinals serve as a trial for the academy's ability to nurture true powerhouses. At this moment, various opinions circulate in society, yet no one can fathom the intentions of these 2 great academies. As the competition concludes, the list of the top 8 is revealed along with the matchups. Unsurprisingly, only Yunji among the top 8 advanced with 4 victories, meaning Yunji's opponent will be the undefeated Bei Chun. Bei Chun has little thought about facing Yunji. Their focus is on why their greatest rivals Xing Lan and Jiu Qiao chose to avoid confronting Yunji. Under normal circumstances, the 3 fully victorious academies should have drawn lots. However, regardless of the situation, Bei Chun's goal remains the championship, and all the top seeds are present, showing no fear. On Yunji's side, the pressure is immense. It's over, it's over. What is going on with Jiu Qiao and Xing Lan? Why are they deliberately losing? I feel like there's still a chance against these 2. Ji Yunshu tugged at her hair, her face filled with distress. The expressions of the others were equally grave. Over the years, Bei Chun has won the championship too many times. This year, with Ling Feng awakening, the pressure of this battle is unimaginable. Lin Bai at this moment was also somewhat taken aback. Concerning the mission, he felt a bit uncertain. Do you 3 have confidence in facing Bei Chun's opponents? It's hard to say, Bai Wuyo replied solemnly, his earlier ease vanished. Bei Chun has 2 prodigies. If I face Xuan Yuan, my chances of winning are only around 40%. Lin Bai's heart sank. They had fewer points, and were sending out their lineup first. If the other side chose to confront them, they might really be doomed. What about Chinga? Me? Li Chinga pointed at herself. As long as I don't face those 2 prodigies, I have a chance against the others. Long Fengming walked over and said gravely, given their personalities, they won't back down. They will definitely choose to confront us. Indeed, but I have a 50% chance, Ji Xinyuan replied, casting a glance at him. Lin Bai rubbed his temples in distress. Zhou Qiao and Xinglan were truly troublesome. As a result, what was previously a sure victory turned into a mere fraction of certainty. This disparity is too great. There's no way to choose now. We can only submit the list to them for confrontation. Hu Yun sighed repeatedly. If they faced other academies, Lin Bai and his team would indeed have a significant chance. However, against strong opponents, even Ji Xinyuan and the others would find it difficult to secure points, let alone the others who ranked lower. Now, even the usually carefree Jiang Yutian fell silent, unable to speak, admitting that there was indeed a gap compared to Beichen. How should we choose our candidates now? Jiang Yin sighed softly. Facing Beichen, I have no confidence. Lin Bai frowned in thought. He was confident in his abilities, but not in the others. At this moment, he considered whether he should go first to secure a point. With Beichen's pride in a heating confrontation, they would definitely assign him a strong opponent. If he wins, it could boost their morale. However, taking the first point under such circumstances would also raise Beichen's vigilance. Minter will go first. Ji Xuanyuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, looking at Lin Bai with an enigmatic expression. I will definitely win this battle. Hu Yun nodded seriously upon seeing this. Taking the initiative to volunteer at this time meant they had made a firm decision. He could not dampen their spirits. He'll go second. I will, Bai Wuyo said earnestly. I have a 40% chance against those two prodigies and a 60% chance against the others. He'll go third. Li Qingge took a deep breath. I won't lose. The most likely outcome is a draw, so be prepared. Then he'll go fourth. Jiang Yutian suggested. No. Lin Bai shook his head slightly. You'll go. If they win all their previous matches, this battle will be the one they are most vigilant about. I am ranked first in the battle, so I must bear the pressure. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu stared blankly at everyone, suddenly feeling that this edition might be different from previous ones. After the main fighters were decided, the others quickly emerged. Jiang Yutian, Jiang Yin Lu's son. Before the match began, Long Fengming pulled Ji Xinyuan aside to say something. After submitting the list, Beichen's matchup list was also revealed. Ji Xinyuan versus Long Baiyu, Bai Wuyo versus Qin Ningshi, Li Qingge versus Lu Hiyu, Lin Bai versus Qin Che, Jiang Yutian versus Ji Lin, Jiang Yin versus Lu Shiqing, Lu Sun versus Hu Bai. At a glance, it was clear that all these seed players belonged to the well-known families of the Beichen Empire. Meanwhile, Long Baiyu and Ho Ranqing were the two prodigies mentioned by Bai Wuyo. The other side chose to show Lin Bai respect. After seeing the list, Bai Wuyo couldn't help but grind his teeth. Do they really look down on me? Alright, I've secured this point. But Xuanyuan, do you have any thoughts about facing Long Baiyu? A 60% chance. Ji Xinyuan replied calmly. Bai Wuyo was taken aback, and then looked at Long Fengming, who smiled and waved at him. So there's someone getting special treatment. Once the match list was released, some who didn't understand the situation were somewhat confused. Huh, why aren't Beichen's twin stars fighting Yunji's twin stars? Yunji's twin stars. This year Lin Bai ranked first in the battle for Yunji. It seems Beichen has done their homework. Have you placed your bets? Yunji's odds are quite high. The matches in the quarterfinals unfolded one after another, and other academies were also closely watching the situation. The stands of Zhouqiao Academy and Xinglan Academy were adjacent. After the match began, the leading mentors of the two academies exchanged glances, their lips curling into a mysterious smile. With the start of the competition, the battle between Ji Xinyuan and Long Baiyu also commenced. Long Baiyu, ranked first in Beichen's battle, faced Ji Xuanyuan, a super genius from a prominent family in Modu. Even before the battle began, it was already filled with hype, with no empty seats. However, people were more optimistic about Beichen, as they are the defending champions, and Long Baiyu could be considered the leader of the young generation this year. Yet the outcome of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. From the very beginning, the two fought evenly, with Ji Xinyuan wielding the Emperor's sword, launching fierce attacks, engaging in a frenzied exchange of injuries. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Long Baiyu kept defending. Although he managed it easily, he had no opportunity to counterattack. This situation caused many who could understand to feel a tremor in their hearts. Ji Xinyuan must have received guidance from a master, knowing Long Baiyu's weaknesses. At this moment, Long Baiyu's expression also turned grave. Surrounding him, the sword chi surged, leaving him no space to dodge. The great clans of the Magic City are indeed as legendary as rumored, especially the Ji family, a top-tier family. When the competition began, everyone knew a fierce battle would ensue. However, Long Baiyu was consistently suppressed, which felt odd. Why wasn't his opponent looking for a chance to counterattack? Yet at this moment, what Long Baiyu was thinking remained unknown to anyone. He felt constrained as Ji Xinyuan not only kept attacking, but also crazily locked onto his weakness. Long Baiyu dared not strike. He could break through Ji Xuanyuan's sword intent, but every time he attempted to act, Ji Xinyuan would instinctively target his weaknesses. It was frustrating. Truly frustrating. Wasn't the weakness of his special ability a secret? How did Ji Xinyuan know? Long Fengming. He suddenly recalled his cousin. His expression darkened further, but continuing like this was not an option. He had to retaliate. His special ability was SS-grade liquid metal capable of freely transforming his flesh and blood into any metal. Within him flowed a legendary metallic element called living gold, which could transform into indestructible weapons or coalesce into an absolute defensive barrier. At a certain stage, all metals within 100 meters would become extensions of his body. However, the transformation of living gold within Lin Bai had just begun, and the amount he could transform was limited. This was his greatest weakness. Normally, Ji Xinyuan would have to test several times to discover where his weakness lay. But now his opponent relentlessly attacked that weakness, pushing Lin Bai to the edge, and finally, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. In the next moment, metallic hues rapidly spread across his body, but Ji Xinyuan seized the instant. He began to mobilize his spiritual energy and unleashed a flurry of swords. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Bai suffered several wounds, but at that moment, he was nearly fully transformed into metal. However, at that instant, Ji Xinyuan smirked. I've been waiting for this moment. He suddenly spread his arms, and the imperial sword hovered in front of him. Lin Bai's pupils constricted, and without thinking he withdrew. But it was too late. The sword light erupted from Ji Xuanyuan, and in the next second a phantom giant sword descended from the sky, crashing down on Lin Bai. Boom. The violent spiritual energy rampaged, and Ji Xinyuan disregarded everything, drawing his sword forward, the tip pressing against Lin Bai's right flank. You lost. Ji Xinyuan panted heavily. At this moment, Lin Bai had no significant injuries. That overwhelming sword strike had been withstood. However, the tip of Ji Xuanyuan's sword was precisely against Lin Bai's weakness, right at the point where he had just transformed a bit of living gold. As soon as Ji Xinyuan exerted force, the unstable living gold would reverse and corrode his internal organs. Lin Bai's expression was complex as he slowly withdrew his spiritual energy. Yanji victory. As the referee's voice fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No way he won so easily. Do you think Ji Xinyuan is simple? In previous years, members of the Ji family mostly went to Baichen, where they are first-tier seeds. They are on the same level. I wouldn't be surprised by who wins or loses. Just as everyone was conversing at the preparation area of Baichen Academy, no one was particularly surprised, just feeling a bit regretful. Baiyu was seen through. The Ji family is still the Ji family, still very strong at Yunji. This time Baichen also sent 2 mentors, one man named Chun Hao and one woman named Xiao Guan. Chun Hao, wearing glasses and looking scholarly, spoke up. Next up is Yingning. Be careful. Bai Wuyo is Qining was nodding seriously. The Ji, Bai, Li, and Jiang families ranked among the top 4 clans in the Magic City, and they often interacted with the Qin family. She was well aware of the weight of her opponents. Currently, Bai Wuyo had certainly already cultivated 3 types of hell abilities. This special ability grew stronger in the later stages, and among all new students at Yunji, Bai Yu's growth was the most difficult to predict. However, Qining still underestimated Bai Wuyo. Her special ability, Dream Mist, could release a unique mist that existed between gas and spiritual form. This mist could not only obscure vision and erode perception, but could also slowly penetrate the spiritual domain through the passage of time, allowing those caught in the mist to see their innermost desires or fears. When the mist dissipated, it would be impossible to distinguish where the enemy was and where one was. Yet Bai Wuyo had remarkably cultivated her beast path to perfection. The beast path could summon the residual souls of animals from the spiritual realm, allowing her to temporarily gain their innate abilities. This time, the resources provided by Yunji included many types of beast souls, one of which countered this kind of spiritual ability, something even Baichen did not anticipate. Originally, it was thought that using spiritual control to counter Bai Wuyo would be much easier, as the sin fire of the hell path specifically burned souls. Even if her beast path could resist, Qining was not simple either, and they were at a disadvantage. Surely the opponent was not well prepared. But by a stroke of luck, the outcome was obvious. Qining could not withstand Bai Wuyo, who had mastered the 3 hell abilities, and she was directly defeated. Qinying's unexpected defeat cast a heavy atmosphere over Baichen Academy. Because of Li Qing's uniqueness, Baichen had no confidence regarding Li Qingge, and Lu Hai's expression was serious as he pondered how to fight when Qin Shi patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I've studied Lin Bai, he's not my opponent. Qin Shi smirked coldly. You don't think that his several peak avatars can defeat me across levels, do you? Upon hearing this, everyone brightened. Qin Shi's combat power was on par with Lin Bai. His earlier ranking loss was due to gravity not affecting Lin Bai, plus Qin Shi had already reached the manifestation stage. With that, no one in Baichen would question his combat ability. And since he said so, it meant he had 100 confidence. Then I can rest easy. The soul abilities of the Li family are extremely bizarre, Li Qingge is still SS grade, so I am somewhat nervous. The two mentors shook their heads slightly. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, while soul abilities are bizarre, their offensive means are limited. Just be cautious. Lu Hiyu nodded earnestly. However, he was cautious, yet he still stumbled. Li Qing's soul chant directly targeted the soul. Lu Hiyu knew to be cautious, but he was unaware of how many points to be cautious about. He couldn't even use his special ability, and was dragged into Li Qing's favored domain. The battle between them was intense for a long time, but Lu Hiyu was the first to collapse and be defeated. Now Yunji had directly won 3 matches. This outcome surprised everyone. It meant that as long as Yunji won one more match, they could advance directly. At this moment, everyone was still in shock. Are you saying that if Yunji wins one more match, they advance? And Beichen will be directly eliminated? That's right, but Yunji cannot possibly win again. The remaining contestants from Beichen are all stronger than Yunji's. No, can Yunji's strategy really work? 8 powerful contestants split into 2 groups to take the points. If Yunji wins, how many academies will follow suit? This desperate fighting style is indeed effective. At least the current 3 consecutive victories are particularly impressive. Qinshe, the party involved, seemed unaffected. Relax, you still can't beat the next few. Qinshe smiled slightly. Ji Xianyuan is not my opponent. Don't worry. At that moment, in a private, more than 10 people were present, most of whom were over 50, resembling a senior citizens club. However, each person here could shake the dragon country with just a stamp of their feet. These individuals are all the deans and vice-deans of various academies. The attendees were unaware that the deans were paying close attention to this competition, as these figures, pillars of humanity, usually kept to themselves. But few knew that these deans actually came to watch the competitions every year. This was one of the very few occasions they secretly competed with one another. In a corner, Song Tingzhou whispered to Ling Jiyuan, his voice barely concealing his excitement, I think we can place a bet now. 3 victories. When else would we place a bet? Ling Jiyuan's expression darkened. If we lose now, will you be nailed to the pillar of shame? Song Tingzhou held a different opinion. Damn it, if we don't bet now and lose later, it would be even worse. Thinking this way, Ling Jiyuan was taken aback. It seemed there was some truth to that reasoning. Meanwhile, at the front of the group, 2 elderly men radiated an aura of depth, their expressions grim. Many people subconsciously made way for these 2. They were the dean and vice-dean of Beichen Academy. Others instinctively glanced at Yunji's 2 members, who had moved to a corner with a remarkable synergy. This seemed wrong. After so many years of embarrassment, are you still afraid of being more embarrassed? Seeing Ling Jiyuan unmoved, Song Tingzhou became anxious. As he grew frantic, Lin Bai and Qinshe had already taken their positions. Forget it, let's watch the match first. Ling Jiyuan chose to endure, while Song Tingzhou could only slam his thigh and look at the arena. Standing 20 meters apart, Qinshe smiled at Lin Bai. You defeated Ji Xianyuan. Although you are just 1 step away from victory, that step is a chasm. Oh, Lin Bai was somewhat curious, so confident. The 7 Sins body is just that. Qinshe shook his head slightly, and then fell silent. Yet his words had already echoed through the match footage. Such arrogance sparked a wave of cheers from the audience. A match without trash talk was simply too dull to watch. In an instant, supporters of Qinshe erupted in excitement. Such declarations of being their chasm, while arrogant, were well received. The referee's gaze fell on Lin Bai. Lin Bai looked back. The referee was momentarily confused. Why aren't you trash talking? But Lin Bai had no such intention. Right now he was contemplating what he might draw after defeating Beichen. The referee watched Lin Bai for a long time. Seeing he had no intention of speaking, he decided not to wait any. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, a smile crept across Qinshe's lips, and he gripped the left. Boom. In an instant, the dust around Lin Bai's feet was kicked up, and it seemed he was enveloped in some sort of... At the same time, Lin Bai felt the pressure on him, weighing like 1,000 pounds. As the lust avatar appeared beside him, its expression slightly changed. Damn it. You want to crush me? After saying this, he bent his body and charged forward against the immense gravitational pressure. Qinshe's fingers came together, gently flicking, and he floated into the air. What are you flying for? Get down and fight. Jealousy roared, angrily leaping up with a long sword in it. I anticipated this long ago. Qinshe sneered, coldly releasing the gravitational suppression on Lin Bai and transferring it to Jealousy. The sudden gravity caused Jealousy, who had nowhere to brace himself in the air, to crash to the ground. The gravity, combined with inertia, left him severely injured. But the next moment, Greed, like a thunderclap, flashed past, brandishing a spear, and almost instantaneously reaching Qinshe's front. So fast. Qinshe was taken aback. Greed's fearless charge skill was at lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. After Greed's fearless charge, he immediately thrust out 2 spears. After Qinshe landed, he forcefully kicked off the ground, using the momentum of his own leap combined with the gravity drag to create a significant distance. But with the enemy above and himself beneath, the immense disparity almost drove jealousy mad. Under the powerful original Sin enhancement, he had almost instantly reached the peak of the driver tier. His speed increased, and after appearing before Qin, he let out a soul-shattering roar. Qin had just jumped out, not yet using the gravitational pull, when he was stunned by the roar. At this moment, Qin was still unaware as he swung his blade with gravity enhancement, directing it towards Lin Bai, as if it had guidance. "I can't afford to lose," Lin Bai exclaimed in shock as jealousy surged forward, encircled by a layer of faint green runes. All the blades struck the rune shield, shattering it perfectly, while the remaining blades were deflected by jealousy. It was only then that Qin snapped back to reality. "You? How is this possible?" Not only was Qin caught off guard, but the referee and the audience also failed to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly, the protective barrier of the competition arena exploded. The implications of this were immense. This was a major upset. The referee was momentarily speechless as that scene was too bizarre. He hadn't sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy until Lin Bai looked at him puzzled. The referee swallowed hard. The arena's shield was set up by a source transformation stage expert, so such an incident shouldn't occur. If that's the case, Qin's protective barrier has exploded. Lin Bai wins. The shout left everyone stunned. Qin was equally shocked, unable to restrain himself. He exclaimed, "What did you do?" Lin Bai smiled. "The power of arrogance, isn't it fascinating?" To Lin Bai, the ability of arrogance had always been the most unpredictable. The other major original sins typically enhanced themselves through emotions, but the power of arrogance had never faltered. As for emotions, Lin Bai was unsure where his emotions originated. Initially, he thought that arrogance only had the ability to exploit weaknesses, but upon breaking through to the mastery stage, he gained an additional means. Weakness detonation. Arrogance can continuously mark the opponent's weaknesses, and after a certain duration detonate the weakness. The damage depends on the opponent. Some weaknesses are fatal, while others are not as critical. Moreover, this ability is also related to the opponent's strength. The stronger the opponent, the harder it is for arrogance to see through their weakness, and Qin was clearly not among that category. During their previous battle, arrogance had been continuously marking his weaknesses. The moment he took to the skies and abandoned defense was when arrogance made its move. As the referee's voice fell, everyone finally snapped out of their daze, the whispering gradually morphing into a tsunami of uproar. What the heck? Did Qin just lose in an overlevel battle? No way, man. How did Qin lose? Isn't overlevel supposed to mean a genius defeating an ordinary person? What does it mean if a genius fights another genius? This 7 deadly sins body is too abnormal. If he can defeat Qin so easily, doesn't that mean he can sweep through the semifinals and finals? The biggest dark horse of this tournament has emerged. What is going on? Everyone felt their heads buzzing. Awaken was a favorite to win this tournament. And now that the newcomers' ranking battle had ended here, even if they secured first place in the team battle, they still had to see other academies' expressions to claim the title of the strongest academy. Moreover, with such a monster as Lin Bai and Yunjia, their performance in the team competition wouldn't be too weak. After all, Ji Xianyuan and the others were no pushovers. This year's Yunjia had indeed come prepared. On Beichun's preparation bench, everyone's smiles had frozen on their faces. Even when Qin fell into a disadvantage, they never thought he would lose. Gravity manipulation was too comprehensive. Whether it was mobility or defensive damage, it was top-notch. Though Greed's fearless charge had startled them, the issue was not significant. The Greed clone clearly lacked offensive capability, and Qin still stood invincible. But the result was that Qin's sudden demise left everyone in shock. Many hadn't even recovered from the fact that Beichun had already lost. Did we lose? Jilin, who had yet to take the stage, spoke in disbelief. He was still pondering whether to be cautious against Jiang Yutian, and now what was there to think about? This. Everyone was at a loss for words. This was the first time since Beichun Academy was founded that they hadn't made it to the semifinals. They had created history, yet there was not a trace of joy on their faces. Conversely, the preparation bench in Yunjia was filled with shock, but when they thought of Lin Bai on the field, it seemed reasonable. After all, it had been the same when he fought Ji Xianyuan. Did we really win against Beichun? Is that true? No, we've entered the top 4. Making it to the top 4 is a success. For Yunjia at this moment, indeed, making it to the top 4 was already considered a success. Hu Yun and Ji Yunshu were both filled with excitement, regretting that they hadn't led the team as they missed witnessing this historic moment. They had already planned how to explain it to the other mentors. Ji Xianyuan and Bai Wuyo wore serious expressions. How did he become so strong? This isn't right. His techniques are too complex. Control, mental control, rapid advancement, and sword techniques, not to mention the shield at the end. Is this truly the ability of the 7 deadly sins body? He grabbed his hair in frustration, filled with conflict. Lin Gu is the strongest. He has become this strong. Not far away, Lin Jiangyin was equally astounded. When they first met on the train, Lin Bai from the same hometown had now reached this level. Lin Jiangyin suddenly realized that there were indeed gaps even among geniuses. After entering Yunjia, she felt tremendous pressure. Everyone around her was at her level, or even higher, so she could only invest all her time into rigorous training. Even so, she could only barely keep up. As for Lin Bai, since the ranking battle began, he had always appeared in a way that made it impossible to see his true potential. In the private room where the deans of the various academies were gathered at the moment the shield exploded, everyone turned abruptly to look at Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou in the corner. Ling Jiyuan was still in a daze while Song Tingzhou was already impatient. Ahem. He cleared his throat, then stood up, pretentiously brushing off his clothing. Oh, my Lin Bai did not disappoint me after all. He won by luck. After saying this, he strode over to the two grim-faced old men. The two elders, one male and one female, had extremely dark expressions, especially upon hearing Song Tingzhou's voice. Their temples twitched violently. Now we in Yunjia shouldn't have to worry about being disqualified, right? As soon as this was said, everyone felt their scalp tingle. This guy really held a grudge. Previously, they had exchanged plenty of trash talk, and everyone present appeared to be between 50 to 70 years old, but in reality, they were all ancient monsters who had lived for over 100 years. At this age, they enjoyed competing, especially those who had been at it since their youth. At this point, Song Tingzhou had walked up beside the two, startling them. Oh, aren't you Dean Long and Vice Dean Xin? My apologies. I accidentally eliminated you. Ling Jiyuan had come back to his senses watching Song Tingzhou's exaggerated performance, his mouth twitching wildly. This brat really knows how to show off. But it's truly satisfying. Previously, Yunji had been mocked by other academies, being called nouveau riche. Ling Jiyuan couldn't help but feel angry deep down. Although they were indeed wealthy in previous years, their investments had not yielded significant results. Now it's different. He stood up with great spirit, and at this time Song Tingzhou had already taken a seat next to the two old men. This position was originally designated for Yunji, but the two had been pointed at and criticized every year, ultimately having to hide in the back. At this moment, Song Tingzhou was brimming with confidence, even crossing his legs. Speaking of which, that kid Lin Bai, coming from a poor background, without any family resources for cultivation, actually managed to defeat the pride of Beichen. The people nearby rolled their eyes. Enough already. Someone beside him tugged at his sleeve. Old Song, that's enough, you'll give those two old men a heart attack. Long Qi and Qi Ningxiu were among the oldest and most powerful in attendance, also quite respected. But Song Tingzhou's mouth couldn't be restrained. In previous years, they were always the ones being mocked. This year, they had to strike back fiercely. I don't know about other academies, but Beichen has already been defeated, so let's give them a taste of our own medicine. They always say our Yunji lacks qualified teachers, but it seems that's not the case after all. Long Qi and Qin Yinqia's faces darkened further. At this moment, they felt that Song Tingzhou was like a noisy mosquito wishing to swat him dead. Long Qi was recalling the earlier scene when he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the few people beside him. Next to him sat two elderly women impeccably groomed. Xiao Sheng, what's the situation with the seven sins body? This was Long Qi's first time speaking. The elderly woman beside him adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses upon hearing the question. I'm not very clear on the specifics. It's being researched by the people below. Fuguang, do you have any insights? Xiao Sheng was the head of Juqiao Academy, while Shun Fuguang beside her was the vice president. Sister, I was looking at other abilities recently and didn't focus on the seven sins body. However, Qin Ruashi from the admissions department asked me for information about the users of the seven sins body. She might know something. After saying this, Shin Fuguang took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Ruashi. Meanwhile, Beichen's vice president Qin Yinxiu suddenly looked at Xinglin's headmaster Lin Guanyan. Did you guys deliberately lose to Juqiao earlier? Did you know something in advance? The people present weren't fools. As soon as Qin Yinxiu finished speaking, everyone immediately connected the dots. Under normal circumstances, Juqiao and Xinglan would almost never drop points in the round of 16. If they were to advance perfectly, it would mean that Juqiao, Xinglan, and Beichen would draw lots for 4 wins to enter the top 8. Yet these two had bizarrely lost unexpectedly, one losing 2 matches and the other one. It was evident that they had knowledge of something and were deliberately avoiding confrontation. Lin Guanyan was taken aback, speaking with a thick Guangxi accent. I don't know. You chicken know. The nearby Li Tianzi shook his head vigorously. I don't know either. No one doubted them. If these two said they didn't know, then they genuinely didn't, because they had just scolded Lu Ming and Mo Che thoroughly from head to toe when Xinglan lost a match. Or maybe they made a decision based on their own understanding. At this moment, Qin Fuguang spoke up, and Qin Ruashi replied to her message. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon her. Qin Fuguang glanced at Qin Ruaxi's message and spoke with a strange expression. Lin Bai has had contact with our academy, or rather the admissions departments of the 6 major academies had sought him out. It was he who chose Yunji. At the time we thought nothing of it, but later she found it suspicious and checked our internal documents only to discover that the seven sins body seemed to deliberately relinquish authority. The moment authority was mentioned, everyone's pupils constricted suddenly. Authority means rules. There are many types of SS-level abilities, and they have distinctions between them. The vast majority of SS-level abilities are incredibly powerful, but only affect the wielder. A small portion of abilities, however, can influence the rules. In fact, abilities like Qin Shi's gravity manipulation are one such example, as are Ji Xuanyuan's Emperor's Sword Spirit, and Bai Wei's 6 Paths of Reincarnation. But these are abilities they could only access later. Those who could touch authority early on are monsters among monsters. Long Qi exhaled. That earlier move was an ability related to the weakness of arrogance. His words made everyone realize. Because the protections of the arena were set by him, he naturally knew. Song Tingzhou and Ling Jiyuan exchanged glances, each seeing the other's confusion. Lin Bai. Authority. The others watching them were grinding their teeth in frustration. These two brats have really hit the jackpot. At that moment, everyone unanimously believed that Yunji's luck this year was truly extraordinary. Xinglin's headmaster Lin Guanyun whispered to Vice President Li Tianzi, "Don't scold them right away. I think that kid Lu Ming is quite sharp." Understood. Xiao Sheng and Shun Fuguang exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. And if Yunji won, the greatest pressure would fall on Xinglan and Zhou Qiao. Lin Bai's appearance directly allowed Yunji to gather 4 strong generals. To defeat Yunji, one must first overcome Lin Bai. But how to do that? The biggest issue is that after defeating Qinshe, Lin Bai didn't seem to struggle at all. Have you not seen that laziness and gluttony did not appear? In their intel, laziness may not be much of a concern, but gluttony is his main force in ranking battles, and even the strongest avatar would not be an exaggeration. With his main force not participating, he still managed to take down Qinshe, who could contend with him in the arena. Now all the academies were somewhat at a loss. As for Yunji's subsequent battles against Beichen, there's not much to say. The overall strength of both sides is unequal, and in the next 3 battles Beichen won all of them. Now the problem arose, in the next 4 matches, several major academies were reluctant to win all of them. If they won all, it would mean facing Yunji in the semifinals. As of now, no one had figured out Lin Bai's strength. During the arena matches, no one knew how many he could take on alone. Thus a very bizarre scene unfolded in the subsequent battles. Zhou Qiao, Xinglan, Yuanxi, Qingnong. Among these 4 major academies, Zhou Qiao faced Yuanxi. While Xinglan and Qingnong battled against schools outside the 6 major academies, they conserved their strength, only securing the first 4 wins and deliberately losing the rest. It was clear that they did not wish to face Yunji. This left Zhou Qiao and Yuanxi dumbfounded. They dared not take it easy. The strengths of both sides were evenly matched, but given the current situation, they could only fight. Both academies decided to aim for 4 wins, ensuring that if they all won, they could proceed to the next round through a draw. Zhou Qiao and Yuanxi were evenly matched, both unwilling to confront Yunji directly, yet whether they could pass this hurdle remained uncertain. Ultimately, they cast aside their concerns and decided to go all out. After all, if they failed to pass this stage, there would be nothing left to discuss. The battle between the 2 major academies was extremely fierce, only determining the victor in the 7th match. In the end, Zhou Qiao triumphed, winning 4 matches against Yuanxi. Thus, the semifinals witnessed an unprecedented scene. The 4 leading academies all advanced with 4 victories. Now everyone stood on the same starting line. In the new phase of the 4 strong, the opponents would enter a drawing mode. This year's competition had too many twists and turns, prompting even those who rarely watch the matches to start tuning in to the live broadcast. This year Beichen is out. Is Yunji the dark horse? Am I still dreaming? Finally, it's not just Beichen dominating. This is getting interesting. Yunji is gaining momentum. No kidding, the arena battles depend on the number of strong fighters, and with Lin Bai, that monster Yunji can at least win 2 matches right. The advantage is clear from the start. This year's competition reached a new peak of excitement. No one expected Beichen to be eliminated in the top 8. Moreover, this year was still Beichen's home ground. They truly embarrassed themselves this time. Although they could still turn things around in the subsequent group battle, in this current stage they were already out of contention. During the drawing stage, as the host academy, Beichen's academy head Long Qi had a visibly grim face while drawing lots. Hu Yun stood with the leading mentors of the other 4 academies, feeling somewhat out of place, yet he could sense the audience's gaze almost entirely focused on him. Beside him, the other mentors watched as Wang Qi drew lots, their hearts inevitably tightening. For now, without fully understanding Lin Bai, they were more inclined to face other academies. Long Qi wasted no time and directly drew the lot. The first lot was Yunji. As the hearts of the academy leaders raced, Wang Qi's second lot soon appeared. Qingnong. The leader of Qingnong immediately felt a wave of despair. Originally Yuan, she was already slightly stronger than Yunji, and now with Lin Bai joining it was like adding wings to a tiger. However, after a brief moment of frustration, he steeled his resolve. Every academy harbored dreams of championship. Although Yunji was strong, their blades were not without merit. Once the schedule was announced, everyone hurried back to prepare. The semifinals were in the afternoon, leaving little time for preparation. As they returned to Yunji's area, everyone looked at Lin Bai with a strange expression. Although Lin Bai had spoken confidently earlier, when he truly defeated Qin Shi, everyone still felt as if they were dreaming. Lu Sun walked at the back with a dark expression fixated on Lin Bai's back. In just a month he thought he had made great progress, yet Lin Bai's growth was even more astonishing. Bai Wuyo curiously looked around Lin Bai, asking, "Are you that monstrous? You defeated Qin Shi effortlessly. Just a casual task." Li Qingge remarked with a twitch of his lips. "After this battle, they will surely target you in the next arena fights. The arena battles are tough. The break in between is only 10 minutes. Sometimes there isn't enough spiritual energy to recover." In response, Bai Wuyo seemed quite knowledgeable. "No need to say more. In the arena battles, they will definitely focus on exhausting your spiritual energy. Ideally, 2 people can drag you down." Exhaustion. Lin Bai's expression was peculiar. The foundation of 7 sins body is original sin. Don't you know that? Everyone was taken aback. By the afternoon, the semifinals arrived as scheduled. The entire match was focused on a single arena. All attention would be directed there. The officials already knew who the highlights of the competition were, starting with Jiu Qiao facing Xinglan. These 2 major academies had long been rivals, consistently ranking 2nd and 3rd year after year, swapping positions every few years. This confrontation was also extremely intense and thrilling. However, the audience was not very engaged. Their expectations were entirely centered around Yunji. There was no denying the underdog reversal template was timeless. In the match between Xinglan and Jiu Qiao, Xinglan ultimately emerged victorious. This time Xinglan had concealed a trump card. One of their students almost single-handedly took down 3 opponents, a level of strength that likely matched Qin Shi and Lin Bai. But there was no time to mourn for Jiu Qiao. The next matches would be the real highlights. Lin Bai's strength was already undeniable, and at this point few would question his abilities. Now everyone wanted to see Lin Bai's performance in the arena battles. The list submitted by Yunji to the officials also left the audience gasping in surprise. The first name was Lin Bai. Following him were Ji Xuanyuan, Bai Wuyo, and others. This was clearly placing the trump card at the forefront, intending to sweep through the competition. It was all about momentum, cutting straight to the chase without any detours, unleashing the ace immediately. Not to mention, this style of play was definitely the audience's favorite. Even before stepping onto the stage, the audience erupted in excitement, and the major live streaming rooms were flooded with comments. One could only say Yunji was truly bold. This kind of arrogance still had a large following. Normally such trump cards are used as a finale. Yunji putting them up front clearly indicated they wanted Lin Bai to sweep through the competition. In the preparation area, Ji Yunshu tugged at her hair. "I said, old who, although it was Lin Bai's request, is this really okay for us? Don't worry. Just trust Lin Bai." At this moment, Hu Yun had transformed from the person he was when he first arrived, radiating confidence from within. "Sigh, everyone has gone mad." Ji Yunshu sighed. At this moment, Lin Bai had already arrived at the center of the arena. Across from him, a serious-looking boy from Qingnong slowly stepped out. Lin Bai looked at the opponent, feeling a stir in his heart. He had already reviewed the information on Qingnong's students, and the boy before him was Gu Baiyu, the 2nd-ranked fighter with SS-level abilities in the hearing breath technique. Sure enough, just as Bai Wuyo had said, he intended to wear him down. Hearing breath, the ability to listen to the breath of all things. This was the specific function of this ability, capable of interfering with the breath of existence. Reaching SS level is no simple feat, and hearing breath is no exception. It is not merely auditory perception, but a holistic awareness based on the continuity of existence. Any existence, as long as it remains active, will inevitably exhale a breath unique to it. Once this breath is captured, it constructs a perception world in the mind of the ability user filled with countless shifting lights and harmonious sounds. The previous battles fought by Gu Baiyu were primarily based on agile precision. The students at Qingnong's preparation area wore grim expressions. Did they really put Lin Bai out first? Is this looking down on us? Or does he want to take them all down? How arrogant. Just wait until Sister Fu Ling steps up and takes him down. Everyone is young and proud. The arrangement by Yunji has significantly reduced their tension, but their anger is at maximum. The girl named Yu Fuling is the top-ranked contestant of the Qingnong this year, and her ability is the SS level Withering and Flourishing, which targets vitality and is exceedingly mysterious. Yu Fuling quietly stands aside, remaining silent as she speaks little, but is not cold. Hearing the crowd mention her name, Yu Fuling gently pressed her lips together, saying, "Everyone, please don't shout. let's watch the match first. Yunji's arrangement, besides being reckless, may also indicate his confidence in Lin Bai's strength, so we must all be cautious. Lin Bai has already grasped the opponent's intentions. Gu Buyu looks at him with a grave expression. The referee has heard the overwhelming cheers around him. He already knows that Lin Bai is not one to throw trash talk, while Gu Buyu, as his name suggests, is a taciturn person. He raised his hand high. The match begins. As the referee's words fell, Lin Bai's figure instantly blurred, and jealousy dashed forward, gritting his teeth. However, Gu Bai's movements were even quicker, as if he had anticipated it. He left his original position, directly causing jealousy to miss entirely. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the opponent's abilities and immediately commanded Greed to charge forward fearlessly. As Greed charged like a dragon, resembling a flash of lightning, but again fell short. Lin Bai's In the audience, some who understood combat had already grasped Qing Nong's intentions. Damn, is Qing Nong trying to exhaust Lin Bai? This is a war of attrition. To be honest, it's just Qing Nong playing to their strengths. They specialize in the research of spiritual energy application, and attrition battles are their forte. At this moment, Lin Bai also realized that the opponent could not only predict his moves, but was also incredibly fast. But you're thinking too simply. Rage you go. Huh. Rage appeared initially puzzled, then quickly locked onto Gu Buyu. However, after chasing for a while, Rage discovered he could not catch up at all. What the hell? Why are you running? Come and fight. Rage's forehead throbbed with a vein. Meanwhile, Lin Bai leisurely let jealousy and greed return, standing beside him like guardian deities. Seeing this, Gu Buyu furrowed his brow. He was beginning to get a headache. Because Rage, who had been chasing him, was getting angry from being unable to catch up, and under the amplification of original sin, Rage's power was increasing and his speed was also quickening. Is this the troublesome aspect of original sin? Gu Buyu pondered to himself, noticing that jealousy beside Lin Bai was giving him even more of a headache. Jealousy's furious roar could cause a temporary loss of consciousness, which is not a strange thing. He is not Qin Shi, who would definitely cause trouble with a single shout. But dragging this out is not a solution. Gu Buyu shouted in anger, and the air around seemed to slow down as he decisively charged towards Lin Bai. Although his target was the main body, his attention was still on jealousy. To him, jealousy seemed to be inactive, but the muscles on his body were already beginning to breathe. His figure suddenly froze. He stopped not far in front of Lin Bai. Huh. Jealousy let out a furious roar, yet Gu Buyu felt no abnormality at all. He succeeded. This was Qing Nong's research result on Lin Bai. He had watched the battle scenes countless times and had roughly deduced the range and timing of the soul-shaking roar. That little bit of wind-up is something a normal person cannot evade, but Gu Buyu is different. His hearing can perceive the rhythm of all living things. This is also one of the reasons he can predict. However, he was not the only one acting. Lust appeared out of nowhere, and with a preemptive pivot flew at the moment Gu Buyu halted, arriving right in front of him. An uppercut. A tremendous force surged from his chin. Gu Buyu felt a sharp pain, while his body uncontrollably flew into the air. Got you. Rage rushed over excitedly, his fists raining down on Gu Buyu. Meanwhile, Greed in the distance executed a reverse wind/E jealousy, charged forward, and the first segment of the winged dance skill surged forth. Before Gu Buyu even landed, he was struck by Greed's sword at his waist. In an instant, the four of them surrounded Gu Buyu. As Gu Buyu had yet to regain control of his body, he felt a strange emotion surging from deep within, his gaze fixated on lust. At this moment, lust embraced himself, seemingly accumulating something, then suddenly opened up. That strange emotion instantly transformed into a brutal urge, and Gu Buyu could only think of killing lust before him, thus he unconsciously moved closer. But now he was in a state of being surrounded by four. Unsurprisingly, as jealousy leaped high with a sword strike, his arena protection immediately shattered. When he regained his senses, Lin Bai's four avatars had long since vanished. Lin Bai, victory! The roaring cheers instantly drowned the arena, and the audience's cheers seemed to echo from far to near into Gu Bai's ears. Gu Buyu looked confused as he turned his head just in time to see the expressions of the Qing Nong team change. Returning to the preparation area, everyone immediately surrounded him, asking, "What just happened?" You were in a daze. Someone's expression was slightly grave. It's probably Lin Bai's avatar ability. That lust definitely has some kind of mental control ability. How is his ability so comprehensive, and each ability is not weak? The two mentors looked serious, filled with thoughts. What did you feel just now? Gu Buyu recalled slightly, and then expressed his thoughts. Now, everyone fell silent. It was clear that jealousy was trying to lure him in, to trick him into a soul-shaking roar, while the real killing move was lust's justice punch. That punch struck Gu Buyu so hard that he could not regain his senses. The two mentors were silent for a moment. Next, we need to change tactics. Lin Bai has too many control methods, and currently none of us have any defensive abilities. Being controlled means death. In that case, another mentor's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at a burly boy in the corner, Wu Dingbang. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at that mentor in shock. Wu Dingbang, an S-level ability user, possesses the ability of Boundary Body. This ability is purely defensive with no offensive capabilities. To attack, one must rely on the user's own martial arts. It may have some effect in the early stages, but in the later stages it cannot threaten others. However, the loss of offensive ability comes with a terrifying defensive capacity. Its defensive capability surpasses that of ordinary SS-level defensive abilities. Even those focused on offense would take a long time to break through the Boundary Body. However, everyone recalled Lin Bai's offensive methods, and their eyes lit up. Whether it was the information they obtained about the cloud ranking battle or the combat data regarding Lin Bai observed during the league, the offensive techniques displayed by Lin Bai were exceedingly ordinary. Except for the somewhat peculiar ability of arrogance, Lin Bai's other offensive techniques were almost entirely within the realm of physical martial arts. The two mentors of Qingnong had already devised their strategy. Wu Dingbang, once you enter the arena, focus entirely on defense. Currently, aside from arrogance, Lin Bai's other avatars have limited offensive capabilities. As long as it isn't an attack from arrogance, you can approach Lin Bai with confidence. The boy named Wu Dingbang nodded earnestly. His ability lacked offensive power, but that didn't mean he himself was defenseless. A single strike from his hammer could inflict damage on the unsuspecting Lin Bai. As Qingnong submitted the roster, the audience erupted in astonishment. What the hell? SS rank. Has Qingnong gone mad? This is the first SS rank contestant to appear in the semifinals, right? Oh, no way. I looked at this town Boundary Body. The defensive power is terrifying. Qingnong came prepared. The audience quickly reacted. The numerous techniques Lin Bai had displayed thus far were actually the utmost application of physical martial arts. Only arrogance was an exception. After understanding this, some became excited. At the preparation area for Baichen, everyone's expressions were quite grim. Qingnong's approach is commendable, Chun Hao said thoughtfully. Someone behind quietly asked Qin Shi, Brother Qin, what was the final technique Lin Bai used? Can this town Boundary Body withstand it? Qin Shi shook his head slightly. At that moment his expression wasn't very pleasant. After glaring fiercely at the person he spoke, that should be an ability related to Original Sin. The damage was absorbed by the arena's protective shield. I didn't feel anything special. However, if he can't breach Wu Dingbang's arena protection with a single hit, the ability of the town Boundary Body will allow him to recover quickly. Long Baiyu shook his head slightly. The strength of the town Boundary Body lies not just in its defense. While everyone pondered, Wu Dingbang had already taken to the stage. Upon seeing his opponent, Lin Bai revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile. This person's information was not included in the cloud's considerations, but once he stepped onto the stage, Hu Yun quickly relayed the opponent's information to Lin Bai. In an instant, Lin Bai understood what the opponent intended to do. But isn't this just the greedy Euro? It lacks offensive capabilities, making it perfectly feasible for greed to leisurely stack the method of all paths. Don't mention just a town Boundary Body. If greed were to stack to a certain extent, it could even pierce a hole in the sky. Wu Dingbang took a deep breath, picked up a massive hammer, and declared, You are strong, but if you can't break my defense, you'll lose. Lin Bai chuckled nonchalantly as the referee began decisively summoning Greed. An avatar. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but Greed had already charged forward with a weapon. Sharing memories with Lin Bai, he naturally knew that the person before him had a scarcity of offensive techniques, so he began his assault. Town Boundary. Wu Dingbang shouted. His body visibly swelled, and in an instant he transformed into a small giant over 2 meters tall. His entire body was muscular and radiated a faint silver glow. Arrogance stepped out slowly beside Lin Bai. The next second, in Greed's line of sight, several tiny points appeared on Wu Dingbang's body. As expected of a defensive type ability, are there so few weaknesses? Lin Bai was slightly surprised, but Greed had already made his move. The first shot made Wu Dingbang's eye twitch. It seemed the opponent could see through the weak points of his town Boundary Body at a glance. He instinctively raised his hand to block, and the Tianlong pierced his skin unexpectedly, producing a metallic sound. Greed felt the unresponsive spiritual force within and became somewhat grave. It seemed that damage had to be inflicted to stack the method of all paths. However, with Arrogance's weakness exposed, there was no need to worry. As he shot his second bullet like lightning, Wu Dingbang couldn't react in time, and a red mark appeared on his waist. Is this the extent of your power? Wu Dingbang scratched his head in confusion. Lin Bai's offensive capabilities were far below his expectations. Greed continued its frenzied assault, but for Wu Dingbang the damage inflicted was not as fast as the recovery of the town Boundary Body. This scene did not go unnoticed by the Qingnong team. It seems Lin Bai can't breach his defenses. What an opportunity. If we take out Arrogance beside him, we'll have a chance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and the tense expressions of the two mentors finally showed a hint of a smile. But now Baichun was becoming restless. Wait, is Lin Bai's offensive ability really this weak? Xiao Guan's eyes widened. Qin Shi's gaze turned grim, and Chun Hao's expression darkened. Let's first see how arrogance will attack. But to their surprise, arrogance showed no intention of attacking, and Wu Dingbang deliberately ignored greed, heading straight for arrogance or Lin Bai's true form. But he had overestimated his mobility. He couldn't even reach Lin Bai, let alone deal with greed that was entangling him. Then let's see whose spiritual power and endurance are superior. Wu Dingbang's expression hardened. The consumption of the town boundary body was minimal, so he was not afraid. With arrogance not making a move, the people from Baichun became restless. Is it possible that arrogance can't do anything to him? If we had known Lin Bai's offensive techniques were lacking, we should have sent Li Shuyuan directly. Li Shuyuan, mentioned by them, was also a defensive type ability, and was even SS rank with defensive capabilities comparable to the town boundary body, but significantly stronger in other aspects. As time went by, Wu Dingbang began to sense something amiss. Greed was attacking his weak points every time, and towards the end he began to attack without defense. Wu Dingbang's expression turned fierce. As greed shot straight out, he directly abandoned defense on his weak points, and roared as he brought down a hammer. Crack! A crisp crack echoed from Greed's shoulder, clearly deformed. But as he fired 2 consecutive shots with his other hand, the injury on his shoulder visibly healed. This scene left the crowd dumbfounded. What the hell was that just now? Did you see that? Such terrifying recovery ability. But what does this have to do with Greed's original sin? Many were left doubtful, and in the private room of the various principals, almost everyone's gaze fell simultaneously on Ling Jiyuan and Song Tingzhou. However, the two also looked bewildered. On the stage, Lin Bai saw this scene and immediately spoke. Greed, that's enough, stop playing. Okay. Greed cracked its neck and unleashed a wind slice thrust. At that moment, Tianlong seemed to come to life, producing a dazzling bloom of gunfire followed by a direct thrust.